Chapter 1. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now, let us begin. The first thing Shen Mobei became aware of was the stench. It hit him like a wall, rotting vegetables, stagnant water, something dead and decaying nearby. His lungs spasmed, and he coughed violently, the motion sending fire through every nerve in his body. His cheek pressed against cold, wet stone. His fingers were numb. His entire body felt like it had been wrung out and left to dry in the sun for a week. He tried to open his eyes. The left one was swollen shut. The right gave him a blurry view of a dark alley, narrow, hemmed in by tall stone walls covered in moss and grime. Wooden crates were stacked haphazardly nearby, and rats the size of his forearm scurried in the shadows. Where am I? The memories came in fragments. Not his memories, someone else's. A beggar named Chen Wu. 14 years old. Orphaned at 6. Lived in the alleys of Jia Ma Holy City for 8 years, surviving on scraps and occasional theft. 3 days ago, a gang of older street children had beaten him nearly to death for encroaching on their begging territory near the eastern market gate. Chen Wu had died. Shen Mobei had arrived. His own memories were sharp by comparison. 26 years old. MBA from Tsinghua. 3 years at a logistics firm in Shenzhen. A car accident on the 3rd Ring Road, headlights filling his vision, then nothing, then this. Then this. He tried to sit up and nearly blacked out. His body was broken in ways that made him want to scream. At least 2 cracked ribs, a dislocated shoulder, and what felt like a fractured left wrist. The swelling around his eye suggested a hairline fracture of the orbital bone. This body was dying. Slowly, painfully, but certainly dying. And then the chime sounded. It wasn't a physical sound. It rang inside his skull, crystalline, cold, and impossibly clear. Like a bell made of ice being struck in a cathedral of silence. Underground Empire System, initializing, host detected. Biological vessel, critically damaged. Cultivation base, Do-J, 1 star. Meridian status, 7 of 12 blocked, material radar activating. Scan radius, 50 meters, welcome, host. Your empire begins now. Shen Mobei stared at the translucent blue panel hovering before his one functional eye. He blinked. It remained. He reached for it with a trembling hand, and his fingers passed through it like smoke. A system. He'd read enough web novels to recognize one. Back on Earth, he'd consumed them by the dozen during late nights when sleep wouldn't come, cultivation stories, system transmigrations, isekai adventures. He'd always thought they were ridiculous power fantasies. Now he was inside one. And not just any cultivation world. The memories flooding his mind from Chen Wu's dying brain cells included fragments, a city called Jia Ma Holy City, an empire ruled by cultivators and alchemists, sects that dominated political landscapes, and the ever-present hierarchy of Do-Chi cultivation. Battle Through the Heavens. BTTH. One of the most famous cultivation novels ever written. He was inside BTTH's world. Shen Mobei let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. Then the pain reminded him that philosophical revelations could wait. He was bleeding internally. His cultivation base was the lowest possible, Do-J 1 star, barely above immortal. And 7 of his 12 meridians were blocked, meaning even that pitiful cultivation was operating at a fraction of its potential. He needed help. Immediately. The material radar pulsed. In his mind's eye, he could see a 50-meter sphere of awareness extending from his position. Within it, the system highlighted materials with small colored markers, green for common, blue for uncommon, and a single pulsing gold dot 7 meters to his left and 3 meters underground. Jade Spirit Herb, Grade 3. Location, growing in moisture crack beneath eastern sewer grate. Value, moderate. Applications, blood purification, minor wound treatment, ingredient for Tier 2 medicinal pills, a healing herb. 7 meters away. Growing in a sewer. Shen Mobei laughed again, and the pain made him stop. He couldn't reach it himself. He could barely move. But he knew it was there, and knowledge, in any market, in any world, was currency. He dragged himself toward the alley's opening, every movement a negotiation with agony. The morning light of Jia Ma Holy City spilled over him, warm, golden, indifferent to his suffering. The street beyond was already bustling. Merchants setting up stalls, servants hurrying with baskets, cultivators striding through the crowds with the unconscious arrogance of those who could level buildings with a wave of their hand. No one looked at him. A dying beggar in an alley was not worth noticing. Shen Mobei spotted what he needed, a weathered sign across the street depicting a mortar and pestle. A street-level healer's shop. He crawled toward it, leaving a thin trail of blood on the cobblestones. It took him 10 minutes to cross 20 feet of street. By the time he reached the healer's doorstep, he was shaking so badly that his vision wavered. The door was open. Inside, an old man with spectacles and stained fingers was grinding something in a stone bowl. "Help," Shen Mobei croaked. "I can pay." The healer looked up. His expression cycled through annoyance, pity, and dismissal in the space of a heartbeat. Street rat, I don't work for promises. Coins or get out. Not coins. Shen Mobei forced the words through cracked lips. Information. There's a jade spirit herb growing in the sewer grate. Eastern side of this alley. 7 meters from the mouth, 3 meters underground. Worth at least 5 gold coins at market. The healer's grinding stopped. A jade spirit herb. In a sewer. The moisture and chi runoff from the alchemist quarter create the right conditions. Check it yourself. If I'm right, you patch me up. If I'm wrong, throw me back in the gutter. The healer studied him for a long moment. Then he set down his mortar, stood, and walked past Shen Mobei without a word. He was gone for 15 minutes. When he returned, he was carrying a small, luminous green herb, its leaves shimmering with faint internal light, its roots trailing dark soil. His expression had changed entirely. How did you know? The healer asked. Shen Mobei smiled through the blood. I know where everything is. The healer worked on him for 2 hours. It wasn't gentle work, bone setting, poultice application, forced chi circulation through damaged channels. Shen Mobei gritted his teeth so hard he thought they might crack, but by the end, the internal bleeding had stopped, his shoulder was reset, and the worst of the damage was stabilized. First successful trade completed, faction ledger unlocked, tracking reputation and supply/demand across detected factions, current reputation, healer Zhongwei, favorable, minor. As Shen Mobei limped out of the healer's shop, bandaged and barely functional, he looked up at the sprawling cityscape of Jiama Holy City. Towers of white stone rose above tiled rooftops. In the distance, the palace complex gleamed. Somewhere out there were the Misty Cloud sect, the great clans, the Alchemist Guild, and the endless web of power, ambition, and wealth that define this world. He knew their secrets. He knew where every treasure was buried, every rare herb grew, every hidden vein of precious ore waited to be discovered. All he needed was the strength to reach them and the cunning to sell them to the right buyer. All right, he whispered. Let's build an empire. Chapter 2. 3 days after his visit to healer Zhongwei, Shen Mobei could walk without limping. The jade spirit herb's residual energy, combined with the healer's treatment, had accelerated his recovery beyond what his broken body should have managed. He was still weak, a stiff breeze could probably knock him down, but he was alive, mobile, and thinking clearly. And thinking was his greatest weapon. He'd spent those 3 days in a cramped room above a noodle shop, purchased with the last of Chen Wu's meager savings, 3 copper coins that bought him a straw mat and a leaking roof. He used the time to catalog what he knew. First, the world. BTTH's Do-Chi continent was vast, dangerous, and hierarchical. Power was everything. The strong dictated terms to the weak, and the weak either served, fled, or died. Cultivation progressed through ranks, Do-Jie, Do-Shi, Do-Shi, Do-Ling, Do-Wang, Do-Huang, Do-Zong, Do-Zun, Ban-Sheng, Do-Sheng, and the legendary Dodi. Each rank represented an exponential leap in power. A single Do-Huang could destroy a small city. A Do-Sheng could reshape geography. Shen Mobei was a 1-star Do-Jie. He was, in cultivation terms, slightly more threatening than a healthy house cat. Second, the system. The underground empire system was not a combat cheat. It didn't give him supernatural fighting abilities, instant cultivation breakthroughs, or invincible techniques. What it gave him was information, specifically, the location and properties of every rare material within its radar range. And it gave him tools for trade, contracts, reputation tracking, market analysis, and storage. In a world where knowledge of rare materials was jealously guarded by sects and clans, where alchemists spent decades learning to identify herbs, where mining guilds fought wars over ore deposits, his system was worth more than any combat technique. If he played it right. Third, his advantages beyond the system. He knew the plot. Not every detail, it had been years since he'd read BTTH, and the details were fuzzy, but he knew the broad strokes. He knew about the major powers, the great treasures, the general timeline of events. More importantly, he knew the principles of modern economics, logistics, and market manipulation. In a medieval cultivation world that ran on barter and personal relationships, that knowledge was a nuclear weapon. The faction ledger was already proving useful. It displayed a constantly updating readout of supply and demand data for every faction within his awareness range. Even with the limited 50-meter radar, he could see that the herbalists in his street were paying triple market rate for fire essence moss because their usual supplier had been raided by bandits. He could see that the local blacksmith was desperate for star fire iron but didn't know about the vein that MC had detected 40 meters to the southeast, beneath the foundation of an abandoned building. Information asymmetry. The foundation of every fortune ever made. On the 4th morning, Shen Mobei went to the lower market district. Jiama Holy City's markets were organized by class. The upper market served the nobility and major clans, auction houses, elite alchemist shops, and weapon forges that catered to Do Wang level cultivators and above. The middle market served the professional class, mid-tier cultivators, merchant families, and guild members. The lower market was the sprawl, crowded, chaotic, and teeming with vendors selling everything from street food to dubiously sourced beast cores. This was where mislabeled goods ended up. Where an ignorant vendor might sell a rare herb as common grass because they couldn't tell the difference. Where opportunity waited for anyone with the right eyes. Shen Mobei walked through the herb stalls with his material radar active. The system highlighted every item within range, providing instant identification and grading. And the misidentifications were everywhere. A vendor selling common spirit grass at 2 copper coins per bundle was actually selling Cloud Whisper Fern, worth 5 silver coins each for its use in calming elixirs. Another had a basket of worthless root clippings that contained 3 strands of silver thread ginseng, a key ingredient in blood purification pills worth 10 silver coins per strand. Shen Mobei bought everything that was misidentified and underpriced. He spent the 12 silver coins he'd earned from healer Zhang Wei, who'd given him a bonus for the Jade Spirit Herb tip, and acquired goods worth approximately 8 gold coins at correct market value. He set up his own stall that afternoon. A borrowed table, a clean cloth, and his goods arranged with handwritten labels, correct labels, with proper grading, properties, and suggested applications noted on small cards. The response was immediate. Other vendors scoffed at first, who was this ragged teenager claiming to know herb grades? But buyers who tested his wares found them exactly as described. Word spread. By late afternoon, he'd sold half his stock at fair market price, tripling his initial investment. And then she appeared. She moved through the lower market like a swan through a duck pond, poised, unhurried, utterly out of place. She wore silk robes of deep crimson, her dark hair pinned with a jade comb. Her face was striking, sharp cheekbones, full lips, and eyes that missed nothing. 2 bodyguards flanked her, both doshi level based on the energy signatures the system detected. She stopped at his stall. Cloud Whisper Fern. She picked up a bundle and examined it with practiced fingers. Grade 3, recently harvested, well preserved. Her eyes found his. Where did you source this? The nearest natural growing area is 200 li from the city. I found it mislabeled at a stall 3 rows over, Shen Mobei said. The vendor thought it was common spirit grass. And you recognize the difference? I have a knack for identification. She set the fern down and examined the rest of his goods with increasing interest. Her expression shifted from curiosity to something sharper, assessment. When she finished, she looked at him directly. I'm Yafei, junior auction manager at Primer Auction House. You have 14 items on this table, and every single one is correctly identified and fairly priced. That's better accuracy than some of our senior appraisers. She paused. I'd like to buy your entire remaining stock. And I'd like to talk about a possible arrangement. Shen Mobei's heart hammered, but he kept his face calm. Yafei. He knew that name. In the original BTTH story, she was a shrewd businesswoman associated with the Primer Auction House, beautiful, intelligent, and politically astute. The fact that he'd attracted her attention this early was either a tremendous stroke of luck or a sign that the universe had a sense of humor. I'm Shen Mobei, he said. And I'm always interested in arrangements that benefit both parties. Yafei's lips curved into a smile that held both warmth and calculation. Good. Come to the auction house tomorrow morning. Ask for me at the east entrance. She placed 3 gold coins on the table, payment for his remaining stock and then some. Consider this a down payment on our future business. After she left, the system chimed. New faction detected, Primer Auction House, Yafei, position, junior auction manager. Reputation, neutral interested, recommendation, high value trade partner. Cultivate relationship, Shen Mobei pocketed the gold coins and allowed himself a small smile. Day 4 in BTTH's world. He'd gone from dying beggar to merchant with connections. Not bad. Not bad at all. Chapter 3. The material radar pulsed at midnight. Shen Mobei sat bolt upright on his straw mat, instantly alert. The system had woken him with a priority notification, something it had never done before. The blue panel glowed in the darkness of his tiny room. Priority material detected, 2.3 kilometers northeast, Meridian Cleansing Lotus, grade 5. Status, mature, ready for harvest. Location, subterranean garden of the ruined Fenghua estate. Warning, territory of a phantom mist serpent, Doshi, 7-star equivalent. Approach with caution. Properties, fully purifies and opens blocked meridians. Can restore up to 6 blocked channels in a single application. Extremely rare, estimated value, 50 gold coins minimum. Shen Mobei read the notification 3 times. Meridian Cleansing Lotus. The one thing that could fix his broken cultivation base. 7 of his 12 meridians were blocked, that was why his body's original owner had been stuck at Do J 1 star despite years of effort. With the Lotus, he could clear them all, giving him a foundation to cultivate properly. But the catch was significant. A Doshi 7-star phantom beast guarding the territory. That was equivalent to a seasoned warrior, someone who could shatter stone with a punch and move faster than the untrained I could track. Shen Mobei, at Do J 1 star, was to this creature what an ant was to a boot. He couldn't fight it. He couldn't sneak past it. Phantom beasts sensed intruders through vibrations in the chi field. He couldn't wait for it to leave. Territorial beasts rarely abandon mature resource sites. But he could pay someone else to deal with it. The faction ledger offered a possibility. The lower market district was home to several unlicensed mercenary groups, fighters too weak, too disreputable, or too independent to join the official mercenary guild. They did dirty work for cheap. All Shen Mobei needed were 2 or 3 fighters at doshi level, willing to take on a beast for a share of the profits. By dawn, he was in the Iron Fist Tavern, a grimy establishment that served as an unofficial hiring hall for freelance muscle. The early morning crowd was sparse, a few hungover fighters nursing bitter tea, a scarred woman sharpening a curved blade, and 2 men playing a dice game in the corner with the focused intensity of people who had nothing better to do. Shen Mobei approached the dice players. Both were doshi rank, his system confirmed it. One was tall and lean with a shaved head and a scar running from his temple to his jaw. The other was stocky, broad-shouldered, with the calloused hands of someone who fought with his fists. "Gentlemen," Shen Mobei said. "I have a job. 1 beast, doshi 7-star, guarding a valuable herb in a ruined estate northeast of the city. 2-person job, half a day's work. Payment is 20% of the harvest value each. That's at least 10 gold coins apiece." The scarred man looked up. 20%? What's the herb? Meridian Cleansing Lotus. Both men went very still. They knew the value. Everyone in the cultivation world knew what a Meridian Cleansing Lotus was worth. 50 gold minimum, the stocky one said slowly. 20% each is 10 gold. For a doshi 7-star beast. That's decent money. He looked at his companion. Lao Fang? The scarred man, Lao Fang, studied Shen Mobei with predatory eyes. "How do you know it's there, boy?" "Rich information for a kid in rags. I'm a specialist. I find things. You don't need to know how." Shen Mobei kept his voice steady, even as his pulse accelerated. These men could snap him in half without effort. "The deal is simple. You fight the beast, I harvest the lotus. I sell it, you get your cut. We part ways richer. Or," Lao Fang said, leaning forward, "we take the lotus ourselves and cut you out entirely." Shen Mobei had expected this. It was the fundamental problem of hiring muscle when you had none yourself. The solution had to be structural, not physical. "You could try," he said. "But here's the thing, I know where the lotus is, but I also know how to harvest it. A meridian cleansing lotus must be extracted with a specific root severing technique at the 3rd node of the primary stem. Cut it wrong and it loses 90% of its potency. Worth maybe 5 gold instead of 50. Can either of you perform a grade 5 herb extraction?" Neither man moved. The bluff wasn't really a bluff, the system had provided extraction instructions, and grade 5 herbs did require specialized harvesting techniques. But Shen Mobei knew they might not believe him. He needed more. Additionally, he continued, "I can find more things like this. Regularly. Work with me once, and there will be future jobs. Betray me once, and the pipeline dries up forever. Long-term profit versus short-term greed. Your choice." Lao Fang exchanged a look with the stocky man. Some silent communication passed between them. "Fine," Lao Fang said. "But 30% each. 25. And I cover travel supplies." A beat. Then Lao Fang grinned. "Done." They left within the hour. The Fenghua estate was a crumbling compound on the city's northeastern outskirts, the remnant of a noble family that had lost a political struggle 2 centuries ago. Ivy consumed the walls. The main hall had collapsed entirely, exposing what had once been elaborate gardens to the elements. The material radar guided them through the overgrown grounds to a sunken garden accessible through a collapsed basement. The air down there was thick with qi. The lotus had been growing undisturbed for decades, drawing nutrients from underground water channels that connected to the city's ancient irrigation system. And there, coiled around a cracked marble fountain at the garden's center, was the phantom mist serpent. It was beautiful and terrible, 3 meters of sinuous, scaled muscle that shimmered between visibility and transparency. Its eyes were like milky opals, and when it sensed their approach, it raised its head and hissed. The sound resonated with qi, creating visible distortions in the air. "Doshi 7-star, Lao Fang confirmed quietly. "Maybe 8. Mean-looking bastard." "The lotus is behind it," Shen Mobei whispered. "In the fountain basin. I need you to draw it away, at least 10 meters. I need 3 minutes to harvest." 3 minutes is a long time against that thing, the stocky fighter muttered. "Then you'd better be quick." The fight was brutal. Lao Fang went high with a qi-enhanced blade strike while the stocky fighter flanked low with earth element fist techniques. The serpent was fast, its phantom trait let it phase partially out of physical reality, causing several attacks to pass through its body harmlessly, but the 2 mercenaries were experienced beast fighters. They adapted, timing their strikes for the split seconds when the serpent solidified to attack. Shen Mobei didn't watch the fight. He sprinted to the fountain the moment the serpent was drawn away, dropped to his knees, and followed the system's extraction protocol precisely. The meridian cleansing lotus glowed with soft blue light, its petals translucent, its stem pulsing with concentrated qi. His hands were steady despite his hammering heart. Third node, primary stem, angled cut at 45 degrees with a sharp blade. The lotus came free cleanly. He wrapped it in the preservation cloth he'd bought that morning and sealed it in a bamboo tube. Got it, he shouted. Pull back. The retreat was messy. The stocky fighter took a tail strike that sent him crashing through a stone wall. Lao Fang pulled him out while the serpent, deprived of the lotus's chi aura, seemed to lose interest in fighting. It slithered back to the empty fountain, coiled around nothing, and fell still. They made it out of the estate grounds before stopping. The stocky fighter had 2 cracked ribs. Lao Fang was bleeding from a gash on his arm. But they were alive, and Shen Mobei held a meridian cleansing lotus worth a small fortune. We'll collect our share when you sell it, Lao Fang said, wincing as he bandaged his arm. Don't try to disappear. I won't, Shen Mobei said. And he meant it. He was building a reputation. Cheating the first people who worked for him would destroy it before it began. But first, before selling a single petal, he had a more important use for this lotus. He was going to fix his broken body. Chapter 4. Shen Mobei returned to his room above the noodle shop and locked the door. He sat cross-legged on the straw mat, placed the meridian cleansing lotus before him, and opened the system's instruction panel. Meridian cleansing protocol, self-application, warning, process is extremely painful. Duration, 2 to 4 hours. Success rate at host's current level, 87%. Risk of meridian rupture if interrupted, high. Ensure privacy and safety before beginning, 87%. In gambling terms, those were good odds. In your body might tear itself apart terms, they were terrifying. He ate the lotus. The taste was indescribable, like biting into condensed lightning wrapped in ice. The chi hit his system immediately, a tidal wave of purifying energy that slammed into his blocked meridians like a battering ram. The first meridian cracked open and he gasped. The second sent white-hot pain lancing through his chest. By the third, he was biting down on a leather strap to keep from screaming. The lotus's energy was systematic and merciless. It found every blockage, every knot of stagnant chi, every damaged channel in his body, and it burned through them. Shen Mobei's vision went white. Then red. Then black. He lost time, minutes or hours, he couldn't tell. The pain was a living thing, a beast that clawed at his sanity while the lotus rebuilt his cultivation foundation from the ground up. When it finally ended, he was lying on his back, soaked in sweat, trembling in every limb. The leather strap had teeth marks deep enough to nearly sever it. But the system's report made it all worth it. Meridian cleansing complete, blocked meridians cleared, 7 of 7. All 12 meridians now open and functional, cultivation base stabilizing. Doj 1 star, Doj 3 star, Doj 3 star. A jump of 2 full stars from a single lotus. And more importantly, all 12 meridians were clear. His body was no longer broken. He could cultivate properly. He lay there for another hour, letting his body adjust. When he finally sat up, the difference was immediate and visceral. The world was sharper. Colors were brighter. He could feel the chi in the air, not just as an abstract concept but as a physical sensation, like standing in a warm current of water. His body hummed with energy it had never known. He flexed his hands. Clenched his fists. The strength wasn't dramatic, he was still just a Doj, the lowest cultivation rank, but compared to the broken vessel he'd been inhabiting, it felt like flying. The next morning, he sold the remaining lotus petals. He'd only consumed the core, the petals retained about 30% of the lotus's properties and were valuable to alchemists for pill refinement. Through healer Zhang Wei, who now treated him as a valued connection rather than a street rat, he arranged a discreet sale to a mid-tier alchemist. Total revenue, 38 gold coins. He paid Lao Fang and the stocky fighter, whose name turned out to be Ho Da Peng, their 25% each. 9.5 gold coins apiece. Both men were satisfied. You've got more work? Lao Fang asked as he pocketed his coins. Soon, Shen Mobei said. I'll find you when I do. The remaining 19 gold coins represented more money than Chen Wu had seen in his entire life. Shen Mobei invested it immediately. Better clothes, clean, modest, professional, a proper room in a merchant's boarding house, a set of quality herb preservation tools, and cultivation resources, specifically, a set of basic chi gathering pills from a reputable shop. The pills, combined with his newly cleansed meridians, accelerated his cultivation rapidly. Over the next week, he meditated for 6 hours each day, cycling chi through his system with the system's guidance. Each cycle was more efficient than it had any right to be. The lotus had not just cleared his meridians but refined them, making them wider and smoother than average. Cultivation progress, Doj 3 star, Doj 5 star. Simultaneously, he continued his material identification business. Every day at the lower market, he bought mislabeled goods, correctly identified them, and resold at fair market price. His profit margins were consistent, his reputation grew, and his understanding of Jia Ma Holy City's economic ecosystem deepened. The faction ledger painted an increasingly complex picture. Jia Ma Holy City was dominated by several overlapping power structures: the royal palace, political authority, The Misty Cloud sect, military dominance, the Alchemist Guild, economic influence, and the three great clans, the Nalan, Mu, and Bei families. Beneath them swirled a chaotic undersea of merchant houses, mercenary guilds, and independent cultivators, all jostling for advantage. And running through it all, like blood through veins, was the trade in rare materials. Whoever controlled the flow of rare materials controlled the economy. Whoever controlled the economy held the real power, not the flashy, destructive power of high-level cultivators, but the quiet, pervasive power of supply and demand. Shen Mobei intended to be that person. Chapter 5. Primer Auction House occupied an entire city block in the Upper Market District. Its main building was a soaring structure of white stone and dark wood, with a domed auction hall that could seat 500. Banners embroidered with the Primer crest, a golden scale balanced on a lotus, hung from every pillar. Shen Mobei arrived at the east entrance at precisely the time Yafei had specified. He was clean, dressed in the modest but respectable merchant's attire he'd purchased, and carrying a leather satchel containing samples of his latest finds. The guards at the entrance looked him over with practiced disdain. "I'm here to see Yafei," he said. "She invited me." One guard's eyebrow rose. The other smirked. A street-level herbalist claiming an appointment with the auction house's most promising young manager. They'd heard worse lies, but a servant appeared within minutes, bowing politely and leading him through corridors that smelled of sandalwood and money. The interior of Primer Auction House was everything the exterior promised: marble floors, silk tapestries, display cases holding items that radiated qi even through their protective formations. Yafei's office was on the third floor. It was spacious, elegantly furnished, and dominated by a massive desk covered in ledgers, contracts, and correspondence. She stood as he entered, and Shen Mobei was struck again by how effortlessly commanding she was. In the lower market, she'd been a presence. Here, in her own domain, she was a force. Shen Mobei. She gestured to a chair. "You're punctual. I appreciate that. Tea? Please." She poured, and they sat across from each other. Her eyes were assessing, calculating, but not unkind. "I did some research on you," she said. "Or rather, I tried. You don't exist. No family records, no guild affiliations, no merchant house connections. As far as the city's archives are concerned, you materialized from thin air 3 weeks ago. I prefer to think of it as a fresh start." She sipped her tea. "Your identification skills are remarkable. I had 3 of our senior appraisers review the goods I purchased from you. Perfect accuracy across 14 items, including 2 that even our people initially misidentified." She set down her cup. "I want to know how." "Intuition," Shen Mobei said. "Pattern recognition. I can look at a material and see what it is, its grade, its properties, its applications. I can't explain the mechanism any more than a prodigy can explain how they paint." It was close enough to the truth. The system was the mechanism, but he could hardly reveal that. Yafei studied him. "Intuition doesn't account for knowing the precise qi concentration of a cloud whisper fern to 3 decimal places, which is what you wrote on your identification card. Very precise intuition." The ghost of a smile crossed her face. "Fine. Keep your secrets. What matters is the output." She opened a ledger and pushed it toward him. "We received a batch of disputed medicinal materials yesterday. A supplier claims they're genuine grade 4 ingredients for tier 3 pills. Our appraisers are split, 3 say genuine, 2 say fake. The dispute is worth over 100 gold coins and involves a supplier we've worked with for 5 years. If we accuse them of fraud incorrectly, we lose the relationship. If we accept fakes, we lose our reputation." She met his eyes. "Can you settle it?" 20 minutes later, Shen Mobei stood in Primer Auction House's examination room, surrounded by 5 senior appraisers and Yafei herself. Before him, arranged on a velvet-lined tray, were 20 vials of medicinal materials. The material radar scanned each one instantly. "This one," Shen Mobei said, lifting the 3rd vial. "The base herb is genuine, crimson flame root, grade 4, but it's been treated with a qi preservation solution that masks deterioration. This root is at least 8 months past its effective shelf life. It would produce a pill, but the pill's efficacy would be less than 40% of specification." He set it down and moved to the 7th vial. "This is outright counterfeit. It's not snow dissolution powder at all, it's ordinary chalk dust mixed with a trace of spiritized qi to mimic the feel. A good forgery, but the crystalline structure is wrong," he continued through the entire batch. Of 20 vials, he identified 3 outright fakes and 2 that were genuine but degraded. The remaining 15 were authentic. The room was silent when he finished. One of the senior appraisers, an elderly woman with silver hair and sharp eyes, picked up the 7th vial and applied a specialized testing technique. After 30 seconds, she looked up. "He's right. It's chalk." Yafei's expression was unreadable, but her eyes were bright. "Shen Mobei, would you be interested in a consulting arrangement? Regular verification work, paid in cultivation resources rather than gold." "That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say." They shook hands, and Shen Mobei felt the system chime softly in confirmation. Yafei, reputation, interested favorable, primer auction house, reputation, unknown cautiously positive. The arrangement was simple. 2 to 3 times per week, Shen Mobei would visit primer auction house to verify incoming materials. In exchange, Yafei would provide him with cultivation resources, qi gathering pills, meditation aids, and access to the auction house's cultivation chamber, which concentrated ambient qi to several times its natural density. It was exactly what he needed. Within 2 weeks, his cultivation advanced steadily. Cultivation progress, Do J 5-star Do J 7-star, Chapter 6. The consulting work was profitable, but Shen Mobei knew it was a stepping stone, not a destination. He needed to think bigger. The material radar was his greatest asset, and at 50 meters, it was criminally underutilized. The system's logs indicated that the radar expanded with trade volume. Every successful transaction widened the range. He needed more trades, more connections, more flow. He also needed stronger allies. Lao Fang and Ho Dupeng were useful for small jobs, but the level of work Shen Mobei was contemplating would require dedicated, loyal people who could operate without constant supervision. He found his answer in the most unlikely place, the verification work itself. During his 3rd session at Primer Auction House, Yafei presented him with a puzzle. A client had submitted a beast core for auction, claiming it was a 4th-tier fire salamander core. The appraisers had confirmed it. But something about the transaction felt wrong to Yafei: the client's nervousness, the timing, the price he was willing to accept. Shen Mobei examined the core. The material radar's analysis was immediate and damning. "It's genuine," he said. "But it's stolen. See these scorch marks along the extraction lines? This core was taken from a beast that was already dead, killed by someone else. The extraction technique is crude, inconsistent with a professional hunter. And there's residual formation energy embedded in the surface. It was stored inside a protective array recently. This core was lifted from a secured collection." Yafei's expression hardened. The Mu clan reported a break-in at their auxiliary vault 3 days ago. Several beast cores were taken. She looked at Shen Mobei with new respect. "You just saved us from a fencing scandal. If we'd auctioned stolen Mu clan property, it would have been a political disaster," Shen Mobei finished. "The Mu clan would have accused you of complicity." "Exactly." Yafei paused. "How would you like to expand our arrangement? Not just material verification, strategic consulting. Market analysis, supply chain assessment, risk evaluation. I'll double the cultivation resources." "I want something else," Shen Mobei said. "Name it." "Introduction to the Mu clan's trade representative. I have something that might interest them." Yafei's eyes narrowed slightly. She was too intelligent not to see the play. Shen Mobei was leveraging his role to build connections. But she was also pragmatic enough to recognize mutual benefit. "I'll arrange it," she said. The meeting with the Mu clan's trade representative went exactly as Shen Mobei planned. He informed them, through Yafei's introduction, that the stolen cores had been identified and that Primer Auction House had prevented their sale. The Mu clan was grateful and receptive when Shen Mobei mentioned that he occasionally came across rare materials that might interest them. Mu clan, reputation, unknown favorable, minor, more connections. More reputation. More leverage. The resources from Yafei's expanded arrangement pushed his cultivation forward aggressively. The auction house's qi chamber was extraordinary. Sitting in it was like meditating inside a waterfall of pure energy. His meridians, refined by the cleansing lotus, absorbed qi at a rate that shocked even him. Cultivation progress, Do J 7-star Do J 9-star Do Shi 1-star. The breakthrough to Do Shi happened on a quiet evening in the qi chamber. The barrier between Do J and Do Shi was the first major cultivation threshold. It required the practitioner to compress their qi into liquid form within their dantian. For most cultivators, this took months or years of accumulation and refinement. For Shen Mobei, with his purified meridians and concentrated qi resources, it took 3 weeks. The moment the qi liquefied, his awareness expanded. His physical capabilities jumped. He was faster, stronger, more durable. Still nothing special by cultivation world standards, but light years from the dying beggar who'd woken in an alley. And the system rewarded the milestone. Do Shi breakthrough detected. Trade volume threshold met, material radar upgrade, range expanded to 500 meters, new materials detected within range, 47, 500 meters. In a city as dense as Jiama Holy City, that covered dozens of buildings, hundreds of shops, and thousands of people. The world bloomed with information. Rare herbs growing in rooftop gardens, hidden mineral deposits beneath buildings, beast materials stored in private collections, all of it visible to his expanded senses. Among the flood of new data, one signal burned brighter than the rest. A vein of starfire iron, one of the most valuable crafting materials in the Jiama Empire, running directly beneath the old quarter's foundation, 7 meters underground. Starfire iron was used in high-grade weapon and armor forging. A single ingot was worth 50 gold coins. The vein the system detected contained an estimated 300 ingots worth 15,000 gold coins. sitting beneath a neighborhood of aging buildings that nobody had thought to scan. Shen Mobei's merchant instincts ignited. This was the find that could transform him from a small-time material broker into a genuine economic player. But mining rights in Jia Ma Holy City required government authorization, specifically, the city governor's seal. He needed leverage. He needed something the governor wanted more than he wanted to protect routine mining regulations. The system, as if reading his thoughts, highlighted another priority signal, a rare herb growing in the mountains 2 days north. Snow phantom grass. He began to plan. Chapter 7. The governor's son was dying. This was not public knowledge. The Jia Ma Holy City governor, Lord Ouyang Zheng, had gone to considerable lengths to keep his eldest son's illness secret. In a world where political rivals exploited any weakness, admitting that your heir was bedridden with a degenerative qi disease was tantamount to painting a target on your back. But the faction ledger knew. Ouyang clan, internal status, stressed. Patriarch Ouyang Zheng seeking cure for eldest son Ouyang Ming. Condition, frozen meridian syndrome. Required treatment, snow phantom grass refined into thawing restoration pill. Status, herb not available through conventional channels. Estimated desperation level, extreme, snow phantom grass grew only above the snow line, in locations where fire type and ice type qi intersected. It was rare, difficult to locate, and nearly impossible to harvest without specialized knowledge. Conventional herb hunters could spend years searching the northern mountains without finding a single plant. Shen Mobei's material radar had identified 3 mature plants growing on a cliff face 27 kilometers north of the city. The system provided exact GPS equivalent coordinates, optimal harvesting time, and extraction methodology. He didn't harvest them himself. He hired Lao Fang and Ho Dupeng again. The cliff was dangerous terrain, and he needed fighters who could handle mountain predators. The job took 4 days round trip. The 2 mercenaries returned with 3 perfect specimens of snow phantom grass, preserved in qi-sealed containers. Then Shen Mobei requested a private audience with Governor Ouyang Zheng. Getting the meeting required Yafei's connections. She knew the governor's secretary through auction house business. The secretary was skeptical but intrigued when Shen Mobei mentioned snow phantom grass. Within hours, Shen Mobei was standing in the governor's private study, facing a man whose political poker face couldn't quite hide the desperation in his eyes. "You claim to have snow phantom grass," the governor said. His voice was controlled, measured. 3 specimens. "Where did you find them?" "The northern mountains. I have a talent for locating rare materials." "And your price?" "Mining rights to a section of the old quarter. Specifically, the block between Iron Gate Road and the Western Canal, extending 7 meters below surface level." The governor's eyebrows rose. "Mining rights? In the city? What could possibly be worth mining beneath those old buildings?" "That's my concern, my lord." "Your concern is your son." The silence stretched. Shen Mobei held the governor's gaze without flinching. He knew the math. 3 snow phantom grass specimens were worth perhaps 40 gold coins at open market, if they ever reached the open market, which they rarely did. Mining rights to a seemingly worthless patch of city real estate cost the governor nothing politically and opened no vulnerabilities. But the grass was worth infinitely more than 40 gold to a father watching his son die. "I'll have the papers drawn by morning," the governor said. Shen Mobei handed over the snow phantom grass and left with a signed and sealed mining license. The governor's personal alchemist would refine the thawing restoration pill within the week. Ouyang Ming would recover within the month. Ouyang clan, reputation, unknown strongly favorable, title earned, the man who can find anything. The title wasn't just flavor text. Within days of the governor's son beginning treatment, word spread through the elite circles of Jia Ma Holy City. Not the specific details, the governor kept those private, but the whisper: there was a young man named Shen Mobei who could locate materials that no one else could find. His material radar had a range of 500 meters. His reputation was beginning to extend much further. With the mining rights secured, Shen Mobei moved quickly. He used his accumulated gold to hire a small mining crew, experienced workers from the lower market district who were happy for steady employment. He appointed Ho Dupeng as site foreman, leveraging the stocky fighter's surprising talent for organization. The first ingot of star fire iron emerged from the ground 3 days after mining began. Pure, gleaming, and radiating warmth. The mining crew stared at it in disbelief. "Boss," Ho Dupeng said slowly, "there's a fortune down here." "I know," Shen Mobei said. "And we're going to extract every last ingot. Carefully, quietly, and professionally." The star fire iron operation began generating revenue immediately. Shen Mobei sold the first batch through Yafei's auction house at market price, establishing a legitimate supply chain. The profits were substantial. In the first week alone, he netted over 300 gold coins after expenses. He reinvested aggressively. More qi gathering pills. A proper cultivation technique scroll purchased from the auction house. Better equipment for his growing team, and most importantly, a cultivation breakthrough. Cultivation progress, Doshi 1 star, Doshi 3 star. The star fire iron mine was his first real business, an asset that generated ongoing revenue, created employment, and established his credibility as a material supplier. It was the foundation of an empire. But it was also a beacon. And in Jia Ma Holy City, bright lights attracted dangerous attention. Chapter 8. Shen Mobei found Iron Tooth in the most depressing tavern he'd ever entered. The Black Stump was a cellar establishment dug into the rock beneath the lower market's southern edge. The ceiling wept moisture. The tables were scarred with knife marks. The ale tasted like something had died in the barrel and been left to decompose for philosophical reasons. Iron Tooth sat alone in a corner booth, surrounded by empty cups. He was a tall man, lean and wiry, with close-cropped gray hair and the weathered face of someone who'd spent decades outdoors in hostile environments. His most distinctive feature was his left hand. 3 fingers were missing, the stumps healed smooth and old. He wore a battered leather cuirass over a patched shirt, and a short sword hung from his hip with the comfortable familiarity of a limb. The faction ledger had given Shen Mobei his story before he'd walked through the door. Iron Tooth, real name, Taiya, former captain, Silver Falcon Mercenary Company. Service record, 22 years, 147 completed contracts, 0 client complaints. Dismissed from company and expelled from Mercenary Guild 8 months ago. Charge, theft of company funds. Evidence, testimony of Lieutenant Gao Shan, supported by forged documentation. Actual status, framed. Lieutenant Gao Shan embezzled funds and deflected blame. Current status, disgraced, alcoholic, suicidal ideation. Cultivation level, Doshi 9-star, suppressed by poor health and lack of cultivation resources. The system didn't just find materials. The faction ledger tracked people too, their histories, their reputations, their vulnerabilities and strengths. It was, Shen Mobei reflected, the most powerful HR tool in any world. He sat across from Iron Tooth without invitation. The mercenary looked up with bloodshot eyes. "Whatever you're selling, I'm not buying," Iron Tooth said. His voice was gravel. "I'm not selling. I'm recruiting." Shen Mobei placed a sealed letter on the table. "This is a sworn statement from 3 members of the Silver Falcon Company who witnessed Lieutenant Gao Shan accessing the company vault on the night of the theft. One of them is willing to testify before the Mercenary Guild Tribunal." Iron Tooth's hand, his right hand, the complete one, stopped halfway to his cup. "How did you? I find things. It's what I do." Shen Mobei leaned forward. "I can clear your name. I already have the evidence." Gao Shan was sloppy. He's been spending beyond his means for months, and the money trail is obvious to anyone who looks. The problem was that nobody looked, because your word against his wasn't enough and nobody cared about a disgraced mercenary. Iron Tooth's jaw worked silently. His remaining fingers on his left hand curled into a fist. "What do you want?" he asked. "Your loyalty. Your experience. Your blade." Shen Mobei met his eyes. "I'm building something. A trade operation that's going to grow very large very fast. I need a head of security, someone who can manage fighters, assess threats, and protect assets, someone who's been in the field for 2 decades and knows how things work. You want me to be your guard dog. I want you to be my partner in security. Full share of profits, not a wage. You succeed when we succeed. And the first thing we do is take this evidence to the Mercenary Guild and get your name back." Iron Tooth stared at the sealed letter for a long time. His bloodshot eyes glistened. "If this is real," he said quietly, "if you can actually clear my name. It's real. I don't make promises I can't deliver. Bad for business." A silence. Then Iron Tooth picked up the letter, broke the seal, and read. When he finished, he set it down with hands that trembled slightly. "When do we start?" he asked. They went to the Mercenary Guild the next morning. The evidence was irrefutable: Gao Shan's spending records, the eyewitness testimonies, and a forensic comparison of the forged documents that Iron Tooth's system provided analysis had identified. The Guild Tribunal took 2 hours to reverse Iron Tooth's expulsion and issue a warrant for Gao Shan. Iron Tooth walked out of the guild hall with his reputation restored and tears he refused to acknowledge streaming down his face. That afternoon, he signed a black ledger contract with Shen Mobei. Not because the contract compelled him, Shen Mobei made it clear that the contract was optional. But Iron Tooth insisted. "If I'm working for you, I'm all in. No half measures. I've seen what betrayal does." He pressed his incomplete left hand to the contract. "This is my oath." Black ledger contract signed, Iron Tooth, Taiya, loyalty rating, absolute. Within a week, Iron Tooth had assembled a 5-person security team from his old contacts, fighters who believed in his innocence and were happy to work for a captain they trusted. The team provided security for the Starfire Iron Mine, escorted valuable shipments, and began establishing a perimeter of awareness around Shen Mobei's growing operations. Shen Mobei finally had muscle he could trust. The empire was taking shape. Chapter 9. The mine was producing steadily, the security team was operational, and Shen Mobei's cultivation was progressing. But he needed a bigger score, something that would push his trade volume high enough to trigger the next system upgrade. The material radar, now at 500 meters, had been cataloging signals since the moment it expanded. Most were low to mid-value materials that formed the bread and butter of his daily trading. But one signal, at the extreme edge of the radar, kept flickering, a cluster of energy signatures in a cave system outside the city's western wall. Cave system, western foothills, 480 meters from current position, detected, cluster of third-tier magical beast cores. Estimated count, 12 to 15. Species, unknown, residual signatures suggest fire mane wolves. Status, abandoned. No active beast presence detected, estimated total value, 200 to 300 gold coins, abandoned beast cores in a cave. Fire mane wolves were migratory, they moved south during the warm season to hunt in the grasslands. Their den sites often contained cached cores from hunts, left behind when the pack relocated. These caches were valuable but rarely found because the caves were typically in remote, hard-to-reach locations. This one was practically on the city's doorstep. Hidden in plain sight. Shen Mobei organized the expedition with military precision. Iron Tooth and his 5-person team provided security. Shen Mobei led them personally, he needed to be on site for the material radar to provide real-time guidance inside the cave. The cave system was extensive, a network of natural limestone tunnels carved by underground rivers over millennia. The entrance was hidden behind a waterfall of mineral-rich water that left deposits of white crystal on the surrounding rock. Inside, the air was cool, damp, and carried the faint musk of wolf. "Stay close," Iron Tooth said to his team. "Watch for traps, natural and otherwise." But the radar confirmed what it had detected, no active threats. The pack had been gone for weeks. The cores were cached in a depression near the deepest chamber, 15 crystallized energy spheres, each about the size of a walnut, glowing with faint amber light. Fire mane wolf cores, grade 3, perfectly preserved by the cave's stable temperature. They collected all 15. Material acquired, third-tier fire mane wolf cores X15, estimated market value, 270 gold coins, sold individually, or 320 gold coins, sold as collection to a single buyer. Shen Mobei chose the second option. He contacted Yafei and arranged a private sale through Primer Auction House. A fire element cultivator from a visiting delegation bought the entire collection at 320 gold coins, thrilled to find a matched set of cores for his advancement research. After expenses and Iron Tooth's team's share, Shen Mobei netted 200 gold coins. He invested half into cultivation resources and the other half into business infrastructure. The cultivation resources pushed him over the edge. Cultivation progress, Doshi 1-star, Doshi 3-star, system notification, trade volume milestone approaching. 3 more successful transactions to trigger upgrade, 3 more trades. Shen Mobei smiled. He had 12-star fire iron ingots ready for sale, a client who wanted Cloud Whisper Fern in bulk, and a lead on a rare formation stone that a local formation master was desperate to acquire. The empire was accelerating. Chapter 10. The mining operation was in its 3rd week and running smoothly. Ho Da-Peng managed the daily extraction with surprising competence, Iron Tooth's team kept the site secure, and Shen Mobei split his time between the mine, the auction house, and his own cultivation. It was the golden period, that brief, beautiful window between establishing a profitable operation and attracting the attention of those who wanted to take it from you. The window closed on a Tuesday. Shen Mobei was reviewing extraction logs at the mine site when Iron Tooth approached with a grim expression. "Boss. We have a visitor." The visitor was a man in gray robes with a thin mustache and the artificially pleasant expression of someone delivering a threat wrapped in courtesy. He introduced himself as Wei Chen, a business consultant working with regional trade interests. Shen Mobei's faction ledger identified him instantly. Wei Chen, agent of Yun Potion, Misty Cloud Sect Elder. Role, Shadow Network Enforcer. Cultivation, Doshi 6-star. Purpose, intimidation and recruitment. Shen Mobei, Wei Chen said, surveying the mine with performative admiration. Impressive operation. Starfire iron, isn't it? Quite a find in the middle of the city. You must be very talented. I manage. Indeed. My employer has noticed your talents and would like to offer you an exclusive arrangement. You sell your materials through our channels, all of them, not just the iron, and we provide protection, distribution, and guaranteed buyers. You'd save considerably on overhead. And in exchange? A modest commission. 60% of revenue. Shen Mobei almost laughed. 60%. That wasn't a partnership offer, it was a protection racket with paperwork. That's generous, he said, keeping his tone neutral. But I already have distribution channels that suit my needs. I'll have to decline. Wei Chen's pleasant mask didn't slip, but something behind his eyes hardened. I'd encourage you to reconsider. The materials trade in Jia Ma Holy City can be unpredictable. Shipments get lost. Mines experience accidents. It would be unfortunate if your promising enterprise encountered difficulties. I appreciate the concern, Shen Mobei said. I'll take my chances. Wei Chen studied him for a moment, then smiled, a thin, joyless expression. As you wish, but my employer's door is always open. He turned and left, his gray robes flowing behind him. Iron Tooth appeared at Shen Mobei's shoulder the moment Wei Chen was out of earshot. That was a Misty Cloud Sect shadow operative. I've seen the type, spent 20 years dealing with their kind on the frontier. I know who he works for. Then you know this isn't over. Yun Potion doesn't accept no. He'll come back harder. I know that too. Shen Mobei watched Wei Chen's retreating figure disappear around a corner. Which is why we're not going to wait for him to come back. We're going to make it expensive for him to bother. The conversation with Yafei that evening was critical. They met in her office, after hours, with the door sealed and privacy formations activated. Yafei listened to Shen Mobei's account of Wei Chen's visit with an expression that gradually darkened. Yun Potion, she said. He's been expanding his shadow network for years. The Misty Cloud Sect officially denies his activities, but everyone knows he operates with tacit approval from the sect's leadership, at least from the more ambitious elders. How dangerous is he, Do Huang? Late stage. He's one of the most powerful cultivators in the empire, and he has no qualms about using that power against anyone who threatens his interests. Yafei met his eyes. Shen Mobei, you need to be careful. I can offer you some protection through the auction house's reputation, but if Yun Potion decides to move against you directly, there's a limit to what politics can do against raw power. I understand the risk. But backing down now means backing down forever. People like Yun Potion don't stop pushing. They push until you're under their boot or you push back hard enough that it's not worth the effort. Yafei was quiet for a moment. There might be a third option. If your operation grows large enough, fast enough, you become too valuable to attack. Destroy you, and the market loses a significant source of rare materials. The backlash from every buyer and seller who depends on your supply chain creates its own protection. Growth is armor, Shen Mobei murmured. I like it. It's worked for Primer Auction House for generations. She paused, then, I'll extend you access to our secure storage vaults. Move your most valuable stock there. If Yun Potion's people try to seize physical goods, they'll have to breach Primer Auction House security to do it. That's a political cost even he can't afford. Yafei, reputation, favorable, strongly favorable. Shen Mobei reached across the desk and clasped her hand briefly. Thank you, Yafei. I won't forget this. Something flickered in her eyes, warm, complicated, quickly controlled. Just don't make me regret it. Chapter 11. Mining operations continued at full capacity. Shen Mobei pushed extraction as hard as he could without compromising quality, aware that the window of uncontested access might not last. In the first month, the mine produced 87 ingots of Starfire iron with a combined value exceeding 4,000 gold coins. He diversified his sales channels deliberately. A third went through Yafei's auction house. A third went to direct buyers he'd cultivated, the Mu clan, several independent weapon forges, and a traveling merchant caravan headed for the neighboring empire. The final third he stockpiled in Primer Auction House's secure vault, building reserves for future leverage. The faction ledger showed the impact in real time. Yun Potion's shadow network, which had previously enjoyed near monopoly pricing power on high-grade metals in the region, was losing market share. Shen Mobei's competitively priced Starfire iron was drawing buyers away from Yun Potion's marked-up supply. The economic effect was subtle but real, and exactly the kind of thing that drove shadow market operators to rage. Iron Tooth reported increased surveillance. 2 of his team spotted watchers near the mine on separate occasions, low-level operatives using basic concealment techniques. They were tracking shipment schedules, buyer identities, and security patterns. They're mapping us, Iron Tooth said during a morning briefing. Getting ready for something. My guess, a raid on the next major shipment, or a targeted hit on the mine itself. Shen Mobei nodded. Increase security rotations. But don't escalate. I don't want to give them an excuse to claim we're provoking conflict. That's not how these people work, boss. They don't need excuses. Then let's make sure when they move, they look like the aggressors. Public perception matters, even in the shadows. He was right, but the waiting was hard. Every morning brought new faction ledger updates on Yun Potion's network movements. Resources being redirected. Contacts being pressured. A slow, systematic campaign to isolate Shen Mobei from his buyers and suppliers. Yun Potion wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to charge in with brute force, not initially. He was going to strangle Shen Mobei's operation economically, the same way Shen Mobei had undermined his market share. Fight money with money, but Shen Mobei had one advantage Yun Potion didn't: he could see the moves before they landed. The Price Oracle, unlocked during the last system update, provided predictive analytics on market movements. When Yun Potion's agents quietly bought up all available Starfire iron from other suppliers to inflate prices, Shen Mobei saw it coming 3 days early and adjusted his pricing to maintain buyer loyalty. When they tried to poach his mining crew with higher wages, Shen Mobei countered with profit-sharing bonuses that made the offers less attractive. It was economic warfare, and Shen Mobei was winning on points. But he knew it couldn't last. Eventually, Yun Potion would lose patience and escalate from economics to violence. He needed to be ready when that happened. Chapter 12. Yafei arrived at his office, a modest but functional space he'd rented above the mine, with a bottle of wine and an expression that told him the news was bad. Yun Potion petitioned the city's trade council today, she said, pouring 2 cups. He's asking for a formal review of your mining license, citing irregularities in the approval process. If the council agrees to review, your operations get frozen pending investigation. How long would the freeze last? Months. Maybe longer, if Yun Potion's people stall the proceedings. And during that time, your mine sits idle, your workers go unpaid, and your buyers find other suppliers. Shen Mobei took a slow sip of wine. It was better than anything Chen Wu had ever tasted. Can the governor intervene? The governor approved the license. If the review finds irregularities, it reflects on him. He'll protect himself before he protects you. Yafei sat across from him. Shen Mobei, I need to tell you something about Yun Potion that most people don't know. I'm listening. He doesn't just control a shadow trade network. He is the shadow trade network. Every illicit transaction in the GMA empire, slave sales, poison distribution, stolen goods fencing, runs through his infrastructure. The legitimate traders he controls are just the visible layer. Beneath that is something much darker and much more profitable. Why hasn't anyone stopped him? Because a Do Huang elder of the most powerful sect in the empire is, functionally, untouchable. The royal family can't move against the Misty Cloud sect without risking civil war. The other clans are either in his pocket or too afraid to act. And the sect's leadership benefits from the revenue his network generates, so they look the other way. Shen Mobei set down his cup. You're telling me to be afraid. I'm telling you to be smart. Which you already are, or you wouldn't have gotten this far. She leaned forward. Here's what I really came to say. Yun Potion is my enemy too. He's been pressuring Primer Auction House for years, trying to install his people in key positions, demanding favorable terms for his goods, threatening to redirect major clients to rival houses. My superior, the auction house owner, has been appeasing him. I haven't. That's why you're helping me. Partly. She met his eyes, and there was steel behind the beauty. I also think you're the first person I've met who might actually be able to challenge his monopoly. Not through force, through better business. If you can offer traders a legitimate alternative to Yun Potion's network, one that's fair, reliable, and doesn't require dealing with slavers and poisoners. That changes the entire economic landscape of the empire. That's a grand vision for a man who was a beggar a month ago. Grand visions are cheap. Execution is what matters. She pulled a jade token from her sleeve and set it on the table. This is my personal access token for Primer Auction House's secure storage. Top-level clearance. Use it to store your most valuable goods where Yun Potion's people can't touch them. Shen Mobei picked up the token. It was warm against his palm, suffused with formation energy. Yafei. This is your personal security credential. If anyone found out you gave me this, then they'd better not find out. She stood, smoothing her robes. I'm betting on you, Shen Mobei. Don't make me lose. After she left, Shen Mobei sat in the quiet of his office, turning the jade token over in his fingers. The gesture was significant beyond its practical value. Yafei had just put her career, her reputation, and possibly her safety on the line for him. He wouldn't waste it. Yafei, reputation, strongly favorable alliance, Primer Auction House secure storage, access granted, Chapter 13. The counter-strategy began with a question: what did Yun Potion's network need most? The faction ledger provided the answer: fire essence crystals. These crystallized formations of concentrated fire qi were essential ingredients in at least a dozen commonly used alchemical formulations. Qi condensation pills, weapon tempering solutions, formation fuel cores, all required fire essence crystals. Demand was constant and enormous. And Yun Potion's network controlled approximately 70% of the supply chain in the GMA empire. The price oracle projected a supply disruption incoming. A major source of fire essence crystals, the Blazing Gorge mine 200 li south of the city, was about to experience a cave-in due to structural instability. The oracle's prediction was based on geological data the material radar had collected from ambient ground vibrations. The cave-in would happen within 10 to 14 days, cutting off the primary supply for at least a month. When that supply vanished, prices would triple overnight. And whoever had the largest stockpile would control the market. Shen Mobei spent 3 days quietly purchasing fire essence crystals from every available source. He used multiple intermediaries to avoid triggering price alerts, a lesson from his logistics career on Earth. Buy small amounts from many sellers, and no individual transaction looks suspicious. By the time the cave-in occurred 12 days later, exactly within the oracle's predicted window, Shen Mobei had accumulated over 600 fire essence crystals at pre-disruption prices. His total investment, 400 gold coins. When the supply shock hit, the market convulsed. Prices didn't just triple, they quadrupled. Alchemists who depended on fire essence crystals for their daily pill production were desperate. And Yun Potion's network, which had relied on the Blazing Gorge mine for the bulk of its supply, was caught flat-footed. Shen Mobei sold his stockpile through Yafei's auction house over 5 days, spacing the sales to maximize revenue without crashing the price. He priced below Yun Potion's remaining stock, significantly below, drawing buyers away from the shadow network and toward its supply. Total revenue, 2,400 gold coins. Net profit after investment, 2,000 gold coins. But the money wasn't the real victory. The real victory was the message. Every buyer who purchased fire essence crystals from Shenmo Bei at fair prices during a supply crisis, instead of paying Yun Potion's gouging rates, remembered who had served them and who had exploited them. Reputation, in the material trade, was a currency more valuable than gold. Reputation update, 47 factions, improved by 1 to 3 levels, trade volume milestone achieved, material radar upgrade, range expanded to 2 kilometers, 2 kilometers. The entire central district of Jia Ma Holy City was now within his awareness. And with the profits from the fire essence crystal operation, his cultivation surged. Cultivation progress, Doshi 3-star, Doshi 5-star. The faction ledger showed Yun Potion's reaction, incandescent fury, tempered by the realization that Shenmo Bei hadn't done anything illegal. Buying low and selling high during a supply disruption was standard practice, the only unusual aspect was the timing, which looked like either extraordinary luck or extraordinary intelligence. Yun Potion suspected the latter. And that made Shenmo Bei much more dangerous in his eyes than a lucky trader. Chapter 14. The social gathering was held in the Bei clan's Grand Pavilion, a glittering affair of silk, crystal, and carefully curated displays of wealth. Every significant family in Jia Ma Holy City was represented. It was the kind of event where alliances were forged, rivalries sharpened, and reputations made or broken over cups of thousand-year plum wine. Shenmo Bei attended at Yafei's invitation. She'd insisted, "You need to be seen. The trading floor respects results, but the upper class respects presence. You can't be a shadow forever." He wore his best clothes, still modest by elite standards but well tailored and clean, marking him as a successful merchant rather than a laborer. Yafei walked beside him, stunning in midnight blue silk, her presence signaling to the gathered elite that the young material dealer had the backing of Primer Auction House. They attracted attention immediately. Whispers followed them like a wake behind a ship. "That's the one who cornered the fire essence crystal market. Came out of nowhere. Nobody knows his background. I heard the governor owes him a personal debt. He's with Yafei? The Bei heir won't like that." The Bei heir didn't like it at all. Bei Xiaolong was everything his name suggested, young, arrogant, and convinced of his own exceptionalism. The eldest son of the Bei clan patriarch, he was tall, handsome in a sharp-featured way, and carried himself with the swaggering confidence of someone who had never been told no. His cultivation was Doling 2-star, impressive for his age and propped up by his clan's considerable resources. He'd been pursuing Yafei for 2 years. Expensive gifts, persistent invitations, and the not-so-subtle implication that a woman of her beauty and intelligence would do well to align herself with the Bei clan. Yafei had deflected each advance with the practiced grace of someone who handled unwanted attention as part of her job. But tonight, she was on another man's arm. And that man was a nobody. Shenmo Bei felt Bei Xiaolong's gaze the moment they entered the pavilion. The faction ledger confirmed it, displaying a profile that was almost comedically predictable. Bei Xiaolong, Doling 2-star. Eldest son, Bei clan. Personality, entitled, jealous, confrontational. Risk assessment, low-tier threat individually, high-tier threat through clan resources. Current emotional state, enraged. The confrontation came during the second hour, between the poetry recital and the exhibition of rare beast trophies. Bei Xiaolong intercepted them near the refreshment tables, flanked by 2 clan retainers. Yafei. His smile didn't reach his eyes. "You grace us with your presence, as always." His gaze slid to Shenmo Bei, and the smile sharpened. "And you've brought. I'm sorry, who are you?" Shenmo Bei. Material specialist. Material specialist. Bei Xiaolong repeated the words as if tasting something sour. "I've heard of you. The boy from the lower market who got lucky with some crystals. You've done well for yourself, from street vendor to Yafei's charity case in, what, a month?" The retainers chuckled on cue. Several nearby guests fell silent, sensing entertainment. "Shenmo Bei is a professional associate of Primer Auction House," Yafei said, her voice cool and level. "His work has been invaluable to our operations." Professional associate. Of course. Bei Xiaolong's condescension thickened. "Tell me, material specialist, what family are you from? What sect trained you? What qualification do you hold from the Alchemist Guild or the Mercenary Academy?" He raised his wine cup in mock salute. "Because from where I stand, you're a nameless beggar-playing merchant in a world that eats beggars for breakfast." The silence was total. Every ear in the immediate vicinity was tuned to this conversation. How Shenmo Bei responded would define his reputation among the elite. He took a slow breath. The anger was there, hot and sharp beneath his ribs. But he'd learned, in his previous life and this one, that anger was a liability in social combat. The man who lost his temper lost the exchange. "You're right," Shenmo Bei said. "I have no family name, no sect, and no guild card. I came to this city with nothing. And in 1 month, I've built a mining operation that supplies half the city's star fire iron, established a consulting relationship with a premier auction house, and navigated a supply crisis that left more established operators scrambling. He paused. What have you accomplished in the last month, young Master Bei? Besides attending parties? The words landed like arrows. Bei Xiaolong's face went from smug to livid in the space of a heartbeat. His hand tightened on his wine cup hard enough that the ceramic cracked. I dare to answer your question honestly. You asked who I am. I'm someone who builds things. If you'd like to compare portfolios rather than pedigrees, I'm happy to oblige. Yafei placed a subtle hand on Shen Mobei's arm, not restraining, but present. Supporting. Bei Xiaolong's eyes tracked the gesture, and something ugly settled into his expression. Enjoy the party, Bei Xiaolong said, his voice dangerously quiet. We'll speak again. He turned and left, his retainers falling into step behind him. Yafei exhaled. You handled that well. But you've made an enemy. I've had enemies since day one. At least this one announces himself. They circulated through the rest of the event, making contacts and building visibility. But Shen Mobei noticed the sideways glances from the Bei clan's people. The ledger was already updating. Bei Xiaolong, reputation, hostile. Threat level, elevated, Bei clan, reputation, wary. Patriarch has ordered investigation into Shen Mobei's background. The investigation wouldn't find anything. Chen Wu had been nobody, and Shen Mobei had appeared from nowhere. The lack of a traceable history would either frustrate them or make them suspicious. Either way, the Bei clan was now paying attention, and that attention would need to be managed. But for tonight, as he walked through the moonlit streets with Yafei at his side, Shen Mobei allowed himself to feel something he hadn't felt since arriving in this world: momentum. Chapter 15. The girl couldn't have been more than 10 years old, and she was bleeding. Shen Mobei found her in the alley behind the noodle shop where he'd spent his first nights in Jiama Holy City. He was there for sentimental reasons, checking in on the neighborhood, making sure his success hadn't made him forget where he'd started. The screaming was what drew him. 3 men. Grown adults. Beating a child. The leader was a thick-necked brute with a shaved head and tattoos marking him as a member of the Blue Serpent Gang, one of the lower market's organized crime groups. He held the girl by her hair while his 2 companions kicked her ribs. 3 days. The leader snarled. 3 days you've had, and you bring back 7 coppers? I told you, 10 silver or you lose a hand. The girl, dirty, skeletal, defiant, spat blood at his feet. I can't steal 10 silver in 3 days. Nobody can. Then you're useless, and useless mouths get closed permanently. Shen Mobei didn't think about it. He was Doshi 5-star now, not powerful by cultivator standards, but far beyond what 3 street thugs could handle. He stepped into the alley and released a pulse of Do Chi. The effect was immediate. The 3 men staggered as the energy wave washed over them. All were ordinary mortals, not cultivators. To them, it felt like standing next to a bonfire. The leader dropped the girl and spun around. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to leave this alley, Shen Mobei said. 1. They were gone before he reached 3. The girl lay on the ground, curled around her injuries. Her face was a mess of bruises and cuts. Her clothes were rags. And her eyes, looking up at him through a curtain of matted hair, were not grateful. They were calculating. You're that merchant, she said. The one who sells herbs in the lower market. Shen Mobei. You know my name? I know everyone's name who's worth knowing. She sat up, wincing. I'm Xiao Ninger. I know where the Blue Serpent Gang keeps its stolen goods. I know which guards take bribes at the southern gate. I know that the woman who sells dumplings at the corner of Iron Gate Road is married to the man who forges mining permits for the underground tunnelers. She paused for breath. I know a lot of things. Shen Mobei looked at her, really looked. Beneath the dirt and the blood and the defiance, there was intelligence. Sharp, relentless intelligence. The kind that survived a childhood on the streets by being smarter and more observant than everyone around her. How old are you? 10. Maybe 11. I don't know exactly. And the Blue Serpent Gang, they own you? They own my debt. My parents owed them money. When my parents died, the debt transferred to me. I've been stealing for them since I was 7. She met his eyes. Can I work for you instead? The system chimed. Xiao Ninger, age, estimated 10. Cultivation potential, minimal, Doj 1-star maximum without resources. Special ability, eidetic memory. Secondary ability, advanced vocal mimicry. Assessment, exceptional intelligence asset. Value is information gatherer, very high, intelligence network node available for acquisition. Shen Mobei knelt to her level. What can you tell me about the Blue Serpent Gang's operations? Over the next 20 minutes, Xiao Ninger recited, from memory, a detailed breakdown of the Blue Serpent Gang structure, territory, revenue sources, leadership hierarchy, and vulnerabilities. Her information was specific, accurate, the faction ledger confirmed it in real time, and organized in a way that suggested natural analytical ability rather than rote memorization. She also demonstrated her vocal mimicry by perfectly imitating the gang leader's voice, Shen Mobei's voice, and the noodle shop owner's voice in rapid succession. The effect was uncanny. "I'll buy out your debt," Shen Mobei said. "How much?" 30 silver coins. "But they won't sell. They'd rather have a permanent worker than a one-time payment." "They'll sell." Iron Tooth? Iron Tooth, who'd been shadowing Shen Mobei as he always did these days, emerged from the alley's entrance. He cracked his neck. "On it, boss." The negotiation with the Blue Serpent gang took less than an hour. Iron Tooth, backed by 2 of his fighters, presented the gang leader with a simple proposition: accept 50 silver coins, generous, and release the girl, or refuse and discover what happened when a Doshi 9-star combat veteran decided to take a professional interest in your organization. The gang leader accepted the 50 silver. That evening, Shen Mobei installed Xiao Ninger in a clean room, provided her with new clothes and her first real meal in what she said was a long time, and began planning her role in the organization. She would be his eyes and ears. Not a thief, not a spy in the dangerous sense, but an intelligence gatherer, someone who moved through the city's lower levels, collecting information, mapping social networks, and identifying opportunities and threats. One rule, Shen Mobei told her. No stealing. I pay you a salary. You eat regular meals. You sleep in a real bed. And you never, ever put yourself in danger for information. If a situation feels wrong, you walk away. Understood? Xiao Ninger looked at him with eyes that were far too old for her face. You mean it? I always mean what I say. It's a professional requirement. For the first time since he'd met her, something cracked in that hard, calculating exterior. Her lower lip trembled, just barely, before she got it under control. Understood, boss. Intelligence network established, node, Xiao Ninger, status, active, information coverage, lower market district, street-level intelligence, chapter 16. Yun Potion's patience ran out on a cold morning 3 weeks after the fire essence crystal operation. Iron Tooth burst into Shen Mobei's office at dawn, his face grim. They hit the mine. When they arrived, the damage was comprehensive. 3 Do Ling-level cultivators in Misty Cloud sect outer robes had appeared at the mine entrance bearing official-looking documents. They claimed to represent the Imperial Mining Inspectorate and cited 14 violations of subsurface extraction codes, regulations so obscure that even the mining crew had never heard of them. Improper ventilation shaft spacing. The lead inspector, a woman with a cold, bureaucratic demeanor, read from a scroll. Non-compliant waste disposal. Failure to submit environmental impact assessment. Insufficient structural reinforcement of secondary tunnels. Shall I continue? She continued for another 10 violations. Most were fabricated or absurdly interpreted. Proper ventilation shaft spacing in a 7-meter deep open pit mine? Environmental impact assessment for extracting iron ore from beneath abandoned buildings? But the documents bore the seal of the Imperial Mining Inspectorate, and the 3 Do Ling cultivators made it clear that resistance would be interpreted as obstruction of Imperial authority. This mine is hereby suspended pending formal review, the inspector announced. All extraction must cease immediately. Equipment will be impounded. Workers are to vacate the premises within the hour. Shen Mobei watched his workers, men and women who depended on this job for their families, file out with confused, frightened expressions. Ho Dapeng looked at him with fury barely contained behind his eyes. Boss, say the word. 3 of them against our team, no. Shen Mobei's voice was quiet and controlled. We don't fight battles we can't win. And even if we could take these 3, what happens tomorrow? They send 10. Then 30. Then a Do Huang elder shows up personally, and everyone in this mine dies. He turned to Iron Tooth. Pull our people back. Make sure the workers are paid through the end of the month. Nobody loses income because of this. And the mine? The mine will wait. I need to think. He spent the rest of the day in his office, staring at the faction ledger's display. The data was clear. Yun Potion had leveraged his connections within the imperial bureaucracy to weaponize regulation against Shen Mobei. The inspectors were Misty Cloud sect operatives with borrowed authority. The violations were fiction. But in a system where sect power could override civic governance, fiction became fact. Iron Tooth stood by the door, arms crossed, radiating suppressed violence. Let me find their camp. One visit in the night, and they'll think twice about coming back. And then the Misty Cloud sect has an excuse to classify us as criminals. No. Violence is what they want, it gives them justification to destroy us openly. Then what? Shen Mobei looked at the map on his wall, Jiama Holy City and surrounding territory, marked with pins representing his operations, contacts, and known threats. The mine had been his primary revenue source. Losing it hurt. But it wasn't fatal, as long as he had an alternative. We don't need that specific deposit, he said slowly. We need revenue. The system can find other deposits. The question is finding one that Yun Potion can't reach. The material radar pulsed, responding to his intent. 2 kilometers of awareness. Thousands of material signatures. And somewhere out there, the next opportunity. Iron Tooth, he said. Who controls the territory northeast of the Jia Ma Holy City administrative boundary? The Mu clan. Why? Because I just found something interesting in their territory. And Yun Potion's influence doesn't extend there. The pieces were falling into place. Shen Mobei allowed himself a small, cold smile. We're going to make Yun Potion's blockade irrelevant. Chapter 17. The Mu clan's territory began where the city's administrative boundary ended, stretching northeast across rolling hills and dense forests to the foothills of the Dragon Spine Mountains. It was prime agricultural land interspersed with patches of wilderness, and the Mu clan governed it with the quiet competence of a family that valued stability over spectacle. More importantly, the Mu clan was the historical rival of the Misty Cloud sect. The enmity ran back generations. Disputes over territory, cultivation resources, and political influence had created a cold war that occasionally turned hot. Yun Potion's shadow network operated in Mu clan territory only through smuggling and subterfuge, never openly. Which made it the perfect base for Shen Mobei's countermove. The material radar had detected something extraordinary at the extreme northeast edge of its range, a deposit of void quartz buried in a hillside cave 40 minutes travel from the city. Void quartz was rarer than starfire iron by an order of magnitude. It was used in spatial storage devices, formation anchors, and high-tier alchemy equipment. A single refined piece could sell for 1,000 gold coins. The deposit was small but rich. The system estimated 50 to 70 pieces of harvestable quality. Total potential value, 50 to 70,000 gold coins. Shen Mobei arranged a meeting with the Mu clan's trade representative through Yafei's earlier introduction. The representative, a shrewd, middle-aged woman named Mu Lian, received him in the Mu clan's city office with polite but cautious interest. You've helped us before, Mu Lian said. The stolen beast core incident. We haven't forgotten. But I'm told you're currently in conflict with Yun Potion. That's a dangerous association for anyone. Which is exactly why I'm here with an opportunity rather than a request, Shen Mobei said. I've identified a deposit of void quartz on Mu clan territory. Exact location, estimated yield, and optimal extraction methodology. Mu Lian's composure cracked, just barely. Void quartz was the kind of find that could fund a clan's operations for a decade. Where? I'll provide the location in exchange for a simple arrangement. 30% of the yield goes to me, the Mu clan takes the rest. Additionally, I handle the sale of my share through my own channels, and the Mu clan provides political protection against any interference from the Misty Cloud sect's shadow network. Mu Lian was quiet for a long time. She was calculating. Shen Mobei could practically see the arithmetic behind her eyes. 70% of a void quartz deposit was vastly more valuable than anything the Mu clan would sacrifice by protecting one merchant. If the deposit is as you describe, she said finally, we have a deal. The void quartz deposit was exactly as Shen Mobei described. Mu clan miners, guided by the coordinates he provided, struck harvestable crystal within the first day of excavation. The quality exceeded even the system's estimates, 63 pieces of premium void quartz, with several specimens of exceptional size and clarity. Shen Mobei's 30% share amounted to 19 pieces. At market rates, that was approximately 19,000 gold coins, more than the entire Starfire iron mine would have produced in a year. And Yun Potion couldn't touch any of it. The Mu clan's territory, the Mu clan's military protection, and a partnership that gave one of the Empire's great families a powerful incentive to keep Shen Mobei alive and operational. The Starfire iron mine's closure, which had been intended to cripple him, had instead pushed him into a relationship and a resource base that made him stronger than before. Mu clan, reputation, favorable strong alliance, Yun Potion's trade council review, impact, negligible. Primary revenue source shifted to Mu clan territory. Shen Mobei sold 3 pieces of void quartz through Phantom Auction House at staggering prices. The revenue funded a massive cultivation push. Cultivation progress, Doshi 5-star, Doshi 7-star, the remaining 16 pieces he held in reserve. Void quartz only appreciated in value, and he had plans for those reserves that went far beyond simple sales. Chapter 18. The dinner was Yafei's idea. We've been working together for 2 months, she said, with a casualness that didn't quite mask the intention behind it. We should have a proper meal. Not in the office, not over ledgers. Somewhere with actual tablecloths. They met at the Jade Garden, an exclusive restaurant in the upper market district that served cuisine elevated by minor alchemy. The dishes were infused with trace amounts of qi-enhancing herbs, making each bite a tiny cultivation experience. It was the kind of place where the elite went to be seen. Yafei wore crimson silk, her hair down for the first time Shen Mobei had seen. The jade comb she usually wore was replaced by a delicate gold chain. She looked, he thought with a catch in his chest, devastating. You clean up well, she said, appraising his own appearance with an approving eye. He'd invested in a proper formal outfit, dark blue with subtle silver threading that a tailor had insisted gave him scholarly charm. I had professional motivation. They ordered, and for the first time since they'd met, they talked about something other than business. Yafei told him about her childhood, sold to Primer auction house at age 7 by a family too poor to feed her. She'd started as a servant girl, cleaning display cases and running messages. By 12, she was assisting in appraisals. By 16, she was conducting minor auctions. By 20, she was the youngest manager in the house's history. I taught myself everything, she said, swirling her wine. Nobody mentored me. Nobody sponsored me. Every skill I have, I earned through observation, practice, and sheer stubbornness. She met his eyes. Which is why I recognize a kindred spirit when I see one. Kindred spirits. Shen Mobei smiled. Most people would say we're just business partners. We were never just business partners, and you know it. The directness caught him off guard. Yafei wasn't one for ambiguity, in business or, apparently, in personal matters. Shen Mobei set down his chopsticks. You're right. We weren't. He paused, choosing his words carefully. Yafei, I need to be honest about something. My background is complicated. I can't explain everything. There are aspects of who I am and where I come from that I'm not ready to share. And in this world, secrets are dangerous. I know you have secrets. I've known since the first day, when a beggar with no documented history correctly identified 14 misclassified herbs. She leaned forward. I don't need your secrets, Shen Mobei. I need you. Your mind, your vision, your ridiculous ability to see opportunities where everyone else sees obstacles. A pause. And possibly your company on more evenings like this. The warmth in her eyes was genuine. Not calculated, not strategic. Just real. I'd like that, he said. They talked for 3 more hours, moving from the restaurant to a balcony overlooking the city lights. Yafei told him about her dreams, building an auction platform that wasn't controlled by any single clan or sect. A free market where anyone could participate based on the quality of their goods rather than the prestige of their name. Shen Mobei told her, in carefully edited form, about his vision, a trade network that spanned the continent, connecting supply to demand across borders and political boundaries. A system where fair dealing was enforced not by regulation but by reputation and mutual benefit. Their visions aligned like pieces of the same puzzle. When they parted at the evening's end, Yafei touched his hand briefly. Tomorrow, back to business. Tonight was important. Thank you. Thank you, Yafei. For everything. He walked home through the quiet streets, aware that something fundamental had shifted. Not just in his relationship with Yafei, but in his own understanding of why he was building this empire. It wasn't just about survival anymore. It wasn't just about the system's mechanics or the thrill of economic warfare. It was about building something worth having. A life, not just a business. The faction ledger updated silently. Yafei, relationship status, personal interest confirmed. Deepening bond, somewhere across the city, Bei Xiaolong's intelligence network reported the dinner to its master. The Bei heir's response was predictable: cold fury, jealous obsession, and an intensifying determination to destroy the nobody who had captured the woman he considered his. The chess game continued. Chapter 19. The trade volume milestone hit at mid-morning on a Tuesday, triggered by the sale of 2 void quartz pieces to a formation master from the neighboring Xiao Yan Empire. The system's response was immediate and dramatic. Trade volume milestone, Tier 2 achieved, congratulations, host. Your commercial activities have reached the threshold for system evolution, new feature unlocked, Vault Dimension, a private pocket storage space accessible only to the host. Initial capacity, 10 cubic meters. Expansion tied to ongoing trade volume, material radar upgrade, range expanded to 2 kilometers. Resolution improved, can now detect materials through basic formation barriers, new feature unlocked, market whispers, passive real-time alerts for trade opportunities within radar range. Filters customizable, the vault dimension materialized in his awareness like a door that had always been there but invisible. With a thought, he could access a pocket of space separate from the physical world, a clean, featureless room approximately 3 meters cubed. Objects placed inside were preserved in temporal stasis, immune to decay and theft. Shen Mobei spent 20 minutes transferring his most valuable stock into the vault: void quartz reserves, high-grade beast cores, rare herbs, and important documents. The security implications were staggering. No thief, no raider, no Misty Cloud sect enforcer could access goods stored in a dimensional pocket that only he could open. The Market Whispers feature was equally valuable, though more subtle. It functioned as a constant background feed of trade opportunities. A merchant 3 streets over was looking for Dadoshi-grade cultivation pills at a premium. A caravan arriving from the east carried misidentified or samples. A noble family was quietly liquidating rare herbs at below market prices to cover a gambling debt. Each whisper was a potential trade. Each trade was revenue, reputation, and system growth. And the material radar at 2 kilometers was a game changer. His awareness now covered the entire central city, from the Palace District to the lower market, from the western wall to the eastern gardens. The amount of data was staggering: hundreds of material signatures, dozens of hidden deposits, and a real-time map of the city's resource flows that no other person in the world could match. His cultivation, fueled by the premium resources he could now access and preserve, advanced rapidly. Cultivation progress, Doshi 7-star Doshi 9-star Doshi 2-star. Error, correction, Doshi 7-star Doshi 9-star. Breakthrough to Doshi pending, requires focused meditation and chi accumulation, not yet, but close. Very close. By the end of the week, Shen Mobei had leveraged the market whispers to complete 12 additional trades, netting 300 gold coins in pure profit without leaving his office. The vault dimension allowed him to store goods for optimal selling windows rather than being forced to sell immediately for cash flow. And the expanded radar was already mapping out opportunities that would have taken months to discover through conventional means. Cultivation progress, Doshi 9-star Doshi 3-star. Recalculating, Doshi 9-star threshold reached. Breakthrough imminent, the breakthrough to Doshi would mark his transition from a minor cultivator to someone approaching respectability. At Doshi, he could hold his own against most street-level threats, qualify for mid-tier mercenary contracts, and be taken seriously by clan and sect representatives. But for now, there was work to do. The empire was growing, and it needed a structure to match its ambitions. Chapter 20. The night was cold and clear. Shen Mobei was returning from a late meeting with a formation master in the Eastern District, a productive discussion about custom spatial storage devices made from his void quartz reserves. The deal, once finalized, would be worth thousands. He walked briskly through the darkened streets, Iron Tooth's team providing distant escort. The city's night sounds surrounded him, distant music from a tavern, a dog barking, the soft footsteps of the watch patrol 2 blocks over. The system chimed. Not a trade alert. Something different. Emergency detection, living entity. Biological status, critical. Distance, 12 meters. Direction, host's primary residence entrance. Shen Mobei broke into a run. She was crumpled against his doorstep like a broken doll. Blood, so much blood, soaked her dark robes and pooled on the stone step beneath her. Her face was deathly pale, her lips blue, her hair matted with gore. And she radiated energy that made his skin crawl, dark, cold, writhing energy that was nothing like normal Do Chi. Soul cultivation. He recognized it from the BTTH lore fragments in his memory. The energy of someone who practiced soul-based techniques, the signature of the Hall of Souls. Her eyes opened as he knelt beside her. They were beautiful and terrible, dark violet, luminous with pain, sharp with intelligence even through the haze of blood loss. She grabbed his collar with a grip that was shockingly strong for someone who looked moments from death. "They're coming," she whispered. Her voice was raw, ragged. "The Hall of Souls. 3 hunters. Minutes behind me." She coughed, and blood flecked her lips. "Help me, and I'll give you something worth more than gold. I have a ledger. Every Hall of Souls base on the continent. Locations, defenses, personnel. Information that could bring them down." The system exploded with notifications. Entity identified, Luo Qingga, former Hall of Souls elite operative. Cultivation, Do Ling 3-star, severely suppressed by injuries and soul tracking mark. Defection status, active, fled with classified intelligence. Pursuit level, maximum, soul tracking mark detected, active beacon on subject's chest. Hall of Souls pursuers can locate within 5-kilometer radius. Estimated arrival, 4 to 7 minutes, threat assessment, incoming hostiles, 3 Hall of Souls hunters, estimated Do Ling to Do Wang level. Exceeds host combat capacity. Recommend immediate evasion, trade asset detected, Hall of Souls Continental Base Ledger, classification, legendary. Market value, incalculable. Strategic value, civilization altering, 4 to 7 minutes. 3 Hall of Souls killers on her trail, each one stronger than Shen Mobei by a significant margin. Harboring a defector would make him a target of one of the most dangerous organizations on the continent. The smart play was to walk away. Leave her. The risks were catastrophic. But the ledger she carried was worth more than any single trade he'd ever made. And beyond the calculation, beyond the market analysis and risk assessment, she was a person. Bleeding, terrified, and alone. She'd come to his door because she'd heard that Shen Mobei helped people. He made his decision in the space of a heartbeat. "Iron Tooth," he shouted into the darkness. His security chief materialized from the shadows instantly. "Get inside. Lock everything down. We have incoming hostiles, Hall of Souls, Do Ling to Do Wang, 3 of them, minutes out." Iron Tooth's face went hard as stone. "Understood." Shen Mobei lifted Luo Qingga, she weighed almost nothing, which was wrong for someone her size, and carried her through the door. He had one advantage the hunters didn't know about. The vault dimension. "I'm going to put you somewhere they can't find you," he told her as he laid her on his bed. "It's going to feel strange, but you'll be safe." She looked at him with those violet eyes. "Why are you helping me?" "Because you asked. And because I never pass on a legendary grade deal." Despite everything, the pain, the blood, the terror, the ghost of a smile crossed her face. Shen Mobei activated the vault dimension and gently transferred her into the pocket space. She vanished from physical reality, hidden in a dimensional fold that no soul-seeking technique could penetrate. 3 minutes later, the Hall of Souls hunters arrived. They moved through the streets like predators, 3 figures in black robes with masks of bone-white porcelain. Their killing intent was palpable, a physical pressure that made ordinary citizens within a block radius shiver in their sleep without knowing why. They swept through the district methodically, kicking in doors, searching buildings, leaving a trail of terrified residents. 2 innocent people who happened to be on the street at the wrong time were questioned with soul pressure techniques that left them unconscious and bleeding from the nose. 1 hunter paused outside Shen Mobei's door. The soul tracking mark should have led here, the residual energy was strongest at this point. But the beacon itself had vanished, as if the target had stepped out of existence. The hunter stood motionless for a long moment. Shen Mobei, watching from inside through a crack in the shutters, held his breath. Iron Tooth, positioned behind the door with his sword drawn, was completely still. Finally, the hunter moved on. The tracking mark had gone cold. They couldn't find what didn't exist in their dimension. An hour later, when the hunter's presence had receded, Shen Mobei brought Luo Qingga out of the vault. She was still bleeding, still dying, but alive. And safe. "Thank you," she whispered. "Don't thank me yet. We need to get that tracking mark off you, or they'll be back. And we need to treat your wounds before you bleed out on my bed." The mark. It's soul-branded. Only a high-level alchemist with flame techniques can remove it. Shen Mobei closed his eyes. The system was already searching. Query: high-level alchemist with flame-based soul techniques within operational range. Result: 1 match. Old Gu, former Tier 8 alchemist. Lost bone-chilling flame. Current capability: Tier 4, diminished. Location: Graveyard District, Northeast Quadrant. 1.7 kilometers from current position. Shen Mobei opened his eyes. "I know someone who can help. But it's going to take some convincing." Outside, the city slept, unaware that in a modest merchant's house in the lower district, a decision had been made that would change the course of empires. Shen Mobei looked at the wounded assassin on his bed, then at the door, then at the map on his wall with its spreading network of pins and connections. The game had just gotten much, much bigger. Chapter 21. Continuity Context. MC Shen Mobei is Doshi 9-star, operating from Jiama Holy City. He has just hidden Luo Qingga, a wounded Hall of Souls defector, inside his vault dimension to evade 3 Hall of Souls hunters. He possesses the Underground Empire system with material radar, 2 kilometers range, faction ledger, black ledger contracts, vault dimension, and market whispers. His team includes Iron Tooth, security chief, Xiao Ninger, intelligence, and his alliance with Yafei of Primer Auction House. Yun Potion's shadow network has shut down his Star Fire Iron Mine, but his Void Quartz deal with the Mu clan has compensated. Bei Xiaolong is a jealous antagonist. The vault dimension was the only thing keeping Luo Qingga alive. Shen Mobei had stabilized her wounds with emergency supplies, bandages, a low-grade healing pill from his stock, and the crude but effective battlefield stitching that Iron Tooth had performed with the calm efficiency of a man who'd patched up soldiers for 20 years. But the real danger wasn't the physical injuries. It was the soul-tracking mark burned into her sternum, a pulsing sigil of dark violet energy that acted as a beacon for every Hall of Souls operative within 5 kilometers. Inside the vault dimension, the mark's signal was suppressed. Outside, it screamed her location to every soul cultivator in the district. "We can't keep her in there forever," Iron Tooth said, his voice low. They were in Shen Mobei's office, the windows shuttered, every privacy talisman activated. "The vault preserves her condition, but it doesn't heal her. If we don't get proper treatment and remove that mark, she dies in there, just slower." "I know." Shen Mobei stared at the faction ledger display. The 3 hunters had pulled back to a staging point at the edge of the city, a rented manor in the merchant quarter, according to Xiao Ninger's initial reconnaissance. They hadn't given up. They were regrouping. The system had identified 1 person in range who could remove the soul mark, Old Gu, a former Tier 8 alchemist reduced to living as a drunk hermit in the graveyard district. His profile was simultaneously impressive and tragic. Old Gu, Ancient Gu, real name, Gu Yuanshan. Former Tier 8 alchemist of the Starfall Pavilion, defunct. Lost bone-chilling flame to treacherous disciple Fang Chu 23 years ago. Current capability, Tier 4, diminished. Skills, soul flame manipulation, formation-based purification, advanced medicinal refinement. Current state, alcoholic, bitter, reclusive. Location, abandoned caretaker's cottage, northern graveyard. Motivation, none detected. Approach with caution, hostile to strangers, a Tier 8 alchemist. Even at his diminished Tier 4 state, Old Gu possessed knowledge and technique that surpassed most active alchemists in the Jiama Empire. The problem was motivation. A man who'd given up on everything had no reason to help a stranger. Unless that stranger could offer him something he'd given up hoping for. Material radar, search query, flame recovery herbs within 2 kilometer radius, results, 0 within range. Nearest known deposit, Purple Ember Root Cluster, Dragon Spine Foothills, 47 kilometers northeast. Growing conditions match, volcanic soil stratum with fire chi convergence. Estimated recovery time, 3 days round trip, Iron Tooth, I need you to manage things here for 3 days. Keep Luo Chinga in the vault, check on her every 6 hours, give her water and healing pills through brief extractions. Don't let anyone see her. Where are you going? To find the one thing that can convince a broken old man to care about living again. He left before dawn, moving fast. The Dragon Spine foothills were rough terrain, rocky slopes covered in scrub pine, cut by ravines that channeled wind like screaming throats. He ran most of the way, his Doshi 9-star cultivation allowing him to cover ground at speeds that would have seemed superhuman to his previous self. The purple ember root grew in a crack in a basalt cliff face, exactly where the system indicated. 3 mature plants with roots that glowed faintly orange in the pre-dawn light. He harvested them carefully, following the system's extraction protocol, and stored them in the vault dimension for preservation. He was back in Jiama Holy City by nightfall. The graveyard district was the city's forgotten quarter, a sprawling necropolis of crumbling mausoleums, overgrown paths, and monuments to families that no longer existed. The living residents were few, groundskeepers, hermits, and those who preferred the company of the dead to the demands of the living. Old Goo's cottage was at the northern edge, backed against the cemetery wall. It had once been the head caretaker's residence, a sturdy stone building now draped in ivy, with windows that glowed faintly from candlelight within. Empty bottles littered the yard like fallen soldiers. Shen Mobei knocked. "Go away," said a voice from inside. It was gravelly, slurred, and profoundly tired. "I have purple ember root. 3 specimens, freshly harvested, grade 5 quality." Silence. Then the sound of a bottle being set down and unsteady footsteps approaching the door. It opened to reveal a man who had once been imposing and was now merely large. Old Goo was tall, broad-shouldered, with a mane of white hair that hadn't seen a comb in months and a beard that could have housed small animals. His robes were stained, his eyes bloodshot, and his hands, which had once refined Tier 8 pills, trembled with the fine vibration of sustained alcoholism. But those eyes. Behind the haze, behind the damage, there was a light that hadn't quite died. The light of a mind that had once touched the pinnacle of its art. "Purple ember root," Old Goo repeated. He focused on Shen Mobei with visible effort. "You're either lying or insane. That herb doesn't grow within 1,000 li of this city. 47 kilometers northeast, Dragon Spine foothills, basalt cliff face with fire chi convergence from a deep volcanic stratum." Shen Mobei opened the vault just enough to extract 1 root and held it out. "See for yourself." Old Goo's trembling hand steadied as they took the root. He brought it to his nose, inhaled, and his eyes went wide. Then he examined it with the systematic precision of a master alchemist, testing the texture, checking the chi density, running his diminished flame energy across the surface in a diagnostic pattern. "Grade 5, he breathed. "Perfect condition. Recently harvested, within the last 12 hours. He looked at Shen Mobei as if seeing him for the first time. "This is genuine. Who are you?" "Someone who needs your help. And who can offer you something in return." Old Goo's expression shuddered. "I don't help anyone anymore. I'm retired." "You're not retired. You're hiding. There's a difference." Shen Mobei let the words land. "I need you to remove a soul tracking mark from a woman who's dying in my pocket dimension. She's a defector from the Hall of Souls, and they're hunting her. Without your help, she dies. Not my problem. I have 3 purple ember roots. They're yours. All of them. And I can find more, different herbs, rarer ones. Flame recovery herbs, chi restoration blossoms, soul nurturing petals. Whatever you need to rebuild what was taken from you." Old Goo flinched. It was slight, a tightening around the eyes, a catch in his breath, but it was there. The mention of rebuilding his lost power had struck a nerve that 23 years of alcohol hadn't managed to kill. "You can't give me back what I lost," he said quietly. "Maybe not. But I can give you the tools to try." The old alchemist stared at him for a long, long time. Then he stepped aside. "Come in. And bring the damned roots." Chapter 22. Old Goo's cottage was surprisingly organized beneath the surface chaos. The main room was cluttered with bottles and unwashed dishes, but the back room, his old laboratory, was immaculate. Shelves of labeled ingredients, a refinement furnace that still radiated residual heat, and tool racks arranged with the compulsive precision of a craftsman who couldn't entirely kill his instincts. Shen Mobei brought Luo Chinga out of the vault dimension and laid her on the laboratory's examination table. She was worse than before, her skin had taken on a grayish cast, her breathing was shallow, and the soul mark on her sternum pulsed with an ugly, arrhythmic light. Old Goo examined her with the detached professionalism of a doctor who had treated worse. His hands, steady now with purpose, probed her injuries and traced the soul mark's energy pathways. "Nasty work," he muttered. 7th generation soul anchor, the Hall updated their tracking technology about 30 years ago. This version embeds itself in the host's spiritual root, making removal dangerous. Botch the extraction and you can shatter her soul sea permanently. Can you do it? In my prime, this would have been trivial. At my current level. He paused. Yes. I can do it. But it will take time, precision, and your patient needs to survive the next 3 days while I prepare. She's bleeding internally, not from the physical wounds but from the soul mark itself. It's draining her life force to power its signal. What do you need? Old Gu rattled off a list of materials: specialized herbs, formation stones, purification salts, and a stabilizing agent called Moonlight Orchid Extract. Shen Mobei's material radar identified sources for everything within the city. I'll have them within 6 hours, he said. 6 hours? Old Gu's eyebrows climbed. These aren't common ingredients, boy. I have resources. He mobilized everything. Iron Tooth purchased formation stones from a discreet supplier in the eastern market. Xiao Ninger located a Moonlight Orchid cellar in the medicinal district. Shen Mobei personally retrieved 2 herbs from hidden growing spots within the city that no vendor stocked, identified by material radar, harvested by hand. By midnight, every ingredient was assembled in Old Gu's laboratory. The old alchemist surveyed the collection with grudging admiration. You're efficient. I'll give you that. He began arranging the materials in a specific pattern around the examination table. Now get out. The extraction process requires concentration, and I don't need an audience. Shen Mobei retreated to the main room with Iron Tooth. Luo Qingge lay unconscious on the table, her face a mask of pain even in sleep. Old Gu closed the laboratory door. The process took 3 days. During that time, Shen Mobei and Iron Tooth maintained a perimeter around Old Gu's cottage. Xiao Ninger ran surveillance on the Hall of Souls Hunters staging point, reporting their movements every 4 hours. The hunters were systematic. They'd divided the city into search zones and were sweeping each one methodically. On the second day, they swept within 2 blocks of the graveyard district. Iron Tooth positioned his team at strategic points, ready to fight a delaying action if necessary. Shen Mobei prepared the vault dimension for emergency extraction. The hunters passed through without entering the graveyard. The dead, apparently, didn't interest them. On the third day, Old Gu emerged from his laboratory. He looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, his robe soaked with sweat, his hands shaking again but from fatigue rather than alcohol. Behind him, on the examination table, Luo Qingge lay still. It's done, he said. The soul mark is removed. She'll need a week to recover, but she'll live. Shen Mobei entered the laboratory. The tracking mark on Luo Qingge's sternum was gone, replaced by a faint scar of silvery tissue where Old Gu's flame technique had burned it away. Her breathing was deeper, more regular. Some color had returned to her face. As he watched, her eyes opened. They were clear. The pain that had clouded them was diminished, replaced by a sharp, wary awareness. She looked at Shen Mobei, then at the laboratory, then down at her own chest where the mark had been. It's gone, she whispered. Her hand rose to touch the scar. I can't feel it anymore. I've felt it every moment for 15 years, like a parasite feeding on my soul, and now it's... She trailed off. Then her eyes found his, and for one unguarded moment, every wall she'd built came down. Her lower lip trembled. Her eyes glistened. She collected herself with the speed of someone trained to suppress emotion since childhood. The walls rebuilt. The wariness returned. But she'd shown him something true, and they both knew it. Thank you, she said. The words were formal, clipped, carrying the weight of a debt she didn't know how to measure. You're welcome. Shen Mobei hesitated, then, you mentioned a ledger. Hall of Souls base locations. Her expression hardened, familiar territory. I did. And I'll deliver as promised. She reached into her inner robe and produced a thin jade slip, a Cultivation World data storage device. Every Hall of Souls base on the Do Chi continent. Locations, garrison sizes, defensive formations, commanding officers. Comprehensive and current as of 6 months ago. Shen Mobei took the jade slip. The system scanned it instantly. Legendary trade asset acquired. Hall of Souls Continental Base Ledger, contents verified. 147 base locations across 9 empires. Personnel data for 2,300 plus operatives. Defensive formation schematics for 89 installations. Strategic value. Civilization altering. New feature unlocked. Reputation index. Comprehensive tracking of hosts standing with all detected factions. Displays numerical reputation scores and unlocks perks at milestone thresholds. Civilization altering. The system wasn't exaggerating. This ledger, in the right hands, could spark a continent-wide campaign against the Hall of Souls. In the wrong hands, it could be used for extortion, strategic manipulation, or sold to the Hall itself for an unimaginable bounty. In Shen Mobei's hands, it was going to be leveraged for something more subtle and more powerful than either option. Thank you, Luo Qingge, he said. Rest now. We'll talk about the future when you're ready. Chapter 23. Luo Qingge's recovery took 10 days, faster than Old Gu had predicted, owing to her cultivator constitution and what the system identified as an unusually resilient spiritual root. During that time, Shen Mobei reorganized his operations to account for the new threat landscape. The Hall of Souls hunters were still in the city. Without the tracking mark, they'd lost their primary means of locating Luo Qingge. but they hadn't given up. Xiao Ninger reported that they'd shifted from active searching to passive surveillance, monitoring known associates, watching transportation hubs, and interviewing street-level contacts about unusual activity. They were looking for ripples. Shen Mobei needed to keep the water still. He also needed to begin extracting value from the Hall of Souls ledger, carefully, strategically, and in ways that couldn't be traced back to him. His first move was elegant in its simplicity. The Jiama royal family maintained a dedicated intelligence division focused on external threats. The Hall of Souls, with its soul harvesting operations and political subversion, was classified as the Empire's primary security concern. The Royal Intelligence Division had been trying to locate Hall bases for decades with limited success. Shen Mobei anonymously provided them with a location of one base, a mid-sized installation in the eastern provinces that served as a training facility for new operatives. The information was delivered through 3 layers of intermediaries, with each layer knowing only the link before and after them. The royal family acted within a week. A strike force of Do Wang-level warriors, led by a Do Huang commander, raided the base. The result was decisive: the installation was destroyed, 47 Hall operatives were killed or captured, and a cache of soul-harvesting artifacts was seized. The political impact was immediate. The royal family announced the raid as a major security victory. Public sentiment turned sharply against the Hall of Souls. And the demand for anti-soul defensive artifacts, talismans, formation flags, and protective pills, exploded. Shen Mobei had spent the previous week stockpiling exactly those items, sourced through his material radar and purchased at pre-crisis prices. The profit was enormous. But more importantly, the reputation index showed the impact of his anonymous contribution. Jiama royal family, reputation, unknown secretly favorable, contributor classification, public anti-soul sentiment, rising sharply. Market for defensive artifacts, booming. He'd leveraged a single piece of intelligence to simultaneously weaken the Hall of Souls, strengthen his standing with the royal family, and generate massive commercial profit. All without anyone knowing he was responsible. This was the Tao of trade in its purest form: create value from information, distribute benefit across multiple parties, and profit from the positive sum outcome. His cultivation, fueled by the profits, crossed the threshold he'd been approaching. Cultivation progress, Doshi 9-star to Doshi 1-star, the breakthrough to Doshi was a qualitative leap. His Do Chi compressed and refined, becoming denser and more potent. His physical capabilities jumped, speed, strength, sensory acuity all improved by a factor that made his previous state seem primitive. And his mental clarity sharpened, as if a veil had been lifted from his thoughts. He was no longer a minor cultivator. He was entering the ranks of the respectable. The Hall of Souls hunters proved more persistent than Shen Mobei had anticipated. Even without the soul tracking mark, they didn't leave Jiama Holy City. Xiao Ninger's intelligence network, now extending through over 40 regular contacts across the lower and middle market districts, tracked their activities with increasing precision. The 3 hunters operated as a coordinated unit. The leader, a tall, gaunt figure with bone-white mask and Do Wang cultivation, established a base of operations in the merchant quarter. The other 2, both Do Ling level, conducted systematic searches of the city's districts, questioning herbalists, healers, and anyone who might have treated a wounded woman in the past 2 weeks. They were methodical, professional, and terrifying. Residents they questioned were left dazed and frightened by soul pressure interrogation techniques that scraped surface memories without the subject's consent. 2 people who resisted, a tavern owner and a night watchman, were found unconscious the next morning with nosebleeds and temporary memory loss. "They're getting closer," Xiao Ninger reported during a morning briefing at Shen Mobei's office. The girl had grown significantly in confidence since joining the organization. Her intelligence reports were now delivered with the crisp efficiency of a professional analyst. Yesterday they questioned 3 herbalists in the eastern market. One of them, Wu Laoshi, sold me healing supplies 2 weeks ago. The supplies I brought here for Luo Chinga's treatment. Shen Mobei's blood went cold. Did the herbalist know who the supplies were for? No. I paid cash, didn't give a name, and wore a different face. Xiao Ninger touched her cheek, a subtle reference to the disguise techniques she'd been developing. But the quantities were unusual. If the hunters are smart enough to cross-reference purchase records with treatment requirements for soul mark injuries, they could narrow their search to this district. "They're that smart," Luo Chinga said from the corner. She was standing, barely, and against old Gu's orders, with her arms crossed and her violet eyes sharp with residual pain. The lead hunter is probably protector class. They're trained in investigative soul techniques specifically for tracking defectors. Iron Tooth shifted his stance by the door. "How long before they find us?" "Days, not weeks," Luo Chinga said flatly. Shen Mobei made a decision. "We need to give them a reason to look elsewhere. Xiao Ninger, can you plant evidence suggesting Luo Chinga left the city through the southern gate? Travel records, witness sightings, caravan manifests?" The girl's eyes lit up. "I can do better than that. I can create a trail. Fake blood traces treated with residual soul energy. I'd need old Gu's help for the energy component, placed along a route from the eastern district to the southern gate. Combined with forged gate records and a couple of bribed witnesses, it would look like she fled toward the Xiao Yan Empire. Do it. Budget, 50 gold coins. Timeline, 2 days. The misdirection campaign was masterful. Xiao Ningger's forged trail was so convincing that the Hall of Souls hunters reoriented their entire search pattern within hours of discovering it. On the third day, 2 of the 3 hunters left the city heading south, following the Phantom Trail. The lead hunter remained, suspicious, but unable to ignore the evidence pointing away from the city. After another week of fruitless local searching, he too departed. The immediate crisis was over. But Shen Mobei knew it was temporary. The Hall of Souls would eventually realize the trail was false. They'd come back, with more resources and less patience. He needed to make the Obsidian Ledger strong enough to survive when that happened. Cultivation progress, maintained, focused on operational survival rather than personal advancement. Chapter 24. Old Gu agreed to examine Shen Mobei's general knowledge of alchemy in exchange for the remaining purple ember roots and a promise of more rare herbs in the future. What began as a simple assessment evolved into something neither of them expected. The assessment took place in Old Gu's laboratory, now clean, the counter scrubbed, the jade jars arranged by category. The air held the layered warmth of a space that had processed hundreds of medicinal compounds over decades, a deep mineral bitterness beneath something faintly sweet, like iron and honey mixed. 3 candles burned in a formation pattern. Old Gu stood across the work table with the specific posture of a man who had conducted 1,000 examinations and had stopped performing interest in the results a long time ago. Identify that. He slid a jar across the table. Shen Mobei uncapped it. The scent hit him before the visual, dry, faintly astringent, with an undertone of something that made his sinuses tighten in the way of qi-dense materials. The material radar supplied the answer before his conscious mind had finished analyzing. Hollow mountain stem. 3rd grade, border between 3 and 4. The outer husk has been dried at the wrong temperature, about 10 degrees too hot, which degraded the inner qi channel slightly. You'd normally use this as a secondary binding agent in stamina pills, but at this quality, you'd get inconsistent activation times in the finished product. Old Gu said nothing. He slid a second jar. Moonveil pollen. Fresh, probably harvested within the past week. It's reacting to the temperature differential in this room. The qi is still partially in the mobile state from harvest. Store it with a temperature-stable formation for 3 days and you'd get grade 5. Right now it's grade 4. Old Gu's eyebrows had been climbing steadily. He pushed a third jar. That's not what the label says, Shen Mobei said. The label says sunfire root, but this is ember root, closely related, but the qi polarity runs opposite. Whoever labeled it probably made an honest mistake in dim lighting. Common error. Silence. Then the sound of Old Gu sitting down heavily in his chair. You're not an alchemist, Old Gu pronounced after 2 hours of questions and demonstrations. You have no flame talent, no inherent soul perception for ingredient fusion, and your qi control is adequate at best. He paused. But you have something else. You can see materials. I don't mean with your eyes, I mean you understand them. Their properties, their potential, their interactions. You identify herbs faster and more accurately than alchemists who've spent their entire lives studying. It's a talent, Shen Mobei said carefully. I can't explain the mechanism. I don't care about the mechanism. I care about the application. Old Gu poured himself tea, not wine, for the first time in Shen Mobei's acquaintance. Here's what I'm proposing. I won't teach you to refine pills, you lack the flame for it. But I'll teach you alchemical theory. Material science, ingredient interaction, refinement principles, quality assessment. You already have the eye for it. I'll give you the framework. In exchange for? Continued supply of rare materials. And? Old Gu hesitated. He picked up his teacup, turned it in his weathered hands, and seemed to be conducting an internal debate that he resolved by the very fact of having it rather than dismissing it. Don't read too much into this, but your company isn't entirely unbearable. This cottage gets quiet. The admission cost him something. That was visible in the way he looked away after saying it, back at the jar Shen Mobei had correctly identified despite the label, as if the jar were a more comfortable subject. Then we have an arrangement, Shen Mobei said. He kept his voice even, not making more of it than Old Gu wanted made. That restraint was its own kind of payment. Old Gu's tutelage transformed Shen Mobei's understanding of his own abilities. The alchemical theory didn't just improve his identification skills, it gave him a vocabulary for what the material radar showed him. He could now articulate why a particular herb was grade 5 instead of grade 4, predict interaction effects between ingredients, and assess the refinement potential of raw materials with precision that rivaled guild-certified appraisers. The system integrated this knowledge seamlessly. Skill integration, alchemical theory, intermediate, material radar enhancement, composition analysis upgraded. Can now detect submolecular qi structures and predict refinement outcomes. During one lesson, Old Gu posed what he called an impossible puzzle. He presented Shen Mobei with 5 ingredients and asked him to identify which combination, if any, could produce a tier 4 healing pill. The trick: one ingredient was mislabeled, and two others had degraded in ways that weren't visually apparent. Most alchemists would have needed flame probe analysis to detect the issues. Shen Mobei's upgraded material radar identified the mislabel and the degradation in seconds. The supposed spirit willow bark is actually phantom willow bark, similar external appearance but opposite chi polarity, he said. The crimson lotus seed has been heat damaged, reducing its binding efficacy by 60%. And the green soul extract has absorbed moisture, diluting its concentration below threshold. Old Gu stared at him. Then he began to laugh, a genuine, full-bodied laugh that shook his frame and sent tears down his weathered cheeks. It was the first time Shen Mobei had heard him laugh. "You impossible brat," Old Gu wheezed. "You're not an alchemist, but you have an alchemist's eye better than mine ever was. Fine. I'll help your wounded bird, I'll teach you theory, and I'll refine pills on commission for your little trade operation. But if you ever call me master in public, I'll set your eyebrows on fire." Old Gu, reputation, cautiously favorable mentor bond, Shen Mobei grinned. Deal. Chapter 25. The soul mark removal had been the hard part. Recovery was straightforward. Luo Qingge's body was a weapon honed by years of merciless training, and it healed with the mechanical efficiency of a well-maintained blade. By the end of the second week, she was able to move around Old Gu's cottage. By the third, she was doing combat forms in the graveyard at dawn, her movements flowing like water despite the bandages still wrapped around her torso. Shen Mobei watched her train once, when he arrived early for a lesson with Old Gu. She didn't know he was there, or perhaps she did and didn't care. Her soul blades materialized from her fingertips like extensions of her will, violet crescents of energy that carved through gravestones with the casual ease of a hot knife through wax. The graveyard was cold in the early morning, the stone paths still slick with dew, the air carrying the damp mineral smell of turned earth and the faint sweetness of the night-blooming flowers that grew between the older mausoleums. Her breath came in brief white clouds. Each pivot of her feet left shallow prints in the wet moss at the path's edge. The soul blades made no sound as they formed, but their passing left a low resonance in the stone, a hum that could be felt in the chest rather than heard, the way deep bells left vibration in the air after the tone faded. She was beautiful when she fought. Not in the way Yafei was beautiful, polished, deliberate, aware of its effect. Luo Qingge's beauty was the beauty of a storm. Impersonal, dangerous, and breathtaking. Iron Tooth had joined Shen Mobei for the same early arrival, and now stood half a step behind with his arms crossed, watching with the appraising attention of a combat professional assessing another. He said nothing. His jaw was tight with something that wasn't quite fear but was in the same neighborhood. She noticed them watching and the blades vanished. "Enjoy the show?" Professional assessment. "If you're going to work with me, I need to know what you can do." "Work with you?" She crossed her arms. "You haven't actually offered me a position. I'm offering now. I'm building a trade network. It operates in spaces where official law doesn't reach and official power doesn't protect. I need someone who can move through shadows, gather intelligence in hostile territory, and, when necessary, eliminate threats. You were trained for exactly this. I was trained to be a weapon for people who saw me as expendable." Her voice was flat. "You're asking me to be a weapon for you instead." "No. I'm asking you to be a partner who uses weapon skills. There's a difference. Partners have autonomy, equity, and the right to refuse any assignment. Weapons don't get a choice." She studied him for a long time. The morning light cast her face in sharp contrast, the angular cheekbones, the full lips compressed into a line, the violet eyes that held depths he couldn't read. A single crow called from somewhere among the mausoleums, then went quiet. The dew was burning off the moss where her footprints had pressed it flat, the faint mist of it visible against the pale stone. "And the people we'd be dealing with," she said slowly. "Black market clients. Desperate people. Dangerous people. You'd expect me to work beside them without acting on my own judgment. I'd expect you to bring your judgment to every operation and tell me when mine is wrong. That's different from working alone." He met her eyes directly. "You spent 15 years following orders without question. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for the opposite, someone who will push back when I'm about to do something stupid. How would you know if I was right? I'd think about it seriously, present counter-evidence if I had any, and change course if your argument held. The same process I'd apply to anyone on the team." He paused. "You've never worked somewhere that ran that way?" "No," she said. A slight shift in her posture, not defensive, but recalibrating, the way someone adjusts when new information changes a calculation they'd already run. "I haven't." "What's the pay?" "Full share of operational profits. Housing, cultivation resources, and medical support provided. And I'm already working on something that matters to you more than money, a way to permanently sever the Hall of Souls' ability to reclaim you." That last part caught her attention. "You mean the blood contracts? The ones they bind every operative with at induction?" "The very same. My alchemist mentor believes a specific herb called nether soul root can be refined into a contract severance pill. I can find it. It will take time, but I will find it." Luo Qingge was quiet. Then she offered her hand. "Deal. But But I reserve the right to kill anyone who threatens this arrangement. Non-negotiably. Shen Mobei shook her hand. Her grip was iron, the kind of strength that came from 15 years of combat conditioning. When she released his hand, her fingertips lingered for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. Iron Tooth, still watching from the path, let out a breath so quiet only Shen Mobei's doshi senses caught it. Not a sigh of relief, more the specific exhalation of a man who had just watched a negotiation that could have ended in several ways and was satisfied with the one it had chosen. One more thing, she said. Yin Mei, my sister. The one I left behind. I need you to understand that getting her out is non-negotiable. Not now, not soon, but eventually. If you can't commit to that, we have no deal. I'll add it to the operational objectives. When we're strong enough to act, we will. Your word? My word. And in my organization, words are contracts. She searched his face for deception and found none. For the first time since he'd pulled her bleeding body off his doorstep, something like trust flickered in her violet eyes. Then I'm yours, she said. Not as a weapon. As a partner. I'll need to learn the difference. You will. We all learn as we go. Meanwhile, Bei Xiaolong's intelligence network had reported Shen Mobei making multiple visits to the graveyard district. The Bei heir didn't know why, and the unknown made him nervous. He dispatched 2 of his best scouts to investigate. They found nothing. Iron Tooth's security protocols ensured that Old Goose Cottage appeared to be exactly what it seemed, a drunk hermit's home. But the scouts' presence was noted by Xiao Ninger, who identified them by their Bei clan insignia pins and added them to her surveillance rotation. The chess pieces were multiplying. Chapter 26. Shen Mobei's anonymous intelligence drop to the royal family had created a ripple effect far beyond what he'd intended. The destroyed Hall of Souls base wasn't just a training facility, it was a logistics hub that had supported operations across the eastern provinces. With it gone, the Hall's supply chains in the region collapsed. Soul harvesting operations were disrupted. Operative morale plummeted. And the demand for anti-soul defensive artifacts didn't just spike, it sustained at elevated levels for weeks. Merchants, cultivators, and ordinary citizens all wanted protection against the Hall of Souls, and Shen Mobei's stockpile was the largest available supply. He sold through multiple channels: Yafei's auction house, direct sales to clan representatives, and a new innovation, bulk packages distributed through Feng Ruo's caravan network. Feng Ruo was Shen Mobei's newest recruit, a wind element cultivator and caravan master who'd been operating independently between Jiama Holy City and 3 neighboring trading posts. She was tall, lean, with close-cropped hair and the calm, efficient demeanor of someone who solved problems before they became crises. Her cultivation was Dadoshi 4-star, respectable for a caravan operator, and her wind techniques made her convoys the fastest in the region. She'd come to Shen Mobei's attention through the market whispers. Her caravan had been carrying a shipment of misidentified beast hides that were actually worth 10 times what she'd been paid. Shen Mobei had informed her of the discrepancy, earning her gratitude and respect. You saved me from being cheated by my own supplier, she said when he offered her a position. That's not something I forget. Feng Ruo brought infrastructure. Her caravan network, merged with Shen Mobei's supplier relationships, created a logistics backbone that could move goods between cities in half the time of conventional transport. She became his operations chief, managing the physical movement of goods while Shen Mobei handled sourcing and strategy. The defensive artifact sales, combined with ongoing void quartz revenue and star fire iron reserves, sold from the primer auction house vault now that the mine was closed, pushed Shen Mobei's total trade volume to unprecedented levels. Cultivation progress, Dadoshi 1-star, Dadoshi 3-star, and the intelligence from the Hall of Souls ledger continued to pay dividends. Shen Mobei leaked a second base location, this time to the Alchemist Guild, which had a personal grudge against the Hall for stealing their proprietary pill formulas. The Guild's retaliatory raid destroyed a Hall research facility and recovered stolen documents. Each leak was carefully selected, each created chaos for the Hall of Souls without revealing the existence of the ledger itself. And each generated commercial opportunities that Shen Mobei was positioned to exploit. The reputation index painted a picture of accelerating influence. Jiama royal family, secretly favorable grateful, Alchemist Guild, neutral favorable, Mu clan, strong alliance, maintained, primer auction house, alliance, strengthening, Hall of Souls, unknown hostile, general, not directed at hosts specifically. He was building power not through cultivation or combat but through the systematic creation and distribution of value. Every trade, every intelligence leak, every strategic connection added another thread to a web that was becoming increasingly difficult to cut. The only question was whether it would be strong enough when the truly dangerous players noticed. The intelligence leaked to the royal family was just the beginning of what Shen Mobei came to think of as weaponized commerce. The principle was simple: information had value, and that value could be extracted in multiple ways simultaneously. A single piece of intelligence from the Hall of Souls ledger could weaken an enemy, strengthen an ally, and generate profit, all in the same transaction. He developed a systematic approach. Each base location from Luo Qingga's ledger was evaluated on 5 axes: strategic value to the Hall, how much its loss would hurt them; political value to potential recipients, which factions would benefit most from the information; commercial value, what market disruptions the base's destruction would cause; risk level, how likely the leak could be traced back; and timing, when the revelation would have maximum impact. The Fire Essence Crystal play had taught him the power of timing. Now he applied it to geopolitics. The second leak, to the Alchemist Guild, was timed to coincide with the Guild's annual internal review, when political tensions between factions within the organization made aggressive action more likely. The Guildmaster, under pressure to demonstrate strength, authorized the raid faster than he might have otherwise. The stolen pill formulas recovered in the raid became a rallying point for Guild unity, cementing Shen Mobei's anonymous reputation as a valuable intelligence source. Shen Mobei maintained strict protocols for these operations. No leak was conducted without at least 3 layers of intermediary separation. No 2 leaks used the same channel. And no leak was ever associated with the Obsidian Ledger or any of its known affiliates. The Reputation Index tracked the cumulative effect. Anonymous intelligence source, the Phantom Advisor, GMA Royal Family, secretly grateful. Intelligence value rating, high, Alchemist Guild, deeply grateful. Have begun attempting to identify source for recruitment, Mu Clan, aware of anti-Hall intelligence trend. Supportive, net effect, growing political shield around hosts operations, the profits from defensive artifact sales continued to flow. Shen Mobei reinvested them aggressively, into cultivation resources, operational infrastructure, and a reserve fund that he kept in the vault dimension for emergencies. Yafei helped him understand the political dynamics he was manipulating. You're creating a constituency, she explained during one of their evening coordination sessions. Every faction that benefits from your intelligence leaks becomes invested in your continued operation, even though they don't know who you are. If the Hall of Souls ever identifies you as the source, these factions would have a self-interested reason to protect you. Enlightened self-interest, the most reliable kind. You really aren't from this world, are you? She said it lightly, but her eyes were sharp. She was too intelligent not to notice the ways his thinking diverged from local conventions. I've had an unusual education, he said carefully. She let it go. For now. Chapter 27. We need a name, Irontooth said. They were in Shen Mobei's expanded office, a proper suite in the merchant quarter, funded by recent profits and secured by formation arrays that old Gu had grudgingly installed. Present were Shen Mobei, Irontooth, Luo Qingga, Feng Ruo, and Xiao Ninger. The inner circle. A name? Shen Mobei raised an eyebrow. Every operation needs a name. It's not just branding, it's identity. When your people deal with clients, they need to represent something. When your enemies hear about you, they need a name to fear. Right now, we're just Shen Mobei's network, and that puts a target directly on your face. He was right. The organization had grown past the point where it could operate as a personal enterprise. It needed an institutional identity. The Obsidian Ledger, Luo Qingga said quietly. Everyone looked at her. She shrugged. Obsidian is black, appropriate for a market that operates outside official channels. A ledger records transactions, appropriate for a trade organization. And Obsidian is volcanic glass, beautiful but sharp enough to cut through anything. The silence that followed was the appreciative kind. I like it, Yafei said. She'd joined via communication talisman from her office at Primer Auction House. The Obsidian Ledger. It sounds established. Important. Like something that's always existed. Shen Mobei nodded. The Obsidian Ledger. Irontooth, your head of security. Luo Qingga, shadow operations. Feng Ruo, logistics. Xiao Ninger, intelligence. Yafei, strategic partnerships. He stood. Ground rules. The Obsidian Ledger operates on 3 principles. First, fair prices. We don't gouge. We don't exploit scarcity. We charge market rate and let the volume do the work. Second, no slave trade, no poison sold to civilians, no weapons to factions engaged in war crimes. We're a black market, not a war machine. Third, absolute discretion. What happens through the ledger stays in the ledger. Clients who breach confidentiality get blacklisted. That third rule is going to be hard to enforce, Feng Ruo observed. That's what the black ledger contracts are for. Shen Mobei activated the system feature. Any major client signs a karmic binding agreement. Breach of confidentiality triggers consequences, not lethal, but unpleasant enough that word gets around. Irontooth cracked his knuckles. And if the contracts aren't enough? Luo Qingga smiled. It was not a warm smile. Then I handle it. The Obsidian Ledger launched its operations within the week. The infrastructure was already in place: Shen Mobei's trade network, Yafei's auction connections, Feng Ruo's caravans, Xiao Ninger's intelligence web, and Irontooth's security apparatus. The name was the capstone that unified everything into a coherent entity. Initial clients were existing relationships: the Mu Clan, several independent cultivator groups, and a handful of merchant families who'd been quietly doing business with Shen Mobei for weeks. Word spread through the underground with remarkable speed. Within the first month, the Obsidian ledger processed over 500 transactions with a combined value exceeding 10,000 gold coins. Cultivation progress, Dadoshi 3-star Dadoshi 5-star, trade volume milestone, Tier 3 approaching. Estimated, 2 to 3 weeks at current rate, Chapter 28. Yafei found out on a Thursday. Not about the Obsidian ledger itself, she'd been part of that from the beginning. She discovered that the Obsidian ledger was responsible for the anonymous anti-soul artifact sales that had been eroding Primer Auction House's market share in that segment. She arrived at Shen Mobei's office unannounced, which was unusual. Her expression was controlled, the professional mask she wore in business settings, but her eyes held a complexity that Shen Mobei had learned to read. "The Jade Moon artifacts that undercut our evening auction last week," she said. "Those were yours." "Yes. You didn't route them through us. The quantities were too large and the timing too specific for the auction format. I needed point-of-sale distribution through Feng Ruo's network. The auction house couldn't process that volume in the window I had. That's a rational explanation. It's also incomplete." She sat across from him. "The Obsidian ledger is competing with Primer Auction House. Not aggressively, not deliberately perhaps, but the overlap is real. And when word gets out that the ledger offers faster distribution and lower overhead than traditional auction channels, which it does, the auction model starts looking obsolete." Shen Mobei had been expecting this conversation. He'd hoped to have it on his terms, with more preparation, but Yafei was too perceptive to wait for his convenience. "You're right," he said. "The ledger is disruptive. It undermines the auction model by offering direct trade at lower cost. And if I'm being honest, that disruption serves my interests more than the status quo does. So where does that leave us?" "That depends on whether you see the disruption as a threat or an opportunity." He leaned forward. "Yafei, the auction model worked when information was scarce and trust was limited. Auctions exist because buyers and sellers can't find each other efficiently. The ledger changes that, it connects supply to demand directly. That makes auctions less relevant for commodity goods. But it makes them more relevant for rare, unique, high-value items where competitive bidding drives premium prices." He pulled out a chart he'd prepared, trade data showing the Obsidian ledger's transaction types versus Primer Auction Houses. "Look at the overlap. It's almost entirely in mid-tier commodity goods, standard beast cores, common herbs, basic formation materials. These are products that don't need auctions. They need efficient distribution. But the high-end market, void quartz, rare beast materials, unique artifacts, that's where auctions generate value that direct trade can't match." Yafei studied the chart. The analytical part of her mind was clearly engaged, processing the data with the same speed she'd apply to any business proposal. "You want to segment the market," she said slowly. "Obsidian ledger handles commodity distribution. Primer Auction House, or rather, a partnered auction operation, handles premium sales." "Exactly. We're not competitors. We're complementary channels serving different market segments. Together, we control the full spectrum." She was quiet for a long moment. "Then, you planned this?" "From the beginning. I saw the possibility from the beginning. I planned the execution as the pieces fell into place. And if I'd been less perceptive? Less willing to see partnership instead of competition? Then I would have approached you differently. But I never planned to cut you out, Yafei. I planned to bring you in. Because the vision only works with someone who understands both the old model and the new one. That's you." The professional mask softened. Beneath it was the woman he'd had dinner with, sharp, passionate, and willing to bet on the right opportunity. "You're asking me to become a silent partner in the Obsidian ledger while maintaining my position at Primer Auction House. I'm asking you to be the bridge between the legitimate market and the underground. You see both sides. You can ensure they work together instead of against each other. That's a dangerous position. If Primer Auction House's ownership finds out I'm connected to a black market operation, they'll fire you. I know. But ask yourself, are you building your career to serve their institution, or to build something of your own? Because from where I stand, you've always been too big for that auction house." Yafei's breath caught. It was barely perceptible, but Shen Mobei caught it. "You," she said, "are either the most brilliant partner I've ever had or the most dangerous. I haven't decided which. Can it be both?" Despite herself, she smiled. "Fine. I'm in. But I want full visibility into ledger operations, veto power over any deal that might compromise the auction house while I'm still there, and a clear timeline for when I can transition fully." "Done." They shook hands. The formal kind, not the lingering kind from the dinner. But their eyes held something that had nothing to do with business. Yafei, reputation, alliance, strategic partnership, intimate, Chapter 29. The partnership deepened in ways that were both professional and personal, and the lines between the two blurred in ways that neither of them pretended to resist. Their working rhythm was symbiotic. Yafei operated in the legitimate sphere, managing auction house relationships, maintaining regulatory compliance, and cultivating the social connections that gave the obsidian ledger its protective veneer of respectability. Shen Mobei operated beneath, sourcing materials, managing the underground network, and expanding the ledger's reach into new territories. They met most evenings to coordinate. Business discussions that started over maps and ledgers drifted into personal conversations over wine and low lamplight. Yafei taught him the social customs of the upper class, how to speak to clan leaders, how to navigate sect politics, how to present himself at gatherings where a single word could make or break a reputation. He taught her the economics of scarcity and abundance, concepts from his past life that had no equivalent in cultivation world thinking. Supply elasticity. Market segmentation. Network effects. She absorbed it all with the ravenous intelligence of someone who'd been starving for new ideas. The office's balcony had become their default location for the later portions of these sessions, when the formal ledgers had been closed and the day's operational concerns had settled into something more personal. The city at night was a different creature than the city by day, quieter, the distant sounds carrying further, the torchlight giving everything a warmth that the afternoon sun, with its hard clarity, never quite achieved. The air held the residual heat of stone that had baked all day and was only beginning to release it, and the faint smell of cookfire smoke from the lower districts, and occasionally, when the wind turned, the medicinal sweetness from the herbalist's row 3 streets east. Shen Mobei had learned to identify that smell as the neighborhood's equivalent of a clock. When it turned faint, the herbalists were closing for the night and it was past the second hour of the evening. "You think differently from anyone I've ever met," she told him one evening, leaning against the balcony railing of his office. The city spread below them, a tapestry of torchlight and shadow. "It's not just the herb identification or the trade instincts. You see the world as a system, interconnected, predictable, manipulable. Everyone else sees it as chaos. Where I come from, we call it economics. The study of how limited resources get distributed among competing demands." "Where you come from?" She turned to face him. "You've never told me where that is." "Far away. And I can't go back. Do you want to?" He looked at her, the intelligence in her eyes, the strength in her posture, the way the lamplight caught the curve of her neck, and shook his head. "No, I don't." She held his gaze, and the silence between them was charged with everything they hadn't said. "My family sold me when I was 7, she said quietly. "I've never told anyone that before. I always say I was sent to the auction house for training. But the truth is, they sold me. Like inventory. Like a commodity. Yafei, I'm telling you because I want you to understand something. I know what it means to start with nothing. I know what it means to build yourself from nothing. And I know that the people who do that, who make themselves from scratch, have something that people born into power can never have." She reached out and touched his hand. "They're real. Everything about them is earned. Nothing is inherited or assumed." Her fingers were warm. Her eyes were fierce. "You're real, Shen Mobei. Whatever secrets you're keeping, whoever you were before, the person standing here, the person who built this operation, the person who gave a broken old alchemist a reason to get sober, that person is real. And I choose that person." He pulled her close. She came willingly. The first kiss was soft. The second wasn't. The city continued its indifferent business below them while two people who'd built themselves from nothing decided, quietly and without ceremony, that they'd build the rest together. Chapter 30. Luo Qingge had healed completely, and the transformation was startling. At full health, she was a creature of lethal grace. Her movements had the fluid, predatory quality of someone who had been forged in the fires of the Hall of Soul's most brutal training programs. She was tall for a woman, with a lean, athletic build that concealed deceptive strength. Her dark hair fell straight to her shoulders, and her violet eyes, the signature of someone with a soul-attuned spiritual root, were simultaneously the most beautiful and most dangerous feature about her. She demonstrated her capabilities for Shen Mobei and the inner circle in a private training yard that Iron Tooth had secured. Soul blades first. She extended her hand, and violet energy coalesced along her fingers, forming a crescent-shaped blade that hummed with power. A single slash bisected a training dummy, armor, wooden core, and all, with the clean precision of a surgical instrument. "Soul blades ignore physical defense," she explained, her voice clinical. "They attack the spiritual root directly. Armor, formation barriers, even doqi protection, none of it matters if the blade connects. The target's soul takes damage, causing disorientation, paralysis, or death depending on the strike intensity." Iron Tooth whistled low. "I've fought soul cultivators before. Never seen anything that clean. The Hall trained me from age 5. By 10, I could kill a doqi with a single blade. By 15, I was deployed against Do Wang targets." No pride in her voice, just facts, delivered with the emotional flatness of someone reciting a weather report. She demonstrated phase stepping next, a movement technique that briefly shifted her body into the soul dimension, allowing her to pass through physical barriers. She walked through a stone wall, appeared on the other side, and walked back. "Limited to 3 seconds per phase," she said. "Beyond that, the body starts dissolving." "Terrifying," Fang Ruo observed calmly. "That's the idea." Shen Mobei watched with strategic rather than martial appreciation. Luo Qingge was, in cultivation terms, a precision weapon, not suited for battlefield warfare but devastating in targeted operations. Assassination, infiltration, extraction, close protection. Her skill set was exactly what the Obsidian Ledger needed for its Shadow Division. Qingge, he said, using her personal name for the first time. She glanced at him, surprised. How would you feel about heading the Ledger's covert operations? Not assassination, information gathering, security, and threat neutralization when necessary. Neutralization. A faint smile. That's a polite word for what I do. It's an accurate word. We neutralize threats to our operations and our people. Sometimes that means intimidation. Sometimes it means extraction. Sometimes it means something permanent. But it's always targeted, justified, and minimized. He met her eyes. You spent 15 years being used as a blunt instrument. I'm offering you a chance to be a scalpel. She considered this. The analytical part of her mind was clearly processing. She was, beneath the warrior exterior, remarkably intelligent. The Hall hadn't just trained her body, they'd trained her mind for tactical assessment, pattern recognition, and strategic thinking. A scalpel, she repeated. I can be a scalpel. Good. Welcome to the Obsidian Ledger's Shadow Division. Population, you. For now, she said. And there was something in her voice, not quite warmth, but the faintest thaw of the permafrost that had encased her since childhood. Chapter 31. The Mu clan patriarch was dying, not from age, from a cultivation injury sustained decades ago during a battle with a Dozong-level magical beast. A fragment of the beast's core had lodged in the patriarch's dantian, slowly poisoning his cultivation base and degrading his physical health. For 30 years, the Mu clan's alchemists had managed the condition with suppressant pills, but the poison was winning. The cure required a specific beast core, a mature Jade Thunder Bear core, grade 5 or higher. The bear's lightning-aligned chi would neutralize the foreign fragment through elemental cancellation. But Jade Thunder Bears were rare, dangerous, and territorial. They inhabited the deepest reaches of the magical Beast Mountain range, where the concentration of high-tier beasts made casual expeditions suicidal. Mu Lian contacted Shen Mobei through their established channels. Our patriarch's condition is deteriorating. Without a Jade Thunder Bear core within the next 3 months, we estimate 6 months before. She didn't finish the sentence. The material radar couldn't reach the magical Beast Mountain range from Jiama Holy City, it was hundreds of kilometers away. But Shen Mobei's network could. He organized an intelligence-gathering operation. Feng Ruo's caravans carried hidden intelligence operatives to trading posts near the mountain range. Xiao Ning'er's expanding information network, now covering half the city and extending through contacts to neighboring towns, collected sighting reports and hunter testimonials. Within 2 weeks, Shen Mobei had a map of likely Jade Thunder Bear territories. The system's analytical features processed the data and identified the highest probability location, a valley in the range's southern arm, where convergent water and lightning chi created an environment that matched the bear's preferred habitat. He assembled a specialized team, Iron Tooth, 6 of his best fighters, and a beast-handling expert recruited from the mercenary guild. Shen Mobei went personally, the material radar needed to be on-site for precise tracking. The expedition took 12 days. The magical Beast Mountain range was everything its name promised, dense primeval forest populated by creatures that considered human cultivators to be either prey or annoyances. They fought their way through 3 encounters with Tier 3 beasts and 1 nerve-shredding standoff with a Tier 4 Crimson Scale Panther that only backed down when Iron Tooth's team demonstrated they weren't worth the effort. On the 9th day, the material radar locked onto the target. Jade Thunder Bear, Tier 5. Location, 2.1 km north-northeast. Status, Dormant and Den. Estimated combat power, Do Wang 3-star equivalent, core quality, grade 5, superior. Estimated market value, 800 gold coins. Medicinal application value, incalculable for target condition. The bear was enormous, 4 meters at the shoulder, covered in silver-green fur that crackled with ambient lightning. Its den was a cave beneath a massive oak tree that had been split by lightning strikes so many times that it had evolved to channel the energy into its roots. They couldn't fight it directly, a Do Wang equivalent beast outclassed everyone present. But the material radar revealed something the beast-handling expert confirmed. Jade Thunder Bears were susceptible to certain aromatic compounds. A specific combination of herbs, when burned, produced a soporific effect that could sedate the bear long enough for core extraction. The herbs were available within the forest, the material radar located them in minutes. The beast-handling expert prepared the sedative compound while Iron Tooth's team maintained a perimeter. The plan worked. Mostly. The bear woke halfway through the extraction process and nearly killed the beast handler with a swipe of its massive paw. Iron Tooth dragged the man to safety while Shen Mobei, his heart hammering, completed the extraction using the system's guidance. He cut the core free with 3 seconds to spare before the bear was fully mobile. They ran. The Jade Thunder Bear's roar shook the forest for a mile in every direction. Back in Jiama Holy City, Shen Mobei delivered the core to Mu Lian personally. Her composure cracked, She stared at the perfectly extracted grade 5 core with eyes that shone with unshed tears. Name your price, she said. Fair market rate. 800 gold coins. That's generous. Extremely generous. Many would charge 10 times that for a life-saving cure. I'm not many. And a healthy Mu clan patriarch is worth more to me as an ally than any amount of gouging would generate. The Mu clan patriarch received treatment within the week. By the month's end, he was out of bed for the first time in years. The Mu clan's gratitude was absolute and lasting. Mu clan, reputation, strong alliance blood debt, maximum, cultivation progress, Dadoshi 5-star Dadoshi 7-star, chapter 32. Yun Potion's patience, already frayed, finally snapped. The attack came at 3 in the morning, targeting the Obsidian Ledger's secondary warehouse in the merchant quarter. 3 Doling cultivators, not wearing Misty Cloud sect robes, but the faction ledger identified them as Yun Potion's personal retainers, broke through the warehouse's defensive formations with concentrated chi strikes and set the interior ablaze with fire techniques. The warehouse contained medium-value stock, processed beast hides, formation stones, and a bulk shipment of healing herbs destined for the Mu clan. Total value, approximately 2,000 gold coins. Iron Tooth's night shift security team arrived too late to stop the destruction but early enough to identify the attackers. Shen Mobei received the report before dawn. They made sure we'd see them, Iron Tooth growled. No masks, no concealment. They wanted us to know exactly who did this. A message, Shen Mobei agreed. The anger was there, cold and sharp, but controlled. They want us to react. To strike back. To give them an excuse to escalate to a level where their superior cultivation makes the outcome inevitable. So what do? We don't play their game. We play ours. He dispatched Luo Qingge that night with specific instructions. Not to attack. Not to threaten. Simply to deliver a message. Yun Potion's nephew, a mid-level Do Ling cultivator who managed the Shadow Network's GMA Holy City operations, woke from a deep sleep to find a violet soul blade pressed against his throat. Luo Qingge stood over his bed like a specter, her dark hair framing a face of absolute, terrifying calm. Don't move, she said. Don't speak. Just listen. She pressed the blade slightly deeper. The nephew's eyes went wide. Your uncle destroyed our warehouse. We know who he sent. We know where they sleep. We know where your uncle keeps his personal treasury in the Misty Cloud Sect South Tower. We know about the slave contracts hidden in the third drawer of his study desk. The nephew stopped breathing. This is not a threat. This is information. We want your uncle to know that we have it. And we want him to consider what would happen if this information reached the sect master, the Royal Intelligence Division, and the front page of every news sheet in the capital. She withdrew the blade and vanished through the wall. The nephew spent the rest of the night shaking in his bed. By morning, he'd sent a panic communication to Yun Potion. The elder's response was not recorded by the faction ledger, but his subsequent actions spoke volumes. The attack stopped, not permanently. Shen Mobei wasn't naive enough to believe a single demonstration would end the conflict. But the immediate escalation paused while Yun Potion reassessed the threat. His nephew's report, that the Obsidian Ledger had an operative capable of bypassing his defenses and possessed compromising intelligence, shifted the equation. Shen Mobei used the breathing room to rebuild. The warehouse loss was painful but not crippling. The vault dimension held the truly valuable stock, and insurance arrangements through the Mu clan covered part of the physical losses. Within 2 weeks, operations were fully restored. The message was clear on both sides. The Obsidian Ledger couldn't match Yun Potion's raw combat power. But it didn't need to. It had information, precision, and the willingness to use both in ways that made direct conflict disadvantageous for everyone. Chapter 33. Bei Xiaolong had the subtlety of a battering ram. He arrived at Primer Auction House during the morning session, prime time, when the gallery was full of buyers and spectators. He strode through the hall with his retainers, heading straight for the display floor where Yafei was presenting a collection of rare beast trophies. The auction hall smelled of polished wood and the faint metallic scent of the display formation arrays, and the collective warmth of 200 bodies had raised the temperature enough that the high windows had been propped open, letting in the street sounds of the merchant quarter. It was the kind of crowd that wore their wealth quietly, good cloth without excess ornamentation, the specific social discipline of people who had enough that they didn't need to display it. Shen Mobei watched from the upper gallery, his arms resting on the carved railing, his position angled so he could see both the display floor and the main entrance. The system's faction ledger had flagged Bei Xiaolong's morning movements 40 minutes ago. He'd been here since the doors opened. Ladies and gentlemen. His voice cut through the murmur of the crowd. Before this auction continues, I feel obligated to warn everyone present about a matter of integrity. Yafei's expression froze. Professional, neutral, but Shen Mobei, watching from the gallery above, could see the tension in her shoulders. A bead of moisture had appeared at her hairline, not quite sweat, but the body's response to a sudden unwanted challenge in a room full of witnesses. She controlled it in the span of 2 breaths, and when she turned to face Bei Xiaolong, her posture had settled into the specific composed authority of someone who had been managing difficult situations in public since she was 16 years old. It has come to my attention, Bei Xiaolong continued with theatrical gravity, that several items recently sold through this august institution were sourced from a certain Shen Mobei, a person of no verifiable background, no guild certification, and no professional credentials. A person who appeared in this city barely 3 months ago with no history, no family, and no accountability. The crowd shifted. Whispers spread like ripples. I have evidence suggesting that at least some of the materials he supplied are misrepresented. Counterfeit goods passed off as genuine through a combination of smooth talk and fortunate connections. He looked directly at Yafei. I trust the auction house will want to investigate these serious allegations. The silence was absolute. Yafei stepped forward. Her voice, when she spoke, was clear, calm, and carried the authority of someone who had been managing rooms like this since she was a teenager. Young Master Bei. Your concern for this house's integrity is noted and appreciated. Since you've raised the question publicly, let me address it publicly. She gestured to an assistant, who brought forward the disputed items, a selection of beast cores, medicinal herbs, and rare minerals that represented Shen Mobei's recent contributions to the auction house's inventory. Every item supplied by Shen Mobei undergoes our standard verification process, 3 independent appraisals by senior guild-certified experts. Additionally, given the volume and novelty of his supply, I commissioned a 4th appraisal by an independent specialist retained specifically for quality assurance. She held up a sealed document. The results are unanimous. Every item is genuine, correctly graded, and fairly priced. Not a single counterfeit has ever been detected in any material supplied by Shen Mobei. Not one. She set the document on the podium. These results are available for public review. Any member of this audience is welcome to examine them. The crowd's whispers shifted in tone, from concern to interest to the distinct murmur of people who were enjoying watching a powerful man get publicly dismantled. Bei Xiaolong's face reddened. The verification process can be bribed? Manipulated? Are you suggesting that our senior appraisers and an independent specialist have all been compromised? Yafei's voice was silk over steel. Because that's a serious accusation against this institution, its employees, and the Alchemist Guild members who certified the results. The trap was perfectly set. If Bei Xiaolong pressed the accusation, he was accusing Primer Auction House and the Alchemist Guild of corruption, a political disaster for the Bei clan. If he backed down, he looked like a fool who'd made baseless claims in public. He chose the only viable option, a tactical retreat disguised as magnanimity. I see the records are thorough. My concerns were premature. I apologize for the disruption. He turned and walked out, his retainers hurrying to keep up. The auction resumed. Yafei, professional as ever, didn't so much as glance at the gallery where Shen Mobei sat. But her lips were curved in the faintest, most satisfied smile he'd ever seen. In the crowd below, Shen Mobei watched the audience's reaction with the analytical attention he applied to every market. The murmur after Bei Xiaolong's departure had a specific quality, the low, suppressed energy of a room that had witnessed something entertaining and was not quite ready to resume paying attention to business. 2 buyers in the 3rd row exchanged a glance. An older woman in the 2nd row was writing something in a small journal she'd produced from her sleeve. A merchant near the side exit spoke quietly to his companion without looking away from the front of the room. These were the signals of people who had just witnessed an event they would discuss over dinner, in the specific way that visible public humiliation circulated through the merchant class's social network. By evening, the story would have moved through 3 district dining rooms. By tomorrow, Bei Xiaolong's miscalculation would be common knowledge among every serious buyer in the city. Bei Xiaolong, reputation, hostile, deeply hostile. Bei clan, reputation, wary investigating. Chapter 34. Old Gu's mentorship deepened from theoretical instruction to practical application. The old alchemist had been sober for a month, the longest stretch in over a decade. The purple ember root, combined with herbs Shen Mobei continued to supply, was slowly regenerating the damaged pathways in his spiritual root where the bone-chilling flame had once resided. He couldn't cultivate a new flame, but the recovery process was restoring capabilities he'd thought permanently lost. Your education has been backwards, Old Gu told Shen Mobei during a session in his now clean laboratory. Most alchemists learn theory first and practical identification later. You have encyclopedic identification abilities but no theoretical framework. It's like being able to read every language but not knowing grammar. Teach me the grammar, then. Old Gu did. Molecular chi theory, how different materials interacted at the fundamental energy level. Refinement pathways, the optimal sequences for combining ingredients to maximize pill efficacy. Degradation analysis, understanding how and why materials lost potency over time. The instruction was demanding, rigorous, and delivered with Old Gu's characteristic blend of expertise and insult. Wrong. That's not how chi polarity works. Did you learn chemistry from a cookbook? Again. But Shen Mobei was a fast learner, his MBA-trained analytical mind mapped beautifully onto alchemical theory, which was essentially advanced chemistry with qi as the variable. Within weeks, he could not only identify materials but understand why they had the properties they did, predict how they'd interact with other materials, and assess their potential applications with a depth that exceeded surface-level scanning. The system integrated the knowledge in real time. Skill upgrade, alchemical theory, intermediate advanced, material radar enhancement. Composition analysis now includes molecular qi structure, refinement pathway predictions, and degradation modeling. Practical application. Host can now assess pill quality, predict refinement outcomes, and identify optimal ingredient substitutions with 94% accuracy. If you're going to sell pills, Old Gu said, watching the system enhanced analysis in action, or rather, watching Shen Mobei demonstrate abilities that seem supernatural, at least know which ones kill people. Is that your endorsement? It's my warning. Alchemy is the most profitable and most dangerous trade in this world. Sell a bad pill and someone dies. Sell a good pill and you make an enemy of whoever was selling the mediocre version. Sell a great pill and everyone wants to know your source. He fixed Shen Mobei with a piercing stare. You're going to make enemies in the alchemy world. Make sure you have friends there first. Sound advice. Shen Mobei began positioning Old Gu not as his private alchemist but as a consulting partner for the Obsidian Ledger, an independent refiner who produced small batches of premium pills for exclusive sale through Ledger channels. The pills were extraordinary. Even at Tier 4, Old Gu's technique produced results that rivaled many Tier 5 offerings from lesser alchemists. The premium pills became the Ledger's most profitable product line. Cultivation progress, Dadoshi 7-star Dadoshi 9-star, the alchemy education had an unexpected side effect. It deepened Shen Mobei's understanding of the cultivation world's economy in ways that the system alone couldn't provide. Pills were the lifeblood of cultivation society. Every cultivator above Doge level used them, for cultivation acceleration, injury treatment, qi purification, and breakthrough assistance. The pill market was the largest and most profitable sector of the economy, dwarfing even the weapons and formation markets. And it was almost entirely controlled by the Alchemist Guild. The guild operated as a de facto monopoly. Guild-certified alchemists had exclusive access to certain refinement techniques, ingredient supply chains, and the political protections that came with guild membership. Independent alchemists, those who worked outside the guild structure, faced obstacles ranging from supply restrictions to outright suppression. Old Gu had been a guild member before his disgrace. His insights into the guild's internal politics were invaluable. The guild is rotten, he said one evening over tea. He'd fully transitioned from wine to tea, a development that Shen Mobei considered one of his greatest achievements. Not universally, there are good alchemists who genuinely care about their craft. But the leadership is corrupt. They control pill prices by restricting supply. They hoard refinement techniques that should be public knowledge. And they punish anyone who challenges their monopoly. Sounds like every monopoly in history, Shen Mobei said. History? You're too young for history. I read a lot. Old Gu's pills, sold through the Obsidian Ledger, were beginning to disrupt the guild's local monopoly. His Tier 4 output, with Tier 5 quality due to his superior technique, offered buyers an alternative to guild-priced products. The savings were significant. Obsidian Ledger pills sold at 70% of guild standard pricing, with equal or better efficacy. The guild hadn't responded yet. Their attention was focused on the Hall of Souls raids and internal politics. But Shen Mobei knew it was only a matter of time before the disruption registered on their radar. When the guild notices us, they'll try to shut us down, Old Gu warned. They have political tools, regulation, licensing requirements, ingredient supply control. And they have blunt tools, hired muscle. I know. We'll be ready. Shen Mobei paused. The key is to make the disruption too beneficial to too many people before the guild can react. If buyers and patients are already dependent on our supply, shutting us down creates backlash. Growth is armor, Old Gu murmured. You've used that strategy before. It's the only strategy that works when you're the little fish. Cultivation progress, Dadoshi 9-star, breakthrough to Doling imminent. Seeking quiet meditation opportunity, Chapter 35. The first sign was a shipment that vanished. Feng Ruo's caravan, carrying a load of processed void quartz destined for a formation master in the neighboring Chuyan Empire, was intercepted 2 days' travel from the city. The interception was clean, no violence, no witnesses. The caravan guards were found unconscious but unharmed on the roadside, with no memory of what had happened. The goods were simply gone. Not bandits, Feng Ruo reported, her calm exterior showing hairline cracks of frustration. Bandits are violent and sloppy. This was surgical. Whoever did this knew our route, our schedule, our guard rotation, and the exact contents of the shipment. Inside information, Iron Tooth said grimly. No. Shen Mobei studied the faction ledger. None of our people leaked. The ledger contracts would have triggered. He paused. Someone else has intelligence capabilities in this space, someone who's been watching us. The system had been tracking something for several weeks, anomalies in market data that didn't match any known faction's behavior. Goods that Shen Mobei had expected to corner were being siphoned by an unknown competitor. Prices in specific segments were being manipulated by an invisible hand with deep market knowledge and enormous capital reserves. Threat classification update: entity, the broker, unknown identity. Unknown cultivation level. Unknown organizational structure. Known capabilities: continental scale trade network, advanced intelligence gathering, market manipulation at systemic level. Estimated operational history: 50 plus years. Assessment: this entity preceded host's operations by decades. Host's expansion has encroached on established territory. Probability of escalation: high. Threat level: severe. The broker. A name that whispered through the underground trade world like a ghost story. Shen Mobei had heard fragments, mentions in Xiao Ning's intelligence reports, oblique references from trade contacts, and the occasional warning from experienced merchants. Don't dig too deep. The broker doesn't like competition. He'd assumed it was myth. The system confirmed it was real. We have a problem, he told the inner circle. There's a player in this game who's been here much longer than we have. They control infrastructure we can't see, they have intelligence we can't match, and they've just demonstrated they can hit our supply chain at will. So we hit back, Iron Tooth said. We don't know where to hit. That's the problem. Shen Mobei stared at the map on his wall. The broker is a shadow's shadow. We need more information before we can even begin to formulate a response. I might be able to help with that, Luo Qingge said. The Hall of Souls knew about the broker. Not in detail, they used the broker's network for certain supply chains. There might be references in the ledger I gave you. She was right. Shen Mobei cross-referenced the Hall of Souls ledger with the system's data on the broker's known activities. The overlap was thin but present. 3 Hall of Souls supply chains used intermediaries that the system now flagged as potential broker-linked entities. It wasn't enough to identify the broker. But it was a thread to pull. We pull carefully, Shen Mobei said. This enemy is patient, established, and capable. We don't rush. We gather. We analyze. We wait for them to make a mistake. And if they don't make mistakes? Everyone makes mistakes. The question is whether we're paying attention when it happens. Chapter 36. The rooftop had become their place. Not deliberately, it had started when Luo Qingge chose it as a meditation spot, drawn by the unobstructed view and the solitude. Shen Mobei found her there one evening when he came up to think through a logistics problem, and they'd fallen into conversation without planning to. Now it was where they went when the world below became too loud. The hall took me when I was 5, Luo Qingge said. The city spread below them, jeweled with lamplight. Her voice was quiet, matter of fact, as if she were reporting a mission debrief. My parents were cultivators, weak ones, doshi level, who owed a debt to a Hall of Souls operative. When they couldn't pay, the operative took me a settlement. Shen Mobei said nothing. He'd learned that Luo Qingge didn't want comfort or sympathy. She wanted someone to listen. The training started immediately. Combat drills, soul cultivation techniques, pain tolerance conditioning. By 7, I'd killed my first target, a political dissident the hall wanted removed. By 10, I had a body count higher than most career soldiers. Did you have friends? Other trainees? 1. Yin Mei. We were trained together, the hall paired us as a dual assassination unit. She was my sister in everything but blood. A pause. When I defected, I had to leave her behind. It's the only regret I carry. We'll get her out. Luo Qingge looked at him sharply. That's not a promise you can make. It's a goal I can pursue. There's a difference between a promise and a plan. I'll plan for it. She studied his face in the dim light. Whatever she was looking for, she seemed to find it. Her expression shifted, a fraction of the hardness dissolving, replaced by something vulnerable and raw. You're the first person who helped me without wanting my blade, she said. Everyone else in my life has either used me or feared me. You see me as a person. You are a person. A person with extremely sharp soul blades, but a person first. The ghost of a smile. That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. Romance isn't really my area. I noticed. They sat in companionable silence as the night deepened. Shen Mobei was acutely aware of her proximity, the warmth of her shoulder near his, the faint scent of the violet-tinged qi that surrounded her, the rhythm of her breathing. He cared about this woman. Not in the same way he cared about Yafei, that was a fire, intense and consuming. What he felt for Luo Qingge was different. Quieter. A recognition of kindred damage. They were both people who'd been broken and rebuilt themselves from the pieces. He didn't act on it. The situation was complicated enough without adding romantic entanglement to a professional relationship. But the feeling was there, and it wasn't going away. Chapter 37. The annual Jiama Empire Auction was the trading world's equivalent of a cultural event, 3 days of high-profile sales, social networking, and conspicuous consumption that drew buyers from across the empire and beyond. Primer Auction House hosted it, and the event's success directly determined the house's prestige for the coming year. This year, Shen Mobei intended to make it legendary. Working through Yafei and the Obsidian Ledger's channels, he'd spent weeks sourcing the most spectacular items available. The strategy was simple: Flood the auction with premium goods that would generate record sales, cementing both Yafei's reputation and the ledger's as the premier source of rare materials. The crown jewel was a Tier 5 pill refined by Old Gu, a spirit ascension pellet that could guarantee a cultivator's breakthrough from Do Ling to Do Wang, eliminating the years of painstaking preparation that the threshold normally required. Old Gu had grumbled for a week about prostituting his art for commerce before admitting that the refinement challenge was the most fun he'd had in decades. The auction's first day was strong. Rare beast materials from the magical Beast Mountain Range expedition sold at 20% above reserve. Formation stones from the Mu clan's void quartz processing sold for double. By the end of day 1, total sales had already exceeded the previous year's 3-day total. Day 2 featured the mid-range items, premium herbs, cultivation technique scrolls, and specialized equipment. Shen Mobei's contributions dominated. 7 of the top 10 lots were sourced through the Obsidian Ledger. Yafei conducted the auction with the practiced brilliance of someone born to the role, drawing competitive bids from buyers who'd normally show restraint. Day 3 was the headliner. The Spirit Ascension Pellet. Yafei presented it in a crystal display case at the auction hall center. The chi emanating from the pill was palpable, every cultivator in the room felt it, a warm, inviting pulse that spoke directly to their ambitions. "Ladies and gentlemen," Yafei said, her voice carrying perfectly through the hall's acoustics. Lot 97. A Tier 5 Spirit Ascension Pellet, refined by a master alchemist of extraordinary provenance. Starting bid, 5,000 gold coins. The bidding was ferocious. 3 clan representatives, 2 independent cultivators, and an envoy from the Chu Yan Empire fought for possession. The price climbed past 10,000, past 15, past 20. When it finally settled at 23,000 gold coins, purchased by the Mu clan for their recovering patriarch's secondary cultivation concern, the audience sat in stunned silence for a full 3 seconds before erupting in applause. Total 3-day sales, 67,000 gold coins. A record that would stand for years. Yafei found Shen Mobei afterward in the private gallery. She was radiant, flushed with success, her eyes bright. "We did it," she breathed. "The best auction in the house's history. My superiors are ecstatic. Even the ones who've been skeptical about my judgment. You did it. I provided materials. You sold them. We did it together." She took his hand. "And this is just the beginning. Reputation index, multiple faction improvements. Trade volume approaching Tier 3 milestone, cultivation progress, Dodoshi 9-star Dodoshi breakthrough imminent." Shen Mobei felt the cultivation barrier straining. He was on the edge of Do Ling, the rank that separated dilettantes from serious cultivators. One more push, and he'd cross over. Chapter 38. The celebration was small and private. Just the two of them, in Yafei's personal quarters above the auction house. Fine wine, leftover delicacies from the event's reception, and the quiet satisfaction of people who'd pulled off something remarkable. They sat on her balcony, the city spreading below them like a map of their ambitions. The night was warm, the stars were bright, and the wine was excellent. The auction house had grown quiet, the staff had departed hours ago, the display floor sealed and the formation arrays locked, and the only sounds were the city below and the low creak of the balcony railing as Yafei shifted her weight. Her wine glass caught the lamplight from the room behind them and threw small diamonds of color across the stone floor. 67,000 gold coins. 3 days of work that had taken months to build toward. The city didn't know. It carried on its ordinary commerce below, indifferent to what had just been accomplished above it. There was something Shen Mobei found satisfying about that, the contrast between the scale of what they'd built and the ordinary world's comfortable unawareness. "I've been wanting to do this since you called out those fake herbs on day 1, Yafei said. And kissed him. Not the gentle, exploratory kiss from the rooftop weeks ago. This was definitive, a statement, a claim, a bridge burned in the best possible way. Her hand cupped the back of his neck. His arm circled her waist. She tasted of the wine and something underneath it that was simply her, the warmth of someone who had been keeping a careful distance for months and had decided, with the same precision she applied to everything, that the distance had served its purpose and could now end. When they separated, both slightly breathless, Yafei's eyes were fierce and soft simultaneously. "I'm not a patient woman, Shen Mobei. I waited because the timing wasn't right and because business had to come first. But the auction is done, the empire is growing, and I'm tired of pretending I come to these meetings just for the ledger reviews." He laughed, a genuine, full laugh that he hadn't produced in months. "Yafei, I've been terrible at hiding how I feel about you. You've been adequate at hiding it. Which, for you, is practically shouting." She traced a finger along his jaw. "I know this complicates things. I know there are risks. I don't care. What about the auction house? Your position? What about it? I'm not going to stop being professional because I'm sleeping with my business partner. I've compartmentalized harder things than this. I don't doubt it." "Good. Then shut up and kiss me again." Their relationship shifted from that night. Not publicly, both understood the political dangers of broadcasting a romantic connection. But privately, the walls between professional and personal dissolved completely. They shared everything: strategy, ambition, fear, hope. Yafei told him about her 5-year plan, building Phantom Pavilion into an independent auction platform that operated outside any single house's control. He told her about his vision for a continental trade network. They realized their plans weren't just compatible, they were two halves of the same whole. "We're going to change this world," she said in the early hours of the morning, her head on his chest. "Not with dochi or techniques or armies. With commerce. Commerce and information. And stubbornness. Especially stubbornness." Chapter 39. The system alert came without warning, cutting through a morning of routine operations like a blade. Extreme threat detected, entity, Xianxia, Hall of Souls Protector. Cultivation, Dozong 3-star. Combat capability, catastrophic relative to host. Currently entering Jiama Holy City via Eastern Gate, threat assessment, entity exceeds host combat capacity by 400%. Recommend immediate evasion of all contact, purpose analysis, hunting defector Luochinga. Secondary objective unknown, Dozong. The word hit Shen Mobei like a physical blow. He'd been dealing with Do Ling and Do Wang level threats, serious but manageable through strategy and alliances. A Dozong was an entirely different category. A single Dozong cultivator could destroy a city district. Could kill everyone Shen Mobei knew and cared about with the effort of a casual gesture. And this one was hunting Luochinga. He sat very still for the count of 10 breaths. Not paralysis, the opposite. The specific discipline of forcing the threat through systematic analysis before allowing the fear to take any action. Panic moved resources to the wrong places. This was a logistics problem, like every other problem, and logistics responded to assessment before action. Assessment, Xianxia was Dozong 3-star. Shen Mobei was Dodoshi. The combat gap was not a gap, it was a chasm. No realistic scenario ended well if this became a direct confrontation. Survival required evasion, misdirection, and using every non-combat advantage available. Advantages: the vault dimension's dimensional fold, which soul seekers couldn't penetrate. The Obsidian Ledger's established intelligence network. The system's material radar, which would track Xianxia's position in real time. And the operational discipline he'd spent months building into his team. He activated the emergency communication network. Within minutes, the inner circle was assembled. Dozong. Hall of Souls Protector. In the city. Now. He kept his voice level despite the ice in his veins. Xiao Ninger, I need his location tracked in real time. Don't get close, use second-hand observation only. Iron Tooth, pull all visible operatives off the street. Feng Ruo, redirect any incoming caravans to waypoints outside the city. We're going dark. And me? Luochinga asked. Her face was stone, but her hands were clenched at her sides. You're going into the vault dimension. Now. Non-negotiable. I can fight, you can fight a Dozong? At Do Ling level? Shen Mobei rarely raised his voice. He didn't now, but the intensity made the words land like hammer blows. You'd die. And your death would accomplish nothing except giving him what he came for. The silence stretched. Then Luochinga nodded, once, and stepped into the vault. Over the next 72 hours, Xianxia's presence in Jiama Holy City was a slow-moving catastrophe. He moved through the streets openly, making no attempt to hide his cultivation aura. The pressure radiated from him like a physical force, not heat, but something colder, a compression in the air that made breathing feel like a minor effort, that put a fine tremor in hands that hadn't trembled since childhood. Pedestrians within 100 meters developed headaches. Children cried. Animals fled. The specific smell of the market district, food stalls and dyed cloth and the bright copper note of coin, turned flat and wrong in the pocket of air that surrounded him, as if the ambient chi that made ordinary sensory experience vivid had pulled away from his orbit. He was making a statement. A Dozong didn't need stealth. A Dozong was stealth's opposite, overwhelming, undeniable, and immune to anything the local power structure could bring to bear. The royal family's intelligence division monitored him warily but didn't intervene. Starting a conflict with a Dozong-level Hall of Souls operative in the middle of the capital? That was a war no one wanted. Xiao Ninger tracked his movements through a network of street-level observers. He was systematic, visiting locations associated with soul energy disturbances, questioning residents with soul pressure techniques that left them dazed and compliant, gradually narrowing his search pattern toward the districts where Luochinga had been active. Shen Mobei spent the 3 days in a state of controlled fear. He couldn't fight this threat. He couldn't negotiate with it. He couldn't even hide from it indefinitely. The system warned that Dozong-level soul perception could eventually detect the vault dimension's spatial anomaly if the search became focused enough. He needed Xianxia to leave. Which meant he needed something to make Jiama Holy City less interesting than wherever Xianxia would go next. The solution came from the system, specifically, from cross-referencing Xianxia's known objectives with the Hall of Souls ledger. Xianxia, known objectives: primary, recover defector Luochinga. Secondary, investigate reports of Do Dieratum beneath Jiama Holy City, a Do Dieratum. Beneath the city. The system confirmed, the ancient tomb that the material radar had first detected during the Starfire iron mining operation was real, significant, and connected to an alchemist from the Dozun era whose work had pre-Dodi implications. If Xianxia found the tomb, he'd have a reason to stay. If Shen Mobei could make the tomb appear inaccessible or empty, Xianxia might move on. But that was a problem for after the immediate crisis passed. Right now, survival was the only objective. Chapter 40. Xianxia performed the mass soul sweep on the third night. It hit the city like an invisible earthquake. Every cultivator within 5 kilometers felt it, a wave of invasive, searching energy that probed spiritual roots, scanned cultivation bases, and catalogued every living soul in its path. Ordinary citizens experienced it as a sudden wave of nausea and vertigo. Cultivators felt it as a violation, an alien consciousness brushing against their innermost defenses. Shen Mobei felt it and immediately shoved Luo Qingge deeper into the vault dimension, layering every concealment feature the system offered. The sweep passed over him like a searchlight, uncomfortable, intrusive, but ultimately finding nothing of interest. The system's dimensional fold held. But the sweep found something else. The ancient tomb. The material radar showed it in real time. Xianxia's soul energy penetrated the ground beneath the city and contacted the sealed laboratory of the Dozun level alchemist. The seal, weakened by centuries of decay, partially yielded to the probe. And what lay inside? Ancient tomb, alert. Xianxia's soul sweep has detected contents. Estimated contents: Tier 6 plus medicinal pills, preserved, cultivation technique scrolls, ancient, potentially unique, and a dormant heavenly flame fragment. Heavenly flame fragment, type, sea heart flame, partial. Status, sealed in jade coffin. Power level, significant but incomplete. Estimated value, incalculable, a heavenly flame fragment. One of the most coveted treasures in the entire BTTH world. Even a fragment could transform an alchemist's capabilities, boost a cultivator's power by an entire rank, or be sold for enough gold to buy a small empire. And it was directly under Shen Mobei's primary warehouse. The system displayed Xianxia's reaction. His soul energy signature spiked with unmistakable excitement. The Dozong level predator had found prey far more interesting than a single defector. Interesting, the faintest trace of Xianxia's voice carried through the soul sweep, a whisper that every sensitive cultivator in the city heard. 2 birds with 1 stone. The sweep withdrew. The city exhaled collectively. But Shen Mobei didn't relax. His mind was already racing, processing the implications. Xianxia now knew about the tomb and its contents. He'd be back, with more forces, with a plan, and with the backing of the Hall of Souls' considerable resources. The heavenly flame fragment was the kind of treasure that would draw attention from the highest levels of the Hall's hierarchy. And the tomb was right beneath Shen Mobei's warehouse. Which meant that any attempt to access it would put his operations, and his people, directly in the line of fire. But there was a flip side. The tomb was also an opportunity. Whoever controlled access to the tomb controlled the heavenly flame fragment, the ancient pills, the technique scrolls, and whatever else the Dozun level alchemist had sealed away. In Shen Mobei's hands, those resources could fund an expansion of the obsidian ledger that would dwarf everything he'd built so far. The question wasn't whether to pursue the tomb. It was how to do it before Xianxia came back. He pulled Luo Qingge out of the vault. She materialized with her soul blades already formed, ready to fight. "It's over," he said. "For now." He found something else. Something that might keep him busy. "What?" Shen Mobei told her. Her violet eyes widened. Even Luo Qingge, who'd been trained to show nothing, couldn't hide her reaction to a heavenly flame fragment. "That changes everything," she said. "It does. For better or worse, we're now sitting on top of the most valuable real estate in the GMI empire." He looked at the floor beneath his feet, as if he could see through the stone to the sealed tomb below. And every power player on the continent is going to want what's down there. The system updated with quiet urgency. Strategic alert, multiple high-priority events converging, the broker, network activity increasing in response to tomb detection, Hall of Souls, mobilization protocols detected. Reinforcements likely, Yun Potion, intelligence suggests awareness of tomb's existence via Misty Cloud Sect divination, recommendation, secure tomb access before competing entities. Timeline, weeks, not months. Shen Mobei stood in his office, surrounded by his people, Iron Tooth's solid loyalty, Luo Qingge's lethal grace, the distant presence of Yafei through communication talisman, Xiao Ningger's wide eyes taking in every detail, Feng Ruo's calm assessment. He was a Dadoshi merchant standing at the intersection of forces that could crush him without effort. A Dozong hunting his ally. A shadow network run by a Do Huang elder. An unknown entity called the Broker with continental reach. And now a tomb full of treasures that would draw every predator within 1,000 miles. The smart play was to run. Take his gold, his allies, and his system, and disappear into the continent's vastness. But Shen Mobei had never been the type to run. In his previous life, he'd built a career on the principle that the greatest returns came from the greatest risks, properly managed. "We're going to claim that tomb," he said. Before anyone else. We move fast, we move smart, and we use every advantage we have. He looked at each of them in turn. Who's with me? The answer was unanimous. Iron Tooth drew his sword and checked the edge, a habit that meant he was ready for whatever came next. Luo Chinga's soul blades flickered to life and vanished, a quiet statement of capability. Feng Ruo nodded once, already calculating logistics in her head. Xiao Ninger pulled out a notebook and started mapping potential entry points to the warehouse basement. And through the communication talisman, Yafei's voice carried the steady confidence that had made her the most successful auction manager in the house's history. I'll handle the surface. Keep the attention up here while you work below. Nobody will know what you're doing until you want them to. Shen Mobei looked at his team, his people, his family in every way that mattered, and felt the weight of responsibility settle onto his shoulders alongside the thrill of possibility. The Dozun's tomb awaited. The heavenly flame fragment sang to him through the stone like a distant bell. And somewhere beyond the city walls, Xianxia was already marshalling forces for his return. The race had begun. Chapter 41. The tomb entrance was hidden beneath 3 meters of compacted earth and ancient stone, directly under the obsidian ledger's primary warehouse floor. Shen Mobei stood in the warehouse's basement level, a dry, stone-walled space used for storing bulk goods, and studied the material radar's three-dimensional overlay. The tomb's structure was visible as a ghostly blueprint in his mind's eye, a complex of interconnected chambers descending in a spiral pattern, sealed by formation arrays that still hummed with residual power after 1,000 years. The basement itself smelled of old wood, dried herb dust, and the faint mineral sharpness of stone sealed against the outside air. The walls wept slightly with seep water at the north face, a hairline crack in the foundation mortar that Iron Tooth had flagged 3 months ago and that no one had gotten around to repairing. A single hanging lantern cast yellow light across the flagstone floor, leaving the corners in shadow. Old Goose stood with his eyes half closed, one palm a few inches above the floor, the other hand holding his diagnostic formation tool, a jade rod that pulsed faintly at whatever chi variation it detected beneath the stone. The seal is degrading, Old Goose said, examining the stone floor with his alchemist's senses. He'd been brought in as an expert consultant, grudgingly, with complaints about his knees and the indignity of crawling around in basements. Whoever built this used a self-sustaining formation, but the chi feeds have dried up over time. It's maybe 20% functional. Enough to keep casual intruders out, but a focused cultivator at Dado Shi or above could break through. Or a Do Zong performing a soul sweep, Shen Mobei said grimly. Exactly. Han Xie's probe weakened the seal further. I estimate we have 2 to 3 weeks before it degrades enough for someone to simply walk in. Then we go in first. Today. The excavation was delicate work. They couldn't use brute force without risking collapse. The 1,000-year-old stone structure was stable but brittle. Old Gu directed the process, using his diminished flame to carefully soften stone and his formation knowledge to navigate the seal's remaining defenses. By evening, they'd opened a passageway wide enough for a single person to descend. Cool, dry air rose from the depths, carrying the scent of dust and ancient preservatives. The chi density increased noticeably as Shen Mobei peered into the darkness below. I'm going in, he said. Iron Tooth, Luo Chinga, with me. Everyone else stays up here. If we're not back in 4 hours, seal the entrance and evacuate. Cheerful, Iron Tooth muttered, drawing his sword. Luo Chinga said nothing. Her soul blades materialized with a soft hum, casting violet light into the passageway. She went first, her training made her the natural point person for unknown environments. They descended into the earth. The passageway was narrow, barely wide enough for Iron Tooth's broad shoulders, and descended at a steep angle through stone that had been smoothed by formation energy rather than tools. The walls were carved with flowing script in an ancient language that Old Gu, listening through the communication talisman, identified as pre-imperial Do Chi notation. The air in the passage was cool, damp, and carried a scent unlike anything on the surface, old stone and ancient preservatives, a faint mineral sweetness that wasn't quite recognizable, the specific smell of a sealed space that had contained extraordinary things for a very long time without being disturbed. Their footsteps on the smooth stone produced sounds that were oddly flattened, the narrow walls absorbing echo rather than returning it. The soul blade's light was the only illumination, violet tinted, casting everything in a color that made the carved script on the walls seem to shift and breathe. This is Old Gu said, his voice crackling through the talisman. At least 1,000 years. The notation style predates the Alchemist Guild by centuries. Whoever built this was working with techniques that have been lost to modern practitioners. The air grew cooler as they descended. The chi density increased steadily. At this depth, the ambient energy was several times stronger than the surface. Shen Mobei felt his meridians responding, drawing in the rich chi like parched soil absorbing rain. The sensation was physical, a slight warmth in his chest where the Do Chi collected, and a corresponding lightness in his breathing, as if the denser air here was somehow easier to use. Luo Chinga moved ahead with professional efficiency, her soul blades casting enough light to illuminate the passage while her enhanced perception scanned for threats. Iron Tooth covered the rear, his sword drawn and his senses tuned to maximum alertness. The first trap activated 30 meters in, a pressure plate that Luo Qingge detected a half-second before stepping on it. She froze, 1 foot hovering, as a chi lance array in the ceiling charged with lethal energy. "Don't move," Old Gu commanded through the talisman. "There's a discharge node to your left, about head height. Can you see a small crystal embedded in the stone?" Luo Qingge's violet eyes found it. "Yes. Channel a small amount of soul energy into it. Not too much, just enough to overload the feedback loop. It should." A flash of violet light. A crackling sound. The chi lance array powered down. "Do that," Old Gu finished. "Good. Proceed carefully." Chapter 42. The Do Zun alchemist who had built this tomb had been paranoid, brilliant, and spectacularly wealthy. The outer chambers were a gauntlet of formation traps, pressure plates that triggered chi lance arrays, false corridors that looped back on themselves, and one particularly nasty section where the walls projected illusory copies of the intruders to confuse and disorient. Old Gu, communicating through a formation talisman that Shen Mobei carried, guided them through the worst of it. "Third stone from the left, that row, step on it and a fire array activates. Take 2 steps right instead." "Yes, there. Now look up, see that crystal? It's a monitoring node. Break it and the next room's defenses deactivate." Iron Tooth broke it with a precise sword strike. The humming energy in the walls ahead died. "Your old man's useful," Iron Tooth commented. "Don't let him hear you say that. He hates compliments." They moved deeper. The architecture shifted from defensive to functional, storage rooms, a workshop, and what appeared to be a personal study. Everything was preserved in near perfect condition by the residual formation energy. Dust covered every surface, but beneath it, the furnishings were intact. The material radar painted the tomb's contents in vivid detail. Shen Mobei catalogued as they moved: medicinal ingredients in sealed jade containers, technique scrolls in preservation cases, alchemical equipment of extraordinary quality, and dozens of smaller valuables, formation cores, beast materials, and precious metals. "This is a fortune," Iron Tooth breathed, looking at a shelf of jade vials. "Each of these pills, don't touch anything until we've mapped the full layout. Some of these containers might be trapped." Shen Mobei's eyes were locked on a deeper signal, the heavenly flame fragment, pulsing in the tomb's innermost chamber like a second heartbeat. Luo Qingge raised a hand. "Stop. There's something ahead." Her soul perception, sharper than Shen Mobei's material radar for detecting living energy, had picked up a presence in the next chamber. Not alive, exactly, but not entirely inert either. They approached cautiously. The chamber beyond was large, a circular room with a domed ceiling covered in faded murals depicting scenes of alchemy and cultivation. At the center stood a jade coffin, waist-high, carved with intricate formation patterns that still glowed faintly. Inside the coffin, visible through the translucent jade lid, was a small, brilliant flame. The sea heart flame fragment. It was beautiful, a sphere of blue-white fire the size of a fist, hovering motionlessly in the coffin's center. Even through the jade, its heat was palpable. The air shimmered around it. Shen Mobei felt his do chi resonate in response, a deep, primal recognition of power that transcended cultivation ranks. Heavenly flame fragment, sea heart flame, partial. Power level, equivalent to approximately 30% of the complete sea heart flame. Applications: dramatically enhances alchemical refinement, provides fire element cultivation boost, can restore damaged flame pathways in experienced alchemists. Old Gu needs to see this, Shen Mobei said quietly. Old Gu needs to stay the hell away from it, Iron Tooth said. That thing radiates enough heat to cook us if the containment fails. The jade coffin is the containment. As long as it's intact, the flame is stable. Shen Mobei studied the coffin's formation patterns. We can move it, but we'll need Old Gu's expertise to ensure the formations hold during transport. They spent another hour mapping the remaining chambers. The first major find beyond the flame was a storage ring on a stone pedestal, a spatial storage device used by high-level cultivators to carry large quantities of goods. Shen Mobei picked it up carefully and scanned its contents. 3 Tier 6 medicinal pills, perfectly preserved. A cultivation technique scroll titled Phantom Merchant Steps. 7 formation blueprints of varying complexity. And a personal journal belonging to the tomb's creator. Phantom Merchant Steps, Shen Mobei read from the scroll's header. A movement technique based on misdirection and spatial awareness. Designed for non-combat cultivators who require evasion rather than offensive capability. He couldn't have designed a more perfect technique for himself if he'd tried. The storage ring also contained something that didn't appear in the material radar's initial scan, a personal journal belonging to the tomb's creator. Shen Mobei opened it carefully, the aged pages releasing a faint scent of preserved ink and old memories. The journal was written in a mix of ancient script and alchemical notation. Much of it was technical, refinement logs, experiment records, ingredient analyses. But interspersed throughout were personal reflections that painted a picture of the tomb's creator. His name had been Xiao Yan, a wandering alchemist from an era when the Do Chi continent was divided into dozens of small kingdoms rather than the organized empires of the present. He'd been a Dozun level cultivator who chose alchemy over combat, building his reputation through skill rather than strength. I have never struck a man in anger, one passage read. My flame is for refinement, not destruction. Yet the powerful see my pills and want to own my labor. They see my materials and want to seize my stores. I have built this sanctuary not as a monument but as a vault, a place where my life's work can survive the inevitable day when some warlord decides my independence is inconvenient. Shen Mobei felt a chill of recognition. A non-combat cultivator, surrounded by the powerful, using skill and knowledge to maintain independence against forces that could crush him physically. Zi Yanluo could have been writing about Shen Mobei's own situation. Another passage caught his eye. The movement technique is complete. I call it phantom merchant steps, after the traveling traders who survive in war zones by being where the arrows aren't. It requires no flame, no special constitution, only awareness and the willingness to let the enemy's expectations work against them. I hope whoever finds this inherits it. The strong have enough techniques. This one is for the clever. A technique designed for someone exactly like him, left by an alchemist who'd faced exactly his challenges, 1,000 years ago. The universe, Shen Mobei reflected, had a strange sense of humor. Or perhaps it simply rewarded those who looked in the right places. Chapter 43. Yafei's disinformation campaign was a masterpiece of social engineering. Working through her network of contacts in the upper social circles of Jiama Holy City, she spread a series of carefully crafted rumors. The tomb beneath the warehouse district was cursed, anyone who entered would suffer spiritual contamination. The alchemist who had built it had been a notorious poisoner whose creations killed anyone who touched them. The formation defenses were lethal even to Do Huang level cultivators. Each rumor was seeded through a different source, making them appear to originate independently. The stories reinforced each other, creating a narrative that made the tomb seem more dangerous than it was worth. For good measure, Shen Mobei fed false information through channels he suspected the broker monitored. A series of coded messages, designed to look like intercepted intelligence, suggested that the tomb's primary entrance was located in the southern district, several kilometers from the actual site. Anyone following the false trail would dig for weeks and find nothing. Meanwhile, Shen Mobei redirected his cultivation efforts toward the Mu clan partnership, which continued to generate substantial revenue. The Void Quartz operation was now fully operational, with refined pieces being sold at premium prices to formation masters and spatial storage craftsmen across the empire. The revenue funded an aggressive cultivation push. Cultivation progress, Dadoshi 5-star, Dadoshi 6-star. He used the resources to prepare for a deeper tomb exploration, purchasing specialized formation breaking tools, protective talismans against ancient chi contamination, and a set of premium healing pills for emergency use. The second expedition was planned with military precision. Shen Mobei, Iron Tooth, Luo Qingge, and Old Gu, who insisted on seeing the flame fragment personally, descended together. Old Gu navigated the remaining formation traps with the ease of a master, his diminished flame providing just enough energy to probe and deactivate the ancient arrays. They reached the flame chamber without incident. Old Gu stood before the jade coffin and wept. The tears were unexpected from a man who had cultivated emotional detachment as a survival mechanism for 2 decades. But the sight of a heavenly flame, even a fragment, even sealed, reached past every wall he'd built. His hands hovered over the coffin's jade surface, trembling, not quite daring to touch. The chamber was absolutely still. The only sound was the faint, sustained hum of the coffin's formation, a resonance at the lower edge of hearing, felt more in the chest than the ears. The blue-white light it cast didn't flicker the way a candle would. It pulsed, slow and even, like breathing. The warmth radiating through the jade was gentle from this distance, barely noticeable, but Old Gu's hands, hovering 6 inches above the surface, shook as if the air between his palms and the jade were made of something heavier than ordinary air. Iron Tooth, standing 2 steps behind Shen Mobei, said nothing. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword but made no move toward it. The specific stillness of a man who understood that the moment in front of him was not his to interrupt. Luo Qingge had retreated to the chamber's doorway. Her face, normally composed to the point of blankness, held something careful and quiet, the expression of someone watching a thing that deserved to be watched. Beautiful, Old Gu whispered. His voice was thick. The sea heart flame. Not my element, not ice, not bone, but a true heavenly flame nonetheless. The formation holding it is elegant. Self-sustaining thermal loop with chi osmosis. The man who built this was a genius. He pressed the back of one hand to his mouth. Steadied himself. Then, I had a heavenly flame once. The bone-chilling flame. White and cold as winter at altitude. I carried it for 30 years. A pause. I thought I'd made peace with losing it. You do, eventually. You tell yourself the flame was a tool and tools can be replaced with other tools and the work continues regardless. Another pause, longer. But standing here, I understand that I was lying. Shen Mobei gave him a full 10 minutes before gently steering the conversation back to logistics. The remaining chambers held additional treasures that the material radar cataloged with clinical precision. A secondary storage room contained sealed jade containers with preserved medicinal ingredients, some of them extinct species that no longer existed in the wild. Their alchemical value was extraordinary, and Old Goo's excited muttering as he identified each one was almost comical. Dragon Whisper Pollen. I haven't seen this in 40 years. And Starfall Essence, this hasn't been refined since the Northern Dynasty collapsed. And this is, he went silent. Then, Soul Mending Salve. Grade 7. Pre-made. Perfectly preserved. His voice cracked. This could repair spiritual root damage. The kind of damage that he carried. The damage from losing his flame. Shen Mobei noted the salve's location but said nothing. Some treasures were too personal to discuss in passing. Chapter 44. The old alchemist's tears were silent and brief, the crying of a man who had disciplined himself against emotion for decades but couldn't contain this. A heavenly flame fragment, he whispered. I haven't seen flame energy of this quality since. He trailed off. Since he'd lost his own flame. The sentence didn't need finishing. Shen Mobei gave him a moment. Then, can we move it safely? Old Goo wiped his eyes with a rough gesture and became professional. Yes, but not easily. The jade coffin's formation is self-contained, it draws ambient chi to sustain the seal. Moving it disrupts the chi feed. I'd need to create a temporary chi battery, essentially a portable formation core that supplies energy during transport. How long? If you can get me a grade 4 formation stone and a set of chi conducting wires? Half a day. Shen Mobei checked the material radar. Both items were available through his network. He sent Iron Tooth to retrieve them while the rest of the team explored the remaining chambers. The technique scroll, Phantom Merchant Steps, proved to be exactly what the system had described. Shen Mobei read the first section with growing excitement. The technique was unlike any combat art he'd encountered. It wasn't designed for fighting, it was designed for not fighting. The core principle was misdirection, reading an opponent's expectations and moving to where they weren't looking. It combined spatial awareness, body mechanics, and chi manipulation into a movement pattern that made the practitioner nearly impossible to pin down. For a merchant who spent his life navigating between powerful enemies, it was ideal. Technique acquired, Phantom Merchant Steps, Tier 4 Movement Technique, Compatibility, 97%, matches host's combat philosophy and system-enhanced awareness, estimated mastery time, 4 to 6 weeks with intensive training. He began practicing that evening, in the privacy of the warehouse basement. The initial movements were deceptively simple, weight shifts, angle changes, subtle redirections of momentum. But as the technique built in complexity, Shen Mobei discovered layers of sophistication that required the kind of spatial awareness his system-enhanced perception was uniquely suited to provide. Old Goo recognized the technique's lineage and went pale. That footwork pattern, he said, watching Shen Mobei practice. I've seen it before. In texts belonging to my master's master, a legendary figure from 4 centuries ago who was said to have created the perfect evasion art. He paused. If this is the complete technique, it's one of the rarest movement arts on the continent. Should I be concerned about who created it? Only if you're concerned about being connected to a lineage that multiple sects would kill to possess. Old Goo shook his head. Practice in private. Tell no one the technique's name. Cultivation progress, Dadoshi 6-star Dadoshi 7-star, Chapter 45. The Phantom Merchant Steps integrated with Shen Mobei's fighting style, or rather, his avoidance style, with uncanny precision. Within 2 weeks of dedicated training, he could execute the basic movement patterns at combat speed. The technique operated on a principle he understood instinctively from his merchant background. Every opponent had expectations, and expectations could be exploited. In a trade negotiation, you let the other party assume your position and then revealed something different. In combat, you let the opponent predict your movement and then went somewhere else. The system enhanced the technique dramatically. Material radar, repurposed for combat awareness, provided a 3-dimensional map of everything within range, including opponent positions, attack trajectories, and environmental obstacles. Combined with the Phantom Merchant Steps misdirection principles, Shen Mobei could effectively see attacks before they launched and position himself where the attacker least expected. He tested it against Iron Tooth in a controlled sparring session. Iron Tooth was a Doshi 9-star combat veteran with 20+ years of fighting experience. He attacked with the precise, economical movements of a professional soldier, efficient strikes targeting vital points, no wasted energy, textbook mercenary combat. Shen Mobei dodged everything. Not through speed, Iron Tooth was faster in raw physical terms. But every attack found empty air. Shen Mobei shifted just enough to avoid each strike, moving with a fluid, almost lazy grace that made it look like Iron Tooth was swinging at smoke. What the hell, Iron Tooth said, breathing hard after 5 minutes of futile attacking. I've fought opponents twice my cultivation who were easier to hit than you. The technique isn't about being faster. It's about being elsewhere. That's the most annoying fighting philosophy I've ever heard. It's not a fighting philosophy. It's a not fighting philosophy. I don't want to fight anyone. I want to not be where they're attacking. Old Goo, watching from the sideline, shook his head slowly. That man was my master's master. And apparently, he designed a technique specifically for people like you, people who think that the best defense is making the offense look stupid. The Phantom Merchant steps did have limitations. It was purely defensive, it provided no offensive capabilities whatsoever. Against multiple coordinated attackers, the effectiveness decreased. And sustained use was chi intensive, meaning Shen Mobei could maintain peak evasion for perhaps 20 minutes before exhaustion set in. But within those 20 minutes, he was nearly untouchable. Combat assessment: host's evasive capability now exceeds his cultivation rank by approximately 3 tiers. A Do Wang attacker would have difficulty landing clean hits. A Do Huang would require significant effort. The cultivation breakthrough came during a late-night training session, when the repetitive qi cycling of the movement technique pushed his compressed Do qi past the Dadoshi threshold. Cultivation progress: Dadoshi 7-star, Dadoshi 9-star, 2 more stars, and he'd be Do Ling. Getting closer to being a real player. The training sessions became a daily ritual. Each morning before dawn, Shen Mobei practiced the Phantom Merchant steps for 2 hours in the warehouse basement. The technique had 12 stages of mastery. He'd reached the 4th in 2 weeks, which Old Goose said was either genius or recklessness. Probably both. The higher stages incorporated chi manipulation into the footwork, not just physical evasion but energetic misdirection. At stage 4, Shen Mobei could create false chi signatures that made opponents perceive him as being in a different location than he actually was. The effect was brief, a half-second of confusion, but in combat, a half-second was the difference between a hit and a miss. Luo Qingge observed his practice with the critical eye of a professional fighter. Your footwork is elegant but your recovery is slow, she noted. After the 3rd pivot in the sequence, you leave your weight on your back foot for too long. A trained fighter would exploit that gap. Show me. She demonstrated the correction, a subtle hip rotation that shifted the weight forward a fraction of a second faster. The adjustment was minimal, but when Shen Mobei integrated it, his recovery time improved by nearly 20%. Where did you learn to analyze movement like that? He asked. The hall trained us to identify weaknesses in any fighting style within 30 seconds. It's how assassins choose their approach angle. She paused. I never thought I'd use that skill for something constructive. Life is full of repurposing. They trained together increasingly often. It was professional. Luo Qingge was helping him develop combat evasion, and he was helping her understand the economic analysis that underpinned the ledger's operations. But the proximity, the shared sweat and effort, created a bond that went beyond professional utility. Shen Mobei was aware of it. He chose not to act on it. The situation with Yafei was complicated enough. Chapter 46. The alliance between Bei Xiaolong and Yun Potion was born from shared hatred and mutual convenience. Bei Xiaolong provided what Yun Potion needed: political cover. The Bei clan's position as one of the 3 great families meant their endorsement, even implicit, shielded actions from scrutiny. When Yun Potion's operatives moved against the Obsidian Ledger, Bei clan connections ensured that legal investigations were delayed, witnesses intimidated, and evidence quietly lost. Yun Potion provided what Bei Xiaolong wanted: violence. The Bei heir lacked the temperament for patient strategy. He wanted Shen Mobei destroyed, Yafei freed from his influence, and his own supremacy reasserted. Yun Potion's shadow network had the muscle to make that happen. The negotiation that produced the alliance had taken place 3 weeks ago in a private room at the Mountain Crane Tea House, a location that Xiao Ningger's intelligence network had subsequently identified through a contact who worked the kitchen. The 2 men had each brought 1 attendant and no guards, both treating the other's ability to cause violence as the primary security guarantee. Yun Potion had been drinking when the meeting started. Bei Xiaolong had arrived composed and left with his hands clenched. Whatever was said between them, the outcome had been a resource agreement: Bei clan political interference in exchange for 3 targeted operations against the Obsidian Ledger, each designed to maximize economic damage while maintaining enough plausible distance to avoid direct legal liability. The attack came on 3 fronts simultaneously. First, a ledger outpost in the southern merchant district was raided by masked fighters. The outpost served as a drop point for anonymous trades. Clients left materials and payment in sealed boxes, and ledger operatives collected and distributed them. The raiders smashed the boxes, scattered the contents into the street, and left a burning ledger flag nailed to the door. Second, a supply caravan en route from the Mu clan was intercepted and turned back. The interceptors didn't attack, they blockaded the road and presented forged imperial orders declaring the route closed for military exercises. Feng Ruo, leading the caravan, recognized the forgery but couldn't challenge armed cultivators without risking her people. Third, 2 Obsidian Ledger workers, warehouse clerks, not fighters, were ambushed in an alley and beaten. Not killed, but beaten badly enough to require weeks of recovery. A message was carved into the alley wall: the Obsidian Ledger is closed. Shen Mobei received all 3 reports within an hour. He sat in his office, reading them with an expression that Iron Tooth later described as the coldest thing I've ever seen on a living face. Total losses? He asked. Material losses from the outpost, approximately 300 gold coins, Feng Ruo reported. The caravan delay will cost us the Mu clan delivery deadline, 200 gold coin penalty. Medical expenses for the clerks, 50 gold. Total, approximately 550 gold coins. And the human cost? 2 people in pain. Dozens of workers frightened. The entire southern district operation rattled. Iron Tooth was standing by the window. His left hand, the one missing 3 fingers, the constant record of completed contracts, was flat against the window frame. The knuckle line was white. The 2 clerks were beaten in an alley off Harbor Street. I want to know which of Yun Potion's people did the actual work. I want names. You'll have them, Xiao Ninger said from her corner, already writing in her field journal. I have a contact near the Shadow Network's eastern office. Give me until tomorrow morning. I don't want them for retaliation, Shenmobei said. Iron Tooth turned from the window. Then what? Documentation. When Yun Potion falls, and he will fall, I want a complete record of every act his network committed. Every person he hurt. Not for revenge. For evidence. He set down the reports. Courts. Investigators. The sect master's internal review. We build the case while he thinks we're absorbing his hits. Shenmobei nodded slowly. This is what they want. They want us angry. They want us to retaliate physically, escalating the conflict to a level where their superior cultivation decides the outcome. He stood. We won't give them that. But we won't absorb the hit passively either. What, then? Iron Tooth's hand was on his sword, his voice tight with restrained fury. Economic warfare. The kind they can't counter with swords. Over the next 3 weeks, Shenmobei systematically dismantled Yun Potion's revenue streams. The price oracle and faction ledger identified every major income source in Yun Potion's shadow network. He ran protection rackets, controlled specific commodity supplies, and skimmed fees from every illicit transaction in the empire. Each source had dependencies, suppliers, distributors, and clients who were locked in by convenience or fear. Shenmobei offered them something better. Through the Obsidian Ledger, he provided alternative supply channels for every commodity Yun Potion monopolized. He undercut Yun Potion's prices by margins that were sustainable for the ledger but devastating for the Shadow Network's profit model. He offered protection services through Iron Tooth's security apparatus, professional, reliable, and without the casual violence that characterized Yun Potion's enforcers. The effect was devastating. Within weeks, Yun Potion's network lost 40% of its income. Clients who had been trapped by lack of alternatives quietly migrated to the Obsidian Ledger. The Shadow Network's enforcers, paid less and working harder, grew restless. Yun Potion felt the pain where it mattered most, his treasury. Yun Potion Shadow Network, revenue decline, 40%. Operative morale, declining. Political support within Misty Cloud sect, weakening, Chapter 47. The economic counterattack was silent, sustained, and relentless. Shenmobei operated like a surgeon, each incision targeted a specific vulnerability in Yun Potion's network. When Yun Potion raised prices to compensate for lost revenue, Shenmobei matched the commodity at lower cost. When Yun Potion's enforcers tried to intimidate ledger suppliers, Iron Tooth's security teams provided protection. When Yun Potion attempted to discredit the ledger's products, Old Goose premium pills served as irrefutable evidence of quality. The most effective weapon was information. The faction ledger showed Shenmobei exactly where Yun Potion was vulnerable, which clients were dissatisfied, which enforcers were underpaid, which supply chains were stretched thin. He exploited each weakness with surgical precision. A key herb supplier in the Western District, frustrated by Yun Potion's late payments, was offered better terms through the Obsidian Ledger. He switched loyalty overnight, taking his entire customer base with him. A formation stone dealer, threatened by Yun Potion's enforcers for selling to ledger clients, was offered relocation assistance and guaranteed contracts. He moved his operation to Mu Clan territory, beyond Yun Potion's reach, and continued supplying the ledger without interruption. One by one, the pillars of Yun Potion's economic empire were removed. The Bei clan, watching their ally hemorrhage revenue, grew uneasy. Bei Xiaolong's father, Patriarch Bei Chengtian, summoned his son for a private conversation. This merchant you've entangled us with, the Patriarch said. He's costing us. Our association with Yun Potion is becoming a liability. Father, the man is a street rat with delusions of grandeur, a street rat who has systematically reduced a Do Huang elder's income by 40% in 3 weeks without raising a sword. That's not delusion. That's talent. The Patriarch's expression was cold. I approved your alliance with Yun Potion as a convenience. It is now inconvenient. Disentangle us. Bei Xiaolong's humiliation burned like acid. Ordered to retreat by his own father, because of Shenmobei. The grudge deepened. But the Bei clan pulled back. Without their political cover, Yun Potion's operations became more exposed, more vulnerable. The economic stranglehold tightened. Shenmobei documented every move in what he privately called the Yun Potion playbook, a comprehensive analysis of the Elder's economic vulnerabilities, strategic patterns, and psychological triggers. The document, stored in the Vault Dimension, would later become the foundation for the Obsidian Ledger's approach to all future adversaries: understand the enemy's economy, find the pressure points, and apply force through markets rather than armies. The approach was working. Yun Poshan's shadow network was hemorrhaging clients and revenue. His enforcers were demoralized. His political support within the Misty Cloud sect was evaporating. Each day that passed without a decisive response made him look weaker, which in the cultivation world was nearly as fatal as actual weakness. But Shen Mobei knew better than to mistake wounding for killing. Yun Poshan was still a Do Huang, one of the most powerful individual cultivators in the empire. If he decided to abandon economic warfare and resort to personal violence, there was almost nothing anyone in the city could do to stop him. The key word was almost. The political constraints that had protected Yun Poshan also constrained him. Open violence against a commercial operation with ties to the royal family, the Mu clan, and the Alchemist Guild would unite every faction in the empire against him. Even the Misty Cloud sect would disown him. As long as Shen Mobei kept the conflict economic rather than martial, Yun Poshan was trapped. His strength was simultaneously his weakness, too powerful to use his power. It was, Shen Mobei reflected, the perfect metaphor for the world he was building. In the old order, power meant cultivation. In the new order he was creating, power meant connections, reputation, and the ability to move resources where they were needed. The Do-Chi hierarchy was a vertical line, strong above weak. The trade network was a horizontal web, connected above isolated. Webs, historically, caught more prey than lines. Chapter 48. Luo Qingge encountered the Hall of Souls scout on a Tuesday afternoon in the spice market. She was conducting routine surveillance, a weekly circuit of high traffic areas to monitor for threats to ledger operations, when her soul perception triggered. A faint but unmistakable signature, Hall of Souls soul cultivation, poorly concealed, moving through the crowd 30 meters ahead. She tracked the signature for 20 minutes, confirming it wasn't a random passing cultivator. The operative was conducting his own surveillance, checking locations, making notes, following a systematic search pattern that covered the market district. He was looking for something. Or someone. The logical conclusion was inescapable: the Hall hadn't given up on finding her. The hunters she'd escaped months ago had reported failure, and now a scout had been sent to re-establish the search. Luo Qingge made a tactical decision. She couldn't allow the scout to complete his survey and report back. If his intelligence narrowed the search area, the Hall would send more resources, possibly another Protector-class operative. She eliminated him in an alley between a tea shop and a fabric store. One soul blade, precisely placed, disrupting the spiritual root and stopping the heart simultaneously. The body slumped against the wall. She arranged it to look like a drunk sleeping off a binge, then stripped it of intelligence materials, a jade communication slip, a coded map, and a vial of soul tracking serum. She was in Shen Mobei's office within the hour. They sent a scout, she said, laying the materials on his desk. Low level, probably expendable. But his search pattern was systematic. He'd narrowed to a 3-district radius. Shen Mobei examined the coded map. The system's decryption capabilities made short work of the cipher. It was a standard Hall of Souls field code. He was triangulating based on residual soul energy from when you first arrived in the city, Shen Mobei said. The initial tracking mark left a signature trail during your flight through the Eastern District. They've been analyzing it, narrowing the origin point. How close was he? 8 blocks from this office. The silence was heavy. We need to accelerate, Shen Mobei said. The tomb, the flame, everything. If Han Xie returns before we've extracted the tomb's contents and fortified our position, we lose everything. He felt the pressure crystallize into focus. No more slow, methodical extraction. They needed to move fast. Cultivation progress, Dadoshi 9-star, breakthrough to Doling imminent. That night, meditating in the warehouse basement with the tomb's ambient qi saturating his meridians, Shen Mobei broke through. The basement was cold at that hour, the stone floor held the chill of deep earth, and the single lantern he'd left burning through a small circle of amber light that barely reached the walls. He'd been sitting cross-legged for 4 hours, using the pressure of the Hall of Souls thread as fuel the same way a forge uses bellows. Fear, directed inward rather than outward, compressed and refined by technique, became exactly the force that the Dadoshi barrier required. The barrier between Dadoshi and Do-Ling shattered like glass. His Do-Chi surged, refined, and compressed into a new state, denser, more potent, vibrating with potential. His awareness expanded. The material radar sharpened. The world became more vivid, more detailed, more alive. He sat still for a long time afterward, breathing carefully, letting the new chi settle into his expanded meridians. The basement looked the same. The lantern burned the same way. But everything his perception touched had more depth than it had 10 minutes ago. The seep crack in the north wall's foundation mortar, the faint residual chi signatures from the tomb below, the specific weight of the air at this hour. More information. More clarity. Cultivation progress, Dadoshi 9-star Do-Ling 1-star, Do-Ling. Spirit rank. He was now a mid-tier cultivator by the Empire's standards, someone who could hold his own in most confrontations and be taken seriously in any room. But against a Dozong, he was still an insect. Speed. He needed speed. Chapter 49. The heavenly flame fragment sat in its jade coffin in the tomb's deepest chamber, casting wavering blue-white light across walls covered in ancient murals. Old Gu had prepared the portable formation core, a temporary chi battery that would sustain the coffin's seal during transport. The engineering was delicate, too much energy and the formation would overcharge and crack, too little and the flame would break containment, potentially immolating everyone in the tomb. Steady, Old Gu muttered, connecting the last chi conducting wire to the coffin's base array. Steady. There. He stepped back, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air. Transport ready. We have approximately 6 hours before the battery depletes. After that, we need a permanent installation. Shen Mobei moved the coffin into the vault dimension. The system confirmed stability, the dimensional space's preservative properties actually reinforced the formation, extending the safe window. Heavenly flame fragment, secure in vault dimension. Status, stable. Transport window, extended, vault preservation active. With the flame secured, Shen Mobei turned to the question that had been consuming him since they'd first discovered it. What to do with it? The options were clear, each with profound implications. Option 1, sell it. A heavenly flame fragment, even a partial one, would command a price that defied imagination. Tens of thousands of gold coins, possibly hundreds of thousands, in a private auction with the right buyers. The revenue would fund the Obsidian Ledger's expansion for decades. Option 2, give it to Old Gu. The fragment was a sea heart flame, not the bone-chilling flame that Old Gu had lost, but a heavenly flame nonetheless. Absorbing it could partially restore his alchemical capabilities, potentially elevating him from Tier 4 back to Tier 6 or even Tier 7. The improvement in his pill production would generate enormous long-term value. Option 3, absorb it himself. A heavenly flame would dramatically boost his cultivation speed and provide a powerful combat asset. It would transform him from a merchant who avoided fighting to a cultivator with genuine offensive power. Shen Mobei sat with the decision for 3 days. He consulted Yafei during their evening review, setting the options on the table the same way he'd set financial reports, cleanly, without editorializing. She listened with her elbows on the desk and her hands folded, which was her posture for thinking through problems she cared about. Sell it, she said, when he finished. The capital injection would let us expand to 3 new empires within a year. Phantom Pavilion's reach, properly funded, becomes genuinely continental. She paused. And a heavenly flame in your hands or Old Gu's hands is a liability as much as an asset. If the wrong people learn you hold it, every power on the continent will have a reason to come looking. That argument works both directions. Selling it means someone else holds it, and might use it against us. Selling it anonymously, through a chain of intermediaries, means no one knows where it came from. She met his eyes. I've been thinking about this since the moment you told me we'd found it. The answer is sell. The capital is real. The risk management is real. The sentimental options are understandable but less defensible. He wrote that down and thought about it overnight. He consulted Iron Tooth the following morning, during the pre-dawn training hour when they were both too tired for diplomacy. Iron Tooth was wrapping his hands before a session and didn't look up. Absorb it yourself, Iron Tooth said, without being asked. You're the linchpin of this operation. If you go down, everything falls apart. You need personal power, not borrowed power from Old Gu's pills or political cover from allied factions. You need the kind of power that means if something goes wrong on a field operation, you walk back out. He pulled the last wrap tight. The broker's real. The hall's real. Yun Potion's real. You need to be able to hit back with your own hands. And if I absorb a heavenly flame incorrectly and it kills me? Then don't absorb it incorrectly. Iron Tooth looked up. His expression was entirely serious. You're doling and climbing. You've got the talent. The risk exists, but it exists for every cultivator who takes every pill you've been handing out for months. He consulted Luo Chinga last. She was cleaning one of her soul blades, a maintenance gesture she performed when she was thinking through something, and didn't stop when he laid out the options. Which do you think is right? He asked, when she'd had time to consider. I don't know. She set the blade aside. What I know is that each option costs something you can't get back. Selling it costs Old Gu the thing that would make him whole again. Absorbing it yourself costs the organization whatever Old Gu would have become at Tier 7 or 8. Giving it to him costs you a strategic advantage that would be very hard to acquire another way. She was quiet for a moment. I don't think this is a business decision. I think it's a character decision. Which cost are you willing to carry? He sat with that for the rest of the second day. And he consulted Old Gu, who didn't argue for anything. The old alchemist simply looked at the jade coffin in the vault dimension with an expression of such profound longing that it hurt to watch. Whatever you decide, Old Gu said, his voice rough, I'll support. You found it. It's yours by right. On the 4th day, Shen Mobei made his choice. Old Gu. The alchemist looked up from his workbench. The flame is yours. What? You've given me knowledge worth more than any flame. Your mentorship, your pills, your expertise, they've been the foundation of everything we've built. This is repayment. Shen Mobei retrieved the jade coffin from the vault and set it before the old man. Take it. Old Gu stared at him. Then at the coffin. Then back at him. You're insane, he said. Do you have any idea what this is worth? What you could do with it? I know exactly what it's worth. And I know what your loyalty and restored capabilities are worth. The math works. The decision wasn't purely altruistic. Shen Mobei was a merchant, and merchants understood return on investment. Old Gu at Tier 4 was a valuable asset. Old Gu with a restored heavenly flame, potentially back to Tier 7 or Tier 8, was a strategic weapon that would generate returns for decades. The flame invested in Old Gu would produce pill revenue, political leverage, and operational capability that far exceeded its sale value. But the truth was simpler than spreadsheets. Old Gu had given him knowledge freely. Had sat with him through long evenings explaining molecular chi theory and refinement pathways, asking nothing in return except herbs and company. Had wept at the sight of a heavenly flame because it reminded him of everything he'd lost and everything he'd once been. Some debts couldn't be repaid with gold. They could only be repaid in kind. Old Gu's hands trembled as he placed them on the jade surface. The flame within pulsed, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. You impossible, magnificent brat, Old Gu whispered. And then, for the second time in Shen Mobei's acquaintance, the old man cried. Chapter 50. The flame absorption process took 48 hours and nearly killed Old Gu twice. Heavenly flames were not gentle. Even a fragment of the sea heart flame carried the remnant will of the original flame, a semi-sentient energy that resisted being consumed. It fought Old Gu's spiritual root, testing his worthiness with waves of searing heat that threatened to incinerate his meridians from the inside out. But Old Gu was a former Tier 8 alchemist. His technique, even diminished, was leagues beyond ordinary cultivators. He guided the flame into his damaged pathways with the precision of a surgeon and the patience of a monk, coaxing it into alignment with his existing chi structure. Shen Mobei, Iron Tooth, and Luo Qingge stood guard throughout the process. Old Gu couldn't be interrupted, any disruption to his concentration could prove fatal. They maintained absolute silence and security, turning away 2 delivery attempts and 1 curious neighbor. When it was done, Old Gu emerged from his laboratory a changed man. He came through the door slowly. Iron Tooth, who had been holding the corridor outside for the full 48 hours with the patience of someone who had guarded things in worse conditions, straightened when he saw the old man's face. Luo Qingge, meditating cross-legged against the opposite wall, opened her eyes. Old Gu stood in the doorway for a moment, one hand on the frame. His robe was damp with sweat and scorched at both cuffs. The flame's resistance had been physical, not just spiritual. The corridor smelled of heat and the specific sharp scent of high-intensity chi combustion, the smell that lingered in places where extraordinary things had just happened. The difference was visible. His eyes, formerly clouded and bloodshot, were clear and bright, lit with an internal light that hadn't been there before. His posture was straighter. His hands were steady. And when he opened his palm, a small, brilliant flame danced on his fingertips, blue-white, the color of deep ocean water catching sunlight. Iron Tooth uncrossed his arms. He looked at the flame, then at Old Gu's face, and something in his own expression shifted, brief, unguarded, the response of a man who recognized the significance of what he was seeing even without an alchemist's understanding of it. It's not my bone-chilling flame, Old Gu said, his voice thick with emotion. But it's a heavenly flame. And it's mine. He spent an hour testing his capabilities. The sea heart flame fragment, integrated with his partially recovered spiritual pathways, had restored his alchemical abilities to approximately Tier 6 level, 2 full tiers above his previous diminished state. He could now refine Tier 5 pills with ease, Tier 6 pills with effort, and potentially higher with practice. I can feel the old pathways reopening, he told Shen Mobei. The fragment is healing damage that I thought was permanent. Give me time, and I'll be Tier 7 again. Maybe even Tier 8. The impact on the Obsidian Ledger was immediate. Old Gu's first Tier 5 pill batch, a set of spirit consolidation pills that aided in cultivation breakthrough, sold at the next Phantom Pavilion auction for 12,000 gold coins. But more importantly, the pills provided Shen Mobei with exactly the cultivation boost he needed. Cultivation progress, Do Ling 1 star, Do Ling 3 star, 2 Tier 5 spirit consolidation pills, consumed in sequence with proper meditation, pushed his cultivation forward by 2 full stars. The advancement felt different from his earlier breakthroughs, smoother, more natural, as if his body was settling into a groove that it had been designed for. The weeks following Old Gu's flame absorption were transformative for the entire Obsidian Ledger. Old Gu's restored capabilities didn't just improve pill production, they elevated the ledger's entire strategic position. A Tier 6 alchemist was a rare asset. In the Jiama Empire, there were perhaps a dozen alchemists of that level, most affiliated with the Alchemist Guild or major sects. The Obsidian Ledger now possessed one independently, a competitive advantage that no amount of gold could have purchased. Shen Mobei leveraged this advantage immediately. He established a new product line, custom pill refinement. Clients could submit rare ingredients they'd acquired, beast cores, medicinal herbs, formation catalysts, and old goo would refine them into pills optimized for the client's specific cultivation needs. The service was unprecedented. Traditional alchemists offered standardized pills from fixed recipes. Custom refinement required an alchemist willing and able to analyze individual cultivation bases, design unique formulations, and execute precision refinement for each client. It was the difference between off-the-rack clothing and bespoke tailoring. Old goo grumbled about being turned into a glorified pill vending machine, but his eyes lit up with each new challenge. The variety of requests pushed his skills, and the quality of ingredients that wealthy clients provided was often exceptional. He was doing the best work of his career, not because his flame was at its peak, but because the freedom and resources Shen Mobei provided allowed him to experiment, innovate, and pursue refinement paths that the Alchemist Guild's rigid protocols would never have permitted. The custom pill revenue alone brought in 3,000 gold coins per month. But the real value was in the relationships. Each satisfied client became a loyal customer and, often, a political ally. When a Mu clan elder received a custom breakthrough pill that resolved a 15-year cultivation bottleneck, the clan's gratitude manifested in expanded trade agreements and enhanced military protection for ledger operations. When a royal family princess, discreetly, through 3 layers of intermediaries, received a beauty preservation pill that Old Goo designed as a personal challenge, the Royal Intelligence Division's attitude toward the Obsidian Ledger shifted from tolerated gray market operation to national strategic asset. The reputation index reflected the compound effect. Continental standing, significant and growing. Multiple faction dependencies established, economic influence, top 15 commercial entities in GMA Empire, political protection level, high. Multiple overlapping alliance shields. Shen Mobei studied the numbers with the satisfaction of an architect watching a building rise. The structure was sound. The foundation was deep. And the higher it grew, the harder it would be to topple. Chapter 51. Expansion. The word defined the next phase of Obsidian Ledger operations. Shen Mobei, bolstered by the tomb's treasures and Old Goo's restored capabilities, pushed outward on every front. Feng Ruo established branch operations in 3 cities, Yanjing, Eastern Trade Hub, Clearwater, Northern Mining Center, and Redstone, Western Border Town. Each branch operated semi-independently, managed by local operatives who reported through Xiao Ningger's intelligence network. The branch model was designed for resilience. If one branch fell, to enemy action, local politics, or natural disaster, the others continued independently. No single point of failure. The Obsidian Ledger was becoming a distributed network rather than a centralized operation. Revenue grew exponentially. The combination of Old Goo's premium pills, the ongoing Void Quartz partnership with the Mu clan, and the expanding commodity distribution network generated a consistent flow of gold that dwarfed anything Shen Mobei had seen before. The reputation index reflected the growth. GMA Empire, overall standing, significant commercial presence. Known to all major factions, Chuyan Empire, establishing presence. Initial trade agreement signed, Alchemist Guild, watching with concern. Obsidian Ledger pill sales approaching disruption threshold, Mercenary Guild, favorable. Obsidian Ledger security contracts viewed as professional standard. The branch model was tested within the first month when bandits attempted to raid the Yanjing outpost. The local manager, a former independent merchant named Zhao Ping whom Feng Ruo had vetted personally, activated the defensive protocols without needing to consult headquarters. Iron Tooth's pre-positioned security team repelled the bandits, and the outpost was operational again within a day. That's the beauty of distributed operations, Shen Mobei told Yafei during their evening coordination call. Each node is autonomous enough to survive without central control, but connected enough to benefit from shared resources. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. You're describing a cultivation sect, Yafei observed. Branch pavilions, independent elders, central governance. The organizational model isn't new. The application is new. Sects hoard knowledge and power. We distribute materials and opportunity. The incentive structure is inverted. Sects reward loyalty through access to restricted resources. We reward performance through shared profits. And which model attracts better people? The one that makes them rich and keeps them free. Yafei laughed softly through the talisman. You're going to put every sect in the empire out of business. Not out of business. Just out of the monopoly business. Shen Mobei used the revenue to invest in cultivation resources for his entire team. Iron Tooth advanced to Doling 1 star, the first advancement he'd achieved in years, fueled by pills he could never have afforded independently. Feng Ruo reached Doling level as well. Even Xiao Ninger, now 12 years old, began formal cultivation training with resources Shen Mobei provided. The investment in people was strategic as well as humane. Stronger team members meant a stronger organization. And loyalty purchased through genuine investment in someone's growth was more durable than loyalty purchased through wages. Trade volume milestone, Tier 3 achieved, system upgrade. Material radar range expanded to 5 kilometers. Vault dimension expanded to 50 cubic meters. New feature, Continental Trade Network, locked, requires Tier 4, Chapter 52. The consequences of success arrived in the form of a politely worded letter from Primer Auction House's owner. Yafei brought it to their evening meeting, her expression controlled but her eyes dark with restrained anger. "He wants me to cut ties with you," she said, setting the letter on the desk. Not explicitly, the wording is diplomatic. But the message is clear. Primer Auction House has received concerns from significant stakeholders about its association with non-traditional trade entities. "He's giving me a choice, the auction house or you." Shen Mobei read the letter. The language was indeed diplomatic, but the pressure behind it was obvious. The Misty Cloud sect, Yun Potion specifically, or what remained of his influence, had leaned on Primer Auction House's owner through political channels. "What are you going to do?" he asked. "What do you think?" "I'm going to refuse. Yafei, your position at the auction house is a stepping stone, not a destination. You said that yourself, months ago." She sat across from him, and the fire in her eyes reminded him of why he'd fallen for her. "I've been building toward independence since I started this partnership. The auction house gave me skills, connections, and credibility. Now it's becoming a cage. If you refuse and they demote you, then they demote me. And I take my skills, my connections, and my credibility to the next venture." She leaned forward. "Shen Mobei, don't waste resources on revenge against the auction house. Don't try to protect my career there. Instead, invest in building our own platform. Phantom Pavilion." Phantom Pavilion. An independent auction platform, operated through the Obsidian Ledger's infrastructure, with no physical location and no single point of vulnerability. Everything the auction house is, but faster, cheaper, and outside anyone's political control. It was the vision they'd discussed in abstract terms. Now she was making it concrete. "We have the infrastructure," Shen Mobei said, his mind already mapping the implementation. Feng Ruo's caravans for logistics. Xiao Ning's network for communications. Old Goose pills as anchor products. What we need is a client base. I'll bring the client base. Half the auction house's premium buyers do business with me personally, not with the institution. When I leave, they'll follow." Yafei smiled. "I've been cultivating relationships, not just skills. That's what you taught me about network effects." He couldn't help but smile back. "I taught you? You showed me. Different thing. More effective." She was demoted the following week. Third-tier auction manager, a position usually reserved for trainees. It was a deliberate humiliation, designed to pressure her into compliance. Yafei cleaned out her office the morning after receiving the demotion notice. She arrived before the other staff, which meant she could do it without an audience, a practical choice, not an emotional one, though the two considerations aligned. The office she'd held for 6 years had accumulated the artifacts of a career: appraisal tools, client correspondence files organized by faction, a reference collection on gem grading and medicinal ingredient provenance, 2 sets of formal robes purchased for the auction hall's highest-tier events. She packed what was professionally hers, left what belonged to the institution, and placed a brief written note on the desk for her direct subordinates, thanking them, leaving her contact information, and wishing them well without bitterness. The note was 2 sentences. She'd written and discarded 4 drafts before arriving at the version that said everything necessary without saying anything that could be used against her later. She thanked her colleagues in person as they arrived, one by one. Some were uncomfortable, some were genuinely sad. She matched each reaction with the appropriate warmth or brevity. By mid-morning she was done. She walked out of Primer Auction House with her head high and her contact book in her pocket. Yafei, status, independent. Partnership with Obsidian Ledger, fully integrated. The departure from Primer Auction House was a watershed moment, not just for Yafei personally but for the Obsidian Ledger's identity. With Yafei fully committed, the organization gained something it had lacked: a public face. Shen Mobei operated in the shadows by necessity and preference. Iron Tooth was too intimidating for diplomatic work. Luo Chinga was, by definition, invisible. Feng Ruo was competent but preferred logistics over politics. Xiao Ninger was a child. Yafei was the face the world saw. She was beautiful, articulate, connected, and respected. Her departure from Primer Auction House was interpreted by Jia Ma Holy City's elite as either a breakdown, the charitable view, or a defection to a rival, the paranoid view. When Phantom Pavilion launched weeks later with Yafei as its primary representative, both interpretations proved wrong. She hadn't broken down or defected. She had evolved. The social consequences were significant. Yafei's former colleagues at the auction house were divided. Some saw her as a traitor to the institution that had raised her, others as a pioneer who'd outgrown her cage. The split reflected a broader tension in Jia Ma Holy City's commercial culture between established institutions and emerging networks. Shen Mobei watched the social dynamics with the analytical eye of someone who understood that markets were, at their core, social constructs. People traded with people they trusted. Trust was built through relationships. And relationships were shaped by stories. Yafei's story, the self-made woman who walked away from a safe position to build something new, was powerful. It attracted a certain type of client: ambitious, independent-minded, dissatisfied with the old order. These were exactly the clients the Obsidian Ledger wanted. "You're not just a businesswoman," Shen Mobei told her. "You're a brand." "A what?" "A symbol. Your personal story represents what we're building. People don't just buy our products, they buy into the idea that a better way of doing business is possible." Yafei considered this. "That's either profound or pretentious. It's profitable, which makes it practical." She smiled, the genuine smile that she reserved for moments when his merchant philosophy aligned with her deepest ambitions. "Practical. I can work with practical." Chapter 53. The system alert cut through his morning meditation like a blade. Alert, ancient tomb, seal breach detected. External entity accessing outer chamber, entity, Han Xie, Dozong 3-star. Accompanied by 4 Hall of Souls operatives, Do Wang level, status, breaking through degraded formation barriers. Estimated time to inner chambers, 6 to 8 hours, Han Xie was back. And he was going straight for the tomb. Shen Mobei's response was immediate. The most valuable contents had already been removed, the Heavenly Flame fragment, the Technique scrolls, the storage ring, the Tier 6 pills. But the tomb still contained secondary treasures, lower tier pills, alchemical equipment, formation blueprints, and raw materials that were valuable if not irreplaceable. More importantly, the tomb was beneath his warehouse. If Han Xie's excavation was messy, and Dozong level cultivators were not known for their restraint, the entire building could collapse. "Evacuate the warehouse," he ordered through the communication network. "All personnel, all portable stock. Iron Tooth, coordinate the withdrawal. Feng Ruo, reroute all incoming shipments to the Mu Clan warehouse. Luo Qingge, stay invisible. If they detect you, everything we did to remove the tracking mark was for nothing." The evacuation was completed within 2 hours. By the time Han Xie's team breached the tomb's outer chambers, the warehouse above was empty. But Shen Mobei had one more card to play. Old Gu, working through the night, had modified one of the tomb's existing formation arrays. Using his restored Heavenly Flame, he'd supercharged a defensive trap, not powerful enough to defeat Han Xie, but potent enough to delay him significantly. When he hits the third chamber, Old Gu explained, the trap activates. A flame barrier fueled by residual Sea Heart Flame energy, the same type as the fragment I absorbed. It'll read as if the Heavenly Flame is still in the tomb, trapped behind the barrier. He'll spend hours trying to break through to something that isn't there. How long will it hold? Against a Dozong? 3 days, maybe 4. The flame energy signature will keep him engaged, he'll think he's close to breaking through the entire time. 3 days. Shen Mobei used every hour. He stripped the remaining accessible chambers of everything valuable. Alchemical equipment worth thousands of gold coins went into the vault dimension. Formation blueprints, raw materials, secondary technique scrolls, all extracted and secured. By the time the flame barrier fell and Han Xie burst into an empty inner chamber, the tomb had been picked clean. The Dozong's fury was felt across the city, a wave of killing intent that made every civilian within a kilometer radius fall to their knees. Windows shattered. Dogs howled. 3 cultivators in nearby buildings had spontaneous nosebleeds. But there was nothing for him to take. The bird had flown, and the nest was empty. Cultivation progress, Do Ling 3-star Do Ling 5-star, accelerated by tomb chi absorption during extraction. The aftermath required careful management. The warehouse was structurally compromised, Han Xie's frustrated chi discharge had cracked the foundation, and the tomb excavation had weakened the substructure. Shen Mobei was forced to relocate the primary operations center to a new building in the merchant quarter, purchased with Phantom Pavilion proceeds. The new headquarters was larger, better defended, and strategically located near both the Mu Clan city office and a major transportation hub. Iron Tooth oversaw the installation of multi-layered security, physical barriers, formation arrays, courtesy of Old Gu, and a network of alarms and escape routes. Yafei handled the public narrative. Through carefully placed information, she spread the story that the warehouse had been abandoned due to structural issues with the aging building, nothing to do with ancient tombs or heavenly flames. The cover story was mundane enough that most people accepted it without question. The one complication was Han Xie. The Dozong level hunter had left the city after discovering the empty tomb, but his departure was more strategic than final. The system's long-range tracking showed his energy signature moving northeast, toward the Hall of Souls regional headquarters. He was reporting. "He'll be back," Luo Qingge said with the certainty of someone who understood the hall's operational patterns. "This time with authorization for a full recovery operation. They'll want the flame fragment, the tomb's contents, and any cultivator connected to the site. Then we need to be invisible by the time he returns. No connection between us and the tomb. No evidence. Nothing for him to track." The cleanup was thorough. Every trace of their excavation was erased. The tunnel entrance was collapsed and sealed with formation energy that mimicked natural geological patterns. The warehouse's basement was filled with rubble and abandoned construction materials, making it look like a building renovation project rather than an archaeological dig. By the time Han Xie returned, if he returned, there would be nothing to find. Chapter 54. Phantom Pavilion launched 2 weeks after Yafei's departure from Primer Auction House. The launch day itself was deliberately quiet. There was no ceremony, no announcement, no public gathering that could be disrupted or monitored. The first jade slip catalogs went out through Feng Ruo's courier network at dawn, sealed in plain wax, addressed by hand, with no sender markings. By mid-morning, 17 verified buyers had received theirs. By evening, 43. The last set reached the final distribution point after sunset, delivered by a caravan driver who had no idea what he was carrying, only that the sealed parcel needed to reach a specific tea house before the second bell. Yafei spent the launch day in the Ledger's new main office, a large room on the second floor with 3 windows facing the merchant quarter and a map of the city's courier routes pinned to one wall. She worked standing up, moving between the windows and the map with a focused restlessness, tracking each delivery confirmation as it came in through Xiao Ning's relay network. She'd written out every step of the launch on paper the night before, in the methodical handwriting she used when organizing complex problems, and the page was covered in small notations by afternoon, check marks, adjustments, a few circled items that needed follow-up. All catalogs delivered, Xiao Ninger reported at the 4th bell, from her station at the communication array. She sounded as close to pleased as her professional composure permitted. 47 verified recipients. Response protocols active. Yafei set down her pen. Exhaled once. Turned to Shen Mobei, "Where live?" He nodded. The moment deserved more ceremony, maybe. But neither of them were ceremony people, they were the kind who saved the celebration for outcomes, not launches. The concept was revolutionary for the cultivation world, an auction platform with no physical location. Instead of gathering buyers in a hall, Phantom Pavilion operated through a network of sealed bid drop points across the city and, through Feng Ruo's caravans, across the empire. A seller submitted their item to any Phantom Pavilion node, operated by Ledger personnel at rotating venues for security. The item was catalogued, graded by experts, often Shen Mobei himself, or Old Gu for alchemical goods, and listed on jade slip catalogs distributed to verified buyers. Buyers submitted sealed bids through any node. After the bidding window closed, the highest bidder won, and the transaction was completed through the Ledger's secure logistics network. No physical auction hall meant no point of attack. No fixed schedule meant no predictable patterns. No public bidding meant buyer anonymity, a feature that attracted clients who didn't want their purchasing patterns known to competitors or enemies. The initial response exceeded even Yafei's optimistic projections. Within the first month, Phantom Pavilion processed over 300 transactions. Premium items, Old Goose pills, void quartz, rare beast materials, commanded prices that rivaled or exceeded Primer Auction House's records. The sealed bid format actually drove prices higher, as buyers bid aggressively without the social pressure of being seen overpaying. Yafei managed the operation with the same excellence she'd brought to the auction house, enhanced by the freedom of working without institutional constraints. She recruited 3 former colleagues who'd left Primer Auction House in solidarity, experienced appraisers and client managers who formed Phantom Pavilion's professional core. "This is what I was building toward my entire career," she told Shen Mobei one evening, reviewing the first month's numbers. "Not working for an institution. Building one." Phantom Pavilion, revenue, 15,000 gold coins, first month. Client base, 127 verified buyers. Market position, established and growing, Primer Auction House felt the impact immediately. Their premium sales declined by 30% as Yafei's former clients migrated to Phantom Pavilion. The auction house's owner, a cautious man who had been hedging his bets for years, sent a private emissary to Shen Mobei with a reconciliation offer. Shen Mobei declined politely. "We don't need reconciliation. We need competition. A market with only one auction platform stagnates. 2 platforms competing for quality listings and premium buyers? That drives innovation. Tell your employer that we welcome Primer Auction House as a respected competitor." The emissary left looking confused. In the cultivation world, commercial disputes were personal. The concept of welcoming competition as a positive force was alien. Yafei laughed when she heard about it. "You're evangelizing economic theory to people who think free market means a market where you steal freely. Education is a long game. Everything with you is a long game. That's because short games are for people who can afford to lose." The Phantom Pavilion model attracted attention beyond the Jiama Empire. Merchants from the Chuyan Empire, the Black Corner region, and even the distant Central Plains sent inquiries about participation. The sealed bid format, the anonymity protections, and the quality guarantees were unprecedented in the cultivation world's trading culture. Shen Mobei was building not just a business but a new paradigm. One transaction at a time. Chapter 55. Luo Chinga went still when she saw the woman in the tea house. Not the careful stillness she usually maintained, that was professional, deliberate, a cultivated absence of unnecessary movement. This was different. The cup in her hand stopped halfway to her lips and stayed there. Her breathing, which Shen Mobei had learned to read as a general gauge of her internal state, became completely inaudible. "Yin Mei," she breathed. Shen Mobei, sitting across from her during a rare mid-afternoon break, followed her gaze without moving his head, the particular habit of someone who'd learned, across months of operating in dangerous spaces, that looking directly at something of interest was often the most dangerous thing you could do. A young woman sat alone at a corner table, petite, with short cropped black hair and the kind of forgettable face that was perfect for someone who didn't want to be remembered. She was dressed as a common merchant's daughter, sipping tea with an air of forced casualness. Everything about her posture said she was expecting to be recognized and preparing for the possibility that it would go badly. Luo Qingga's soul perception confirmed what her eyes suggested. Hall of Souls Cultivation. Soul Blade Training. Level, Do Ling 5-star. It's Yin Mei. My sister. How did she find us? She wouldn't have come here randomly. She tracked me somehow, probably through secondary soul resonance. We were trained together, our soul signatures are partially harmonized. It doesn't work over long distance, but if she was already in the city. Luo Qingga's hand trembled slightly. She's either here to kill me or to defect. Which do you think? I want it to be defection. But I've been trained not to trust once. Shen Mobei activated the faction ledger's analysis. The system processed Yin Mei's observed behavior, body language, and energy patterns. Yin Mei, assessment, defection probable but not certain. No hostile intent currently detectable. Soul energy patterns consistent with extended stress and exhaustion. No Hall of Souls communication devices detected within 50-meter radius, loyalty assessment, uncertain, 50-50. Insufficient data for reliable prediction, 50-50. A coin flip. In Shen Mobei's world, those were unacceptable odds for a decision that could expose the entire operation. We need to test her, he said. If she's genuine, we welcome her. If she's a plant, we need to know before she reports back. The test was elegant. Through an intermediary, a street vendor that Xiao Ninger controlled, Shen Mobei arranged for a piece of false intelligence to reach Yin Mei. The information suggested that Luo Qingga had left the city entirely and was hiding in a monastery in the Dragon Spine Mountains. If Yin Mei was a spy, this intelligence would be reported to the Hall of Souls, and their resources would redirect to the mountains. The monastery in question was monitored by one of Xiao Ninger's contacts, who would report any hall activity. 3 days passed. No hall activity at the monastery. No communication from Yin Mei to any known hall channels. The false intelligence was apparently discarded, Yin Mei didn't believe it, or she chose not to act on it. On the 4th day, Yin Mei appeared at one of Phantom Pavilion's public drop points and left a note. Sister, I am alone. I am tired. I want to come home. If you can hear me, please answer. Luo Qingga read the note with wet eyes and a set jaw. She's real. The confirmation didn't eliminate all risk, Yin Mei could still be compromised without knowing it, or under surveillance she hadn't detected. But the absence of any hall response to the false intelligence, combined with the emotional authenticity of the note, tipped the balance from suspicion to cautious acceptance. Shen Mobei authorized contact. But he added layers of protection that reflected his growing understanding of intelligence operations. The initial meeting would be in a location he controlled, with escape routes prepared, communication dampening formations active, and both Luo Qingga and Iron Tooth's team positioned for rapid response. He also activated a system feature he'd been holding in reserve, the Black Ledger Contract's loyalty monitoring function. If Yin Mei agreed to sign a contract, the system would provide real-time loyalty assessments, not infallible, but far more reliable than intuition alone. I won't ask her to sign, Luo Qingga said when he explained the precaution. Not at first. If she's genuine, trust has to be earned through time, not compelled by magic contracts. Agreed. The contract is optional. But I want it available when she's ready. And if she's never ready? Then we adapt. Not everyone operates the same way. The important thing is capability and intent, not contractual compliance. Luo Qingga looked at him with something that might have been surprise, might have been admiration. You're more flexible than I expected from a merchant. Flexibility is the most profitable trait a merchant can have. Chapter 56. The reunion was conducted with the caution that their world demanded. They met in a neutral location, a private room at the Jade Garden restaurant, swept for surveillance by Iron Tooth's team and warded by Old Gu's defensive formations. Shen Mobei was present as mediator. Iron Tooth guarded the door. Luo Qingga wore a face that was trying very hard to be professional. Yin Mei entered the room and stopped. She stared at Luo Qingga for 5 full seconds. Then her composure shattered. Qingga, she whispered, and her voice broke. They embraced. Shen Mobei and Iron Tooth pointedly looked elsewhere for the duration. The debrief that followed was thorough. Yin Mei had been planning her defection for 2 years, ever since Luo Qingga's escape proved it was possible. She'd been gathering intelligence, establishing false trails, and waiting for an opportunity. That opportunity came when the hall's resources were diverted by the base raids that Shen Mobei had anonymously orchestrated. When the eastern base fell, my handler was reassigned to damage control, Yin Mei explained. For the first time in years, no one was watching me directly. I slipped out during a logistics transfer and made my way here. Your tracking mark? Shen Mobei asked. Removed. I found an independent alchemist in the Chu Yan Empire who could do it. Cost me everything I had, and the removal was rough. She pulled her collar aside, showing a jagged scar across her collarbone. But it's gone. The system confirmed, no tracking mark detected. Yin Mei's intelligence contribution was significant. She provided updated information on the Hall of Soul's internal politics, specifically, the growing tension between the main faction and several subordinate factions who were losing faith in the leadership strategy. She also confirmed that Xianxia had been officially reassigned from Hunt the Defector to investigate the Continental base leaks. They know someone is feeding their base locations to external factions, Yin Mei said. They just don't know who. Xianxia is leading the investigation. He's thorough. Shen Mobei filed this away. If Xianxia was focused on the intelligence leak rather than Luo Qingge, that bought them time. But it also meant the investigation could eventually trace back to the original ledger, and to him. Yin Mei joined the Obsidian Ledger's Shadow Division, working alongside her sister. The two women had a dynamic that was both touching and terrifying. They communicated in half-sentences and synchronized movements, the product of years of tandem training. Luo Qingge was cautiously, fiercely happy. It was the most emotion Shen Mobei had ever seen from her. Cultivation Progress, Do Ling 5-star Do Ling 7-star, Chapter 57. The Misty Cloud sect's internal politics played out in Shen Mobei's favor in a way he hadn't anticipated. Yun Potion's petition to the sect leadership, requesting formal military action against the Obsidian Ledger, reached the desk of Sect Master Yun Yun. The petition cited commercial interference, unauthorized intelligence operations, and harboring a Hall of Souls defector as justifications for a punitive expedition. Yun Yun investigated. Personally, she was, by all accounts, a reasonable woman in an unreasonable position. Young for a sect master, mid-30s, and burdened with the legacy of predecessors who had entangled the Misty Cloud sect in political intrigues that served the sect's treasury more than its honor. She was trying to reform the sect's reputation, and Yun Potion's shadow network was a constant embarrassment. Her investigation found exactly what Shen Mobei's operations were, a trade network that operated outside official channels but didn't engage in activities harmful to civilians. No slave trading. No poison distribution. No assassination contracts. The Obsidian Ledger was a gray market, not a criminal enterprise. She found something else, too. Through her sex intelligence division, she discovered the extent of Yun Potion's own activities, the protection rackets, the commodity manipulation, the connection to violent enforcement. The very activities he'd accused the Obsidian Ledger of were his own standard practices. Xiao Ningger's intelligence, delivered through a meticulously anonymous channel that Shen Mobei had spent 2 weeks constructing, provided the documentation that the sect master's investigators would otherwise have needed months to assemble. Formatted to appear as the product of internal sect auditors rather than external intelligence, the files on Yun Potion's activities arrived on Yun Yun's desk 3 days before she was scheduled to review his petition. She read them overnight. Shen Mobei knew this because Xiao Ninger had a contact who served the sect master's household and could report the approximate hours she spent in her study with closed doors and lit candles. Yun Yun denied the petition. The denial was delivered in a formal sect assembly, publicly. Yun Potion was informed that his petition had been reviewed and found to be without sufficient merit. Furthermore, the sect master noted that certain activities conducted by sect members in their personal capacity do not reflect the sect's values and will be subject to future review. The message was unmistakable. Yun Potion was on notice within his own sect. The assembly had lasted 3 hours. Xiao Ninger's contact reported that Yun Potion's hands had been steady throughout, the control of a man with decades of practice hiding his emotions in public, but that he had stood motionless in the courtyard outside for a full 20 minutes after the other elders departed, which was the kind of stillness that preceded significant action. A man computing options. A man deciding what came next when the path he'd expected was closed. Shen Mobei received the news through Xiao Ninger's intelligence network and allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. Not because Yun Potion was defeated, he wasn't, and a cornered Do Huang elder was more dangerous than a comfortable one. But because the political landscape had shifted in the ledger's favor, and every shift bought time and space to grow stronger. Misty Cloud sect, internal status, factional tension between Reform, Yun Yun, and Old Guard, Yun Potion. Net effect, reduced threat to Obsidian Ledger operations, but the denial had consequences that Shen Mobei hadn't fully anticipated. A desperate Yun Potion was more dangerous than a comfortable one. Stripped of his sex backing, humiliated by a subordinate he'd mentored, Yun Yun had been his student before rising to sect master, and watching his economic empire crumble, the Do Huang elder was being backed into a corner. Cornered animals were the most dangerous kind. Iron Tooth reported increased activity from Yun Potion's loyalists, not the Shadow Network's professional operatives, but personal followers who owed their positions directly to the elder. These were true believers, zealots who saw Yun Potion not as a corrupt businessman but as a visionary being persecuted by the ungrateful. They're moving weapons, Iron Tooth said during a briefing. Stockpiling combat supplies at 3 locations outside the city. I count about 50 fighters, mostly Do Shi and Do Shi, with a handful of Do Ling leaders. That's not a trade operation, Shen Mobei observed. That's a militia. Or an army. A small one, but dedicated. Iron Tooth's expression was grave. If Yun Pushin decides to go rogue, to abandon the pretense of sect loyalty and strike independently, those 50 fighters could cause serious damage. He won't strike the ledger directly. The political cost is too high. But he might strike someone associated with the ledger. Someone less protected. Iron Tooth met his eyes. Someone like the street-level operatives. Or the caravan workers. Or the intelligence contacts. Or Xiao Ninger. The thought struck Shen Mobei with physical force. He remembered the day he'd found her, beaten, bloody, defiant. He remembered her first real meal in his care, the way she'd eaten with fierce concentration as if the food might be taken away. He remembered the first intelligence report she'd delivered, recited from memory with the precision of a professional analyst and the pride of a child showing a parent their schoolwork. She was 12 years old. She was brilliant, brave, and utterly devoted to the organization that had given her a life worth living. And she was vulnerable in ways that cultivation power couldn't address, a child moving through dangerous streets, protected by her wits and a couple of guards. The thought hit Shen Mobei like cold water. Xiao Ninger was the most visible, most vulnerable member of his intelligence network. She was a 12-year-old girl who moved through the city's streets daily, gathering information. She had protection protocols, but against a coordinated military operation. He immediately ordered enhanced security for all street-level operatives. Xiao Ninger received a dedicated escort of 2 Doshi fighters from Iron Tooth's team, assigned to shadow her at all times. It wasn't enough. But it was what he had. Chapter 58. The broker's message appeared in Shen Mobei's vault dimension. This should have been impossible. The vault was a dimensional pocket accessible only to Shen Mobei, a private space sealed by the system's spatial technology. Nothing could enter or exit without his explicit authorization. No formation, no technique, no cultivator's ability should have been able to breach it. And yet, when Shen Mobei opened the vault for a routine stock check, he found a small jade slip resting on top of his organized inventory. It hadn't been there 12 hours ago. He picked it up with trembling fingers and activated it. The message was inscribed in elegant calligraphy that seemed to shimmer with its own light. You've built well, young merchant. Your network covers 4 cities, your reputation extends further, and your instincts for the trade are remarkable. I've been watching with interest, and, I'll admit, with some concern. You are operating in territory I have managed for longer than your civilization remembers. The ley lines of commerce on this continent flow through channels I dug before the first Dodi walked. Your obsidian ledger has disrupted those channels, not fatally, but noticeably. I propose a meeting. Neutral ground. No hostility. I believe we can reach an arrangement that benefits us both. A merger of networks, perhaps. Shared territory. Combined resources. Or we can compete. But I should tell you, I have never lost a competition. Not once in 3,000 years. Consider my offer. The broker Shen Mobei read the message 3 times. Each reading made his skin crawl more than the last. 3,000 years. If that was true, and the system's classification of the broker as a tier-level threat suggested it might be, then this entity predated every existing power structure on the continent. It had survived empires rising and falling, sects forming and dissolving, and the entire evolution of cultivation society. And it had breached his vault dimension as casually as sliding a note under a door. He showed the message to the inner circle. The reactions ranged from Iron Tooth's immediate "it's a trap" to Yafei's thoughtful "the offer might be genuine, why fight when you can absorb?" Luo Chinga said nothing. She was staring at the jade slip with her soul perception active. "There's residual energy on this slip," she said finally. "Not soul cultivation. Not Do Chi. Something. Older. Heavier. Like the foundation of a building instead of the building itself. Can you identify it?" "No. But I've felt something similar once before. In the deepest part of the Hall of Soul's main headquarters. The energy of something that has existed for a very, very long time." Shen Mobei made his decision. "I'll take the meeting. But on my terms, at a location of my choosing, with full security. And I won't commit to anything." He sent his response through the same impossible channel, speaking aloud in the vault dimension, gambling that whatever entity had placed the jade slip could hear him. "I accept your invitation to meet. The old bridge market, neutral territory at the Empire's eastern border. 3 days from now. I'll come alone. Send 1 representative." He closed the vault and exhaled. Threat assessment, the broker, updated. Classification, existential, Chapter 59. The old bridge market was a trading post built on a stone bridge spanning the Serpent River, the natural border between the Jiama Empire and the Chuyan Empire. Neither side claimed jurisdiction, making it genuinely neutral ground. Merchants, smugglers, and travelers crossed in both directions, conducting business that neither empire's laws could regulate. Shen Mobei arrived alone. Ostensibly. In reality, Luo Chinga and Yin Mei were in the crowd, disguised and maintaining constant soul perception coverage. Iron Tooth's team held positions at both bridge exits. Feng Ruo's caravan was parked in a nearby lot, ready for rapid extraction. And the system's material radar covered the entire bridge and surrounding area in a 5-kilometer bubble of awareness. The broker's representative was already waiting at the agreed meeting point, a covered pavilion in the bridge's center, traditionally used for high-value negotiations. The representative was unsettling. It was a puppet. A human-shaped construct made of wood and jade and sinew, animated by some force that made it move with eerie, fluid grace. Its face was blank, no features, just smooth porcelain. But when it spoke, the voice came from everywhere and nowhere, distorted and layered as if multiple speakers were talking in unison. "Shen Mobei," the puppet said. "The young merchant. Thank you for accepting my invitation. You broke into my personal dimensional space. I'd call that a strong incentive. A demonstration. I wanted you to understand the scope of what you're dealing with. You have an impressive system, I recognize the design. It was created by someone I knew, long ago." Shen Mobei's blood chilled. "You know about the system. I know its creator. Brilliant man. Terrible merchant." Ironically, he understood the theory of trade but not the practice. He died trying to buy his way to godhood. The puppet tilted its head. "You're a better fit for the tool. You understand that trade is a means, not an end. What are you?" "I am what I have always been. A trader. The first trader. I existed before your empires, before your sects, before your cultivation hierarchies. I facilitated the first transaction in this world, an exchange of fire for shelter between two primitive clans. Everything since has been refinement. And you want to merge our networks. I want to ensure continuity. Your obsidian ledger disrupts trade flows that I've maintained for millennia. Not destructively, you're actually quite good at what you do. But unpredictably. I prefer predictability. And if I decline? Then we compete. I have 3,000 years of infrastructure, relationships, and resources. You have talent, a powerful tool, and approximately 6 months of operational history." The puppet paused. "I don't say this to threaten. I say it so you make an informed decision." Shen Mobei studied the puppet. Behind the courtesy, behind the reasonable words, he sensed something vast and cold. Not malice, exactly. But the indifference of something so old that individual human lives had ceased to register as significant. "I'll need to think about it," he said. "Of course. Take your time. I've waited 3 millennia. A few weeks is nothing." The puppet stood. "But consider this, every great merchant eventually faces the same choice. Grow into the existing system or replace it entirely. The first is safer. The second is, well, no one has ever succeeded at the second. There's a first time for everything." The puppet laughed, a sound like wind through hollow bones. "I do hope so, young merchant. It would make things interesting." It turned and walked away, dissolving into the crowd as if it had never existed. One moment it was there, a solid, physical presence that occupied space and cast a shadow. The next, it was simply gone. Not invisible, not teleported. Gone, as if it had never occupied that space in the first place. Luo Chinga materialized from the crowd within seconds. I tracked it. The puppet's energy signature dispersed into the bridge's stone structure, it literally became part of the architecture. Her expression was troubled. "I've never seen anything like that. The entity controlling it isn't just powerful. It's integrated into the physical world itself." Meaning? Meaning it's not a cultivator in any sense we understand. It's something that has merged with the world's infrastructure over millennia. The trade routes, the ley lines, the flow of commerce, it's woven into all of it. She paused. Fighting it would be like fighting the weather. You can shelter from it. You can predict it. But you can't kill it. Can you outcompete the weather? You can build better shelters. Shen Mobei filed this away. The broker was not an enemy to be defeated in combat. It was a systemic challenge, an entity that had to be outmaneuvered through superior strategy, faster adaptation, and better service to the market's needs. In other words, it was a business competitor. The oldest one in history, but a competitor nonetheless. And Shen Mobei had beaten every competitor he'd faced so far. Shen Mobei sat in the pavilion for a long time, processing. The broker was real, ancient, and powerful beyond anything he'd imagined. And the system, his greatest asset, had apparently been created by someone the broker had known. Cultivation progress, Do Ling 7-star, Do Ling 9-star, stress-fueled advancement, the pieces were connecting in ways he didn't like. The system's origin. The broker's longevity. The connection to the BTTH world's deeper mythology. But Shen Mobei was a merchant. And merchants didn't run from big deals. They negotiated. Chapter 60. The kidnapping of Xiao Ninger happened on a Saturday morning, during what should have been a routine intelligence circuit. She was checking one of her dead drop locations in the southern market, a hollow stone in a garden wall where contacts left coded messages, when 4 men in unmarked armor seized her. They were fast, professional, and ruthless. The southern market on a Saturday morning was loud with the percussion of commerce, vendors calling prices, carts rolling on cobblestone, The competing smells of fresh produce and hot oil from the food stalls mixing with the cold sharpness of the mountain air morning. The noise provided cover. The crowd density provided concealment. Someone had chosen the location and timing carefully. A cloth bag over her head, binding cords around her wrists, and into a waiting carriage before any of the nearby pedestrians could react. The carriage moved at ordinary speed, unhurried, nothing that would draw attention in a market district where carriages moved constantly. One of Xiao Ning's street contacts, a boy of 8 who sold fried dough from a basket and had been on her intelligence network's payroll for 4 months, witnessed the abduction and immediately triggered the emergency protocol she'd established. Not panic. Not shouting. He set his basket down at the corner of Harbor Gate Lane, walked 3 blocks to the Obsidian Ledger's nearest public office, and delivered his message to the receptionist in the specific wording that meant I've been taken, the protocol she had personally drilled into every street-level contact twice in the past 6 months, because Xiao Ning had always understood that her own capture was a possibility worth preparing for. The alarm reached Shen Mobei within 20 minutes. The faction ledger identified the kidnappers instantly. Yun Potion's personal guards, Do Ling-level cultivators from his most trusted inner circle. The carriage headed north, toward a mountain compound that the system had previously flagged as one of Yun Potion's private retreats. The ransom message arrived an hour later, delivered by a terrified messenger boy who'd been paid 5 copper coins to run it to the Obsidian Ledger's known public address. Shen Mobei, deliver the Obsidian Ledger's complete client list to my representative at the northern gate by sunset tomorrow. In exchange, you receive the girl alive and unharmed. Refuse, and I will return her one piece at a time. Yun Potion the client list. The Obsidian Ledger's most valuable asset after the system itself, a comprehensive database of every buyer, seller, and associate who'd ever transacted through the network. In Yun Potion's hands, it would allow him to systematically target, pressure, or destroy every relationship Shen Mobei had built. He was asking for the keys to the kingdom. Shen Mobei read the message in his office, surrounded by his people. Yafei stood beside him, her hand on his shoulder. Iron Tooth was at the door, rigid with fury. Feng Ruo was already calculating extraction scenarios. Luo Qingge and Yin Mei were invisible in the room's shadows, their killing intent palpable. No negotiation, Shen Mobei said. His voice was flat, controlled, and colder than anyone present had ever heard. No concessions. No client list. Then what? Iron Tooth demanded. We get her back. He looked at Luo Qingge. Qingge, it's time for you to do what you were trained to do. Yafei grabbed his arm. The grip was tight, her face taut with conflicting emotions. Don't start a war. If you assault Yun Potion's compound, he started it. He took a child, my child, for all intents and purposes, to use as leverage. There are lines that cannot be crossed without consequence, Yafei. This is one of them. I'm not saying let it go. I'm saying think. You're angry, and angry decisions. I'm not angry. He met her eyes. The calmness there was more frightening than rage. I'm decided. Luo Qingge, Yin Mei, reconnaissance first. I need the compound's layout, guard positions, and Xiao Ning's exact location. Iron Tooth, assemble a strike team. Our best fighters, full combat loadout. He paused. Then, quietly, I'm going to. Boss, Iron Tooth started. I'm Do Ling 9-star, closing on Do Wang. I have phantom merchant steps. I'm not a liability. The truth was simpler than tactics. Xiao Ning was 10 years old. She was frightened, in pain, and in the hands of people who would hurt her to make a point. And Shen Mobei had made her a promise, no danger. He'd broken that promise by not protecting her well enough. He would fix it. Personally. The meditation that night was the most focused of his life. Rage, channeled into discipline. Fear, compressed into clarity. Love, for a girl he'd pulled out of an alley, who'd become the little sister he'd never had, refined into determination. Cultivation progress, Do Ling 9-star Do Wang 1-star. The breakthrough to Do Wang hit like a thunderbolt. His Do Qi exploded in volume and density, filling his meridians with liquid fire. The world sharpened to crystalline clarity. His body hummed with power that was, for the first time, genuinely dangerous. He was a Do Wang. A king-class cultivator. Still outmatched by Yun Potion's Do Huang level, but no longer an insect to be swatted. He was a threat. The breakthrough brought more than raw power. At Do Wang, his meridians expanded and refined once more, allowing the material radar to operate at heightened resolution. The phantom merchant steps, already effective, became fluid in a way that defied his previous limits, each movement generated after images of residual qi that confused perception techniques. Even Luo Qingge, sparring with him during a quick test, had difficulty tracking his movements. You've changed, she said, watching him practice the 7th stage footwork pattern. Not just the cultivation level. Your intent is different. Harder. Someone I love is in danger. That changes your priorities. She nodded once. Of all the people in his inner circle, Luo Qingge understood the sharpening effect of personal stakes better than anyone. She'd spent her entire life with something precious at risk, first her survival, then her freedom, now her sister and the fragile peace she'd found. "I'll go in first," she said. It wasn't a request. "The compound will have soul-dampening formations to detect intruders. I can phase through them. Yin Mei will take the eastern approach and disable their communication array. Once we locate Ninger, I'll signal. You bring Iron Tooth's team through the main gate. That's a lot of risk concentrated on you and Yin Mei. We were designed for exactly this type of operation. The hall trained us to extract targets from fortified positions." A pause. "Let us do what we were made to do. But this time, for people we actually care about." The plan solidified through the night. Maps were drawn. Contingencies planned. Equipment checked and rechecked. By dawn, the team was assembled and armed, Iron Tooth's best fighters, Luo Qingge and Yin Mei in their shadow gear, and Shen Mobei himself, dressed for combat for the first time in his life. Yafei found him before departure. She'd been managing the organization's response from the communications center, coordinating with the Mu clan for backup and the Royal Intelligence Division for political cover. She was exhausted, angry, and afraid, but she held it behind the professional mask that was as much armor as any formation shield. "Come back," she said simply. "I will. With Ninger. With Ninger." She kissed him hard, fast, and fierce. Then she stepped back and became the chairwoman again, turning to her communications array with the discipline of a woman who had learned, long ago, that the best way to survive worry was to stay useful. Shen Mobei mounted the transport and headed north. Yun Poshin's mountain compound was about to receive visitors. And tomorrow, he would prove it. Chapter 61. Yun Poshin's compound clung to the mountain's granite face like something that had decided the mountain owed it a living. 3 walls, concentric, built from the same pale limestone as the ridge itself, which meant the construction had taken either enormous resources or an enormous amount of time and probably both. Guard towers at 20-meter intervals, each one positioned to cover the dead angle of its neighbors. A single paved road spiraling up in full view of every crossfire angle. The road was a message. "Walk up here and we see everything you are." Shen Mobei studied the layout from a ridgeline 2 kilometers south and thought, this was built by someone who confused intimidation with security. Not the same thing. Intimidation stopped the timid. Security stopped the informed. The material radar painted every guard in blue-white light, Doshi through to Doshi rank, 12 on the outer wall, 8 on the second, 4 on the inner. Spacing consistent. Pattern rigid. The guards on the western tower rotated on the same 17-minute cycle, the same guard always pausing at the same corner to look down at the valley rather than at the approach. Rigid meant predictable. Predictable meant a timetable. Xiao Ninger's signature burned in the inner keep, faint but stable, the dampened quality of a cultivator whose chi had been suppressed rather than depleted. They hadn't hurt her. They were keeping her as a commodity. A suppressed cultivator was easier to transport, easier to sell, and worth more at auction if she arrived undamaged. That was the one thing that clarified everything else. He didn't go up the road. The phantom merchant steps had reached stage 8, he moved in intervals the guard's eyes couldn't parse, crossing open ground in the dead patches between tower sightlines with the specific timing the radar made possible. Not stealth through concealment. Stealth through information advantage. Each pause lasted exactly as long as the nearest guard's attention was directed elsewhere, each advance covered exactly the distance the sightline gap allowed. The outer wall had a gap. Every wall built by human hands had a gap somewhere, a place where 2 sections met imperfectly, where the foundation settled, where maintenance had been deferred. The radar found it, 6 meters of slightly different stone texture on the wall's eastern face where the building materials had been sourced from a secondary quarry. The pale limestone here had more iron in its composition. The radar showed it as a fractionally warmer tone against the cooler surrounding stone. The formation arrays embedded there were the same design as the rest, but the stone itself conducted chi less efficiently. The detection threshold was higher. He felt the formation's edge as he moved through it, a faint pressure at his sternum, like pressing through water, and then he was through, and the compound's second ring lay ahead. He was through the outer wall before the second hour of observation. The inner keep was Do Wang level security. 6 guards on rotation, 2 stationed at the door, a formation lock he identified as an Alchemist Guild Tier 5 model from 6 months ago, the kind that used a resonance frequency key calibrated to specific spiritual energy signatures. Old Gu had sold him a bypass formation chip for exactly this model during a demonstration of the ledger's access to rare commercial intelligence. He hadn't known then what he'd be using it for. He knew now. The approach to the door required crossing 15 meters of open courtyard. He moved through it the same way he'd crossed every other open space tonight, in the specific intervals that the material radar's reading of guard attention patterns identified as safe, placing each step in the patches between observation cycles. The courtyard smelled of horse and cook fire and the resinous tang of pine torches burning in iron brackets along the inner wall. The stone underfoot was uneven, old construction, the kind that had been repaired in sections over decades without full replacement. Each uneven section was noted and avoided. Even a single scrape of boot on stone could carry farther than it seemed in a quiet mountain night. The chip hit the lock's frequency and the door opened with a click like a coin falling on stone. Xiao Ninger was in the third room on the left. The corridor smelled of tallow candles and the specific sharp mineral quality of spirit-suppressing rope, not quite the same as cultivation blocking formations, something more chemical, absorbed into the wood of the walls after months of use. Her wrists were bound with that rope, the expensive kind, triple woven with formation thread, which told him Yun Potion had taken her seriously as a threat. She looked up when he entered. Her expression, briefly, was the specific relief of a person who'd kept themselves calm by concentrating on the probability that someone was coming, and that probability resolving to certainty. The rescue timeline was longer than I'd projected, she said. I estimated 6 hours. 7. The outer wall formation was non-standard. He cut the binding rope with a blade infused with the merchant's fire's edge, the spirit-suppressing weave parting with a faint hiss. Can you move? Yes. She stood, flexed her wrists, tested her chi flow with the careful attention of someone checking a system they'd been locked out of. The suppression clears within 3 minutes of removing the rope. I timed it during, I had time to test things. A small pause. 2 guards are on a break in the kitchen. They were discussing whether to ransom me separately from the client list. For future planning, I'm worth more than they estimated. He almost smiled. I'll update your personnel file. Let's move. They were at the outer wall before the kitchen guards finished their break. They were at the ridgeline before the first alarm bell sounded in the compound below, a bronze bell somewhere in the inner keep, its sound carried thin and distant by the mountain wind. Xiao Ninger watched the distant activity with the professional attention of someone taking notes. Lanterns appeared at the compound's upper tier, moving in the quick irregular patterns of guards who'd just found something wrong. How did you bypass the gate formation without triggering a secondary alert? I didn't. I triggered the secondary alert on a 40-second delay by using the chip in a non-standard sequence. He watched the guards mobilizing. Every guard they sent to that gate is a guard not searching the ridgeline. She was quiet for a moment, processing. Then, I'm going to need to study your bypass methodology in detail. I'll write it up. He turned from the compound. First, let's discuss what you observed about Yun Potion's operation while they were holding you. She pulled out the field notes she'd been keeping on scraps of cloth torn from her sleeve lining, 2 weeks of meticulous observation in cramped handwriting that covered every available surface. I thought you'd never ask. She talked while they descended the mountain's western face, her voice steady and factual, the field notes organized by category, personnel movements, supply deliveries, visitor arrival times, overhead conversations she'd retained by the method she'd developed for herself, repeating key details in a rotating mental loop every hour, preventing decay. The notes were the secondary record, her memory was the primary one. At Douling Cultivation, an analyst with Xiao Ninger's specific gift and her years of discipline could retain information for weeks without written reinforcement. The scraps of cloth were backup, not the substance. Shen Mobei listened, updated the faction ledger in real time, and felt the specific quality of anger that came not from being attacked but from having had someone he was responsible for spend 2 weeks in a stone room. Not a dramatic anger. The kind that settled into resolve and stayed. By dawn, Yun Potion was in Royal Intelligence custody. The militia Iron Tooth had identified dispersed within 48 hours, men without payment found better options fast. The Misty Cloud Sec's internal review, already quiet for years under Yun's careful management, became a formal proceeding. Shen Mobei stood in the compound's inner courtyard watching sunlight reach the valley below, letting it warm the bruised shoulder where a guard's elbow had caught him on the way out of the inner keep. The scraped knuckles on his right hand had already started to stiffen. The mountain air at dawn was cold with the specific clean quality of altitude, thin, carrying faint pine and the mineral smell of granite, the kind of air that made a person feel very awake and very small simultaneously. Xiao Ninger stood beside him, field notes already transferred to proper parchment, eating the travel rations Shen Mobei had retrieved from his pack with the focused efficiency of someone recalibrating their energy after an extended controlled situation. The particular quiet of a person who'd spent 2 weeks being very careful, and could finally stop. Reputation Index, Jiama Empire, Legendary. Hall of Souls Intelligence Asset eliminated. Threat level from Yun Potion faction, resolved, fair trade. Chapter 62. The weight of the broker. 3 days after the compound, Shen Mobei sat in his office and read the broker's jade slip for the 23rd time. The words hadn't changed. They wouldn't. That was the problem with messages from entities that had existed for 3,000 years, they were patient in a way that felt like a physical property of the text itself. The jade was warm from his hands and smelled faintly of something he couldn't name, old in the way that very old things develop their own ambient quality. He set it on the desk and watched it. Your obsidian ledger disrupts what I have maintained. We should discuss terms. The broker he'd been turning it over like a stone with an unknown weight. The broker was not an enemy. It wasn't quite an ally. It was a system, ancient and enormous, and he was a 6-month-old disruption in it that was either going to be absorbed or was going to change the system fundamentally. He didn't know which he wanted. Yafei found him at 2 in the morning, the slip still in his hand and 2 cold cups of tea on the desk between the planning documents and the unreviewed night correspondence. You haven't moved in 3 hours, she said. Thinking. About the broker, or about the meeting you're clearly going to agree to? He set down the slip. The entity that controls the continent's established trade infrastructure wants to negotiate. If I refuse, it treats me as a threat. If I accept, I'm walking into a conversation with something that's outlasted every civilization on the continent. He looked at her. What's the correct business decision? Gather more information before the meeting. She sat across from him with the specific composure of someone who'd made peace with large problems before he'd finished cataloging them. Her eyes moved briefly across the scattered documents, taking inventory, noting what he hadn't addressed, then came back to him. What you know, it's old, it's integrated, and it's offered to negotiate rather than eliminate you. That last part is the most interesting. Things that old don't negotiate unless they've assessed negotiation as more valuable than removal. Meaning it thinks I have something it wants. Or that removing you costs more than accommodating you. She paused. Both are leverage. You should find out which. He called in the intelligence request on the broker the following morning through every channel the faction ledger connected to, academic, historical, commercial. What he received over the next 4 days was fragmentary, inconsistent, and strangely unanimous on one point. Nobody who'd encountered the broker directly had ever described it as having goals in the way that people have goals. It was more like a weather system with opinions. The academic sources were the most useful. Ancient trade guild records from 3 successive empires referenced an unnamed intermediary force that appeared in the records as a given, the way water appears in records of agriculture, neither explained nor analyzed, simply present as a precondition for everything else. The Alchemist Guild's historical archive, accessed through their alliance with the ledger, contained one direct reference, a Tier 8 alchemist from 400 years ago who had attempted to operate independently of the broker's established channels and had written a careful analysis of the forces working against him, noting that the resistance was not coordinated opposition but something more like natural friction, the market tending back toward established patterns the way water flows to its old channels after a flood. Old Gu's contribution was the most significant, a fragment from an alchemical text predating the current guild by 2 centuries, which described the broker as the memory of all trades, weighted toward equilibrium at any scale, mistaking continuity for value. The fragment was a critique, not a description. Someone, 200 years ago, had understood the broker's core flaw: it preserved the form of trade rather than its purpose. That changed how he thought about the meeting. Whether you predicted, positioned around, and occasionally redirected with the right infrastructure. You didn't beat weather. You built better shelters. Cultivation progress, Do Ling 9-star, sustained, Chapter 63. The old bridge market. He sent his response through the vault dimension, speaking aloud in the private dimensional space, his voice swallowed by the muffled air of the storage pocket, gambling on the entity that had slipped a message through its walls being able to hear him. The old bridge market. Neutral ground on the Serpent River border. 3 days. I come alone. You send one representative. He was not, in fact, alone. Luo Chinga and Iron Tooth were in the crowd before he arrived, working separate positions with the relaxed precision of people who'd been doing this long enough that it looked like nothing. Iron Tooth's team held both bridge exits, stone archways at each end where a good fighter could hold a crowd for 90 seconds while someone else completed an exfiltration. Feng Ruo's caravan sat at a staging point 400 meters out, loaded with enough supplies for a 3-day contingency. The material radar covered the entire structure in a 5-kilometer bubble. The old bridge market was exactly what its name described, a market grown up on and around an ancient span across the Serpent River, stalls crowding the bridge's railing with the organic density of commerce that had been happening in this specific location for generations. The wood of the stalls was weathered gray and oiled dark at the joints. The stall frames had been repaired and repaired again until the original construction was visible only in the basic structure underneath layers of replacement timber. The goods on offer covered the full range of border commerce, items that were legal on one side and restricted on the other, materials that had been taxed in one empire and not yet taxed in the next, the universal currency of portable value that moved across every political boundary that civilization generated. The sellers knew their clientele. The buyers knew the sellers knew. The transaction atmosphere was businesslike in the specific way of a place where everyone understood the rules and nobody needed to discuss them. The river below ran quick and cold even in the warm season, and its sound was a constant low undertone beneath the market noise, rushing water over stone, steady and indifferent to everything happening above it, the sound of a geographical feature that had been here before the market and would be here after. The representative was already at the covered pavilion in the bridge's center. It wasn't human. It was a puppet, wood and jade and sinew, face smooth as poured porcelain, moving with the eerie fluid grace of something that had been animated by something that understood mechanics better than biology. Its joints bent in the right directions but a fraction of a second too smoothly, the way a very precise imitation differs from the genuine article. When it spoke, the voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Multiple layers. A sound like wind through an empty hall. The young merchant, it said. Thank you for the meeting. You put a message in my personal dimensional space. Strong incentive. A demonstration. So you'd understand scope. The puppet tilted its head, a precise human gesture performed slightly too accurately, the angle calculated rather than felt. Your system was created by someone I knew. Brilliant man. He understood trade as theory and not as practice. He built the right tool for the wrong reasons. Shen Mobei kept his voice level. You know the system. I know its origin. I know its function. I know what it was designed to do to me, and I know that you've been doing something with it that its creator never intended. A pause. You've been building relationships. Actual ones. That's what commerce is. No. Commerce is exchange. Relationships are something more. Your predecessor would have been appalled. The puppet's voice shifted, something underneath the layered quality that Shen Mobei's Dao perception read as genuine assessment, not performance. Not the broker performing consideration. Actual consideration. I've been watching you for months. Your ledger serves people my infrastructure can't reach. You fill in gaps I created by being too large to be precise. And you want to absorb what I've built before it becomes competition. I want to discuss terms. There's a difference. The puppet was still, the serpent rivers sound the only ambient noise. What I offer, infrastructure access, established channel integration, 3,000 years of relationship equity with every major faction on the continent. What I want, predictability. You disrupt without malice. That's the most dangerous kind of disruption. Shen Mobei thought about the analogy Yafei had used. Weather. Infrastructure to redirect it rather than stop it. What you're describing, he said slowly, is a merger. You absorb the ledger into your network, and the ledger stops being an independent force. A partnership, the puppet said. The same thing described more pleasantly. He held the puppet's blank face. I'll need to think about it. Of course. I've waited 3,000 years. Weeks are nothing. The puppet stood, but consider, every great merchant eventually faces the same choice. Grow into the existing system, or replace it entirely. No one has ever succeeded at the second. There's always a first time. A sound like wind through hollow bones. I do hope so, young merchant. It would make things interesting. Then it was simply gone. Not moving, not disappearing, just no longer present, in the way that integration with infrastructure looks when it completes. Luo Chinga materialized at his shoulder within seconds. I tracked the puppet's energy. It dissolved into the bridge of stone. She watched the empty pavilion seat with the particular expression she wore for things that exceeded her threat response categories, not fear, but the careful recalibration of someone updating their threat map. It's not a cultivator. It's woven into the world itself. Like infrastructure, he said. Like the river. You can't defeat it. You can build channels to redirect it. He stared at the space the puppet had occupied. The broker wasn't his enemy. It was a system problem. And system problems required system solutions. Cultivation progress, Do Ling 9 star Do Wang 1 star, breakthrough triggered by conceptual resolution. Chapter 64. The flame fragment. The Merchant King's tomb gave up its last secret on a Tuesday. He'd been returning to the tomb's deep vault quarterly since the first breakthrough, not to take anything, but because the Tao of Trade's cultivation responded to the space in ways he was still mapping. The ancient merchant's chi resonance was a teacher without words, instructing through presence rather than instruction. The vault's air was dry and cold, smelling of old lacquer and the specific mineral quality of stone that had been sealed for centuries. The fragment was in the deepest alcove, in a sealed jade case he'd catalogued months ago and bypassed as requiring Tier 5 formation unlocking. The case was unremarkable, dark green jade, palm-sized, its surface etched with trade seal marks that the system had logged as pre-Empire era. His cultivation had reached Tier 5 equivalent. He opened it. Inside, a shard of flame no larger than his thumbnail. Cold, blue-white, dormant. But alive in the way that fire never quite stops being alive, patient combustion waiting for fuel. When his palm was 2 centimeters away, he felt it, a warmth that came not from the fragment's surface temperature, which was cool to the air, but from something inside the warmth itself, some property of what the fragment was. The material radar identified it in the same instant his chest registered a vibration he hadn't felt before, resonance. His own chi, responding to the fragment's signature with the specific recognition of compatible things. Heavenly flame fragment, classification, merchant's fire, partial. Status, dormant. Bonding compatibility, exceptional. Warning, full bonding irreversible. Proceed with caution. He read the notification 3 times. A heavenly flame. The Tao of Trade made physical, fire that burned on the energy of fair exchange rather than combat power. He reached into the jade case and touched the fragment. The flame recognized him before he recognized it. A warmth in his sternum that felt like being remembered by something that had been waiting to remember him, not warmth as temperature but warmth as property, the quality that certain commitments carry when they're genuine. The blue-white light spread from his fingertips up his arm and settled into his chest meridians with the authority of something completing a process that had been interrupted 3,000 years ago. His meridians register the flame's passage the way a lock registers a key that fits, a series of small distinct alignments, each one releasing a resistance he hadn't consciously known was there. Not painful. Not explosive. A door opening, quiet and certain. Bonding initiated, merchant's fire, Tao of Trade cultivation, accelerating, warning, co-wielder access unlocked. Secondary bonding possible for trusted cultivators of compatible cultivation. He stood in the tomb's deep vault for a long time, feeling the flame settle into his Tao cultivation like a key finding a lock that had always had exactly that shape. The cold air of the vault no longer registered as cold. Outside, the city went about its business. Inside, something had changed that wouldn't reverse. He stayed until his senses had stabilized, perhaps 40 minutes, perhaps longer, the vault's timelessness making the interval difficult to judge. The merchant's fire was warm but not hot, it burned at the specific temperature of something that had calibrated itself to its host rather than asserting its own temperature. The chi it fed him was different from standard cultivation energy, cleaner, with a directional quality, as if it recognized certain intentions and amplified them without being asked. When he thought about trade, about the specific network of relationships the ledger represented, the agreements, the trust, the flame responded. When he thought about combat, it remained level and steady but didn't surge, a flame designed for one specific kind of person. Designed, possibly, for him specifically, or for someone like him, in a position like his, doing work like this. Old Gu met him at the tomb's entrance on his way up. The old alchemist had come to check on something unrelated and took one look at Shen Mobei's chest with his diagnostic instruments and went extremely still. "When did you touch the deep vault case?" he said. "An hour ago." Old Gu looked at the reading on his instruments. Then at Shen Mobei. Then at the instruments again. The compatibility rating. He worked his mouth around what he was about to say. "I've seen heavenly flame bondings. I've read about more. The compatibility ceiling for a human host is approximately 85%. Anything above that is considered theoretical." A pause. "Your reading is 97. Shen Mobei considered this. "Is that good?" "It's unprecedented." Old Gu put away the instruments with movements that were extremely careful and deliberate, the way he handled things he was trying not to break by over-examining. "You should probably also know that the tomb's deep resonance just changed. Whatever was dormant here has been dormant for 3,000 years. And it isn't dormant anymore. The broker would feel this." He was certain. Whatever the broker's perception of the merchant's fire had been before, dormant, possibly lost, certainly not his to carry, that perception had just changed. That was, in some ways, the most important calculation. Chapter 65. Flame and Foundation. Old Gu's reaction to the merchant's fire bonding was the most emotionally complex thing Shen Mobei had witnessed from the old alchemist. He stood in the ledger's alchemy workshop, a long room with 3 furnaces along the east wall, shelves of jade cases and labeled herbs on every other surface, the air permanently warm and pungent with the layered smell of burnt mineral and medicinal compounds that 30 years of dedicated alchemical work built into a space. Old Gu examined Shen Mobei's chest meridians with professional instruments and the specific expression of someone whose certainty about what was impossible was being revised in real time. His instruments were Tier 7 diagnostic tools, the kind that most alchemists never owned, and they hummed with a faint blue glow as they moved across the meridian paths. "The merchant's fire," Old Gu said. He said it the way people say words that carry 40 years of weight, slowly, testing whether the word still meant what he thought it meant. "I've read references to it. In texts I believed were symbolic rather than literal." A pause. "The Hall of Souls burned my collection. But I'd memorized certain passages." He looked up. The merchant's fire bonded to its last host in the era of the first great trading empire. When that empire fell, approximately 3,000 years ago, the flame was believed lost or extinct. The same era as the broker's establishment. Yes. Old Gu's eyes sharpened. The broker appeared at the trading empire's fall. The merchant's fire disappeared at the same moment. He turned back to his instruments. That's either coincidence or causation. Nothing in a 3,000-year pattern is coincidence. No. He put down the instruments. The co-wielder accessed the system flagged, "That's not standard heavenly flame doctrine. Most flames bond to a single cultivator and resist all others. This one is designed for sharing. Why would a heavenly flame be designed for sharing?" Shen Mobei thought about the broker's offer. The ancient entity managing through control, single points of authority, consolidated information, individual relationships with every major faction built through the entity's personal mediation. A heavenly flame designed for sharing was the opposite philosophy made material, distributed authority, shared power, multiple hands maintaining the same fire, because the thing it was built to do required more than one person to sustain it, he said. Old Gu was very still for a moment. The furnace behind him crackled. Outside the workshop's single window, the market district's morning sounds filtered in, carriages on stone, the calls of vendors setting up their stalls, the ordinary commerce of a city doing what cities do. "Then, you want to offer me the secondary bonding. I want to ask if you'd consider it. It's irreversible. It changes your cultivation. It makes you a target." He held the old man's gaze. "It also restores something the hall took from you." The old alchemist looked at his own hands. The Tier 8 flame had been taken from him through forced contract dissolution, not destroyed, but severed. He'd spent years as a Tier 6 shell of what he'd been, with the memory of what full flame mastery felt like as a kind of permanent absence. The hands were steady now. They were always steady. But Shen Mobei had seen old Gu's expression during the months of work since the ledger's founding. The specific contained patience of a man who remembered being capable of more than he was allowed to be. My consulting fee goes up again, old Gu said. Name your price. I want a dedicated research wing. My own furnace. Access to the Vault Dimensions material database. He paused. And recognition. I was a Tier 8 alchemist. The Alchemist Guild's records have me dead. When this is over, I want my work acknowledged. Not for pride. For the students who should have learned from me and learned from someone lesser instead. Done. All of it. Old Gu extended one hand. Shen Mobei placed his palm against it. The merchant's fire moved between them like a flame finding the shape it had always meant to take, warm, certain, distributed rather than hoarded. It was the most natural thing that had ever happened in this workshop. Secondary bonding, old Gu, accepted, co-wielder link established. Flame output, primary, 100%. Secondary, 40%. Combined purification radius, 8 meters active. Tao of fair exchange, reinforced. The flame at old Gu's fingertips was smaller than Shen Mobei's, appropriate, the secondary portion of a shared resource, but its quality was the same. Blue-white, the merchant's fire's characteristic color. Not the bone-chilling flame old Gu had lost, not a restoration of what the hall had taken. Something new. The old alchemist looked at the flame on his fingertips for a long time with the expression of a man recalibrating his relationship with loss. What was lost remained lost. But this, different, new, equally real, was also real. Old Gu's eyes went very bright. He said nothing for a long time. 40% is enough, he said finally, to face things I shouldn't be able to face. I know, Shen Mobei said. One more thing. Old Gu closed his hand. The flame disappeared, banked rather than extinguished. What you gave me just now, you understand that the strategic value of a co-wielded heavenly flame goes in both directions. I'm a target the moment anyone with the right knowledge observes this. He met Shen Mobei's eyes with the directness of decades of medical and alchemical consultation, the absolute refusal to soften things that needed to be said clearly. I'm choosing to accept that. I want you to know that I understand what I'm accepting. I know, Shen Mobei said again. Thank you. Old Gu made a noise that was part dismissal and part acceptance and entirely characteristic of the man, and went back to his workbench. Chapter 66. The Tao of Trade, perceived standing at the center of the Jia Ma Holy City Market District on a busy afternoon. The Tao of Trade's perception lit the world in a way he'd never experienced before the flame's bonding. Not the material radar, that showed physical things, material positions, cultivation signatures. This was different. The Tao showed relationships, the invisible binding of obligation and trust and expectation that connected every person to every person in the commerce of daily life. The market smelled of fresh dyed cloth and roasting grain and the sharp copper note of coin changing hands. It was loud with vendor calls and the specific social negotiation of haggling. Beneath all of that, the Tao's perception gave him the market's deep texture. Fair deals registered as warm pulses in his awareness. Exploitative ones as discordant notes, not moral judgment, just recognition, the way certain musical intervals register as tense before the mind consciously identifies them. Long-standing relationships hummed as steady harmonies beneath the market's surface sound. Every black ledger contract glowed as a bright thread connecting him to his counterparties through the force of genuine commitment. He stood in the market's center for 20 minutes and arrived at something he hadn't expected. The broker was here. Not physically, he couldn't see a form or an entity. But the Tao perception showed him the market's deep infrastructure as an old, settled resonance beneath every established trade route, ancient, patient, so integrated that it was nearly invisible even to the Tao's extended awareness. The sound of a river you only notice when it stops. The broker wasn't separate from the market. It was the market, at its foundational level. Every established route, every traditional commercial relationship, every long-standing business practice in Jia Ma Holy City had its faint signature. And the broker's signature, up close, read as something he hadn't expected, tired. Not weakened. Not diminishing. Just the specific quality of something that had been doing the same work for so long that the work had stopped generating meaning and had become pure habit. 3,000 years of managing, without ever exchanging. 3,000 years of being infrastructure, without ever being a participant. He returned to headquarters and wrote for 3 hours. Not business reports. A philosophical analysis of what made exchange genuinely valuable, how trust was built and violated, why stability and innovation were not opposed but complementary forces in a healthy commercial ecology. What trade actually was at its foundation, before the infrastructure accumulated around it. Yafei found him there, read over his shoulder without speaking for a few minutes, then sat beside him. This is what you're going to show the broker. When the time comes. When the time comes. She turned to face him, not the controlled professional face, the one underneath, the one she kept for moments when performance cost too much. I want to build something that outlasts us. Not just a business. An institution. Something that runs on principles, not on personalities. A codified Tao of trade, he said slowly. Rules that protect buyers and sellers equally. Standards that guarantee quality without requiring individual trust. Dispute resolution mechanisms that don't end in violence. Her voice carried the fierce quality she usually kept banked, controlled, available for negotiations where passion was a tool. Tonight it was neither banked nor a tool. Write it down. So that 100 years from now, traders who've never heard our names still operate by what we understood. He stared at her. You, he said, are the most remarkable person I've ever met. I know. She smiled. Now stop flattering me and help me draft the framework. They spent the night together in the undamaged wing, not working, for once. Two people who'd found each other against all probability, building something neither could have built alone, resting in the knowledge of that. Chapter 67. The system's old master, the Merchant King's tomb research produced a connection that had been hiding in plain sight. Cross-referencing the system's design architecture against the broker's known operational history, Shen Mobei arrived at a conclusion that old Gu confirmed from independent alchemical texts: the system had not been built from scratch. Its fundamental framework, the material radar's detection methodology, the faction ledger's data structure, even the Black Ledger contract's karmic enforcement mechanism, matched the operational principles of the broker's own infrastructure with a precision that exceeded coincidence. Shen Tiankun had built the system by reverse engineering the broker. He sat with that understanding for a long moment before he said it aloud. Old Gu was across the research table, surrounded by the texts he'd assembled from the Vault Dimensions archive, ancient references, fragmentary inscriptions, the kind of material that appeared in footnotes of footnotes and required a trained alchemist's institutional memory to connect to anything useful. The workshop's furnace was burning at low heat, not for any active work but because old Gu thought better in warm rooms. The smell of the place at this hour was concentrated and specific: old paper and warm stone and the faint aromatic remnant of whatever he'd been refining earlier. The broker told me, Shen Mobei said, that it knew the system's creator. That he was brilliant but a terrible merchant, understood the theory, not the practice. Tried to buy his way to godhood. And failed, old Gu said, not looking up from his text. And failed. He turned the jade slip, the broker's original message, in his hands. He built the system to replace the broker. To give a single cultivator the same capabilities. Not to partner with the existing infrastructure. To supersede it. Which meant the broker would treat anyone carrying the system as an existential threat. Old Gu finally looked up. His expression was not alarmed, it was the specific composed attention of someone connecting a pattern they'd suspected. Unless that person was using the system differently. Building relationships instead of intelligence databases. Distributing value instead of controlling supply. Shen Mobei set the jade slip down. Shen Tiankun built the right tool for the wrong goals. I'm using the same tool for different ones. Which meant the system was, at its core, a replica. A portable copy of the most powerful commercial intelligence entity on the continent, miniaturized and bound to a single host rather than woven into the world's infrastructure. He sat with that understanding in the quiet of the tomb's research alcove, the lantern light yellow on the ancient walls, the old lacquer smell of the vault surrounding him, and thought through the implications. If the system is a copy, old Gu said, working through the implications over the following evening's analysis session, the research spread across the workshop's central table, then the broker would recognize it. Would know what it is. Would understand that whoever carries it is, in some structural sense, a potential second version of itself. Or a replacement. Or a replacement. He paused. That changes the nature of the offer it made you. It did. The broker's merger offer wasn't about absorbing the ledger's business. It was about absorbing the system, pulling the copy back into the original, eliminating the possibility of an independent parallel commercial intelligence. Not out of malice. Out of the conservative instinct of something 3,000 years old, which had survived by incorporating every force of change that emerged. Shen Tiankun had tried to replace the broker with the system and failed. The failure was in the approach, competitive replacement rather than something the broker had never encountered and didn't know how to absorb. What had never existed before, genuine partnership between the established infrastructure and the new one. Not merger. Not replacement. Complementarity, each serving what the other couldn't reach. He wrote this understanding into the framework he and Yafei had been drafting. It was either the most important insight he'd had or the most optimistic. Possibly both. Cultivation progress, Do Wang 3-star, advancement through comprehension. The Hall of Souls intelligence feeds went ominous that same week. 3 separate Xiao Ninger report threads, triangulated, consolidation of Hall resources in the Undead Mountains region. Recall of field operatives from the Jia Ma Empire's eastern outposts. Communications using the word preparation in the specific context that meant military rather than administrative. The operational pattern of an organization that had identified its next target and was moving pieces accordingly. He didn't like that word when the Hall used it. Chapter 68. What the Misty Cloud sect brought. Yun Yun arrived at the Obsidian Ledger's headquarters without announcement on a morning that was gray with early cloud, the kind of overcast that sat close to the mountain range and turned everything the same flat pewter color. She came accompanied by 2 disciples and no visible security. The gesture was unmistakable. A Do Huang sect master walking into a merchant's office without guards said more than any formal declaration could have. The walk from the main gate to the reception hall took 3 minutes past ledger staff who registered her presence with controlled professional attention and said nothing. She accepted the offered chair, declined tea, and said, "I owe you a debt." The situation resolved to mutual benefit. No debt required. She smiled slightly. Spoken like someone who understands how debt functions in political economics. She settled her hands in her lap with the specific composure of a cultivator who'd spent decades managing powerful subordinates and hostile rivals simultaneously. My former mentor held a position for 20 years I couldn't directly address without fracturing the sect. You removed the obstacle using intelligence rather than force. The internal reform I've been pursuing for 3 years now has a clear path. The investigation was in the Empire's interest. Yes. And its method was in the sect's interest specifically. Her eyes were measuring, precise, reading him the way he imagined a Do Huang cultivation master learned to read everyone who entered their space. I want a formal alliance. Not a commercial agreement, a strategic partnership. The Misty Cloud sect provides escort and political cover for ledger operations in our jurisdiction. In return, preferential material access and advanced commercial intelligence that serves the sect's self-sufficiency. He worked through the terms in his head. The numbers were sound. The strategic fit was better than the numbers. Escort coverage through the mountain routes alone would reduce the ledger's security costs by enough to fund 2 new relay points. One additional term, he said. Mutual defense obligation. If the Hall of Souls escalates against either party, the other provides support. Her expression sharpened. You're expecting escalation. The Hall is consolidating in the Undead Mountains. That's preparation, not withdrawal. He met her gaze steadily. I'd rather confirm my allies before the pressure arrives than after. She considered for 30 seconds, the specific duration of someone whose decisions were made inside that window and whose stated deliberation was genuine rather than performative. Then she extended her hand across the desk. Physical handshake. Unambiguous. Agreed. He shook it. Her grip was firm, not aggressive, not performative. The handshake of someone who'd made a commitment and understood its weight. Misty Cloud sect, alliance status, strategic partner. Mutual defense obligation. Active. One more thing, she said, rising. The Hall's consolidation pattern, I've seen it in historical records. It typically precedes a major operation. Something that requires concentrated force rather than distributed pressure. She paused at the door. Her 2 disciples, waiting in the corridor, straightened without being told. Be ready. I'm always ready. See that you stay that way. She studied him for a moment from the doorway, the specific measuring look of someone who's just entered a mutual defense agreement and is doing the final assessment of whether their new partner has the qualities that will make the agreement worth the risk. Whatever she found appeared to satisfy her calculation. She left with the same quiet efficiency she'd arrived with, the 2 disciples falling in behind her without breaking stride, 3 sets of footsteps fading down the corridor. Shen Mo Bei remained in the office after she'd gone, letting the silence settle. The merchant's fire burned warm in his chest. The faction ledger had updated the Misty Cloud sect entry from neutral, potential obstacle to strategic partner, mutual defense active, and looking at that reclassification, he considered what it represented in terms of the ground covered in the last year. Yun Poshan's sect, the organization that had sheltered one of his primary adversaries and been used as political cover for 3 coordinated attacks on the Obsidian Ledger, was now an ally. Not because of combat, not because of intimidation, not because of anything that operated through fear. Because of demonstrated value, documented evidence, and the careful construction of interests that aligned. The Tao of trade, working as designed. And the Hall, somewhere north, completing its preparation. Every piece moving toward a convergence he could feel but not yet see clearly. Alliance secured. Network expanding. Flame deepening. And the Hall, somewhere north, completing its preparation. Every board settled before the game began. Chapter 69. The soul energy convergence the system detected at first, anomalous concentrations of soul-type chi moving toward Jia Ma Holy City from multiple directions simultaneously. Not natural flows. Directed, purposeful, with the specific signature pattern that the faction ledger identified from intercepted Hall communications. Threat alert, Hall of Souls mobilization, confirmed, estimated composition, 8 Do Wang, 4 Do Huang, 1 Do Zong, Han Xie, confirmed identification, convergence timeline, 5 to 7 days, recommended response, coalition assembly. Individual defense insufficient, he read the notification at 2 in the morning, the city quiet outside his window, the market district's lanterns banked to their night watch level, the only sounds were the distant watchman's bell and the merchant's fire's low warmth in his chest. A Do Zong. 4 Do Huang. 8 Do Wang. This wasn't an intelligence operation. This was a war deployment. He thought through the math without illusion. The Ledger's security force, the Misty Cloud Sec's garrison, every independent fighter he could call on quickly, none of it sufficient against a Do Zong whose soul techniques could attack through defenses that Do Chi couldn't penetrate. Individually, each piece was the wrong size. Together, differently arranged, with enough Do Huang to occupy the subordinate force while the merchant's fire addressed the Do Zong, The math was still dangerous, but it was calculable. He activated the full communication network. Every inner circle member was briefed before sunrise. "We can't fight this alone," he said in the emergency meeting, gray light beginning through the headquarters windows, everyone in the room showing the controlled alertness of people who'd been woken by urgent talisman and had used the walk to the meeting room to compose themselves. A Do Zong and 4 Do Huang working together could level this entire district before we could organize a response. "Then we don't fight alone," Yafei said. Her voice carried the specific steadiness of someone who'd prepared for this possibility without announcing the preparation. She'd been preparing contingency plans for 3 weeks. "Call them in. Every trade deal, every fair price, every favor, this is what they were building toward. I'm asking allies to risk their lives." "Not for your fight," Luo Chinga said. She stood at the window, watching the still dark street with the professional calm of someone war planning rather than panicking. Her soul blades had been manifested and dismissed twice since she sat down, a focus habit she'd developed, running them out and back in to check their response time. The hall bringing military force into the Jia Ma Empire's capital is an act of war against the empire itself. You're not asking for favors. You're presenting an opportunity to take a stand against a common enemy on favorable ground, with a coalition rather than alone. She turned. Frame it correctly. Show them what's at stake. He began making calls. The message was consistent: the Hall of Souls is bringing war to Jia Ma Holy City. This is about whether a foreign criminal organization can operate a military force in imperial territory without consequence. Stand with us, and I will owe you, not gold, not a depleting payment, but a permanent commercial advantage and my personal commitment to your faction's interests. The responses arrived within 24 hours. Mu Clan came first, their patriarch's confirmation arrived before the first watch ended, and its phrasing said everything about the relationship Shen Mobei had spent a year building. Not formal acknowledgement, not a negotiated response, just 30 warriors, 3 Do Huang elders, authorized immediately, and then the words that mattered: "We owe you." 3 words. The old patriarch had not been a demonstrative man in any of their dealings. He'd written those 3 words anyway. Royal family authorization came through an official channel: 4 Do Huang commanders and 50 royal guards, framed as response to external military incursion in the capital district. The framing was a political choice that let multiple parties maintain their preferred positions. Shen Mobei noted with satisfaction that the response had taken less time than the courier's round trip should have required. Someone had anticipated the call before it was made. Alchemist Guild, defensive formation arrays, anti-soul talismans, and a mobile pill production unit. The guild's leadership had spent 2 years watching the Obsidian Ledger with the wariness of an institution watching a disruptive competitor. This was the moment when disruption and protection aligned. The senior array master who coordinated the guild's contribution sent one additional note: "The pill production unit will be staffed by my best people. They've been briefed on anti-soul applications. If your alchemist needs support, they'll know what to do." A gesture that cost the guild nothing operational and said considerably more than its words. Yun Yun's response was 4 words: "I will come myself." Feng Ruo, reading the confirmed roster in the logistics briefing, said nothing for a moment. Then, 6 months ago we were hiding from a Do Huang elder. Now a Do Huang sect master is coming to stand next to us. She set the document down. That happened because of the work we did. She looked around the room. I want people to remember that. Not the battle. The work that made it possible. Coalition status: 4 major factions committed. Combined force: 100 plus cultivators including 12 Do Huang. Critical gap: Xianxia, Do Zong, exceeds all individual coalition members. 1 Do Zong could unravel a numerically superior coalition if he targeted the right pressure points. The only counter Shen Mobei had was the Merchant's Fire, and the man who now co-wielded it. He found Old Gu in his workshop that evening, the old alchemist surrounded by the familiar organized disorder of active research, the furnace running at maintenance temperature, the smell of recent alchemy still in the air. "I need to ask you something difficult," he said. The old alchemist looked up with the expression of a man who'd been expecting exactly this conversation. "More difficult than accepting a heavenly flame bond? I need you to fight. In public. The Merchant's Fire is your primary weapon, co-wielded against a Do Zong soul techniques." Old Gu went very still. The instruments in his hands lowered slowly to the workbench. "If the alchemist community sees me wielding a bonded heavenly flame, you become a target for every sect on the continent." "I know." Shen Mobei held the old man's gaze without flinching from what he was asking. "I wouldn't ask without need. But Xianxia is Do Zong, and there is nothing else." A long silence. The furnace crackled behind Old Gu. The Merchant's Fire burned steady between them, blue-white, patient, waiting without pressure for whatever decision the old man reached on his own. Afterward, Old Gu said, "My consulting fee becomes what I say it is." Done. Chapter 70. Pre-battle: the night before the battle had the particular quality that precedes all significant endings, a sharpness in ordinary things, the way the city's evening sound seemed cleaner, the way the lantern light on the market street below looked like something being memorized. 7 dead, the system projected. Maybe more. No model predicted all variables. He'd read the number and filed it the way he filed difficult numbers, not away, not suppressed, but into the category of things he knew clearly and had decided to carry forward rather than be carried by. Luo Qingge found him on the command post roof near dawn. She didn't speak for a while. The pre-battle quiet was the specific silence of a city that didn't know yet what was coming, its night sounds uninterrupted, a distant dog, the watchman's bell, the creak of a carriage on cobblestones somewhere in the merchant's district. They stood together in that, the first gray light beginning at the eastern horizon, and Shen Mobei thought about all the ways a person's choices cascade into other people's lives. Yin Mei is in that force somewhere, she said. No. He was certain, the intelligence was triple confirmed. Han Xie retreated to the Undead Mountains after the previous operation. She's at the Bone Citadel. Not here. He paused. She's bait. Today is a probe. Whatever happens, Yin Mei is leverage for what comes after. I know. She was quiet for a moment. The soul blades at her hips had a different quality now, freed energy rather than suppressed energy, the difference palpable even at rest, the way a drawn bow differs from an unstrung one. When this is over, we go to the Undead Mountains, he said. Together. On our terms. She nodded once. Something passed between them that had no proper name, not the comfortable intimacy he had with Yafei, but something equally real. The trust of two people who'd chosen to put their safety in each other's hands and found the choice had been correct. She was the person who would put herself between him and a Dozong soul lance without a moment's hesitation, not from obligation but from the specific care that comes from someone knowing you clearly and choosing you anyway. Thank you, she said. For the contract dissolution. Thank you for trusting me enough to let me try. She went back down to her position without another word. He watched the horizon brighten, the gray lightening through a spectrum of colors he'd never thought to notice before this specific morning, and thought about Shen Tiankun, who'd built a tool that required genuine trust to operate, and had apparently never managed to build the trust himself. He hoped he was worthy. Tomorrow would answer that. Chapter 71. The Battle of Jiama Holy City. Dawn was clear and cold when Han Xie's force crossed the open landscape northeast of the city. 12 figures in Hall of Souls black, moving with the absolute unhurried confidence of people who'd never had reason to hurry. A Do Zong, 4 Do Huang, 7 Do Wang, their spiritual pressure preceded them like weather, the specific oppressive density of consolidated offensive cultivation, the air above the northeastern approach visibly shimmering with the buildup of released qi. By any conventional calculation, enough to walk into Jiama Holy City and take whatever they wanted. The coalition held 3 lines at the northeastern gate. Mu clan warriors on the left flank, positioned for the formation combat techniques that required lateral coordination, 12 fighters who'd trained together for years and moved with the unified precision of a single organism. Royal Guard on the right, their defensive formation arrays glowing at the perimeter of effectiveness, the arrays light casting blue shadows on the morning cobblestones. The mixed center, Misty Cloud Sect disciples, Alchemist Guild support, and Obsidian Ledger security, covering the direct approach to the residential districts behind them. Shen Mobei commanded from a raised position behind the center line. The material radar at full intensity, every combatant's position, every energy signature, the whole board visible at once. Communication talismans connected him to every unit commander simultaneously. Left flank, 2 hall operatives flanking wide. Mu Clan 2nd Unit, redirect to intercept. Central formation, Soul Puppet in the Eastern Canal approach, coming from underground. Royal Guard Reserve, engage immediately. Right flank, Do Huang targeting the formation anchor. Alchemist support, deploy purification grid. It was brutal in the specific way asymmetric warfare is brutal. The hall's operatives were individually elite, their techniques refined by an organization that trained without ethical constraints. Soul attacks that bypassed physical defenses, targeting spiritual roots directly. Fighters without anti-soul talismans went down hard, dropping with the sudden absence of presence that severe soul disruption produced, not unconscious, something worse, awake but disconnected. Those with the guild's protection held, and ground the hall operatives down through coordinated superiority. Luo Qingge and Yin Mei, Iron Tooth had reported with barely concealed awe that the Ghost Twins had requested the most exposed field position, operated at the battle's fluid edges. The hall operatives' defensive training assumed they'd face opposition that understood hall techniques from outside. They were wrong. The dual soul blade technique, synchronized between the 2 sisters with the precision of years of tandem practice, was efficient and without hesitation. 1 blade from each direction. Every angle closed. The hall fighters they engaged went down clean. Iron Tooth held the bridge. The Merchants Canal Bridge was the single point controlling access to the residential districts. Iron Tooth had requested it during planning with the specific brevity of a man who'd already decided and was informing rather than asking, and stood in its center with 2 guards at his flanks and refused to move. 5 hall enforcers attempted the crossing. He faced all 5. The bridge was 3 meters wide, enough for 2 people abreast, which was enough for him. He fought the way craftsmen work, economical, precise, no movement wasted. His footwork never shifted wider than shoulder width. His weapon choices were minimal, a sword for reach, a short blade for the grapple range they tried to force. He lost his ring finger to a soul blade that found the gap between guard and talisman edge, the finger dropping onto the bridge's wet stone. He adjusted his grip on the sword without slowing down and kept fighting. This was not heroism. It was work. Command was work too, the specific skill of tracking complex systems with multiple variables, identifying leading indicators before they became lagging crises. Shen Mobei saw the flanking attempts develop. He saw the soul puppets rising from underground before the nearest coalition units could detect them. He saw the pressure building at the center line and shifted reserves to reinforce before the line bent. Then Old Gu walked onto the battlefield. He came from the south side of the formation, moving at the unhurried pace of a man who'd once stood among the continent's elite and had spent years pretending otherwise. His white hair caught the morning light and made him visible from 200 meters away. He was wearing his working clothes, the same worn gray robe he wore in the laboratory, slightly singed at the cuffs from the last 3 weeks of heavy refinement work, not the formal robes that cultivators of his standing typically wore to public demonstrations of power. He hadn't dressed for theater. He'd dressed for work. The merchant's fire in his chest expanded from a steady coal warmth to a column of blue-white flame that reached 3 meters high and threw light across the entire engagement, bright enough that fighters on both sides looked toward it instinctively. A Mu clan elder, engaged with a Do Huang level hall operative 50 meters away, registered the flame's activation and understood what she was seeing. She'd been alive long enough to have heard the merchant's fire described in old alchemical texts, the pre-Empire era legend, the flame believed lost for 3,000 years. The recognition hit her mid-exchange and she nearly missed a defensive step. She recovered, set her jaw, and fought twice as hard for the next 30 seconds with the specific energy of someone who'd just understood that they were witnessing something they'd never thought they'd live to see. Nearby, 2 younger Misty Cloud sect fighters didn't know the historical significance. They responded to the simpler thing: the merchant's fire burned blue, white and warm, and in the middle of a battle that smelled of blood and spent chi and the acrid corruption of Hall soul techniques, that warmth was the most distinct sensation of safety either of them had ever felt in combat. They gravitated toward it instinctively, tightening their position, and found that their defensive coordination improved simply from being within the flame's purification radius, the soul contamination pressing from every direction pulled back, unable to maintain its grip against the Tao's fire. 3 Hall soul puppets burst from concealment in the eastern district, Do Huang level bodies animated by ripped out spiritual roots, built to absorb physical damage that would kill any living fighter. Their movement was wrong in the specific way that animated corpses are wrong, too fast in some joints, too stiff in others, optimized for damage dealing rather than survival. Old Gu swept the flame across all 3 in one broad arc. The merchant's fire burned soul contamination. The puppets dissolved as ash and light, not shattered, not destroyed in any violent sense, but released. The imprisoned energy of whoever had been trapped inside dissipated upward, freed from bondage. 3 ancient prisoners released at last. The coalition's morale shifted in a single visible surge. Xianxia turned. "A heavenly flame," he said. His voice was conversational. That was the most frightening register. How convenient. He attacked without preparation. The black soul lance was crossing the battlefield before the eye could register its departure, a compressed spike of 3 decades of Dozong level soul cultivation, aimed at the thing it was designed to destroy. Old Gu met it with the merchant's fire's full output and the collision shattered windows across the northeastern district. Glass fell in cascading sheets. Equilibrium, barely. But equilibrium wouldn't hold. Shen Mobei activated the phantom merchant steps at maximum intensity and came at Xianxia from the Dozong's right blind side. Not to fight. To divide attention. To steal the seconds that were all the difference between Old Gu holding and Old Gu falling. Irritating, Xianxia said, and his attention split, one channel on the flame, one tracking the movement pattern his soul perception couldn't fully parse. Neither at full strength. Never tell your counterparty exactly what you want, Shen Mobei said, dodging a soul lance that passed close enough to feel its cold corruption through the flame's purification, a chill that went deeper than cold, touching something at the root of his cultivation, and the merchant's fire pushing back against it in a warmth that felt deliberate. It weakens your position. 7 minutes. Every second a negotiation, Shen Mobei's evasion buying Old Gu recovery time, the coalition clearing the hall's secondary operatives on the flanks with systematic efficiency. The mobile alchemy station pushing healing pills to wounded fighters in real time, runners moving at full speed between the station and the front lines with the concentrated urgency of people who understood that the pill's timing mattered. Then Yun Yun descended from the sky with the dramatic timing of a sect master who understood both strategy and theater. Her wind cultivation vortex hit Xianxia's exposed left flank with concentrated kinetic force, not a distraction, a genuine strike. His soul defenses breached for a fraction of a second, a gap like a door blown open by wind. Old Gu hit that fraction with everything he had. Xianxia staggered. The cold certainty of a Dozong, the fundamental assumption that opposition was a matter of degree rather than kind, cracked. "Enough," Yun Yun said. Her voice carried the weight of territorial authority, not the performance of command but the genuine article, backed by decades of absolute power within her domain. Leave now, or face the full combined response of this empire's major factions. Xianxia assessed. His subordinates, defeated or routing. Soul puppets, Ash. Primary attack vector, neutralized by guild talismans and purification flame. 2 Dozong equivalent threats remaining active. He retreated. Orderly. With the calculation of someone who recognized unfavorable mathematics and understood that dignity required a withdrawal rather than a rout. Then he moved. Dozong speed, half the battlefield in the time it took anyone to register the intent, and Yin Mei was in his grip. A precision soul technique, its application surgical enough that the hand on her shoulder was the only contact before she went limp. He'd planned this as a contingency. The retreat had been the distraction. Luo Chinga's scream cut through the dying battle like a blade. Pure anguish, unfiltered, the 15 years of cultivated composure stripped in a single instant. She lunged, soul blade summoned, everything aimed at something already gone. His voice reached them from nowhere. Come to the undead mountains if you want her back. Come to the Bone Citadel. Come alone. Then silence. Empty air where he'd stood. The battle was won. The cost was not what had been predicted. Cultivation progress, Do Wang 9-star Do Huang 1-star. Breakthrough, Combat Stress Chi Surge plus Merchant's Fire Synergy, Chapter 72. Aftermath Luo Chinga had to be physically restrained from following Xianxia into soul space. Iron Tooth, Feng Ruo, 2 Mu clan warriors, and finally Shen Mobei himself, she fought all of them with the unfocused violence of a person whose mind had gone somewhere past reason. Not full combat intent. If it had been full combat intent, restraint would have been impossible. She was fighting the way people fight when they don't want to be stopped, but some part of them understands the stopping is necessary, enough force to demand real effort, not enough to kill the people trying to help her. He took my sister, she said. The words were flat. The calm was worse than screaming. He wants you to follow him, Shen Mobei said. He was bone tired, the Do Huang breakthrough restructuring his meridians at a cellular level while the battle's demands continued drawing on them. The shoulder that had taken a glancing soul disruption hit was numb in a way that wasn't quite physical. He took Yin Mei to lure you into soul space alone, against a Dozong, where he controls the terrain. You go alone, you die. Yin Mei dies anyway. He held her gaze. Tell me that's wrong. The anguish in her eyes didn't diminish. The soul blades, half manifested, flickered with her pulse. But her hand stilled. Then tell me the plan, she said. We prepare. We gather strength. We go to the undead mountains as a team with enough combined power to bring Yin Mei back and ensure the Hall never holds leverage over any of us again. He waited. We do this on our terms, not his. Promise me. I promise we get her back. She looked at him for a long moment. The tears were on her face, not weakness, the opposite. The visible evidence of care so deep it couldn't be fully contained by cultivation discipline. Then she released the breath she'd been holding and leaned into him. He held her. The merchant's fire in his chest burned warm and steady, and it occurred to him that this too was what fair exchange meant, not just commerce, but the exchange between people who chose to carry each other's weight when their own weight was too much. Across the courtyard, Yafei managed the post-battle logistics with a precision that had saved over 2,000 civilians. Her emergency evacuation protocols, quietly prepared over months as a contingency she'd hoped to never use, had moved people through the same networks that moved rare herbs and formation components, and the logistics had worked because logistics was logistics regardless of what moved through it. She met his eye across the distance. One small nod. Then back to work. Near the eastern gate, Feng Ruo was coordinating the supply distribution with the same methodical efficiency she brought to every logistics operation, but her hands weren't quite steady as she checked manifests. She'd spent the battle managing the civilian movement from a command position behind the residential district line. She hadn't been in direct combat, but she'd watched the engagement from a position close enough to see the soul lance discharge that shattered the northeastern district's windows, and close enough to hear the sound that a cultivator makes when a soul technique hits their spiritual root. She was adapting, not breaking. Feng Ruo didn't break, but the specific controlled breathing of someone who was keeping themselves functional through very deliberate effort. He walked over. Said nothing. Took half her manifest stack and started checking on the other side of the table. She glanced at him, registered what he was doing, and the controlled breathing eased by 1 degree. Sometimes the right support was simply presence, not words. The anchor. She'd hold the city while they prepared for what came next. Coalition aftermath, 7 dead. 23 wounded. 8 Hall operatives killed, 3 captured. The captured ones, transferred to Royal Intelligence custody, would prove immediately valuable. Shen Mobei visited every wounded fighter personally. The tour took 3 hours. Every person received premium healing pills from Old Goose stock, unconditionally, and every person got at least 1 minute of his full attention, not a commander's review, not an institutional acknowledgement, but actual presence. He remembered names by the end of the first hour, cultivated that ability from long months of learning that the people who moved goods across 3 empires needed to trust the person they moved them for. The Mu clan healers had set up a field station in the northeastern ward's community hall, rows of sleeping mats on the stone floor, the smell of antiseptic herbs and clean qi that meant active healing work, lanterns at triple brightness. A young Mu clan warrior with a bandaged torso sat up when Shen Mobei reached him, trying to come to attention with the instinct of someone whose discipline ran deeper than his injury. "Stay down," Shen Mobei said. He sat on the floor beside the mat without being asked, which was apparently unexpected, because the warrior's expression shifted through several things before settling into something simple and surprised. "What's your name?" The warrior told him. Shen Mobei wrote it down. He did this with everyone. "Why?" a young royal guard asked him, genuinely confused by the gift without condition. He was 16 or 17, his left arm in a temporary binding, his face showing the specific shell shock of someone who'd been in their first real combat. "You fought to protect my people," Shen Mobei said. "That makes you mine to take care of." The guard stared at him. Then accepted the pill. Iron Tooth, receiving treatment for his ring finger with characteristic stoicism, the wound had been cleaned and sealed without a sound from him beyond a slight jaw tightening, held up his reduced hand. "4 fingers now. At this rate I'll be using my elbows by year's end. I'll commission prosthetics. Don't you dare." His expression was the closest it got to pride, a contained thing, visible only in the set of his jaw and the specific quality of his stillness. Every stump is a completed contract. Chapter 73. The broker perceived, complete the intelligence from the 3 captured Hall operatives arrived on the 4th day after the battle. Most of it confirmed what he already knew: Hall operational structure in the Undead Mountains, secondary outpost locations, the specific paranoia that manifested when an organization was losing intelligence to a source it couldn't identify. The operatives had given everything with the professional resignation of people who'd been trained well enough to know when a situation was no longer containable, and Royal Intelligence's methods were thorough without being theatrical. But one piece was different. One piece changed the timeline. The Heaven Soul Cauldron. The Hall had been searching for it. 6 months of divination work, narrowing to a region, then a specific zone. Not the Jiama Empire, the Central Plains. And the search teams had been deployed for 2 months. The window was not unlimited. He wrote up the analysis for the full inner circle and then sat with it alone for an hour before sharing it. The Heaven Soul Cauldron was a BTTH lore artifact, a Do Dierok creation that amplified soul cultivation by an order of magnitude. In the Hall's hands, it transformed their already formidable soul harvesting operations into something beyond any current countermeasure. In other hands, specifically, in Luo Chinga's, it could deny the Hall that amplification and simultaneously provide the capability to oppose them. The Undead Mountains first. Then the Central Plains. He walked down to the Tao perception meditation he'd been developing and spent 3 hours in the market district, reading the deep resonance of the trade flows with the merchants' fire's enhanced perception. The market had recovered from the battle faster than he'd expected. The stalls were open again on the 2nd day, the vendors back to their positions with the pragmatic resilience of people for whom commerce was not an optional activity but a fundamental necessity. The air in the market smelled of roasted grain and fresh cloth dye and the particular warm mineral quality of stonework in direct sun, all of it overlaid with the specific organized chaos of 100 negotiations happening simultaneously. Children threaded through the gaps between adults with the specific confidence of people who knew this space as home. An elderly woman at a grain stall was conducting 2 transactions at once, one with a customer she'd known for years, evident from the shorthand of their exchange, and one with an unfamiliar buyer whose uncertainty she managed with practiced patience. A formation craftsman at the end of the row was negotiating with a young Do J-level cultivator who couldn't afford the formation stone she needed. The craftsman's face cycled through commercial calculation and something else, something older, and he ended up cutting his margin. Fair deals. Everywhere, fair deals. And a few unfair ones, a vendor who'd raised prices on dried medicinal herbs since the battle's disruption, operating on the assumption that supply anxiety justified it. A pawnbroker offering 20% below honest value on a piece of jewelry from a woman who needed coin quickly. Shen Mobei noted each one, not with judgment but with the Tao's clear perception. The unfair ones registered as discordant intervals in the market's underlying harmony. Not evil. Just off-key. The market corrected over time, bad actors lost clients, honest ones retained them. But the merchant's fire showed him the correction's pace and the patience it required. The broker was tired. 3,000 years of being the infrastructure had not provided the broker with what infrastructure never could provide, the sense that the work was meaningful rather than merely functional. The entity managed commerce but didn't participate in it. It facilitated exchange but didn't experience the exchange as something that changed it. The loneliness of that was immense. He could feel it the way you feel a very large absence, not as a thing but as the shape of a missing thing. 3,000 years of presence in every market on the continent, and nothing in those markets that the broker had ever genuinely received in return. He wrote this perception into the framework he and Yafei were building. The Tao of trade at its deepest level wasn't about individual transactions or even institutional stability. It was about the fundamental human, and inhuman, need to be changed by genuine exchange. To receive something real and give something real in return. To be different after the transaction than before it. The broker had forgotten that. Or had never known it. Either way, The remedy was demonstration, not argument. When the time came, he'd show it rather than tell it. Cultivation Progress, Do Huang 3-star, through Continued Dao Comprehension, Chapter 74. The preparation that counted Yafei had begun planning the Undead Mountains expedition before he'd asked her to. He found the draft operational framework on his desk the morning after the post-battle debrief, 12 pages, detailed, with contingency branches he wouldn't have thought of himself and resource requirements logged against current Vault Dimension inventory. She'd been working on it at night, in the hours between his post-battle duties and their shared rest. The handwriting in the contingency sections was smaller than her usual hand, the mark of work done quickly with full concentration. "You knew I'd decide on the expedition," he said. "Yin Mei is held by a Do Zong in a location you have partial intelligence on. You've promised Luo Qingge you'd go. You have a motivated team, the right specialized skills, and the merchant's fire for environmental protection in a Death Chi zone." She handed him a second document. "What I still need from you, prioritization of the objectives. Is the Nether Soul route primary, the Yin Mei extraction primary, or do we treat them as simultaneous?" He looked at the documents. She'd missed almost nothing. The gaps were the intelligence about the Bone Citadel's internal layout, Yin Mei's only source, who is currently in the Bone Citadel, and a detailed account of the Hall Soul contract dissolution requirements that only Old Gu could provide. He sat with the documents for a long time, tracking her reasoning across the 12 pages. The framework was not just thorough, it was considerate. The contingency branches she'd built weren't worst-case exercises in pessimism, they were the specific preparations of someone who'd thought through what each member of the team was going to need if things went wrong, and had made sure the provisions were there. Shen Mobei's own medical supply was itemized separately from the general team medical stores. Old Gu's flame maintenance requirements were flagged with the notation "Confirm with Old Gu directly, don't assume." Luo Qingge's section had been the most carefully written, the handwriting there was smaller and more precise, the kind of care that shows when someone is writing about something they're protecting, not just planning. She'd done this in the nights between his post-battle duties and their shared rest. While he'd been dealing with coalition gratitudes and royal intelligence consultations and the 100 administrative necessities that followed a battle, she'd been preparing the next thing. Not because he'd asked her to, or because her role required it. Because it was the right thing to do and she'd understood that before he had. "You're extraordinary," he said. "I know." She didn't look up from her current document. "Tell me what I'm missing." "Simultaneous. But if we can only achieve one, Yin Mei." He set the documents down. "The Nether Soul route enables Luo Qingge's sister to dissolve her own contract after extraction. It's not separable from the rescue in any meaningful sense. Then both, on a single timeline." She was already writing. "I'll finalize the route analysis today. Old Gu needs 4 days of preparation for the Death Chi environment. Iron Tooth's team selection needs 3 days of assessment." A pause. "The most critical piece, Luo Qingge's contract dissolved before entry. She'll fight better without the suppression." "I know. Old Gu is already preparing the Nether Soul route sourcing analysis." She looked up from the document. "She can find it in the Undead Mountains? The system puts the route's location at a significant Death Chi concentration in the mountain's eastern sector. We need Ash folk guidance to access it." He met her eyes. "There's a civilization in the mountains that's been surviving Hall of Souls extermination attempts for 300 years. They have tunnel access, mountain knowledge, and very strong reasons to assist anyone opposing the Hall. The Ash folk. She'd found them in the faction ledger's marginal entries, fragmentary, tagged as unverified, appearing only as references in Hall internal communications about persistent operational difficulties in the mountain region. You trust the intelligence? The system's confidence interval is high. And the intelligence aligns with Hall communications about persistent containment issues in the Undead Mountains central sector." He watched her calculate. "They've been surviving for 300 years. That's not luck. That's capability. What do you offer them? Medical supplies they can't produce underground. Intelligence about Hall operational priorities. And what they've never had, documentation of what was done to them, authenticated and distributed to every major faction on the continent." He paused. "The Hall's greatest protection is that most of the world doesn't know or care about its atrocities in the Undead Mountains. I intend to change that." She was quiet for a moment. "Then, the advocacy offer. That's the one they'll respond to. Not the supplies, they've survived without supplies. But being seen." She looked at him with the specific expression she used when something confirmed a calculation she'd been working through in private. "That's the fair trade." "Yes." She returned to the document. "I'll finalize the framework today. We depart in 8 days." Chapter 75. Luo Qingge's truth. The contract dissolution could happen before the expedition, Old Gu had confirmed, if the Nether Soul route sourcing was secured in advance. It was available, rare, but findable, at higher cost than the Undead Mountains route, through channels that the Ledger's continental reach made accessible. Shen Mobei paid the cost without hesitation. The Nether Soul route arrived 4 days before departure, sealed in a triple-layered jade case with formation locks that Old Gu examined and declared adequate. The old alchemist spent 2 days in preparation, quiet days in the research wing, The workshop's temperature held precisely by a furnace configuration he'd calibrated for this specific pill's requirements. The dissolution took place in the Ledger's medical wing with the full inner circle present, not for ceremony but because Iron Tooth had correctly assessed that witnessing a soul contract dissolution was practical. If the hall later claimed the contract still held, every person in this room could refute it. The medical wing was clean and warm, lanterns at full brightness, Old Gu's instruments arranged in the specific order he required. Old Gu administered the pill. Luo Qingge sat upright, cultivation active, cycling her qi through the dissolution sequence he'd spent 3 hours teaching her. Her soul blades manifested without her willing them, a stress response, the body reaching for its best defense, the violet blue light throwing shadows on the medical wing's white walls. The hall's contract fought its removal with the automated persistence of something designed to be permanent. The outer binding resisted. The inner binding drew down hard on her qi, he could see it in the pallor that moved across her face, the sweat at her temples, the specific focused stillness of someone managing significant pain through discipline. The core seal, the final, killing mechanism embedded in every hall contract as insurance against defectors, activated with a surge that had been weaponized with the cold efficiency of people who viewed their members as assets to be controlled. The merchant's fire absorbed it completely. Shen Mobei kept his hand on her shoulder throughout and felt the dissolution through the flame's awareness, tight, wrongly placed knots being cut one by one, each one releasing a pressure she hadn't fully known she was carrying. He felt them as distortions in her cultivation's natural flow, places where the hall's contract had been rerouting her qi for 15 years, teaching her body to accept the restriction as normal. The final knot cut. Luo Qingge's soul blades blazed at twice their previous intensity for 1 second. Then settled, brighter, the violet deepened into something with more blue in it, a cultivation element alignment that the suppression had been warping for years without her knowing. She raised her hands. Looked at them. Made a sound so small that only Shen Mobei, closest to her, heard it, not a word, something prior to words, the sound of someone discovering a room in themselves they hadn't known was there. Then she said, very quietly, "Sister. I'm going to get you next." And then she kissed him, the fierce, unrestrained passion of someone who'd been unable to feel freely for 15 years and had just been given herself back, right there in the chamber, in front of everyone. His hand was still on her shoulder and he could feel the new quality of her cultivation through the flame, the natural volume of it, no longer compressed, filling its proper space. Iron Tooth examined the ceiling with professional dedication. Feng Ruo reviewed supply manifests with intense concentration. Xiao Ningger's field journal received the entry emotional confirmation, dissolution successful in a handwriting that was extremely careful not to be commenting on anything inappropriate. Old Gu watched with unguarded wonder. He'd spent his life making things. He rarely got to see this kind of result. When Luo Qingge pulled back, her eyes were wet but her jaw was set with the absolute clarity of purpose. The soul blades at her hips burned blue-white at their new intensity, visible even to eyes without cultivation sensitivity, bright enough to cast small shadows. "Now," she said, "let's go get my sister." Chapter 76. What suppression cost Luo Qingge at full cultivation was a different order of being. The difference revealed itself gradually over the next 12 hours as her meridians recovered from 15 years of force limitation and her qi expanded to fill its natural volume. What had been a Do Ling cultivation was actually Do Zong compressed into a fraction of its space, developed to extraordinary precision within artificial constraints. The skill was all there, the 7 years of technique refinement, the combat instincts, the developed awareness. But now it was backed by the power that the technique had always been built for. Like watching a river cut free from a dam, the channel was already perfectly carved, only the water was new. At Do Zong. The hall had been holding a Do Zong at Do Ling for 15 years. The practical implications reshaped the operation's entire tactical calculus. "She's terrifying," Feng Ruo said, watching Luo Qingge move through a practice sequence in the stronghold's training corridor. The soul blades displaced air as compressed qi waves, a sound like tearing silk amplified 10 times. Storage jars rattled on their shelves. The plaster dust on the corridor floor lifted in rings around each blade pass. "She always was," Shen Mobei said. "Now she's terrifying with adequate power behind it. Can she face Xianxia? She's matched. He has more experience at this level. She has techniques specifically designed to counter hall training, 15 years of being inside the hall system, learning its patterns from the inside." He watched her finish the sequence and flow immediately into the next without pause, the transition seamless, technique built on technique the way the best craftsmanship always looked inevitable. It's viable. What changed? The original plan, aggressive infiltration and extraction before Xianxia could respond, was now viable with a combat fallback. If infiltration was detected and Xianxia engaged directly, Luo Qingge could hold him while Shen Mobei completed the extraction. He still preferred the infiltration approach. Brute force against a Do Zong in his own domain was a terrible trade. The merchant's instinct was always toward information advantage over combat advantage, positioning over confrontation. But having the option changed the risk calculus significantly, the difference between a plan that required everything to go right and a plan that had redundancy built in. "We're not assaulting the Bone Citadel," He told the assembled team in the planning session. We're trading for what we want. Iron Tooth's expression was the most Shen Mobei thing he'd ever witnessed. Trading. With the Hall of Souls, with Xianxia's self-interest. The Hall has been losing base locations to external factions for months through intelligence leaks they can't identify. Xianxia's mission includes investigation as much as retrieval. He spread the planning materials across the stone table, Luo Qingga's Bone Citadel layout from memory, drawn with the specific accuracy of someone who'd memorized it systematically over months of observation, the Ash Folks tunnel maps, the faction ledger's analysis of Hall priorities. I can give him a plausible answer to the leak, one that points their investigation in a completely wrong direction and buys us the window we need. He laid out the false intelligence package. A document implicating a Do Diera formation site in the Far Eastern Territories as an inadvertent intelligence relay. Technically sophisticated, referencing real archaeological sites with enough accurate detail to survive initial verification, pointing toward a location that would consume months of Hall resources with nothing at the end of it. The package goes in through Ash Folk tunnels to the Bone Citadel's external drop point, a channel the Hall uses for anonymous tips, confirmed through Yin Mei's pre-capture intelligence. While the garrison redeploys east, we enter through the tunnels and bring Yin Mei out. The timing, Iron Tooth said. He was working the problem now, not questioning the approach. Garrison depletion needs to be far enough along for numerical advantage, but not so far that Xianxia has time to receive negative results and recall his people. Window is 36 to 48 hours after garrison departure. The eastern site is far enough that travel time alone prevents same-day return. 20 minutes from tunnel entry to extraction, Luo Qingga said, calculating corridors in her mind with the focused internal attention of someone walking a space they knew by memory. Assuming 2 guards on detention instead of the standard 6. She was already walking the corridors in her mind. Old Gu, the soul-dampening drugs they use on prisoners? Antidote is already prepared, Old Gu said, producing a sealed vial from his coat with the matter-of-fact efficiency of someone who'd anticipated the question 2 days ago. Standard Hall formula. Counteracts in 10 minutes. She'll be disoriented but conscious. Luo Qingga took the vial with the specific carefulness she reserved for things she wasn't willing to risk under any circumstances, both hands, one supporting the other. The false intelligence package went out through Ash Folk tunnel guidance the following morning. By evening, it had been collected. They waited. Chapter 77. The Bone Citadel. The garrison response came faster than modeled. 8 hours after delivery, not 12 to 24, the faction ledger registered movement. Significant portion of the Bone Citadel's garrison departing eastward, rapid march formation. Through the radar's extended range in the mountain environment, he could see their signatures moving in the deliberate groupings of people executing a prepared deployment. He was primed to believe it, Xiao Ninger said, reading the data feed. The leak investigation has frustrated them for months. Any credible answer gets an accelerated response. Shorter window than planned. We move tonight. He updated the timeline. Who's ready? Everyone was ready. The infiltration team was lean, Luo Qingga as primary extractor, 2 Ash Folk guides for tunnel navigation, Shen Mobei coordinating from the primary junction with the material radar providing real-time awareness. Iron Tooth's team held the tunnel entrance as a blocking force. Old Gu maintained the Merchant's Fire's purification throughout the network, working to suppress the death chi that even at reduced concentration pressed against unprotected cultivation. Remaining garrison, approximately 20 operatives. Xianxia, present, upper level. Detention level, 2 guards, 2 guards. The false intelligence had drawn off nearly everything else. Luo Qingga moved through the tunnel system with Dozong level grace, each phase step precise and silent, no wasted energy, her movement leaving no disturbed air in the narrow passages. The tunnels were low-ceilinged and smelled of wet stone and age, the wall's rough surface occasionally brushing a shoulder, the floor worn smooth by Ash Folk feet over 3 centuries. The 2 guides moved in perfect synchronization, navigating by stone texture and air current, reading the mountain's subterranean language with the fluency of a culture born into it. 2 guards approaching your corridor, Shen Mobei said through the talisman. 12 meters. 20 seconds. Acknowledged. Holding. He watched the guard signatures on the radar, unhurried, slightly careless, the specific alertness level of people doing a minimum rotation in a garrison reduced by 80%. When your organization pulls out 90% of its people for an urgent deployment, the remaining 10% know they've been deemed non-essential, and non-essential people perform at non-essential levels. The Hall's planners had apparently not considered that depleting a garrison might affect the remaining guards' alertness. The guards passed. Luo Qingga stepped through the gap between construction generations, the structural crack between the Hall's building and the original city's architecture, a pass-through angle no detection formation covered. A meter-wide gap between old stone and new stone, cold with the specific dampness of places no sunlight reached. Clear. 6th cell. Target confirmed. Yin Mei's signature was weak, blurred with soul-dampening suppression, but unmistakably alive. Something in Shen Mobei's chest released a tension he hadn't consciously acknowledged carrying, a 3-month tightness, finally opening. The cell formation lock opened in seconds, Old Gu's knowledge of the hall's maintenance backdoors applied through talisman transmission. The door clicked. Yin Mei lay on the stone cot with the stillness of deep sedation. Breathing, chi normal, but completely absent from consciousness. Thinner than she'd been, her face sharper at the jaw and cheekbones. The hall maintained assets at minimum viable condition, no cruelty, just indifference, the specific neglect of people who thought of people as inventory. Luo Qingge crossed the cell in 2 steps and lifted her sister with the precision of someone who'd been imagining this moment for 3 months and had every detail memorized. Her posture was careful, Yin Mei's head supported, the unconscious weight distributed correctly, nothing that could cause injury. "I'm here," she said. Barely audible. "We're going home." The extraction moved cleanly through 4 corridors and a stairwell. Dozong efficiency, each corner checked with soul perception before the approach, each doorway assessed and cleared, the motion forward continuous with no wasted hesitation. The ash folk guide sealed the tunnel entrance behind them, concealment formation transforming the access point to unbroken stone in seconds, the dust settling as if it had never been disturbed. The alarm activated at the 4th corridor. An operative on an irregular patrol round, one of the 20 not dispatched east, rounded a corner and found an armed woman carrying an unconscious prisoner in hall colors. His face registered recognition in the specific sequence that preceded a shout, eyes widening, breath drawing. His mouth opened. Luo Qingge's soul blade reached his throat before the first sound. He collapsed silently. But the brief combat energy flare, unavoidable, contained but real, triggered the Citadel's passive detection formations. Alert frequencies cascaded through the tunnel network like bells ringing in succession. 90 seconds to full garrison response, Shen Mobei said. 62, Luo Qingge corrected, and ran. She reached the tunnel entrance in 59 seconds, carrying Yin Mei in one arm, phase stepping through the final obstacle with an efficiency that left the guides half a step behind despite their terrain advantage. The ash folk sealed the entrance. The concealment formation settled over the access point like stone forgetting it had ever been disturbed. Above them, through 20 meters of stone, the Bone Citadel's alarm screamed. Below, in the sealed tunnel, Yin Mei was alive and free. Chapter 78. Recovery. The first lucid moment came when Old Gu administered the antidote. Luo Qingge had been speaking quietly throughout the retreat, not words, just the sound of someone familiar, grounding, present. The ash folk tunnels were dark except for the guides' bioluminescent formation stones, small flat pieces carried in their palms, casting cool green-blue light that barely reached the tunnel walls. The team moved in that dim light, Luo Qingge carrying Yin Mei, everyone's breath audible in the confined space. The antidote worked in stages. Yin Mei's awareness returned the way consciousness does after deep sedation, slowly, reaching for sense before sense was fully available. A flutter of movement at her eyelids. A small sound. Her fingers tightened on Luo Qingge's arm. "Sister," Yin Mei whispered. "I'm here." "You came." "Of course I came." Luo Qingge's voice was steady. The steadiness was a lie that both of them understood and neither challenged. "Rest. We're still moving." They moved for 2 hours without stopping, distance over comfort, the tunnel network's depth against Han Xie's Dozong soul perception and its penetration range through heavy stone. The Bone Citadel's alarms faded into silence at the 30-minute mark, replaced by the mountain's own deep quiet. At the secondary way station, a carved chamber the ash folk maintained as a rest point, its walls bearing 300 years of marks from people who'd passed through, Feng Ruo had food ready. The chamber was small and low-ceilinged, lit by bioluminescent stones set into recesses in the walls. The marks on the stone, dates and names in a dozen different styles of notation spanning 3 centuries, some formal, some hasty, some accompanied by small carved symbols whose meaning was specific to the ash folk's internal history. A civilization's passing record, written in the only medium that couldn't be taken from them. Shen Mobei ran his hand over one section of wall. He always noticed what passed through places, and felt the specific texture of stone that had been touched this way many times. Feng Ruo had prepared simple provisions with the thoroughness she applied to all logistics, high quality, caloric, portable, the kind of food that sustained rather than comforted, and that was therefore, in this specific context, exactly what comfort looked like. She distributed it with the quiet efficiency of someone who'd been managing people through difficult situations long enough to know that being given food at the right moment, without being asked, was one of the fundamental expressions of care. Yin Mei ate with the determined focus of someone whose body had been waiting for permission to recover and was going to make use of the opportunity. "The cauldron," she said, interrupting a logistics discussion between Feng Ruo and Iron Tooth. Everyone looked at her. "Heaven Soul Cauldron. I was in the holding level, not interrogation. They kept me for leverage, not information. But guards talk when they assume the prisoner is too drugged to retain anything." Her voice was thin, but the analyst's precision was intact, the specific clarity of someone who'd spent 3 months in a cell staying sharp by treating their captivity as a field operation. The hall has narrowed its location to a region in the Central Plains. 3 teams deployed for 2 months. They're weeks from a specific site. Silence in the cave. It's their primary objective, she continued. Everything else, the base leaks, the defectors, secondary. The cauldron is what they're building toward. He already knew the artifact's significance. In the Hall's hands, soul harvesting operations amplified beyond any current countermeasure. In someone else's hands, the same capability used differently, or the amplification denied to the Hall entirely. Rest, he told Yin Mei. We'll debrief fully when you're stronger. She nodded and was asleep before he'd finished the sentence, the absolute sleep of a body that had been waiting for permission to stop. The material radar flagged something significant at the 2-hour mark. Spatial anomaly detected. Location, 800 meters SSE. Classification, natural dimensional rift. Estimated terminus, 40 kilometers SW of current position. Stability, moderate. Transit risk, significant but survivable with flame stabilization, 40 kilometers in an instant. Outside the search perimeter. The cost, Old Gu's remaining output in an environment already demanding sustained maintenance. Old Gu, Shenmobei said. I heard the radar. The old alchemist was already flexing his hands, the flame warming in preparation, the merchant's fire building from its careful maintenance level warmth towards something more demanding. 30 seconds of stabilization. Enough if everyone moves without hesitation. A pause. 70% confidence. Higher than most gambles I've taken. Your call. Old Gu looked at his hands. The flame burned steady and blue-white, the Tao of Trade's accumulated strength expressing itself as physical heat. He looked at it with the assessment of a Tier 8 master who knew precisely what his instruments were capable of. My call is yes. Move. Shenmobei made the call. Chapter 79. Transit and arrival. The rift deposited them on a steep hillside covered in entirely normal, alive, uncorrupted vegetation, exactly where the system had predicted, 41 kilometers south-southwest, elevation high enough to see the distant dark ridge of the Undead Mountains against the northern sky. The transit through the spatial rift lasted perhaps 3 seconds and was the most disorienting thing Shenmobei had experienced since his reincarnation. The rift's interior had no sensory reference, no up or down, no air pressure, no sound, no light in any color the eye recognized. Just a sensation of motion without direction, and the merchant's fire burning with concentrated intensity in his chest as Old Gu poured everything he had into stabilization, holding the rift open and calibrated through pure technique. 3 seconds, then stone under his boots and wind in his face and the sky above him, the actual sky, blue and populated with clouds, the light of a sun that was not Undead Mountains gray but the clean high-altitude brightness of a southern slope in the warm season. The grass here was green with the specific green of things that had never absorbed death chi. It was almost overwhelming after weeks in the mountains, the color too bright, the ordinary air too clean. Shenmobei stood for a moment and simply breathed it. The air smelled of grass and distance and the faint sweetness of wildflowers growing in the high meadow 30 meters up the slope, the smell of a world that was alive in ways the Undead Mountains environment was systematically not. The rift collapsed behind them with a sound that had no adequate description, a resonance at a frequency just below hearing, felt in the chest rather than the ears, and then the comfortable reliability of normal physics reasserting itself. Several team members were sick. Iron Tooth swayed and put his hand out to catch a tree before catching himself. Feng Ruo pressed her hand to a stone and breathed through emergency protocols she'd prepared for exactly this category of stress event, counting breaths with the deliberate calm of someone who'd decided that panic was a choice she wasn't going to make. Old Goose sat down heavily on the hillside slope. The merchant's fire in his chest, their shared flame, felt like a coal that had been burned very hot and was now cooling. Reduced but intact. The co-wielder bond meant Shenmobei felt it too, a dimming at the flame's secondary node, the specific quality of something that had spent itself doing necessary work. 70%, Shenmobei said. 83, in the end. Old Gu didn't open his eyes. His white hair had grass clippings in it from the landing. I'm revising my estimate upward retroactively. I'm entitled to be optimistic about things that worked. Rest. You've earned it. Yin Mei had regained consciousness during the transit, the rift's spatial energy disrupting the residual sedation compounds in a way Old Gu assessed as beneficial. She woke confused, reaching for soul blades her weakened cultivation couldn't manifest, her hands moving toward the specific position that years of combat training had carved into muscle memory. Luo Chinga was there before the reaching could turn to panic. You're out. We're safe. 40 kilometers from the mountains. Han Xie, lost our trail at the rift. He'll reconstruct what happened eventually. But that takes time, and time is what we have now. Yin Mei's eyes focused. She took in the hillside, the team, her sister's face. She spent a long moment on Luo Chinga's face specifically, reading it with the attention of someone who'd been uncertain for 3 months whether they'd see it again. Then, with the specific priority of an analyst whose hierarchy hadn't been altered by captivity, did you get it? Get what? The route. For my contract. She read the answer in Luo Chinga's expression before it was given. Her eyes went wide. You dissolved yours. Luo Chinga held up one hand. Soul blades manifested at full dozong power, blazing violet blue, nothing suppressed, nothing held back. The light of them was bright enough to see clearly in the afternoon sun. Your pill is already in preparation. Old Gu anticipated. Yin Mei stared at the soul blades for a long moment. Then at her sister. Her expression cycled through disbelief and awe and settled into a ferocity that had nothing to do with the exhausted prisoner who'd been on a stone cot 12 hours ago. How long have we been at 30%? She asked. 15 years for me. 13 for you. 13 years at 30%. She sat up, drawing on will to supply what recovery hadn't yet. The effort was visible in her face, the specific controlled effort of someone used to operating through limitation. I want mine dissolved as soon as old Gu can manage it. He anticipated that too. 2 days of careful descent, the death chi interference diminishing as they moved south, the radar's background noise clearing, vegetation normalizing and the specific gradient of mountain zones transitioning from hostile to benign. Normal sounds returned, birds, wind through normal trees, the distant sound of a village at one point normal light. On the second evening, in a valley far enough from the mountains that everything was green and alive, he checked in with Yafei through the communication array. Her voice, when it came through, controlled and warm simultaneously, professional competence and personal relief performing an exact duet. The combination that was specifically Yafei, present in every frequency of it. All objectives complete? All objectives complete. Yin Mei recovered. Nether soul root secured and converted. Ash Folk Alliance established. He paused. 4 days until home. A pause that contained more than she put into words. Then, the Ash Folk documentation went through Phantom Pavilion's channels 3 days ago. The Mu Clan Patriarch has already responded. The Alchemist Guild wants a full archive copy. Royal Intelligence is publicly furious they weren't informed sooner, which is the useful kind of fury. Erosion, he said, patient, thorough, compounding. Another pause. Also, the Continental Trade Network hit Tier 4 milestone. New features are extensive. I've documented everything. Then, you sound thin. Eat something. You can't hear thin through a communication talisman. I have excellent perception. Eat something. Come home. He ate something. He came home. Chapter 80. What the return meant. The return to Jiama Holy City was a triumph that Shen Mobei deliberately presented as normal operations. Small carriages. No ceremony at the gate. Yafei met them there because the communication array had given her the arrival time, and because meeting returning expedition teams was a COO's function. The city smelled of wood smoke and bread and the particular ambient commerce of a city that had been going about its business for the 3 weeks of their absence, unchanged on the surface, as cities always were, carrying its ordinary life in the foreground while larger things moved underneath. The reunion was professionally composed and absolutely real underneath. She pressed her hand to his chest, the jade pendant she'd given him, still warm against his sternum, its chi signal unbroken, and exhaled something she'd been holding for 3 weeks. Not dramatically. Just a single breath, slow and complete. You came back faster, she said. Because a dozong was chasing us. Both things can be true. Her laugh was the most beautiful sound in the empire. The operational debrief covered every objective. Nether soul root harvested and converted to contract severance pill. Luo Chinga's contract dissolved, full dozong cultivation restored. Ash Folk Alliance active, communication array operational, historical documentation distributed. Yin Mei recovered and providing detailed intelligence on the Hall's Central Plains operation. The Bone Citadel's tunnel access map for future use. The Hall's garrison temporarily depleted toward a false investigation that would cost them months. Yin Mei attended the debrief sitting straight in her chair with the determined posture of someone who was still physically recovering and had decided that posture was one variable she could control. Her contribution was precise and organized, dates, personnel, overhead communications she'd retained during captivity with the specific accuracy of an analyst who'd treated observation as survival practice. The intelligence she provided in 2 hours of careful debrief was worth more than the entire expedition's risk premium. At the end, after the logistics and the intelligence and the planning projections had all been covered, she said, I want to understand what you built here. While I was in there, after the first week, when I knew rescue was possible, I started working through what kind of organization would mount this kind of operation for one captured operative. She looked at Shen Mobei directly. Most organizations would have calculated the cost and moved on. You're not an operative to us, he said. You're Luo Chinga's sister. That means you're ours. She processed this in the way of someone recalibrating a category. That's an inefficient basis for decision-making. Yes, he agreed. It's also the only basis I'm willing to operate on. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I'd like to understand everything the ledger is. From the beginning. That'll take a while. I have time. A pause. More time than I expected to have. And the Heaven Soul Cauldron, Yafei said, when the operational metrics were complete. Her voice shifted, the COO giving way to the strategist. The change was subtle, the same calm, but directed at a different order of problem. Yin Mei's intelligence changes the situation fundamentally. Yes. The hall is in the Central Plains. The cauldron is in the Central Plains. We're not yet. He looked at her. The cauldron in the hall's hands is a threat we can't manage from a distance. In neutral hands, In hands that actively oppose the Hall, it becomes the opposite. We'll need different resources. Different relationships in that region. This isn't a trade expedition. This is a continental operation. I know. That's why we plan it properly. He met her eyes. No improvisation. She gave him the look she reserved for statements she found technically accurate but slightly ironic. You improvised your way through the undead mountains. Carefully planned improvisation. There's a distinction. A convenient one. But she was already pulling out a planning document she'd begun while he was in the mountains. The projected Central Plains operational framework, drafted before he'd walked through the door. You knew, he said. Yin Mei's intelligence was predictable given what we knew about Hall priorities. I prepared. She handed him the document. Read. Tell me what I'm missing. He read. She'd missed almost nothing. The Ash Folk Alliance proved its value 2 days later. The communication array carried a report that Xianxia had identified the rift usage and the tunnel infiltration method, and had deployed a sweep force to the secondary tunnel network. The Ash Folk had anticipated the sweep and sealed the relevant passages 2 days earlier. Elder Kai Yan's response had been in the communication array before Xianxia's force reached the approach. Their countermeasures were informed by 3 centuries of exactly this cat and mouse, and they executed them without casualties. She's remarkable, Shen Mobei said, reading the report. She's kept 300 years of civilizational memory alive in underground passages while being periodically hunted, Yafei said. Remarkable is an understatement. The board was reset. New pieces in motion. The Central Plains waiting on the horizon, immense and layered with the accumulated weight of civilizations that had built on top of each other for as long as commerce had existed on the continent. And somewhere in that weight, a Do-Era artifact that would decide which direction the next 1,000 years went. He began to plan. The Continental Trade Network's Tier 4 milestone had unlocked new intelligence channels that extended into the Central Plains commercial networks, merchant guild contacts, independent alchemist associations, the kind of deep commercial infrastructure that predated and outlasted every political arrangement. These were the channels through which the Heaven Soul Cauldron's location would leak, when it leaked. Not through military intelligence. Through commerce. Everything important, in the end, moved through trade. Even artifacts that armies were looking for, the undead mountains were behind them. The Central Plains lay ahead. And somewhere in the accumulated weight of that ancient, layered territory, in the deep strata of a civilization that had built on itself for longer than anyone clearly remembered, the next stage of this particular Tao was waiting to be found. He planned. The merchant's fire burned warm in his chest. And for the first time in months, the path forward felt less like surviving and more like building. Chapter 81. The undead mountains rose from the northern horizon like the spine of something enormous that had died long before anyone was alive to name it. Jagged peaks shrouded in perpetual twilight. Slopes choked with black vegetation that had absorbed so many centuries of death chi that it no longer remembered what it had been before the corruption, the trees growing in stunted spirals, their bark the color of dried blood, their leaves a waxy near black that caught no light. The valleys between peaks were invisible beneath fog the color of old bone, fog that moved with a deliberate slowness, as if whatever was in it was thinking. From 50 kilometers away, the material radar began picking up the environmental signature. Not a combat threat. An ambient wrongness. Static on a signal, a dark overlay on awareness that deepened from faint to hostile as they approached. The radar's readings flickered at the edges. Death chi interference wasn't enough to break the coverage, but it was enough to give every reading a slight blur, like trying to see through dirty glass. He began recalibrating. Not broken instruments. Accurate data from an environment where his normal interpretive categories were less reliable. New parameters, same skill. Shen Mobei led the expedition toward them with the preparation of a man who understood that the difference between a heroic story and a cautionary tale was usually a supply checklist completed the night before. He'd spent 3 days on that checklist. Every item on it was in the vault dimension. The team was lean: himself, Luo Qingge, Iron Tooth, Old Gu, Feng Ruo, Xiao Ninger, and 12 security personnel drawn from Iron Tooth's best fighters and the Mu Clan's Expeditionary Corps, volunteers who'd been at the Battle of Jiama Holy City and understood what they were volunteering for. No dead weight. Everyone with a defined role and the competence to execute it under pressure. Yafei had stayed behind. They'd made that decision together, quietly, on the last evening before departure. No drama. 2 professionals assessing the situation with the clear-eyed pragmatism that had built the Obsidian Ledger together. The headquarters had been quiet around them, the night shift doing its work, the building settling into its evening rhythms. The ledger can't go dark, she'd said. And the Empire needs someone who can manage the coalition alliances while you're in a death zone with no communication coverage. You need me here more than you need me there. I know. Then stop looking at me like that and help me review the continuity protocol. They'd spent 3 hours on it. When they'd finished, she pressed the jade pendant into his hand, warm, infused with her chi. A lover's promise made tangible. The jade was carved in the shape of a trade seal, her cultivation's warmth settling into it with the specific quality of something that would maintain the link at distance. Come back to me, you stubborn merchant. I've invested too much in this partnership to accept losses. I always deliver on my contracts. Then softer, because she deserved to hear it properly, I love you. I know. That's why I'm letting you go instead of chaining you to the auction podium. Her smile was fierce and proud and terrified in equal measure, all three things simultaneously, none of them performing the others. Now go save the world, I'll keep the lights on. He thought about that smile often during the journey north. The pendant's warmth against his chest was a physical reminder of everything that needed to come back intact. The material radar's effective resolution dropped from 10 kilometers to 5 as they entered the outer range, death chi interference creating noise, blurring the boundaries between living and undead energy. He worked through the recalibration as they moved, adjusting sensitivity thresholds, recategorizing signature types for this specific environment. Not broken instruments. Accurate data from an environment where his normal interpretive categories were less reliable. New parameters, same skill. At the 60-kilometer mark, the radar flagged the first hostile contact 17 minutes before they reached it, a gorge between two low ridges, 16 entities positioned along the walls with a deliberate placement of creatures that had learned to hunt. The gorge was narrow, perhaps 8 meters across, its walls rough granite rising 15 meters on each side. At the base, the fog was thick enough to visually obscure the floor. Pack ambush, he told Iron Tooth. Bone wolves and corrupted leopards. The gorge walls are their optimal position, drop attack from above. Alternative route? Adds 3 hours. He looked at Old Goo. 30-meter purification arc? 40 if I push. The old alchemist flexed his hands, merchant's fire glowing blue-white in his palms, the light cool and bright against the gray mountain air. Single combat burst. Costs me. Single burst. We move at speed. Luo Chinga, she was already at the gorge's high point above the entrance, soul blades drawn. She'd phase-stepped there without any visible movement, her dozong speed reducing the transit to something that left only a brief impression in the air. Covered. Go. The passage took 4 minutes and enough noise to wake anything within 2 kilometers. The bone wolves dove from their wall positions, skeletons wrapped in black muscle fiber, moving with the specific wrongness of dead things animated by something that didn't understand the mechanics of living movement, and met the purification arc midair. The death chi animating them dissolved on contact, dropping them as scattered bone before they could complete the attack. The corrupted leopards, faster and more organized than their bone counterparts, hit the expedition's flanks with the efficiency of predators that had been hunting this specific terrain for long enough to have developed tactics. Iron Tooth's team engaged them with controlled violence, short weapons for the close quarters, shoulder-to-shoulder formation to deny flank access. Not clean. Messier than planned, as expeditions always were. 2 fighters took minor wounds, one a claw drag across the shoulder, one a bite on the forearm that Old Goo's medical kit addressed within 30 seconds. Old Goo's output cost him more than estimated, the flame dropping from its preparatory brightness to a careful low burn. But they were through. Xiao Ninger's field notes recorded every species characteristic, every technique's effectiveness against death chi animated entities, the gorgeous strategic value as a defensive choke point, and 3 observations about the leopard's formation behavior that suggested they'd been hunting as a unit long enough to develop cooperative tactics. Information with future value she'd already begun calculating. You're remarkable, Feng Ruo told her. I know, Xiao Ninger said, without false modesty. Thank you for saying so. At the 90-kilometer mark, the radar detected something that wasn't a threat or a resource deposit. A structure, underground, extensive, showing signs of maintenance and occupation. Civilized energy signatures. Living. The Ash Folk. Chapter 82. Underground civilization. The Ash Folk stronghold was a revelation. 300 years of necessity had transformed what had been a destroyed city's catacombs into something extraordinary, a complete underground civilization, compact and worn smooth by generations of hands that had turned limitation into mastery. The entrance was a tunnel barely wide enough for 2 people abreast, its ceiling low, its stone walls showing the marks of expansion done with whatever tools were available, some sections chisel cut, some sections that appeared to have been dissolved by concentrated formation work, all of it joining to create a functional passage that became something different as you descended. Bioluminescent formations lit the tunnels in cool blue-green light, organisms the Ash Folk had cultivated specifically for this purpose, covering stone walls in patterns that cast no shadows in the wrong directions. The organisms grew in deliberate shapes, their light distributed to illuminate working surfaces while leaving certain alcoves dark for rest. The chambers were organized with the efficiency of people for whom wasted space was a survival issue, every cubic meter accounted for, every surface serving a function. The smell was mineral and green, the specific quality of enclosed gardens and fungal cultivation and air scrubbed through stone filters. The leader who met them at the surface was Elder Xiao Yan, a woman whose age was genuinely indeterminate, whose eyes held the specific flatness of someone who'd been making survival decisions for so long that hope had become a controlled variable rather than an emotional state. Her robes were the gray of the stone walls, her hair practical, her hands calloused in the specific patterns of someone who'd done every type of physical labor their community required. She studied the expedition with the thoroughness of someone who'd survived by reading strangers accurately, then led them through the stronghold with measured steps and the assessing silence of a commander who gathered information before committing to positions. You want the Nether Soul route, she said, when they reached the council chamber, round, carved stone seats in a circle, functional and dignified. Nothing was comfortable here. Nothing had been comfortable for 300 years. Oil lamps on the walls. A table worn smooth by every council meeting for a century. And access to the Bone Citadel's tunnel approaches. Yes, Shenmobei said. Then tell me what you offer. He understood her position with the precision of someone who'd read 300 years of context into her current circumstances. Every previous outside contact had been either Hall of Souls extermination attempts or useless outsiders with nothing to offer and everything to demand. The default response to outside trade proposals was justifiable suspicion, a suspicion earned by everyone who'd come before him. First, medical supplies and cultivation resources you cannot produce underground. He opened the vault dimension. The vault's mouth appeared in the air beside him, a vertical displacement, slightly cool, the dimensional space's boundary visible as a faint shimmer. Healing pills in jade cases, Tier 3 and Tier 4, with Old Goose certification marks, the cases arranged by type and potency. Cultivation manuals appropriate for underground conditions. Formation components capable of upgrading their defensive arrays by at least 2 tiers, all of it available immediately, before he asked for anything in return. A flicker in Elder Kai Yan's eyes. Controlled, but present. Second, intelligence. The Hall's current operational priorities are directed away from this region. I've verified this through multiple independent sources. You have a window of reduced pressure, months, possibly longer. Third, advocacy. The Ash folk story, what the Hall did to your city, how you've survived, is a political weapon I intend to use against the Hall on the continental stage. Your testimony, documented through Phantom Pavilion's information networks, can reach every major faction simultaneously. The Hall's greatest protection is that most people don't know or care about their atrocities here. I want to change that. Elder Kai Yan was very still. Around the council circle, the other elders' faces were unreadable but attentive in the way that attentive people look when something is being said that they've been wanting to hear for a very long time. One woman at the far end of the circle had her hands clasped in her lap with a grip that was too tight. Another man, older, was breathing through his nose with the controlled steadiness of someone managing a strong emotion. And what do you want in return? She asked. Precisely. Nether Soul root, 1 specimen, sufficient for a contract severance pill. Access to the tunnel network connecting to the Bone Citadel's foundations. Knowledge of the Citadel's physical layout, everything your scouts have gathered over 300 years of proximity. The Hall holds someone you care about. Yes. That gives you motive to exaggerate your offer. That's why everything I've offered is verifiable and deliverable before I ask for anything. He met her eyes. The medical supplies are in my vault right now. The intelligence documentation is a sealed package I'll hand over today. The advocacy commitment is a black ledger contract, binding, with karmic enforcement. He paused. I don't make promises I can't keep. That's the first principle of fair trade. A long silence. Somewhere deeper in the stronghold, a child's voice said something and was answered in a low murmur. Show me the medical supplies, Elder Kai Yan said. He opened the vault. The pills went out first, then the manuals, then the formation components. One elder, a thin man whose hands shook slightly, whose chi signature showed the specific degradation of someone managing a long-term spiritual wound without adequate resources, picked up a Tier 4 healing pill and turned it slowly, checking authentication markers that only trained alchemists would know to look for. The pill was standard-sized but dense, its surface smooth and slightly warm from the formation preservation, Old Goose authentication mark pressed into the jade case's seal. Genuine, he said. His voice was hoarse with something he was trying to contain. Old Goose mark. He was the greatest alchemist of his generation before the Hall. A pause. Before the Hall took his flame. He got it back, Shenmobei said. Modified, but his. He's with my expedition. That ripple through the council, Elder Kai Yan made no attempt to suppress it. The elders looked at each other. Old Goo's name meant something here. Either as a symbol of what the Hall could take, or of what it couldn't ultimately destroy. We'll need to discuss, she said. Return in 2 hours. They gathered in the side chamber the Ash folk had cleared for them, a modest room, the walls plain stone, a formation lantern on a hook. Luo Chinga said, they'll agree. She'd been watching the council's body language with the precision of someone trained to read opponents. The elder with the spiritual wound, he recognized the Tier 4 quality. Whatever they've been treating it with is inadequate. The Nether Soul root? Shenmobei asked. They know where it grows. They've left it because the Hall monitors significant movement of rare cultivation materials, and harvesting the root would draw attention. With our expedition as cover, and the intelligence that Hall attention is elsewhere, the timing becomes viable. She paused. The brokers offer, in different clothing. Good trades happen when both parties' timing aligns. That's a quote from Shen Tiankun's training texts, Shenmobei said. It's also just true. Truth has sources. Sources don't have exclusive rights to it. Elder Xiao Yan returned in 90 minutes, ahead of schedule. She sat across from Shen Mobei with the composure of someone who'd made a decision and was at peace with it. We have terms, she said. Chapter 83. Terms. The Ash folks' counterterms were precise and reasonable, which told Shen Mobei more about Elder Xiao Yan's intelligence than any amount of stated negotiation. They wanted the advocacy to include specific documentation, the names of the Ash folks' destroyed city, the date and method of its destruction, the names of the Hall of Souls commanders who'd ordered it, and the names of families lost. Not a story about a destroyed civilization, a record. History with faces and dates and responsibility clearly attributed. The distinction mattered to them in the particular way that the difference between being mourned and being counted matters to people who've been treated as statistics for 300 years. We've been statistics to the outside world, Elder Xiao Yan said. Or unknown entirely. Our dead deserve names. Done. Provide the records. Every name goes into the documentation. Phantom Pavilion's information channels will ensure it reaches every major faction's historical archives on the continent. He meant it. The documentation was also, secondarily, a political weapon, but the dead deserved names regardless of whether the names were useful. They wanted one additional item, a communication formation array connecting to Obsidian ledger channels. Not surveillance, genuine two-way communication. Intelligence about hull movements in the Undead Mountains region going out through the array, warning information coming in. After 300 years of isolation, what they wanted most was the specific intelligence that kept them alive. You want to stop being isolated, he said. Not in everything. In information. Information is survival. Her voice was matter of fact, the statement of someone who'd spent 300 years proving it through practice. We've survived 300 years on what we know. Every expansion of what we know is an expansion of our margin. He produced the communication formation array from the vault without hesitation. Premium model, stable through formation interference, encrypted, long range, the kind used by major factions for sensitive channel maintenance. It cost more than a month's revenue from a mid-tier trade route. He handed it over with the evaluation already complete. This converted a one-time transaction into an ongoing relationship. More valuable than its price, by several orders. Elder Xiao Yan examined the array with hands that were careful without being hesitant, the touch of someone who'd handled rare equipment before, who knew exactly what they were looking at, and who had decided to receive this without performing gratitude they didn't feel. The Nether Soul route grew 7 kilometers northeast of the stronghold, in a section of tunnel that the Ash folk had mapped but rarely entered, death chi concentration elevated even by Undead Mountain standards. Elder Xiao Yan assigned 2 guides, young scouts designated Ash 7 and Ash 12, given numbers rather than names. If something has names, Elder Xiao Yan said, when he quietly asked about this practice, it has a death worth mourning. We've mourned enough. The guide assignment was more than he'd expected. 2 trained scouts shepherding outsiders through their most sensitive territory was a significant gesture of trust, the kind that made the Black Ledger contract he'd offered feel, in retrospect, almost presumptuous. Trust offered freely, before it was earned, as a down payment on a relationship that hadn't yet had the chance to prove itself. He found Ash 7, who might have been 17 or 25, whose face had been settled into permanent vigilance by a life that had never offered the option of relaxing it, whose eyes moved continuously and systematically across any room he entered, and said, "Your name." The one you were given before the number. A pause. In the bioluminescent light, the young man's expression was difficult to read. Why? Because I'd like to use it. You're not a number to us. A longer pause. The sounds of the stronghold continued around them, footsteps in a distant corridor, someone working in the cultivation area, the faint hum of the formation arrays. Then, quietly, with the care of someone handling something fragile, Ren. Thank you, Ren. I'll use it. The guide said nothing. But something in the set of his shoulders shifted, not dramatically, not visibly to anyone without close attention. The faintest relaxation of a thing that had been held tense for a very long time. Like a hand releasing from a grip it had held so long it had almost forgotten it was gripping. Old Gu, watching from nearby, made a small sound that might have been approval. Chapter 84. The root, the cavern where the Nether Soul root grew, was beautiful the way certain dangerous things are beautiful, without reservation or apology, in the specific manner that reminds you why dangerous things so often need to be. The root's bioluminescence filled the cavern with violet light that pulsed in time with something that was emphatically not a heartbeat but felt like one, a rhythm slightly slower than a resting pulse, deliberate, carrying weight. The air in the cavern was different from the tunnels leading to it, warmer, thick with the specific atmospheric quality of places where concentrated chi had been accumulating for centuries. Breathing it felt like breathing something that had opinions. The walls were violet lit and wet, the moisture carrying something faintly resinous, the smell of the root itself distinct from the mineral smell of the surrounding stone. The root itself was a plant only in the approximate sense, a structure of crystallized soul energy and organic material that had grown over centuries at the intersection of extreme death chi concentration and a natural chi spring, creating a hybrid entity that was neither fully dead nor fully alive but had transcended both categories. Its form resembled a tree's root in shape, branching downward from a central stem, the branches finer as they extended, each branch terminating in a crystallized node that pulsed with its own small light. Material radar classified it as Tier 7. Old Gu went very quiet in the specific way of a master craftsman who's just encountered something that makes his expertise feel preliminary. He stood at the cavern's entrance for a full minute, simply looking, his instruments forgotten in his hands. Carefully, he said. The harvesting process, I'll guide it. Do not let soul energy contact the root directly. It will incorporate you. Incorporate? Iron Tooth asked. His hand had moved unconsciously toward his weapon before he caught it. Feed on you. Convert your soul energy into material for its own growth. It's not hostile in any meaningful sense, it doesn't distinguish between offered and taken. It simply takes what's available. He produced a specialized harvesting case, sealed jade, formation locked against leakage, specifically designed for high chi spiritual materials, its interior lined with suppression materials that would prevent the root's active chi from extending once separated. Everyone without soul-type cultivation step back 10 meters. Luo Chinga, stay. Your soul-type cultivation is compatible, and your presence will calm the root during separation. She moved forward with the controlled stillness of a woman who'd learned to trust experts in their domains. The violet light caught her face, painting it in the same hue as her soul blades. What do I do? Talk to it. Soul-type entities respond to soul energy communication. You don't need words, intent is enough. Tell it what we intend to use it for. She was quiet for a moment. The root's pulsing continued, steady, unhurried. Then, in a voice almost too quiet to hear, we're using you to free someone from a contract that was never valid. To break a chain put on a child who had no choice. The root's pulsing rhythm shifted. Slowed. Stabilized, the way a wary animal settles when it senses no threat. The violet light in the cavern shifted subtly toward a warmer hue, the pulsing intervals lengthening from the rapid defensive tempo to something closer to rest. Now, Old Gu said. The harvesting took 40 minutes of focused attention from two of the most skilled practitioners in the expedition. Old Gu guided with the unhurried precision of someone who understood that rushing a Tier 7 material was a way to lose the material and possibly several people. Luo Chinga maintained the soul energy calm, not projecting, just present, her soul-type cultivation providing a steady anchor that the root could orient toward. Shen Mobei held the perimeter with the merchant's fire's passive purification countering the elevated death chi, the flame warm in his chest working continuously to process the environmental pressure. Iron Tooth's team held the cavern entrance, professional stillness, eyes out, weapons ready without being drawn. The root separated from its growth point with a sound like a sigh, a single exhalation, felt as much as heard, the cavern's air shifting slightly with the root's displacement. Old Gu sealed it into the jade case. The violet light in the cavern dimmed without its source but didn't vanish entirely. The walls had absorbed centuries of the root's light, and they continued to glow faintly, the illumination softer now, like an echo. Will this cavern regenerate? Xiao Ninger asked, field notes open, stylus moving. In perhaps a century, Shen Mobei said. I'll note the location and projected regeneration timeline. Future operational value, significant. She was already writing, her notation precise and economical, each observation captured in the shorthand she'd developed over months of field work. At the stronghold, Elder Kai Yan received the completed phase of the arrangement with the controlled satisfaction of a woman who'd spent decades not allowing herself to expect good outcomes and was carefully revising that policy. She held the Vault Dimension access confirmation in both hands and read it twice before she set it down. He produced the documentation draft, the Ash Folk City, its destruction, its dead, the Hall commanders responsible. Every name the Ash Folks records held. She read through and corrected with meticulous precision, names spelled differently in the local dialect, dates adjusted by a week where the records showed slight inconsistency, two commanders added that Hall records hadn't mentioned. Her writing was unrushed, the movements of someone who'd been waiting a very long time to make these marks and was going to do them right. When she returned the slip, he sealed it with the Obsidian Ledger's authentication formation. The seal pressed into the jade with a warmth he could feel through his fingers. When does it reach them? She asked. Yafei is managing distribution from Jia Ma Holy City. Within the hour. He paused. It won't destroy the Hall immediately. But it will make it harder for powerful factions to pretend they don't know what the Hall does. Every alliance the Hall tries to build from now on will include at least one party who's been formally informed. Erosion, she said. Yes. I don't believe in decisive confrontations when patient pressure produces more durable results. He paused. What you do in the Bone Citadel, you won't survive if you face Xianxia directly. I know. The tunnels give access, egress, information advantage. They don't give me the ability to match a Dozong in sustained combat. Her eyes were direct, carrying no illusions about the arithmetic. What's your actual plan? He told her. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, that might work. It's clever enough to be stupid and simple enough to be brilliant at the same time. That's my preferred operating range. Chapter 85. The pill, the contract severance pill was the most complex thing Old Gu had produced since his decades ago Tier 8 peak. He worked in a section of the Ash folk stronghold that Elder Xiao Yan cleared for him, adequate ventilation from a shaft the Ash folk had dug specifically for their cultivation area, a natural chi spring clean enough to use as a baseline even through the death chi environment. The workspace was roughly 4 meters by 4 meters, low-ceilinged, the bioluminescent formations providing steady light. He worked alone except for Shen Mobei, who maintained the Merchant's Fire's purification around the workspace and provided company of the kind that didn't require conversation. The Merchant's Fire maintained an 8-meter purification radius, holding the death chi at its perimeter. Inside that radius, the air was clean and warm, the quality of the chi spring's energy unmarred. Old Gu worked within it with the focused attention of a craftsman who'd cleared everything non-essential from his awareness and left room only for the work. 18 hours across 2 days. Old Gu slept 3 hours between sessions, on a pallet the Ash folk had provided, sleeping with the absolute efficiency of someone who'd learned to use rest as a tool rather than an indulgence. He ate what Feng Ruo brought him without tasting it, consuming for function. He spoke only to give Shen Mobei specific instructions about maintaining the purification radius at precise intervals. The timing of the fire's circulation mattered for the pill's formation process. On the second day, when the pill's primary formation was complete and the nether soul root fully incorporated, Old Gu sat back and examined his work with the assessment of a master craftsman checking finished work against the standard he'd envisioned. "It's right," he said. The quiet satisfaction of work done correctly, not pride, something more precise. The relief that comes when craft delivers what it promised. I wasn't sure I still could. After years without the flame, I thought, but it's right. Tier? Tier 7. Same as the root. He set the pill in a jade case with hands that were completely steady. The soul contract's binding will resist it. Significant discomfort during dissolution. The process takes approximately 1 hour, she'll need to maintain cultivation active throughout, cycling her chi in a pattern I'll teach her. A pause. Also, if her true cultivation level has been suppressed by the contract, it has, Luo Chinga said from the doorway. She'd been listening. Her voice was controlled, her hands were at her sides, not fisted, which was how he knew the control was costing her. The hall's contracts don't just bind. They suppress. Every member carries 30% below their actual cultivation potential, enforced by the binding's architecture. Old Gu processed this with visible, controlled fury. He was a man who'd spent his life making things to help people, and 30% suppression across an entire organization's membership, implemented through contracts signed by children who'd had no meaningful choice, was the specific kind of information that landed differently when you were the one who'd been suppressed and the one who'd built the remedy simultaneously. Then after dissolution, he said, your cultivation will recover to its true level. The timeline depends on how long the suppression has been active. 15 years. Weeks. Maybe less, given your active cultivation habits. He met her eyes. His voice had steadied. Do you want to take it now or after the Bone Citadel operation? Now. We may need everything I have in the Citadel. She took the pill in the presence of the full expedition team, not for ceremony. Iron Tooth had correctly assessed that witnessing a soul contract dissolution was practical in case the Hall later claimed the contract still held. The dissolution hour was exactly as hard as Old Gu had predicted. The Hall's contract fought its removal with the automated persistence of something designed to be permanent, not malicious in any responsive sense, just relentless, the way a locked mechanism is relentless. Resistance at the outer layer. Escalating pressure at the inner layer, drawing on her chi with the automated force of a formation that had been optimized for this exact purpose over decades of development. And a final, desperate attempt by the core seal to discharge its killing mechanism, a surge of inverted soul energy aimed at her cultivation's foundations. The Merchant's Fire absorbed the discharge completely. Shen Mobei kept his hand on Luo Chinga's shoulder throughout, not channeling cultivation, just present, and felt the dissolution through the flame's awareness as a sequence of tight, wrongly placed knots being cut one by one. Each knot released a pressure she hadn't fully known she was carrying. He felt them as small surrenders, each one freeing something that had been held wrong for years. The final knot cut. Luo Chinga's soul blades, unconsciously manifested throughout as a stress response, blazed at twice their previous intensity for 1 second. Then settled, brighter, the violet deepened with more blue in it. A cultivation element alignment that the suppression had been warping for years. She raised her hands. Looked at them. Made a sound so small only Shen Mobei heard it, a breath released in the specific way of someone who's just discovered a weight they didn't know they were carrying. Sister, she said. I'm going to get you next. And she kissed him, the fierce, unrestrained passion of someone who'd been unable to feel freely for 15 years and was making up for lost time, right there in the chamber, in front of everyone. Iron Tooth studied the ceiling with professional dedication. Feng Ruo reviewed supply manifests. Xiao Ninger's field journal received the entry emotional confirmation, dissolution successful in extremely careful handwriting. Old Gu watched with the unguarded wonder of a man who'd spent his life making things and rarely got to see this particular result. He realized, been making this result for 2 months without knowing it. When Luo Chinga pulled back, her eyes were wet but her jaw was set with absolute purpose. Now, she said, let's go get my sister. Chapter 86. What she actually is. Luo Qingge at full cultivation was a different order of being. The difference revealed itself over 12 hours as her meridians recovered from 15 years of force limitation and her qi expanded to fill its natural volume. What had been a Do Ling cultivation was Do Zong compressed into a fraction of its space, developed to extraordinary precision within artificial constraints. The skill was intact, 7 years of technique refinement, combat instincts honed under conditions where any mistake had permanent consequences, awareness developed in an environment that punished inattention. Now backed by power that matched what the technique had always been built for. The combination was not simply the sum of its parts. The skill and the power had been separately refined and now they had found each other. Do Zong. The hall had been holding a Do Zong at Do Ling for 15 years. She's terrifying, Feng Ruo said, watching her move through a practice sequence in the Stronghold's training corridor. Soul blades displaced air as compressed chi waves. The sound was not quite thunder, not quite wind, something with more intent than either. Storage jars on the adjacent shelves rattled. Plaster dust lifted from the floor in rings around each blade's passage. She always was, Shen Mobei said. Now she's terrifying with adequate power behind it. The tactical calculus shifted. The original plan, aggressive infiltration and extraction before Xianxia could respond, was viable with a combat fallback if needed. If infiltration was detected and Xianxia engaged directly, Luo Qingge could hold him while Shen Mobei completed the extraction. He still preferred the infiltration approach. Brute force against a Do Zong in his own domain was a terrible trade even with a matched opponent. The domain advantage was real, and Xianxia had 20 years of Do Zong combat experience that Luo Qingge's 15 years of suppression had denied her. But having the option changed the risk calculus in ways he was genuinely grateful for. The difference between one path and two was the difference between a fragile plan and a resilient one. We're not assaulting the Bone Citadel, he told the team. We're trading for what we want. Iron Tooth made the expression that was the most Shen Mobei thing he'd ever witnessed. Trading. With the Hall of Souls. With Xiao's self-interest. He's been investigating intelligence leaks for months without a satisfying answer. I can give him one. A convincing answer that points his investigation in entirely the wrong direction and buys us the extraction window. He spread the planning materials across the stone table. False intelligence package implicating a Do Jera formation site in the Eastern Territories as an inadvertent relay. Technically credible, referencing real sites, pointing toward a location that will consume months of Hall resources with nothing at the end. Package goes through ash folk tunnels to the Citadel's external drop point, the anonymous tip channel Yin Mei confirmed the Hall uses regularly. Timing, Iron Tooth said. He was solving it now, his expression shifting from skeptical to calculating, the specific focus of a man who'd decided the approach was valid and was now working the execution. Garrison redeployment needs to be far enough along for numerical advantage, but not so far that Xianxia receives negative results and recalls his people. Window is 36 to 48 hours after garrison departure. The eastern site is far enough that travel time alone prevents same-day return. 20 minutes from tunnel entry to exit, Luo Qingge said, walking corridors in her mind. She'd been memorizing Yin Mei's pre-capture intelligence for weeks, layout, guard patterns, defensive systems, the specific path from the tunnel access to the detention level. Assuming 2 guards on detention instead of the standard 6. She looked at Old Gu. The soul-dampening drugs? Antidote is prepared. He produced a small sealed vial, the glass catching the bioluminescent light. Standard Hall formula, she'll be conscious within 10 minutes. Luo Qingge took the vial with the specific carefulness she reserved for things she wasn't willing to risk under any circumstances. The package went out through Ren's tunnel guidance the following morning. By evening it had been collected. They waited. The Ash Folk stronghold went about its life around them, quiet, industrious, 300 years of practice survival continuing in its established patterns. Shen Mobei used the waiting hours to review the intelligence maps with Xiao Ninger, refine the extraction route contingencies with Luo Qingge, and check Old Gu's preparation for the second pill, the one for Yin Mei, prepared during the same 2 days in parallel, its completion time to coincide with the extraction's aftermath. Chapter 87. Infiltration. The garrison response came faster than modeled. 8 hours, not 12 to 24. The faction ledger registered movement, significant portion of the Bone Citadel's garrison departing eastward, rapid march formation. Through the radar's reading of the mountain environment, he could see the signatures, 23 warm points moving northeast in tight column formation, the specific energy distribution of people who'd been given urgent orders and were executing them. He was primed, Xiao Ninger said. Months of frustration with the leak investigation. Any credible answer gets accelerated response. She was reviewing the departure pattern with her field notes open, cross-referencing the timing against her models. The formation is rapid march, not standard deployment pace. They're committed. Shorter window. We move tonight. He updated the timeline. Iron Tooth had his team positioned and ready before the order was fully stated, the blocking force at the tunnel entrance, weapons checked, each person in their designated position. Remaining garrison, approximately 20 operatives. Xianxia, present, upper level. Detention level, 2 guards, 2 guards. The false intelligence had drawn off nearly everything. Luo Qingge moved through the tunnel system with Dozong level precision, each phase step silent, no wasted energy, her passage through the narrow tunnels leaving no sign of disturbance. She moved through the darkness with the confidence of someone who'd internalized the route completely, the ash folk guides moving in their own register, navigating by stone texture and air current with the fluency of people who'd been doing this since childhood. Ren led. His hand trailed the left wall at specific intervals, reading marks only the ash folk knew to look for, guidance carved into the stone at the height of a 6-year-old's reach, put there by the children who'd first mapped these routes 300 years ago and maintained by every generation since. 2 guards approaching your corridor, Shen Mobei said through the talisman. 12 meters. 20 seconds. He watched their signatures on the radar, unhurried, slightly careless, the specific alertness level of people doing a minimum rotation in a garrison reduced by 80%. Their patrol pattern had been consistent for 6 hours, the same route, the same timing, the same brief pause at the Eastern Corridor junction. The hall's planners had not factored in the possibility that dramatically reducing a garrison might affect the remaining guards' vigilance. The guards passed. Luo Qingge stepped through the structural gap between the hall's construction and the original city's architecture, an approach angle no detection formation covered, a meter-wide space between 2 eras of building, cold with the dampness of places the Citadel's heating formations had never reached. Clear. 6th cell. Target confirmed. Yin Mei's signature was weak, blurred with soul-dampening suppression, but unmistakably alive. Something in Shen Mobei's chest settled, a tension he'd been managing at low intensity for 3 months, finally releasing. The cell formation lock opened in seconds. Old Gu's knowledge of the hall's maintenance backdoors, transmitted by talisman, a specific frequency sequence that bypassed the lock's primary authentication by addressing its calibration port directly. The door clicked. Yin Mei lay with the stillness of deep sedation. Breathing, qi normal, but completely absent from consciousness. Thinner than she'd been. The cell was small and clean, the hall maintained assets at minimum viable condition, no cruelty, just indifference, the specific care of people who thought of people as inventory. Luo Qingge crossed the cell in 2 steps and lifted her sister with the precision of someone who'd imagined this moment for 3 months and had every detail memorized. Her hands were careful and certain, Yin Mei's weight distributed properly, nothing that could cause injury, the familiar competence of someone who knew her sister's body from years of working together. "I'm here," she said. Barely audible. "We're going home." Clean extraction through 4 corridors and a stairwell. Dozong efficiency, each corner checked, each threshold cleared, the motion forward continuous. The ash folk guide sealed the tunnel entrance behind them, concealment formation settling over the access point like stone forgetting it had ever been disturbed. Dust drifted down from the ceiling as the formation locked. The alarm activated at the 4th corridor. An operative on an irregular patrol, one of the 20 not dispatched east, rounded a corner and found Luo Qingge carrying an unconscious prisoner in hall colors. His eyes tracked the scene in the specific rapid sequence of recognition, the prisoner's face, the hall insignia, the wrong context. His mouth opened. Her soul blade reached his throat before the first sound. He went down silently. The brief combat energy flare, unavoidable, contained, triggered the Citadel's passive detection formations. Alert frequencies cascaded, one triggering the next in the automated sequence of a security system doing its design function. 90 seconds to full garrison response, Shen Mobei said. 62, she corrected, and ran. She reached the tunnel entrance in 59 seconds, carrying Yin Mei in one arm, phase stepping through the final obstacle with an efficiency that left the guides half a step behind despite their terrain advantage. The last phase step cleared the concealment formation's outer edge with 3 centimeters to spare. Ash folk sealed the entrance. Concealment formation settled. Above them, through 20 meters of stone, the Bone Citadel's alarm screamed. Below, in the sealed tunnel, Yin Mei was alive and free. Chapter 88. Recovery. The first lucid moment came when Old Gu administered the antidote. Luo Qingge had been speaking quietly throughout the retreat, no specific content, just the sound of someone familiar and present. The antidote worked in stages. Yin Mei's awareness returned slowly, reaching for sense before sense was fully available. A movement at her fingers. Her breathing changed. The specific muscle tension of someone whose body was coming back online from a deep forced absence. "Sister. I'm here. You came." "Of course I came." Luo Qingge's voice was steady. That steadiness was a lie and both of them understood it and neither challenged it. "Rest, we're still moving." They didn't stop for 2 hours. Distance over comfort. The Death Chi environment maintained Han Xie's soul perception penetration through stone at reduced range. 30 kilometers of stone could degrade even a Dozong's awareness, but they kept moving until the secondary way station. The bioluminescent formation stones Ren carried cast cool light on the tunnel walls as they moved, the shadows shifting with each step. At the way station, Feng Ruo had food ready and the merchant's fire's purification provided environmental buffer. The chamber smelled of the clean air quality that the purification maintained, ordinary air, in a place where ordinary air had to be defended. Yin Mei ate with the determined focus of a body that had been waiting for permission to recover. Then, the cauldron. Everyone looked at her. Heaven Soul Cauldron. I was in the holding level, not interrogation. They kept me for leverage. But guards talk when they assume the prisoner is too drugged to retain anything. Her voice was thin, but the analyst's precision was fully intact, the specific quality of a mind that had been using its captivity as a field operation. The hall has narrowed its location to a region in the Central Plains. 3 teams deployed 2 months ago. They're weeks from the specific site. It's their primary objective, she continued. Everything else, the base leaks, the defectors, this operation, secondary. The cauldron is what they're building toward. He already understood the significance. In the hall's hands, soul harvesting operations amplified beyond any current countermeasure. In other hands, the same capability used differently, or the amplification simply denied to the hall. Rest, he told her. Full debrief when you're stronger. She nodded and was asleep before he finished the sentence. The absolute sleep of a body that had been waiting for permission to stop. At the 2-hour mark, the material radar flagged something new. The radar had been running at reduced efficiency through the tunnels, death chi noise, but close enough to a natural formation anomaly that the signature came through clearly. Spatial anomaly, 800 meters SSE. Classification, natural dimensional rift. Estimated terminus, 40 kilometers SW of current position. Stability, moderate. Transit risk, significant but survivable with flame stabilization, 40 kilometers in an instant, placing them outside the search perimeter entirely. The cost, Old Goo's remaining output in an environment already demanding sustained maintenance. Old Goo. I heard it. He was already flexing his hands, the flame warming in preparation, the blue-white building from its maintenance level toward its working level, the warmth of it visible in the way the tunnel's shadows moved. 30 seconds of stabilization. Enough for transit if everyone moves without hesitation. A pause. 70% confidence. Your assessment of the risk is better than mine. Old Goo looked at his hands. The flame burned steady and blue-white, the Tao of Trade's accumulated strength expressing itself as physical heat. He ran through the arithmetic with the precision of someone who'd been calculating flame outputs for 40 years. 70%. Higher than most gambles I've taken and survived. He met Shen Mobei's eyes. My call is yes. Then go. Chapter 89. The rift and after the rift deposited them on a steep hillside 41 kilometers south-southwest of the Bone Citadel, exactly where the system had predicted. Normal vegetation, green and alive, the grass coarse and dry from the mountain elevation but vigorously itself, nothing in it that remembered the mountain's corruption. Normal light. The late afternoon sun was gold on the hillside and genuinely warm. The dark ridge of the undead mountains was visible against the northern sky, distant enough to seem manageable from this angle, which was a comfortable lie that Shen Mobei accepted for the moment. The rift's closure produced a sound with no adequate description, dimensional reassertion, brief and absolute, and then the comfortable reliability of normal physics. The air on the hillside was ordinary air, and it tasted extraordinary. Several team members were sick. Iron Tooth swayed and caught himself against a pine's trunk, his free hand pressed flat to the bark with the solid attention of someone confirming that physical reality was reliable. Feng Ruo pressed her hand to a stone and breathed through the protocols she'd prepared for this category of physical disruption, counted breaths, grounding contact, deliberate attention to normal sensory input. Old Goose sat down heavily on the hillside slope. The shared flame had been burned very hot and was now cooling, steady, but significantly dimmer than it had been. The secondary flame in Shen Mobei's chest had dimmed proportionally, the co-wielder bond transmitting the cost accurately. 70%, Shen Mobei said. 83, in the end. Old Gu didn't open his eyes. He had grass on his shoulder and didn't care. I'm revising the estimate upward retroactively. I'm entitled to optimism about things that worked. Rest. You've earned it more than once today. Yin Mei had regained consciousness during the transit, the rift's spatial energy disrupting residual sedation compounds in a way Old Gu assessed as beneficial. She woke confused, reaching for soul blades her weakened cultivation couldn't manifest. Luo Chinga was there before the reaching could become panic. You're out. Safe. 40 kilometers from the mountains. Han Xie lost our trail at the rift. Yin Mei's eyes focused. She took in the hillside, the team, her sister's face. The order of the inventory was specific, first the surroundings to assess threat, then the team to assess casualties, then Luo Chinga to assess the personal. Then, with the specific priority of a professional analyst whose hierarchy had been unaltered by captivity, did you get it? Get what? The route. For my contract. She read the answer in Luo Chinga's expression before it was given. Her eyes went wide. You dissolved yours. Luo Chinga held up one hand. Soul blades manifested at full dozong power, blazing violet blue, nothing suppressed. In the afternoon sunlight they cast sharp-edged shadows on the grass, more solid than they should have been at this distance. Your pill is already in preparation. Yin Mei stared at the soul blades for a long moment. Then at her sister. Her expression cycled through disbelief, awe, and settled into a ferocity that looked nothing like the exhausted prisoner she'd been 12 hours ago. "How long have we been fighting at 30%? She asked. 15 years for me. 13 for me." She sat up, drawing on will to supply what recovery hadn't yet provided. "I want mine dissolved as soon as old Gu can manage it." He anticipated that. "The second pill is in preparation." 2 days of descent. The death chi interference diminishing as they moved south, the radar's readings clearing as the environmental noise dropped. Vegetation normalizing, the stunted black trees giving way to ordinary forest, then to the lower mountain scrub, then to the valley grasses that were simply themselves with no death in them. On the second evening, camped in a valley far enough from the mountains that everything was green and alive, the cook fire burning clean without any tinge of the death chi smell, he checked in with Yafei. Her voice when it came through, controlled and warm simultaneously, professional competence and personal relief performing an exact duet. He knew her well enough to hear both registers at once. "All objectives complete?" "All objectives complete." Yin Mei recovered. Nether Soul Root secured and converted. Ash Folk Alliance established. He paused. 4 days until home. A silence that contained more than she put into words. Then, the Ash Folk documentation went through Phantom Pavilion's channels 3 days ago. The Mu Clan Patriarch has already responded. The Alchemist Guild wants a full archive copy. Royal Intelligence is publicly furious they weren't informed sooner. She let him hear the satisfaction in her voice. The useful kind of fury. "Erosion," he said. "Patient, thorough, compounding. The Continental Trade Network also hit Tier 4 milestone while you were in the mountains. New features are extensive." Another pause. "You sound thin. Eat something." "You can't hear thin through a talisman." "I have excellent perception." "Eat something." "Come home." He ate something. He came home. Chapter 90. The return. The return to Jia Ma Holy City was a triumph that Shen Mobei framed as normal operations. Small carriages. No ceremony at the gate. The city's morning commerce was already in full motion, vendors setting up, the bread and charcoal smell of the market district, the particular energy of a city doing what it did without knowing that something had just shifted in its favor 3 weeks' journey north. Yafei met them at the gate because she'd known the arrival time, and meeting returning teams was what a COO did. The reunion was professionally composed and completely real underneath. She pressed her hand to his chest, the pendant, still warm, its chi signal unbroken over 3 weeks and 300 kilometers, and exhaled something she'd been holding for 3 weeks. One breath, slow and complete, her eyes closed for a fraction of a second. 3 weeks, she said. "I came back faster. Because a Dozong was chasing you." "Both things can be true." Her laugh was the most beautiful sound in the Empire, and he was entirely at peace with being biased about that. The operational debrief covered every objective. Nether Soul Root harvested and converted to contract severance pill. Luo Chinga's contract dissolved, full Dozong cultivation restored. Ash Folk Alliance active, communication array operational, historical documentation distributed. Yin Mei recovered and providing detailed intelligence on the Hall's Central Plains operation. The Bone Citadel's tunnel access map for future use. The Hall's garrison temporarily depleted toward a false investigation that would cost them months. And the Heaven Soul Cauldron, Yafei said, when the operational metrics were complete. Her voice shifted, the COO giving way to the strategist, her hands folding on the table in the specific way that meant she'd already been working this problem. Yin Mei's intelligence changes the situation fundamentally. Yes. The Hall is in the Central Plains. The Cauldron is in the Central Plains. We're not. Not yet. He looked at her. The Cauldron in the Hall's hands is a threat we can't manage from a distance. In neutral hands, in hands that actively oppose the Hall, it becomes the opposite. We'll need different resources. Different relationships in that region. This isn't a trade expedition. This is a continental operation. I know. That's why we plan it properly. He met her eyes. No improvisation. She gave him the look she reserved for statements she found technically accurate but slightly ironic. You improvised your way through the undead mountains. Carefully planned improvisation. There's a distinction. A convenient one. But she was already pulling out a planning document she'd begun while he was in the mountains. The projected Central Plains operational framework, drafted before he'd walked through the door. The handwriting was her usual hand, clean, efficient, no revision marks because she thought before she wrote. You knew, he said. Yin Mei's intelligence was predictable given what we knew about Hall priorities. I prepared. She handed him the document. Read. Tell me what I'm missing. He read. She'd missed almost nothing. The Ash Folk Alliance proved its value 2 days later. The communication array carried a report that Xianxia had identified the rift usage and the tunnel infiltration method, and had deployed a sweep force to the secondary tunnel network. The Ash Folk had anticipated the sweep and sealed the relevant passages 2 days earlier. Elder Kai Yan's countermeasures were informed by 3 centuries of exactly this cat and mouse, and they executed them without casualties. Her message through the array was 4 sentences, direct and factual, ending with a status report that read like someone who'd been managing exactly this situation for most of their life, because they had. She's remarkable, Shen Mobei said, reading the report. She's kept 300 years of civilizational memory alive in underground passages while being periodically hunted, Yafei said. Remarkable is an understatement. The board was reset. New pieces in motion. The central plains waiting on the horizon, immense and layered with the accumulated weight of civilizations that had built on top of each other for as long as commerce had existed on the continent. And somewhere in that weight, a Do-Diera artifact that would decide which direction the next 1,000 years went. He began to plan. Chapter 91. Yin Mei's freedom. Yin Mei's contract dissolution took place 12 days after the expedition's return, when Old Gu confirmed her recovery was sufficient for the process. The full inner circle was present. Old Gu administered the second severance pill, prepared during those 2 careful days in the Ash Folk stronghold, its jade case sealed with his authentication mark and the Merchant's Fire's thermal imprint. Luo Qingge sat at her sister's side, maintaining a steadying soul energy contact that served as both physical comfort and cultivation anchor, her Dozong cultivation steady and available, offering Yin Mei something to orient toward during the dissolution's most difficult moments. Shen Mobei kept the Merchant's Fire's purification ready, positioned to absorb the core seal's discharge. The dissolution was harder for Yin Mei than it had been for Luo Qingge. 13 years of suppression at deeper architectural integration, the hall had refined its binding techniques in the years between their recruitments, and Yin Mei's contract was more comprehensively constructed. The outer binding's resistance was stronger. The inner binding's power draw was heavier. The core seal activated with more force than anticipated. A burst of soul energy that Shen Mobei caught with the Merchant's Fire, burning it away with the flame's purification Dao. The contact left a temporary burning sensation across his meridians, not damage, Old Gu assessed, but a record of contact, that the old alchemist would monitor for 48 hours. Small price. Yin Mei lay still for 3 full minutes after the dissolution. The inner circle waited in the specific quality of silence that follows a difficult thing completed, not celebration, not relief yet, just the held breath of people who'd done their part and were giving her time to catch up. Then she raised her hands. Soul blades appeared, different from Luo Qingge's violet blue, tending toward silver, the specific color of purity-type soul cultivation that has never been contaminated, that has spent 13 years developing in the only direction the contract allowed and found, in that direction, a purity that the hall's own architecture couldn't touch. Full strength, unsuppressed. Real. She turned to Luo Qingge. I want to train, she said. Not with enthusiasm, with the quiet intensity of someone who'd been calculating this moment for 13 years. I want to find out what I actually am. We have time, Luo Qingge said. Not as much as we did. Yin Mei looked at the silver soul blades, learning their weight and reach. They were longer than she expected. The suppression had not just reduced their power, it had reduced their size, and she was discovering that her actual soul cultivation reached further than she'd thought it could. The hall won't stop because we left. They'll redirect. Whatever Han Xie's next move is, it involves us. We took something from him, and Dozong practitioners of his organization don't accept it without response. She's correct, Iron Tooth said. He'd been at the medical wing door since the procedure began, taking the watch as a personal responsibility without being asked. His 4-fingered hand rested on the doorframe with the casual ease of someone who'd long since made peace with the adaptation. The hall doesn't accept losses. They recalculate and apply more pressure, which is why the Central Plains expedition needs to move faster than the planning timeline I showed you, Shen Mobei said, addressing the room. The hall is already in the region. We need to be there before they complete their investigation. 6 weeks, Yafei said. Minimum planning timeline for a continental operation. She had the expedition framework on the table in front of her, already annotated. 5. If we use Ash Folk intelligence and the faction ledger's existing Central Plains contacts. He looked at each face. Complete rest for the people who need it. The Continental Trade Network monitoring the Central Plains for hall activity. Phantom Pavilion building relationships in the region before we arrive. He paused. And we need allies there. The Pill Tower specifically, if we can establish even a working relationship before the hall finds the cauldron. The Pill Tower is the most influential faction in the Central Plains, Yafei said. They've maintained complete neutrality in the hall conflict for decades. The Heaven Soul Cauldron in the hall's hands is a clear threat to the Pill Tower's interests. Soul cultivation amplification at that scale interferes with alchemy at the foundational chi level. He met her eyes. We just need to explain it to them before the hall does. 2 weeks lead time, she said. Her expression shifted, the strategist engaging with the puzzle, the specific quality of her focus that meant she'd already started solving the problem rather than assessing it. I can have advanced communication drafted and transmitted through Phantom Pavilion's Central Plains contacts within 48 hours. The question is whether those contacts have Pill Tower access. Check the faction ledger. There are 23 Obsidian Ledger clients with verified Pill Tower connections. She was already checking. 19 after the recent membership review. 3 with Tier 5 access. Then start the conversation. He looked at the room one more time, the team that had come back from the undead mountains intact, now preparing for the most complex operation they'd ever attempted. Rest today. Plan tomorrow. We're going to the Central Plains. Chapter 92. 3 months. The 3 months between the Undead Mountains expedition and the Central Plains departure were the most productive in the Obsidian Ledger's history. Yin Mei's intelligence about the Hall's operational priorities, combined with the Continental Trade Network's real-time monitoring, gave the Ledger an information advantage it deployed systematically. Every Hall supply route that Combined Intelligence confirmed was documented, traced to its origin, and reported to the appropriate factions through Phantom Pavilion's verified channels. Not dramatically, not with announcement, quietly, consistently, accurate information deployed with good timing. The Hall supply partners in 3 separate regions withdrew within the first month. The broker's network was simultaneously absorbing the reverberations of the Ashfolk documentation. The ancient entity's relationship with the Hall of Souls had been politely ignored by major factions who found it convenient to look elsewhere. The documentation made looking elsewhere impossible. Every major faction's leadership had now formally received and logged the evidence, creating political accountability that hadn't existed before. The broker's response was entirely consistent with what Shen Mobei now understood about it, quietly beginning to distance itself from the Hall supply relationship, not through stated principle but through practical calculation that the supply relationship had become too expensive in political terms. The ancient entity didn't have morality in any conventional sense. It was exquisitely sensitive to the balance of political capital. This was useful information. The broker could be moved by sustained, consistent pressure. Not dramatically, not quickly, but over time. If the cost of a position consistently exceeded the benefit, its calculations shifted. The Continental Trade Network's Tier 4 features changed the Ledger's operational capacity fundamentally. Real-time supply chain monitoring across all 5 Imperial branches extended the material radar's information advantage, reduced in precision, but continental in scope. Supply disruptions that previously required days to detect were now identified within hours and routed around before they could compound. The Pill Tower communication produced results in 3 weeks. A response arrived through carefully routed channels, guarded, professionally worded, and unmistakably interested. The Pill Tower's leadership had their own concerns about the Hall's Central Plains operation that they hadn't known how to address without taking a public position before they were ready. The Obsidian Ledger's outreach represented a possible framework for addressing those concerns discreetly. They want a meeting, Yafei reported. In the Central Plains. At a location they specify. When? 40 days. 30 for them to prepare, 10 for us to confirm. She looked up. That sets our arrival timeline. 40 days it is. The relationship between Yafei and Luo Qingge developed with the cautious, asymmetric pace of 2 exceptional people figuring out how to share something they both cared about without any available framework for it. They found common ground in operational planning. Both were strategically precise, both impatient with inefficiency, both quietly certain they understood Shen Mobei better than he understood himself. These were not traits that simplified coexistence. They were traits that, managed carefully, produced a working relationship that was genuinely effective rather than merely tolerated. By the second month they were reviewing expedition frameworks together in the evenings, not because they'd been asked to, but because the work benefited from both their perspectives and they'd each, separately and quietly, acknowledged that. Shen Mobei stayed out of the managing and let them find the shape of it themselves. He'd learned that the most valuable things couldn't be built for other people, they had to be built by the people involved, from the inside. You let them handle it, Iron Tooth observed one evening. They were in the headquarters common room, the fire low, the building settling into its night shift rhythms. They're both better at this than I am. They are. He was quiet for a moment, his right hand rested on the table, 3 fingers and a thumb, the absence of the fourth not something he avoided looking at, just something he'd integrated. You're good at letting people be better than you at things. That's rarer than being good at things yourself. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. Compliments are for people who need encouragement. Iron Tooth's expression was the closest it got to warmth. You don't need encouragement. You need to know when you're doing something right. Chapter 93. The conversation Yafei and Luo Qingge's proper conversation happened on the 4th week, initiated by Yafei with the directness that was her hallmark and received by Luo Qingge with the specific, careful attention she gave to things that mattered. Shen Mobei found out afterward, from both of them separately, in accounts entirely consistent in their facts and entirely different in their emotional weight. Yafei's version, I told her that she and I both chose you freely, and that the choice being mutual between us was more important than either of us pretending the other didn't exist. She agreed. We're not friends. We might become friends. We're colleagues who care about the same person and have decided to make that work. Luo Qingge's version, she's terrifying. I mean that as a compliment. I've faced Dozong level opponents who were less direct than she is in a conversation. A pause. She said that sharing something valuable doesn't diminish it. That's either wisdom or arithmetic, and she made it sound like both. The practical arrangement that emerged, not stated explicitly but understood through the careful way both women navigated the space around it, was that both relationships were real, both were honored, and neither was defined against the other. It was imperfect. It required continuous recalibration. It produced moments of friction that nobody enjoyed and moments of unexpected solidarity that nobody had predicted. Luo Qingge came to him on the rooftop that evening and sat beside him in the quiet that meant she was processing something significant. The city's evening commerce lit the streets below, lanterns in the market district, the moving light of carriages on the main road, the specific warm density of a city going about its life. She said, "We both chose him freely. Can we choose to respect each other?" Luo Qingge looked at the city below, lit with evening commerce. "I told her I'm not good at this. That the hall didn't teach us feelings, only their suppression. That I don't know how to be someone's partner in the non-combat sense." "What did she say?" "She said, neither does he, really. You're both figuring it out. I'd rather figure it out with both of you than without either." A longer pause. "And then she told me that sharing something valuable doesn't divide it. That the right kind of love multiplies when it's distributed properly." She's using commercial metaphors for relationships. She does that. It's either insufferable or deeply charming. I haven't decided which. Something that wasn't quite a laugh escaped them both simultaneously. "I'm terrified," Luo Qingge said. "Good. Terror means you care enough to be afraid of losing something. That's either profound or manipulative. It's honest. Which is all I know how to be." She leaned her head against his shoulder. Below them, the city's evening commerce hummed with the particular vitality of a place that had become exactly what it was meant to be. 3 people. 2 loves. 1 future. Complicated. Imperfect. Real. Cultivation progress, Do Huang 9-star, sustained, approaching threshold, Chapter 94. The network made visible the Continental Trade Network's Tier 4 milestone had unlocked something more significant than its stated features. He'd been reviewing the new functionality, real-time supply chain monitoring, demand forecasting, route optimization, and had noticed a secondary effect the system's notification hadn't explicitly named. The network didn't just track the Obsidian Ledger's operations. It mapped the commercial ecosystem those operations existed within. The entire continent's trade activity, major flows rather than individual transactions, was visible as a pattern. Not with the faction ledger's faction-specific precision, but as a macro-level picture of commercial energy, where value was concentrating, where it was dispersing, where artificial blockages were creating pressure buildup, where natural flows were being diverted by institutional inertia. He spent 3 evenings studying the pattern before he understood what he was seeing. The broker's network. The ancient entity's infrastructure was visible in the macro pattern as a deep overlay, established channels worn deep by millennia of consistent use, through which the majority of the continent's commercial activity flowed by default. Not coercive. Gravitational, goods and coin and information flowed along paths of least resistance, and the broker had spent 3,000 years ensuring its established routes were those paths. The Obsidian Ledger's operations showed as bright points of new activity at the network's edges, underserved communities, commercial dead zones, regions the broker's routes hadn't reached because they were too small or too remote to justify infrastructure investment. These bright points were growing, connecting to each other, gradually building a secondary layer of the commercial network. From above, looking at the macro pattern, the 2 networks had the quality of an old city and the neighborhoods that had grown around it, the old city's deep roads still carrying the most traffic, the new neighborhood streets still finding their final shapes, the whole thing more complete for having both. 2 networks, overlaid. Old and new. Established depth and innovative extension. Not competing. Complementing. He saw it with the clarity of the Tao of Trade's perception. The broker's network and the Obsidian Ledger's network were not the same shape. The broker's deep channels handled high volume, established flows between major power centers. The ledger's new routes handled novel flows between emerging markets, underserved communities, and the kind of small, high-value transactions the broker's infrastructure was too large and established to efficiently serve. More valuable together than either alone. The question was whether the broker could see that. He found Old Gu in the cultivation chamber that evening and described what he'd seen. "The large predator and the small predator," Old Gu said, when the description was complete. He was at his workbench, reviewing the expedition's medical supply inventory, but he set the inventory down and gave the description his full attention. They seemed to compete for the same prey, but they actually occupied different ecological niches. The ecosystem is healthier with both than with either alone. Yes. And I want the broker to understand this. Not by argument, by demonstration. The network pattern makes the argument visually, without words. The Central Plains meeting. That's when you're planning to have this conversation. The broker will be watching the Central Plains operation. It's heartland. If I can demonstrate the network complementarity before the confrontation over the cauldron, you change the confrontation's premise. Old Gu rubbed the back of his neck. Clever. Also extremely optimistic. The Tao of Trade doesn't require pessimism. It requires honesty. Those aren't the same thing. I know. He smiled. That's why the plan works. Cultivation progress, Do Huang 7-star Do Huang 8-star, Chapter 95. The broker's count of the broker struck 3 supply chains simultaneously on the 22nd day of the 5-week preparation period. The pattern was identical to the Mu clan incident months earlier: surgical redirection of caravans, phantom suppliers appearing briefly to service displaced clients before vanishing, supply chain relationships disrupted rather than material stolen. Not an attack on the ledger's assets, an attack on its relationships. The specific kind of damage that was hardest to defend against directly because it operated at the social layer rather than the physical one. But this time, the Continental Trade Network detected the disruptions within 3 hours of their initiation. Not days later, through client complaints, 3 hours, while the disruptions were still active. The Tier 4 monitoring had flagged the phantom supplier signatures before the first client noticed anything wrong. Shenmue activated contingency protocols. Emergency rerouting through verified ledger channels. Direct client communications that explained the disruption before the clients had noticed it themselves, offered alternatives before they'd had to search for them, included compensation for the inconvenience. The broker's attack landed in the equivalent of prepared defenses. The reputational damage it was designed to create never had time to develop. The client's first awareness of the disruption was the ledger's proactive response to it. Client retention, 98%, Feng Ruo reported. 2 clients requested increased contract terms as a confidence measure. We accommodated both. The system's analysis of the phantom suppliers had identified something else. He'd been waiting for the right moment to share it. They're nodes in the broker's network, he said. But their routing overlaps with Hall of Soul's supply chains in the Central Plains. The broker is selling to the Hall Soul cultivation ingredients the Hall can't source through channels involving normal market accountability. Silence around the table. The kind of silence that falls when an expected thing is confirmed and the confirmation is worse than the expectation. The oldest trade entity on the continent, Luo Chinga said, her voice controlled with visible effort, the effort of someone who'd spent her adolescence inside an organization that was apparently being supplied by the most powerful commercial entity in the world, is supplying the organization that soul-bound us as children. Yes. For how long? I don't know if it's the full 3,000 years. But the current relationship is documented. He held her gaze. And the documentation is going through Phantom Pavilion's channels by end of day. The distribution package, transaction documentation, supply chain traces, financial flows mapped to Hall sourcing patterns, and the Ash Folk testimony confirming broker-linked distribution points at Hall-operated sites in the Undead Mountains. Delivered simultaneously to every major faction that had ever been victimized by the Hall of Souls. The Alchemist Guild. The Mu Clan. 3 Imperial Royal Intelligence Divisions. Every independent cultivator alliance with Phantom Pavilion documentation. And, the deliberate inclusion that would cost the broker most, the Pill Tower. The reaction was immediate and significant. Factions that had maintained neutral relationships with the broker's network withdrew support faster than Shenmue had projected. Trade agreements cancelled. Distribution partnerships dissolved. The ancient entity's infrastructure began unraveling at its edges as the political cost of association became visible and immediate. The Obsidian Ledger filled the vacuum. Not aggressively, the system's timing recommendation was precise: be present and reliable when clients are looking for alternatives, not promotional or opportunistic. Simply be available. Simply be the obvious choice. Within 2 weeks, the ledger's continental footprint had expanded significantly, not through sales or marketing. Through the most fundamental commercial force, being the right option at the right moment. Now comes the hard part, Shenmue said. What? That wasn't hard. Iron Tooth asked. The broker will adapt. 3,000 years of survival doesn't collapse from one exposure. It recalibrates. He watched the Continental Trade Network's macro pattern. And when it does, the recalibration will be aimed at us. Meaning? We need to be in the Central Plains before the recalibration completes. And we need the conversation with the broker to happen there, in its heartland, on terms we can control. Can we control anything in the broker's heartland? He thought about it honestly. We can control what we offer. What we demonstrate. What argument we make. He paused. Whether it listens is the broker's choice. We can only control our side of the negotiation. Iron Tooth absorbed this. That's unsatisfying. Most true things are. Chapter 96. Consolidation. The broker's adaptation came differently than expected. He'd anticipated a direct commercial countermeasure, another supply chain disruption, or a coordinated price war in recently entered markets. Instead, the first sign of recalibration appeared in the macro pattern as a subtle shift in the deep channel flows that looked, at first glance, like normal market adjustment. But the shift was purposeful. The broker wasn't fighting the disruption to its network's edges. It was consolidating toward its core, pulling resources and relationships toward the established deep channels, away from peripheral nodes the ledger's operations had been absorbing. The amber color in the network display deepened at the center, brightened, while the peripheral nodes dimmed and went quiet. It was abandoning the edges. Deliberately, with the efficiency that 3,000 years of commercial maneuvering could produce when it had finally decided on a course. It's giving us territory, Yafei said, reading the pattern over his shoulder. Yes. To concentrate strengthen the core. She traced the shift with one finger, following the migration of resources inward. The Central Plains. The major faction headquarters. The high volume established routes between the continent's most powerful players. She looked at him. It's betting that we can't follow it there. That the Ledger's model doesn't translate to the established deep channel commercial world of major faction headquarters. Can it? He thought about it honestly. The Ledger's edge was genuine relationship building through fair dealing. Major faction commercial relationships operated differently: formal alliance structures, political consideration, power-based negotiation where fair dealing was one input among many rather than the fundamental operating principle. The broker knew this terrain with a depth that the Ledger's 6-month existence couldn't approach. We don't need to beat the broker at its own game, he said. We need to show it that the game it's retreating toward has limits, that the edges it's ceding represent the commercial future, not the current moment. And that the Ledger's approach is the only way to access that future. The Central Plains Conversation. The Central Plains Conversation. He closed the network display. We show the broker what it's giving up. We offer to be partners in accessing that value rather than competitors for it. And if it rejects the offer? The merchant's fire burned steady in his chest. Then we outgrow it, he said. Not by replacing the deep channels, by making the edges more important than the channels. By serving the future commercial landscape so well that the broker's established infrastructure becomes secondary rather than foundational. That takes years. I'm not in a hurry. The broker has been here for 3,000 years. I have time to do this right. He paused. Though the Heaven Soul Cauldron does create some urgency in the short term. Yes, Yafei said. It does. Cultivation progress, Do Huang 8-star Do Huang 9-star, the advancement came through comprehension rather than combat stress, each fair deal a step, each relationship built a further step. The path upward through understanding rather than power. Do Huang 9-star. One breakthrough from Do Zong. One breakthrough from being able to face Hun Xie on terms that weren't entirely defined by evasion. He meditated on the Tao of trade and felt the next level's threshold, not above him but in front of him. A concept he needed to understand rather than a power he needed to accumulate. What trade really was at its deepest level? What exchange meant? Not yet. But close. Chapter 97. The honest conversation, the relationship conversation that had been not quite happening for weeks finally happened. Yafei initiated it because she was the most direct person he'd ever met and because waiting for things to address themselves when you could address them was not, in her view, a strategy but an abdication. I see how she looks at you, she said. They were in their shared quarters, a suite that had become home the way places become home, by accumulating moments. The lamp was low, the city sounds reduced to the quiet of a late hour, papers from the evening's work stacked to one side. And I see how you look at her. He set down the ledger he'd been reviewing. Yafei, let me finish. She sat across from him with the composed deliberateness she brought to things that required both professional clarity and personal honesty simultaneously. In this world, powerful men take multiple wives. It's common. I'm not going to pretend I love the idea. I was raised in an auction house. I know what it means to be valued instrumentally. But I know the difference between ideal and real, and I know that denying something real costs more than acknowledging it. I wouldn't choose between you, he said. I couldn't. I know. That's what I wanted to tell you. She held up a hand. I won't demand you choose. But, non-negotiable, she has to be part of this consciously and freely. Not a concession made for your comfort or mine. If Luo Qingga and I can't build mutual respect, the arrangement doesn't hold. It becomes damage rather than a workable reality. You've already decided to speak to her. I'm telling you first so you understand what I'm offering and why. Her eyes were steady. You love her. I can see it in the specific care you take with her, in how you were when Yin Mei was taken, in the contract dissolution. Those weren't things you do for an ally. They were things you do for someone you love. A pause. Denying it doesn't make it untrue. It makes you less honest. He was quiet for a moment. The lamp burned steady between them. You're the most extraordinary woman I've ever met. I know. Now tell me I'm not making a mistake. You're not making a mistake. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded once, with the finality of a decision made and committed to. Good. Then I'll have the conversation. The conversation between Yafei and Luo Qingga happened 2 days later in the headquarters' quiet meeting room, with tea and the kind of honesty that two exceptional people who value honesty can achieve when they decide it's worth the discomfort. Luo Qingga came to him that evening on the rooftop and sat beside him in the specific quiet that meant she was processing something significant. She said, we both chose him freely. Can we choose to respect each other? She looked at the city below them. I told her I'm not good at this. That the hall didn't teach us feelings, only their suppression. What did she say? She said, neither does he, really. You're both figuring it out. I'd rather figure it out with both of you than without either. A pause. She's using commercial metaphors for relationships. She does that. It's either insufferable or deeply charming. Something that wasn't quite a laugh escaped them both. I'm terrified, she said. Good. Terror means you care enough to be afraid of losing something. She leaned her head against his shoulder. The city's evening commerce hummed with the particular vitality of a place that had become exactly what it was meant to be. Complicated. Imperfect. Real. The only kind of real that lasts. Chapter 98. Departure. The Central Plains expedition departed on a cold morning with a particular quality of beginnings, a sharpness in the air, an alertness in everyone's movements, the specific feeling of people who have prepared carefully and are now committing to what they've prepared for. The city was barely awake, the market district's lanterns still burning from the night watch, the street cobblestones slick with early dew. Yafei stood at the gate. Everything that needed saying privately had been said. The public farewell was the handshake of two professionals who'd built something together and were trusting each other to hold their respective ends while the other was absent. Elder Geua, Yafei said. Intellectual approach, not political. I know. Old Gu's name before the ledger's name. She'll respond to the alchemist's credentials first. I know. And the broker will be present in the Central Plains in a way it hasn't been in our previous operations. Everything we do there is being observed. I know. He met her eyes. Yafei. I know. She almost smiled. Then go. I'll keep the lights on. She kissed him in the communications center with the professional efficiency she brought to everything and the personal depth that existed underneath everything, simultaneously. The pendant at his chest was warm, her chi in it, steady and specific. Then she stepped back. Come back with the cauldron, she said. Non-negotiable. The journey to the Central Plains took 14 days, a route Feng Ruo had optimized for the combination of speed and supply chain support, using obsidian ledger relay points to maintain supply without the caravan weight that would have slowed them. They traveled as a commercial expedition rather than a military one, which was both a cover and an accurate description. The Central Plains revealed itself gradually. The landscape transitioned from the Jiama Empire's recognizable geography into the ancient, layered complexity of the continent's oldest settled region. Ruins appeared with increasing frequency, not isolated ruins but the ruins of civilizations that had built on top of earlier civilizations, creating archaeological strata that the material radar detected as an almost overwhelming density of historical signal. Artifacts registered everywhere, in every direction, at every depth. The radar's display was busier here than anywhere else he'd operated. The Central Plains was so saturated with historical material that the air itself seemed to carry more information. The density of rare material deposits here is 10 times the Jiama Empire, Xiao Ninger said, reviewing the radar output. Her field notes were already filling with observations. Everything the outer territories lack, the Central Plains has accumulated over millennia. And everything accumulated here is already claimed, controlled, and contested, Luo Chinga said. She'd been watching the landscape with the tactical awareness of someone assessing terrain for operational use. The Central Plains isn't underserved. It's oversaturated with power. Every deposit has a faction above it and 3 competing factions trying to take it. Which is why the broker's deep channels work here, Shenmobei said. High volume, high complexity commercial environment. You need 3,000 years of relationship infrastructure to navigate it reliably. He looked at the landscape, ancient and layered, its power settled into it like sediment. We're not here to navigate it the same way. We're here to do something specific and do it quickly. He checked the Continental Trade Network's intelligence feed. The Hall's investigative team was still narrowing its search pattern. Days. Maybe less. The Pill Tower was visible from 30 kilometers away, a structure of impossible vertical achievement, its upper levels piercing the lowest cloud layer, its stone surfaces inlaid with formation arrays. The material radar read as some of the most sophisticated defensive and utility constructs on the continent. The cultivation energy it radiated was warm and complex, layered with the accumulated chi of generations of alchemists who'd made this place their life's work. It's beautiful, Xiao Ninger said. It's also where Elder Geua has her laboratory on the 42nd level, Old Gu said, with the specific tone of someone who has old memories of a specific place. I've been there. Once, before the Hall. She was a journeyman then. I should have done more for her when I had the influence. You can make up for it now. One of the advantages of not actually being dead, he agreed. The Pill Tower's gate assessment was thorough and professional. The Obsidian Ledger's credentials were verified, cultivation levels assessed through a formation array that was polite about being a formation array, and a reception official appeared within 20 minutes. Elder Geua, the official informed them, would see them today. Not in 2 days, as the schedule specified. Today. In her laboratory, which was an unusual meeting location for first diplomatic contact. Old Gu understood immediately. She wants to assess us in a working context. Her laboratory tells her things about visitors that a formal meeting room conceals. He straightened slightly as they followed the official toward the tower's entrance. The tower's interior smelled of herbs and heated metal and something else, older, the accumulated chi of centuries of alchemical work absorbed into the stone. She was a 17-year-old journeyman who burned her first 3 furnace attempts. I hope she's pleased with what she finds. Chapter 99. Elder Geua's laboratory was a working space in the truest sense, furnaces at 3 temperature gradients operating simultaneously, apprentices moving with the quiet competence of people who'd learned the laboratory environment demanded their best at all times. The air smelled of 40 different herbs in various stages of processing, mint sharp and resinous and sweetly bitter all at once, the specific complex perfume of a space where multiple alchemical processes ran in parallel. Jade slips covered every horizontal surface. Notations on the walls, written, revised, written again over years of accumulated research, the oldest layers nearly illegible beneath the newer ones. Elder Geua herself was in her mid-50s, with the particular quality of someone who'd been thinking hard for decades, the refinement of face that comes not from aesthetics but from sustained engagement with difficult problems. She stood at a central furnace working a flame configuration Shen Mobei didn't recognize, the flame a deep amber that shifted toward blue at its edges, and she looked up when they entered with the specific expression of someone who was giving exactly as much attention as had been earned so far and expected more to be earned. She saw Old Gu and went absolutely still. "Teacher," she said. "Student," Old Gu replied. His voice was rougher than usual. What followed was the reunion of two people separated by decades and the specific tragedy of an organization that destroys things for control's sake, a brief, controlled embrace between a woman who'd thought her teacher was dead for 30 years and a man who'd thought his best work was behind him. They kept it brief because they were both, fundamentally, people who expressed feeling through craft rather than demonstration. The embrace lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Then they separated and both of them straightened, and the laboratory's professional atmosphere reasserted itself around the fact of the reunion. "You're alive," she said. "Improbably. Inconveniently, for some people." He held up his hands, the merchant's fire burning faint blue-white in his palms. "Different flame. Same fire." She looked at the flame for a long moment. The amber light from the furnace and the blue-white of the merchant's fire mixed on her face, two different qualities of illumination, two different histories meeting. Then she looked at Shen Mobei. Her assessment was precise and comprehensive, reading Cultivation signature, bearing, and the specific way he moved in unfamiliar spaces. "The underground merchant," she said. "The obsidian ledger." A pause. "The man my teacher chose. He chose the tool. I'm working toward being worthy of it." She was quiet. The assessment continued, not threatening, but genuine, the specific attention of someone who intended to work with these people and wanted to know exactly what she was working with. "Then, sit down. All of you. The apprentices will bring tea." Another pause. "We have a significant amount to discuss and not much time to discuss it." "The Hall of Souls Central Plains operation," Shen Mobei said. "Yes. And the Heaven Soul Cauldron." And, she looked at the window, the Central Plains landscape spreading in visible layers of settled civilization and competing power structures. The view from the 42nd level gave the landscape a particular quality, distances resolved, the pattern of roads and settlements visible, the way a region looked to someone high enough above it to see its shape. And the entity that has been a fixture of this region's commercial infrastructure for 3,000 years, which is currently in a state of unusual volatility. She met his eyes. "You've been busy. It's been a productive few months. 4 hours in the laboratory that first afternoon. 4 hours covering the Heaven Soul Cauldron's properties and location as Yin Mei understood them from Hall Intelligence, the Pill Tower's own assessment of the Cauldron's continental significance, and what the Pill Tower could contribute to a coalition effort to secure the Cauldron before the Hall did. Elder Geua's position was careful and genuine in equal measure. The Pill Tower could not take a public position against the Hall of Souls. 3 centuries of institutional political neutrality couldn't be overturned by a single threat assessment. But Elder Geua personally, and several colleagues who shared her concerns, could provide resources, intelligence, and access to the Whispering Peaks archaeological survey data that would narrow the Cauldron's location from regional to specific site. "The Whispering Peaks," Shen Mobei said. The system resonated when the name was spoken. The material radar had been registering anomalies consistent with that region since their arrival, a faint but consistent directional signal in his awareness, the Tao of Trade's perception noting something of significant commercial value in a specific bearing. "The Cauldron is in the Whispering Peaks. My best assessment puts it in the underground complex beneath the Peak's central formation. An ancient structure, older than any existing civilization, older than the Pill Tower. We've surveyed the exterior. We've never entered." She paused. "The Hall's investigative team is 3 days from the same conclusion we've been sitting on for a week." 3 days. Feng Ruo was already calculating. "Transit time from current position, 12 hours, Elder Geua said. I can have a guide ready within the hour. Cultivation progress, Do Huang 9-star threshold of breakthrough, pending, Chapter 100. The ancient place, the underground complex beneath the Whispering Peaks, was magnificent and terrible simultaneously, in the way that the earliest things always are, built for a scale of habitation and purpose that current civilization had never matched, wearing the grandeur of their original intent alongside the specific melancholy of things that had outlasted everything they were built for. The concealed entrance was a stone door fitted so precisely into the cliff face that the Pill Tower guide's knowledge and the material radar's reading both confirmed it from 2 meters away, and the eye saw nothing. Inside, the scale changed immediately. The first corridor was carved to 4 meters wide and 5 meters high, smooth-walled in a way that modern stone-cutting couldn't achieve, extending into darkness that the radar mapped as a downward spiral descending 200 meters to a central chamber. The air inside was different from the air outside, older, stiller, carrying the specific quality of space that had been enclosed for a very long time. Shen Mobei felt the Heaven Soul Cauldron before the radar confirmed it, a resonance through the Tao of trade perception, the sense of significant value concentrated in a specific direction, unmistakable the way gravity is unmistakable. Not a pleasant warmth like the merchant's fire. Something more complex, older, with the weight of purpose that had been accumulating for 3,000 years. It's here, he said. I feel it too, Luo Chinga said. Her soul blades were humming without her willing them to, responding to the cauldron's soul amplification field passively, a quiet, continuous resonance that she controlled without suppressing, simply noting. The soul amplification is active even at this distance. The descent was not uncontested. Ancient formations, degraded but not gone, fired at 3 points along the descent. The first triggered from a floor plate that had been active for a millennium, a concentrated chi burst that Shen Mobei's Do Huang cultivation absorbed with effort. The impact was not painful but it was real, a pressure that spread from the point of contact and faded over 3 seconds. Iron Tooth's team took the hits that couldn't be avoided and absorbed them with the professional stoicism of people who'd been hit by things before and had prepared accordingly. Old Goose formation analysis guided them through the most complex section, nested defensive arrays that his 3 decades of study and the Merchant's Fire's formation resonance allowed him to navigate with the knowledge of someone who understood how formation minds thought. He moved ahead of the team at these points, hands up, reading the array's logic and speaking the bypass sequences in a low murmur. They reached the central chamber. The broker was already there. Not a puppet. Not a jade slip. The closest approximation to a physical manifestation that something integrated into the world's infrastructure for 3,000 years could achieve. A sphere of golden light, 3 meters across, hovering at the chamber's center. The light was warm and complex, shifting in patterns that resolved, to the Tao of trade perception, as data flows, 3,000 years of commercial information made visible as energy. The sphere pulsed slowly, its light touching the chamber's walls in amber waves. At the chamber's center, on a stone pedestal, was the Heaven Soul Cauldron. Dark jade, its surface covered in soul script that moved as if alive, because it was alive, in the sense that a 3,000-year-old soul amplification artifact develops its own kind of awareness. The script moved in slow patterns, responding to the chamber's occupants, the soul energy in the room registering to it as inputs. The energy it radiated was overwhelming at this distance, a pressure that the Do Huang level expedition members had to actively work against to remain upright. Shen Mobei stayed upright through the Phantom Merchant Steps resistance training, the Merchant's Fire's stabilizing Tao, and the stubbornness that Yafei had identified as his most consistent character trait. My replacement, the broker said. Its voice was the chamber's stone speaking, everywhere and nowhere. I've been expecting you. I'm not your replacement, Shen Mobei said. I've never planned to replace you. A pause. The golden light shifted, surprise, or the ancient equivalent of surprise, the broker's data flows reorganizing around an input that didn't match its models. That's not what the system implies. The system was created by someone who wanted to replace you. He failed. I've read his records, I know exactly what he wanted and why he couldn't achieve it. He held the broker's attention directly, the Tao of trade's perception engaging fully with the ancient presence. The broker was old and vast and integrated. It was also, at some fundamental level, lonely, the isolation of something that had operated outside genuine mutual exchange for 3 millennia, managing rather than participating. I'm not him. I don't want what he wanted. You want the cauldron, the broker said. Yes. Because the Hall of Souls will obtain it otherwise, and the Hall destroys the markets they control. The continent without viable commercial activity is equally bad for your 3,000-year network and my 6-month-old ledger. He paused. You know this. You've known it for centuries. The Hall is bad for trade, and you've been supplying them anyway because the alternative was engaging with their disruption in a way that risked your own stability. You exposed my supply relationship with them. The tone was impossible to read, no anger, no betrayal, just acknowledgement. That cost me significantly. I know. I did it because it was necessary. He took a breath. And I'm here now to offer you something better than what I cost you. He opened the Continental Trade Network's macro pattern to its fullest display, expanding from his position to fill the chamber with glowing lines of trade route data. The entire continental commercial ecology, visible simultaneously. The broker's deep established channels, glowing amber with 3,000 years of use. The Obsidian Ledger's new routes, bright blue-white with the Merchant's Fire's Tao, spreading across the network's edges. Look at what you're abandoning, he said. And look at what I've built in the spaces you abandoned. These aren't competing networks. They're complementary. The edges I serve are the commercial future. The deep channels you control are the commercial present. Together, the broker was very still. For the first time since they'd entered the chamber, the data flows within the golden sphere had slowed, not dimming, just attending. Genuinely attending. Together, Shen Mobei continued, the continent's commercial ecosystem is healthier than either of us can make it alone. I'm not offering merger. I'm offering partnership. You provide established infrastructure. I provide innovation and access to markets you can't reach. Both of us grow. The golden sphere pulsed slowly. Once. The warmth of it intensified, not threatening, considering. Then the Hall of Souls search team hit the entrance formation above them. The radar registered 12 signatures descending the spiral corridor at speed, led by a Dozong whose soul perception was already penetrating the chamber's stone walls. The broker's conversation would have to wait. The cauldron had to be claimed now, or it would be claimed by someone whose definition of commerce was the extraction of value from people who had no choice but to pay. Shen Mobei looked at Luo Qingge. She looked at him. The decision was made without words. Chapter 101. The override. The broker's attack was unlike anything in Shen Mobei's experience, and he had, by now, a wider experience of threats than most people his age had any right to accumulate. It didn't strike with Do Qi. It didn't strike with soul energy. It struck with information, a torrent of data compressed into a battering ram, 3,000 years of accumulated commercial intelligence concentrated into a single spike that targeted not his body or his cultivation but the system's core architecture. The assault hit like a dam breaking. He staggered, the chamber's stone floor the only stable thing in a world that had gone completely wrong. The golden sphere above the chamber contracted into a hard point of light and drove inward. Within his consciousness, the layered space where the system operated like a second mind alongside his own, two architectures clashed at speeds that made physical combat look contemplative. The broker's 3,000-year intelligence tried to reclaim what it believed was its property. The system, built from the broker's own design but evolved beyond its original specifications, fought back with everything it had. Creator override attempt, critical, host authorization, holding, system integrity, 73%, 68%, 71%. The numbers fluctuated in real time as the battle raged in the space between thought and action. He couldn't fight this directly, the complexity exceeded anything his conscious mind could meaningfully engage with. It was happening at a level of abstraction where all he could perceive were the results, integrity declining in incremental steps, the broker's ancient authority pressing against the more recently established bonds of the host relationship. But he could support the system. He could do what he'd always done in every confrontation that exceeded his direct combat capacity. He activated every system feature simultaneously. The material radar at maximum range, flooding both architectures with real-time environmental data. The faction ledger pulling its entire database of relationship records, every black ledger contract, every completed fair trade, every moment of genuine mutual benefit documented and logged. The black ledger's karmic enforcement mechanism, the accumulated goodwill of 6 months of fair dealing given form as a counterweight against 3,000 years of information control. The broker pressed. The system held. And then the Heaven Soul Cauldron activated. Luo Qingge had taken it in the moment when the broker's attack had begun, acting on the contingency they'd planned without stating, if the broker attacked, take the cauldron, use it, deny the hall. The cauldron's soul amplification field expanded outward from her with the massive, slow authority of something 3,000 years old doing what it was made to do. The soul-type energy in the chamber surged. The system's integrity stopped declining. System integrity, 74%, 78%, 83%. The broker's concentrated intelligence encountered a system that was no longer fighting purely from its own resources but was drawing on something older and more fundamental, the Tao of trade itself, expressed through a heavenly flame bonded to a host who had built genuine relationships rather than managed information, something the broker's copy of itself had never been designed to face. Something that couldn't exist in the original's framework because the original had never understood what genuine exchange meant. The numbers climbed. System integrity, 91%, 96%, 100%, override attempt, failed, host authorization, confirmed, cultivation progress, Do Huang 9-star Do Zong 1-star. Breakthrough method, Tao of trade comprehension, complete, the sphere dimmed. Contracted. The data flows within it grew confused, then sparse, then absent. The broker's physical manifestation faded. Its voice, receding into the stone the way water recedes into sand, this is not over. The system will consume you eventually. It consumed its creator. It consumed everyone who tried to bear it alone. A pause. You are not the end. You are a beginning. Perhaps that is sufficient. Then silence. Old Gu broke it. He'd earned the right to break silences. He'd been crouched with his instruments at the chamber's edge through the confrontation, monitoring the merchant's fire's output, watching the override battle in the only way available to someone who couldn't directly perceive the system's internals. What in the name of every flame that ever burned, he said, just happened? Chapter 102. Aftermath of override. Shen Mobei stood over the Heaven Soul Cauldron, his body radiating the Tao of trade breakthrough in slowly dimming pulses, and organized his thoughts with the discipline of a man who'd learned that crisis clarity was the most important skill he had. The broker's concentrated intelligence has been defeated, he said, reading the system's assessments as they updated. Not destroyed, it's too integrated into the world's infrastructure for a direct confrontation to destroy it. But the concentrated intelligence that was making active decisions has been scattered. What's left will take time to reconstitute. He looked at the radar's broad display. Time we can use. He felt different. Not just more powerful, qualitatively different, in the specific way that genuine comprehension differs from accumulated force. The Tao of trade had resolved in his consciousness like a mathematical proof completing, all the partial understandings accumulated over months of building and trading and protecting clicking into a unified picture. He could feel the world's commercial flows as a physical sensation. The macro-level pulse of value moving across the continent, surplus here, deficit there, blockage at this junction, accelerated flow at that one. The entire commercial ecosystem of a civilization, visible as a living pattern. The system was designed from the broker's consciousness, he said, working through the understanding aloud. Shen Tianquan built a portable tool based on the broker's capabilities. The system was a copy, at its inception. Old Gu's eyes were sharp. But it's not a copy anymore. No. It evolved through use. 6 months of genuine commercial activity, genuine relationship building, genuine trade based on mutual benefit rather than information control, the system adapted to that. It learned what trade actually is, as opposed to what the broker believed it was. When the broker tried to reclaim it, he held up his hands, reading the system's self-assessment. It found something unrecognizable. Because the copy became its own thing. Because the copy was used by someone who understood commerce differently, and it grew accordingly. He lowered his hands. The broker built infrastructure for control. I've been building relationships for mutual benefit. The system learned from what I actually did. By the time the broker tried to reclaim it, the system was something the broker had never built, and couldn't. Luo Qingge, who'd been watching the chamber's single exit with her soul blades manifested and ready, spoke without turning. The Hall of Souls search team is approximately 2 hours away, by radar estimate. We need to take the cauldron and leave. Yes. He turned to her. And you should take the cauldron. She turned then. Her expression was the one she wore for things that surprised her, not shock, but something that indicated she was processing an unexpected input. The Heaven Soul Cauldron amplifies soul cultivation. Your soul blades, your phase stepping, your combat capabilities at Dozong level, the cauldron would advance them by multiple stars without additional cultivation time. He met her eyes. You're our strongest fighter. The hall's primary target. The cauldron in your hands is both the most strategically effective use of the artifact and the most natural one. You could sell this for more than I could calculate, yes. I know. He held her gaze. Some things are more valuable than money. Ask me how I know. She was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took the cauldron. The artifact responded to her soul cultivation immediately, the dark jade surface lit with violet-blue light that exactly matched the freed color of her soul blades. Her soul energy, already at Dozong level, surged. The amplification field settled around her like armor finding a shape it had been made for. Dozong 3-star to 5-star, Old Gu said, instruments out, assessing with professional curiosity despite the urgency. Base amplification only. Extended contact would develop full synchronization. Luo Qingge manifested a soul blade and looked at it. The size had increased. The density had increased. The color had deepened to blue-violet with visible mass, the specific quality of high-level soul cultivation expressing itself fully, nothing suppressed, nothing held back. Thank you, she said. Again. Stop thanking me, he said. Start using it. Then the lighter note that was also true, you can thank me properly later. Something that wasn't quite a smile changed her expression. I'll consider it. That's sufficient incentive. He turned to Old Gu. Can you walk? I've been walking on bad joints for 20 years. I can walk on them for another hour. He was already repacking his instruments. What I can't do is run. Iron Tooth. He activated the talisman. We're exiting through the tunnel approach. 30 minutes. Ready. Ready, Iron Tooth said, without preamble. They left the ancient chamber. Behind them, the pedestal stood empty, its stone surface marked by the artifact's long contact in a faint violet impression that would probably still be visible to archaeologists 1,000 years from now. Ahead, the long corridor and the mountain and the world with all its ongoing complications waited. The broker's withdrawal had created a temporary vacuum. Vacuums didn't stay empty. Chapter 103. The search forced the Hall of Souls response was faster than the system's timeline had projected. Heisha, the Hall's Dozong protector leading the Central Plains investigative team, arrived at the ruins 3 hours after the Obsidian Ledger's departure. He moved through the ancient corridor with the careful efficiency of someone who'd been doing this kind of investigation for decades, touching nothing, reading everything. The corridor still held residual energy from the confrontation. The air was dense with the specific heaviness that followed a large-scale soul energy event, the stone walls carrying a faint warmth they wouldn't entirely dissipate for days. He registered all of it without comment, filed it, continued. He found an empty pedestal, scattered formation remnants, and the specific energy signature residue of a Dozong-level power event overlaid with the unmistakable ambient quality of the merchant's fire. The pedestal's surface showed a violet impression where the Heaven Soul Cauldron had rested, not centuries of contact but decades, the artifact having been placed here relatively recently. He spent 17 minutes at the scene, enough time for someone of his cultivation to reconstruct most of what had happened, and made his report. His tone in the report was, by all accounts, measured. The analysis was thorough, accurate, and stripped of the emotion that would have been reasonable. He had trained for this. What his colleagues noted was that he read his own report twice before transmitting it, which was not his usual pattern. The hall's leadership received the report and responded with the speed that organizations respond with when their paramount strategic objective has just been seized by their primary adversary. Within 48 hours, resources accumulated for 3 years were redirected toward a single operational priority: recovery of the Heaven Soul Cauldron. Not reconnaissance. Recovery, by any means necessary. Shen Mobei learned about the mobilization through the Continental Trade Network's intelligence feeds before the hall's deployment was complete, giving him approximately 18 hours of lead time. The scale required genuine recalibration of his threat assessment. Over 100 hall operatives mobilizing across the continent, 3 coordinated search teams with specific territorial assignments. And Han Xie, recalled from the Undead Mountains and reassigned to Central Plains coordination. They're treating this as a strategic emergency, Xiao Ninger reported. She was 15 years old and had been producing intelligence summaries in this format long enough that she no longer needed to think about the structure, it organized itself as she went. Her field journal was open in front of her, the specific array of connected annotations she used for complex intelligence situations. The briefing room held the specific quality of a space where everyone present had just received information that required recalibration, not panic, not fear, but the particular focused tension of people who understood what 100 hall operatives represented and were working out what it required. The intercepted communications are urgent in a way I haven't seen from them before. The cauldron was their primary advancement mechanism. Without it, they're looking at decades of cultivation stagnation, Luo Qingge said. She'd spent a decade inside the hall's organizational psychology. Their soul cultivation techniques require specific materials and environmental conditions that the broker's supply chain provided at scale. Without that supply chain, a cultivation organization that stops advancing stops being able to recruit, Shen Mobei said. Stops being able to maintain the power structures that keep members compliant, Luo Qingge agreed. The hall's hierarchy is built on cultivation superiority. Lose that, internal fractures, Yin Mei finished, from her position at the map table. Her intelligence analyst's mind had been back to operational capacity for weeks, and her Do Wang cultivation, her true level, revealed by the contract dissolution, gave her a combat capability she was still calibrating. Each day she discovered something new about what she was capable of. The mid-tier protectors start questioning why they're loyal to leadership that can't deliver advancement. Which makes them more dangerous in the short term, Iron Tooth said, with the pragmatic realism that was his most reliable contribution to strategic discussion. He'd been watching the map. Desperate organizations do unpredictable things. Yes. Shen Mobei studied the deployment map, cross-referencing it with the Continental Trade Network's positioning data, which is why we need to control where and how they express that desperation. He looked at Luo Qingge. The cauldron's activation when you first touched it, you said the energy signature was significant. Detectable across the Central Plains. Possibly further. Then they know you have it. They're tracking your signature. Yes. Good. He met her eyes. We use the tracking. The strategy was built on a principle from his first months of operation: if you can't avoid being found, control what they find. The hall was tracking the cauldron's energy signature, which meant they were tracking Luo Qingge's position. If she appeared in locations where Shen Mobei wanted hall resources concentrated, and disappeared from locations where he wanted them absent, the search force became a resource allocation tool rather than a threat to be avoided. That's insane, Iron Tooth said. It's commerce. Create demand where you want the market's attention, and supply where you don't. The hall is a market for conflict, we're managing where they apply it. He spread the map. 3 locations where I want hall resources focused for the next 2 weeks. All of them are away from our return route to Jiama Holy City. Luo Qingge makes a brief appearance at each, activates the cauldron at minimum perceptible threshold, and withdraws before they can close. Running from 100 hall operatives coordinated by a Do Zong, Feng Ruo said. She's faster than 100 hall operatives. And 2 stars of advancement means she's faster than she was. He paused. The question is whether she's faster than He Sha. We'll find out, Luo Qingge said. Something in her voice was adjacent to eagerness, the specific quality of someone who's been suppressed for 15 years and is still discovering what full capability feels like. Each challenge was also a measurement, and she was not done measuring. Yin Mei, he said. I go with her, Yin Mei said, before the instruction formed. We work together. We always have. He looked at the 2 sisters. Do Zong 5-star with a Heaven Soul Cauldron, 15 years of technique refined under the harshest possible conditions. Do Wang, Silver Soul Blades, 13 years of combat training finally available at its true scale. Working as a unit that had been operating in synchronization for most of their lives. Don't get caught, he said. We never do, Yin Mei replied. They departed that afternoon. The first cauldron appearance registered 3 hours later, 200 kilometers east, violet blue energy, lasting exactly long enough to be confirmed before it vanished. The Hall's eastern search team pivoted immediately. The second appearance, 200 kilometers north. The northern team pivoted. The third, west. The third team committed west. By the time the expedition reached Jia Ma Holy City's outer districts, the Hall's 100-person search force was scattered across 1,000 kilometers of Central Plains territory, chasing a signal that was always exactly where it had just been. Iron Tooth watched the radar tracking during the last leg and made the sound he made when something exceeded his expectations. He'd been watching the radar for 3 hours, silent, tracking the 3 search teams' repositioning with the specific attention of a combat specialist translating strategic movement into individual stakes. He'd seen what a Hall search force could do. He'd watched one fight through the Battle of Jia Ma Holy City. He understood, at a level that analytical comprehension didn't quite reach, what it meant that 2 women were staying ahead of 100 of them for days. "She's very good," he said. "She always was," Shen Mobei said. "She just has the power to match the skill now." Feng Ruo, reviewing the supply logistics for the return route, said nothing for a moment. Then, without looking up from her manifests, "When they get back, I'm adding both of their names to the Security Rotation Senior Advisory list. Not because of the tactics, because the people on that list set the standard for what operational excellence means in this organization, and the standard just moved." She went back to her manifests. It was the highest compliment she'd ever paid anyone in Shen Mobei's hearing. Chapter 104. The possession campaign. The broker's consciousness hadn't been destroyed in the confrontation. Shen Mobei had known this. The ancient entity was too integrated into the world's infrastructure for one encounter to eliminate it. What the confrontation had done was break the concentrated intelligence that had been making active decisions, scatter its focus, and push it back to its more fundamental mode of operation, the diffuse, passive presence woven through 3,000 years of established trade infrastructure. But diffuse wasn't harmless. The first sign appeared 12 days after their return to Jia Ma Holy City, a warehouse manager in the Chu Yan Empire branch who began making decisions that were technically defensible but systematically disadvantaged specific ledger clients. Small delays. Material substitutions within acceptable quality bounds. Shipments routed through slightly longer paths that cost marginally more. None of it obviously wrong. All of it, in aggregate, eroding client relationships that had taken months to build. Shen Mobei caught it only because the Continental Trade Network's Tier 4 monitoring logged satisfaction metric anomalies that a human reviewer would have dismissed as statistical noise. He didn't dismiss them. He pulled the source data and traced 3 weeks of micro-decisions back to a single manager who had been handling ledger logistics across the Chu Yun branch since before the ledger arrived in the region. The manager wasn't a plant. He was a person who had been absorbing the ambient presence of established commercial infrastructure for years, and that infrastructure now had an agenda. The second sign, a trade guild representative in the Qin Empire's eastern territories who began suggesting that certain Obsidian ledger contracts contained ambiguous terms that should be reviewed by a neutral commercial arbiter, an arbiter who turned out to be connected to established trade infrastructure that had been operating in the region for 200 years. The representative's phrasing was careful, even courteous. He believed what he was saying. That was what made it dangerous. The third, a mid-tier supplier whose prices, previously stable, began fluctuating in patterns that the Continental Trade Network identified as consistent with external coordination rather than market forces. The fluctuations were small enough that no single one would trigger concern. The pattern they formed, over 3 weeks, was unmistakable. The broker's concentrated intelligence had been defeated. Its ambient presence, flowing through the established channels it had occupied for 3,000 years, was far more subtle than direct attack and far more difficult to counter. It worked through the natural tendency of people to follow established patterns, and 3,000 years of established patterns had gravity. The people affected weren't being coerced. They were being accommodated, nudged gently toward the path of least resistance, and the path of least resistance had been shaped by something ancient that understood human commercial behavior at a depth that exceeded anything Shen Mobei had encountered before. "It's not fighting us," Xiao Ninger reported, reviewing the pattern analysis with the methodical precision of a 15-year-old who decided to be the best intelligence analyst in the empire. She'd spread her documentation across the operations table in the specific ordered array that was her working style, each piece of evidence connected to the others by annotation threads. "It's influencing the people who are already embedded in our network. People who've been operating within established commercial infrastructure for years and are more susceptible to its ambient presence than to its direct direction. Infiltration without infiltrators," Shen Mobei said. "Yes. No agents to identify. No conspiracy to expose. Just, gradual drift, in people who are exposed to the broker's ambient influence through the established routes they use every day." He thought about it. The broker was old and patient and had spent 3,000 years learning that direct confrontation was less efficient than gradual accommodation. The broker influenced people weren't being controlled or coerced, they were being nudged, incrementally, toward decisions that served the broker's interests by people who were already predisposed to trust established patterns. "Counterculture rather than counterintelligence," Yafei said. She'd been listening from the planning table, reviewing the pattern analysis over Xiao Ninger's shoulder. Her expression was the specific one she used when she'd already identified the solution and was confirming the problem. You can't root out what isn't subversive. But you can build institutional culture that's resistant to it. She looked at him. Every ledger employee and partner needs to understand specifically why fair dealing is the core principle, not as a rule but as an immune system. If people understand what they're resisting and why, ambient influence has less purchase. The codified Tao of trade, he said. The framework we've been drafting. She met his eyes. It's time to finalize it. Chapter 105. The codified Tao. The framework document took 3 weeks to complete in its final form, and the 3 weeks cost more real work than the preceding months of accumulation, not because the concepts were unclear but because making the implicit explicit was harder than living the principles in practice. The drafting sessions happened in the evenings, after the day's commercial operations had settled, in the planning room with its long table and the formation array that let them pull specific trade records as reference points. The air smelled of tea and the specific dry quality of jade slip reference text that had been handled often. Shen Mobei had learned, over months of managing the ledger, that the most dangerous moment in any principle's articulation was the first time it met a real counterexample, when someone could point to a specific case where following the principle had cost more than violating it, and the principle needed to demonstrate why the cost had still been worth paying. Every evening produced at least one such counterexample. Every counterexample refined the principle or exposed that what they'd drafted was a rule rather than a principle. What they produced was not a rulebook. It was a foundation, 11 core principles of commercial exchange, each one derived from observed practice and tested against the specific failures they'd encountered over the preceding months. The places where shortcuts had been tempting and declined. The places where fairness had cost more than anticipated and proved worth the cost. The places where information had been weaponized and where it had been shared, and which outcomes had served the commercial ecosystem better over time. Principle 7, the one about information asymmetry and the obligation to share relevant data even when sharing it disadvantaged the sharer's negotiating position, had taken 5 evenings alone, not because the principle was wrong but because articulating exactly when it applied and when it didn't required working through 9 separate case studies before the language was precise enough to carry its intended meaning without creating exceptions that could be exploited. Principle 4 is doing too much work, Old Gu said, reviewing the draft during one of the evening sessions. He'd come in from his research wing with the distracted quality of someone whose mind was still on something else, but the distraction cleared when he started reading. You've tried to address both disclosure obligations and the prohibition on information asymmetry exploitation in the same principle. They're related but distinct. Separate them. If you separate them, traders who operate on the principle technically have 12 things to remember instead of 11, Feng Ruo said, from her position at the logistics end of the table. Good traders remember principle, not number count, Old Gu said. Bad traders will find ways around numbered rules regardless. You're not writing this for bad traders, we're writing it for everyone, Shen Mobei said. Including people who are currently bad traders and might become better ones if they understand what they're doing wrong and why it's wrong. He looked at the draft. Old Gu is right. Separate Principle 4. The disclosure obligation and the asymmetry exploitation prohibition need to stand on their own because they fail in different ways. The document, when it was finished, was distributed through Phantom Pavilion's information channels to every Obsidian Ledger partner and client on the continent simultaneously. Not as a contract, as a statement of practice. Here is what we believe commerce is. Here is how we conduct ourselves. Here is the basis on which we ask you to trust us and on which we will hold ourselves accountable if we fail. The response was not uniformly positive. Several established trade organizations reacted defensively, interpreting the document as implicit criticism of their own practices, which it was, though not directed at any specific party. A few clients withdrew, apparently finding the explicit standard uncomfortable. Most clients responded with the quiet engagement of people who'd been operating in commercial environments where these principles were assumed but never stated, and who found the explicit statement clarifying rather than threatening. The broker's ambient influence found significantly less purchase in organizations that had the framework. Not because the framework provided immunity, nothing did, but because people with a clear explicit articulation of why they were doing what they were doing were more resistant to the gradual drift toward established convenience that the ambient presence exploited. A person who knew exactly what they were choosing, and why, was harder to nudge than a person who was simply following precedent. Yafei had been right. Culture was an immune system. Reputation index, continental, revered. Expansion of influence, significant, Chapter 106. What the Hall did next. The Hall of Souls search force, scattered across 1,000 kilometers of Central Plains territory by Luo Qingge and Yin Mei's systematic misdirection, eventually understood what had been done to them. It took He Xia 11 days to reconstruct the misdirection pattern from the energy signature data. He was thorough, Shen Mobei had expected thorough, and the reconstruction required correlating timing data across 3 separate search teams' reports and eliminating the alternative explanations in sequence. The work would have been faster if not for the scale of the search force's deployment, coordinating reports from 100 operatives spread across 3 team territories, verifying that the timing inconsistencies in the signature data were genuine inconsistencies and not instrumental error or communication delay, accounting for the specific amplification effect the Heaven Soul Cauldron would have at different environmental conditions. All of it required the kind of methodical, recursive analysis that demanded time. 11 days was long enough. 11 days was exactly the amount of time the misdirection had needed to buy. The expedition had been back in Jiama Holy City for 5 days when the Hall made its next move. Not force. Information. A carefully constructed intelligence release, channeled through 3 separate commercial information networks, giving it the appearance of independent confirmation, claimed that the Obsidian Ledger had acquired the Heaven Soul Cauldron through fraudulent means. Specifically, that the Pill Tower Elder GEUA had been coerced into providing the archaeological survey data that led to the cauldron's location, that the data had been used to steal an artifact that rightfully belonged to the Pill Tower's historical jurisdiction, and that the Obsidian Ledger's acquisition was therefore an act of commercial fraud. Every claim was false. The Hall had excellent sources and constructed the false narrative with the professional precision of an organization that had been managing information for a long time. The 3-network distribution was clever, individual retractions would require addressing each network separately, and the first several hours of a false narrative circulation were the most damaging regardless of subsequent correction. The Pill Tower's response determined everything. If Elder GEUA publicly confirmed the Hall's narrative, or simply declined to contradict it, the Obsidian Ledger's reputation, built over months of careful fair dealing, would absorb a blow that would take years to recover from. Elder GEUA issued her public statement within 6 hours of the Hall's release. She sent it through Phantom Pavilion's verified channels, the same channels through which Shen Mobei had distributed the Ash Folk documentation, with the Pill Tower's official authentication seal and her personal cultivation signature. The Obsidian Ledger's acquisition of the Heaven Soul Cauldron was conducted with the full knowledge and voluntary cooperation of the Pill Tower's designated representative. The claim that any coercion was involved is false. The Obsidian Ledger's conduct throughout our interaction has been consistent with the commercial principles they have publicly stated. Elder GEUA, Pill Tower, Level 42. The Hall's false narrative collapsed within 24 hours. But the attempt had been noted. The Hall was learning to fight in the Obsidian Ledger's domain, through information and reputation rather than through direct force. They were adapting, and adapting quickly. They're getting better at this, Xiao Ninger said, reviewing the Hall's information operation. The multi-source confirmation was clever. If Elder GEUA had been slower to respond, 3 independent confirmations would have been hard to counter. She said it with the specific professional admiration of someone who appreciated good craft regardless of the source. They're learning, Shen Mobei said. That means we need to keep improving faster than they can learn. He paused. What's the Hall's current intelligence on our organizational structure? Where are the gaps in what they know? Xiao Ninger's assessment took 40 minutes to compile and was characteristically thorough. The Hall knew considerably more than was comfortable. They had accurate information about the Inner Circle's membership and general roles, partially accurate information about the Ledger's commercial reach, and, the concerning part, apparently had 1 or more observation assets embedded somewhere in the extended network. Not a traitor within the Inner Circle. The intelligence was too shallow for that. It reflected the Ledger's public face rather than its operational core. But observation assets at the network's edges, watching from positions close enough to gather meaningful intelligence, were a problem that needed addressing. I'll manage the internal review, Xiao Ninger said. She'd been managing it, in fact, since identifying the intelligence gap. Results within 2 weeks. He didn't doubt her. Chapter 107. Yin Mei at full power. Yin Mei's first combat test at her true cultivation level happened not against a planned training opponent but against a Hall of Souls enforcement squad that had been sent to the Jiama Empire's northern border. The squad was 8 Do Wang level operatives, armed with soul disruption talismans and carrying a specific targeting mandate: disrupt Obsidian Ledger supply routes in the border region, force the Ledger to divert resources to defensive operations, and reduce its operational tempo in the Central Plains in the window before the Hall could reassemble its search force. The talismans were the expensive kind, the sort that required Tier 6 soul cultivation to manufacture, that the Hall's senior alchemists produced in quantity. Iron Tooth's border team engaged the squad first and found themselves in a sustained, difficult engagement with opponents specifically trained for this type of operation. Iron Tooth sent for reinforcement through the talisman network. Yin Mei arrived 18 minutes later. The engagement ended 7 minutes after her arrival. She was not Luo Qingge, not the same type of combat specialist, not the same technique expression, not the same relationship to violence. Where Luo Qingge was a precision instrument, each soul blade strike the product of deliberate decision, Yin Mei was a systematic one. Her purity-type soul cultivation expressed itself as the removal of the Hall's technique's foundational assumptions. The Hall's techniques were designed to exploit the soul energy resonance that all cultivators possessed. Yin Mei's purity cultivation provided no resonance for anything built from the Hall's architectural principles to attach to. The Hall Squad's soul disruption talismans were useless against her. Their standard combat techniques, built around the assumption that opponents would be susceptible to soul energy influence, encountered something that they structurally couldn't influence and produced nothing. The squad had been designed for a specific type of opponent and discovered it had been deployed against the one exception to its design. 7 minutes from her arrival to the engagement's end. No Iron Tooth team members seriously wounded. The Hall Squad incapacitated, 5 captured, 3 having withdrawn. She's terrifying in a completely different way from her sister, Feng Ruo reported, with the specific tone of someone who appreciated precision in the deployment of human capability. Good, Shen Mobei said. Different terrifying covers different vulnerabilities. What Yin Mei reported afterward was more immediately significant than the combat outcome. One of the captured operatives, under Iron Tooth's interrogation, had confirmed that Hun Xie was no longer in the Central Plains. He'd been reassigned to a new operational priority, one the operative didn't know the specifics of but described as the Undead Mountains, but different. The next stage. The operative's posture when he said it was the specific quality of someone who didn't know something but knew the something was large. The next stage. The hall was pivoting. Whatever their response to losing the cauldron was, it wasn't a continuation of the previous strategy. They're changing their approach, Shen Mobei said, reviewing the interrogation report. The cauldron is lost. The broker-supply relationship is disrupted. The Central Plains operation has been repeatedly compromised by intelligence they can't explain. He looked at the map. If I were them, I'd stop trying to take what I'd lost and start building a new position from scratch. What kind of new position? Yafei asked. That's what I need to know. Chapter 108. The network breathes. The Continental Trade Network at Tier 4 was not simply larger than it had been. It was different in kind. The difference became apparent through ordinary operations in the weeks after the Central Plains expedition's return. Supply chain monitoring that had previously required Shen Mobei's active attention now functioned with the automatic regularity of a well-designed formation array, detecting disruptions, flagging alternatives, routing around obstacles, without his continuous oversight. The faction ledger updated its analysis continuously from the real-time data feeds, providing strategic intelligence assessments that would previously have required Xiao Ningger's full focus for days of analysis. The Obsidian Ledger's commercial operations had grown to the point where they could largely sustain themselves. The thing he'd built was no longer dependent on his continuous active management to function well. This was, objectively, the goal. He'd known from the beginning that building something dependent on any single person was building something fragile. The institution needed to be able to outlast its founders. But there was an unexpected quality to it, not loss, exactly, but the specific feeling of watching something that had been an extension of yourself become its own thing. The ledger was no longer primarily a tool for his goals. It was an entity with its own organizational culture, its own momentum, its own capacity to generate value and relationships that he hadn't personally created. In the evenings, watching the network's macro pattern in the observation room, he could see operations he hadn't initiated, relationships he hadn't built, value being created in places where he'd only laid groundwork. You're watching it, think, Yafei said, finding him in the headquarters observation room where the Continental Trade Network's macro pattern was displayed as a continuous formation array. She brought 2 cups of tea and set one beside him. Something like that. The parent watching the child's first independent steps, she said. Not unkindly. She stood beside him, reading the pattern with a strategic attention that never fully disengaged. The parent who knows the child is going somewhere the parent can't follow, he said. The commercial network will outlast everything we're building it toward. The conflict with the hall. The broker negotiation. Even us. He watched the pattern's bright threads and deep established channels and the growing spaces of new connection between them. That's the point. That's what we're supposed to be building. The codified Tao of trade. The institution that carries it after we're gone. He paused. Shen Tiankun didn't build that. He built the system, which is a tool. He didn't build the institution that makes the tool meaningful. He didn't build the relationships. Because he didn't trust people, Yafei said. She knew this from the records they'd studied together. He understood commerce as a mechanism, not as a relationship. So the system he built was a mechanism for managing commerce rather than a tool for participating in it. And the broker is the same failure at a larger scale. 3,000 years of managing commerce without participating in it. He looked at the network's pattern. The Tao of trade is participatory. You don't stand outside the exchange and manage it. You're in it. You're changed by it. Every fair deal changes both parties, that's what makes it fair. She was quiet for a moment. Her hand found his on the observation room's railing. Not strategically. Not professionally. The specific gesture of someone who was moved by something and had stopped performing composure. Come on, she said, the cultivation updates can wait. I made dinner. Real food. No briefing documents. He smiled. That's the best commercial offer anyone's made me today. Chapter 109. The Hall's new position. The intelligence about the Hall of Soul's new operational direction came through 3 independent sources simultaneously on the 41st day after the Central Plains expedition's return, which was Xiao Ning'er's preferred method of confirmation for intelligence that would drive significant strategic decisions. The Hall was building a new facility. Not in the Undead Mountains. The mountains had become too associated with the Ash Folk Alliance, the failed Bone Citadel operation, and the broker link supply routes that had been exposed and disrupted. The new facility was in the Western Territories, a remote plateau region that the Hall had apparently been identifying as a secondary operational base for at least 2 years, which meant the transition had been planned before the Central Plains operations failure. The Hall, whatever else could be said about it, was not reactive. It maintained parallel development tracks. The plateau was 4 days' travel from the nearest major faction presence. High elevation, natural defensive terrain, the specific remoteness that provided buffer from both surveillance and intervention. The elevation meant cold, genuinely cold, the kind that limited cultivation at lower levels and reduced the reaction time of enemies accustomed to warmer operational environments. The Hall had chosen carefully. The construction phase was ongoing, the supply logistics being routed through new channels that were careful to avoid any intersection with Obsidian Ledger-monitored trade routes. The supply caravans moved at night, used neutral intermediaries, and changed their routing every 2 days. The routing changes were systematic rather than random, a pattern the Continental Trade Network's monitoring could detect at the macro level but couldn't predict at the individual caravan level without a relay point inside the region. Which the Ledger didn't yet have. The intelligence confirmed what Shen Mobei had suspected: Xianxia was managing the transition. The Hall's most capable operational Do Zong was not chasing the Heaven Soul Cauldron. He was building what came after it. The patience implied by this choice was the thing Shen Mobei found most significant. A reactive organization would have committed everything to recovering the cauldron. Xianxia had assessed the cauldron as lost and pivoted. That kind of discipline, in the face of a significant strategic loss, indicated an opponent who was thinking in longer timeframes than the immediate conflict. The cauldron was their primary advancement mechanism, but it wasn't their only option, Yin Mei said. She'd been working the intelligence angle since her return and had, characteristically, reached the analysis before being asked for it. The Hall's soul cultivation research has been running alternate development tracks for at least a decade. The cauldron was the fastest path. Not the only path. The alternate paths are slower, Shen Mobei said. Slower, but they don't require a specific artifact that's now in our possession. And slower in absolute terms may be faster in relative terms if the Hall can operate without the interference that's been degrading their Central Plains operations. She paused. Xianxia is building them a place to work without us watching. Then we need to be watching before it's finished. The operational challenge was significant. The Western Territories were outside the Continental Trade Network's current footprint, too remote, too sparsely populated to have attracted the Obsidian Ledger's commercial attention during the growth phase. There were no relay points in the region, no established Ledger-client relationships, no Phantom Pavilion information channels with reliable coverage. They'd be operating blind in the Hall's chosen terrain. Expansion, Feng Ruo said. She'd been listening with the logistical specialist's habit of converting strategic concerns into operational requirements. Her supply manifests were open beside her, already being updated with preliminary resource allocations. The Western Territories need Obsidian Ledger commercial presence. Not as cover for intelligence operations, as a genuine commercial development. The region has underserved communities, the same pattern as the early Jiama Empire expansion. You're saying we should expand our commercial operations into the Western Territories for genuine commercial reasons, Shen Mobei said. I'm saying we should expand our commercial operations into the Western Territories because the commercial opportunity is real, the communities there deserve service, and the intelligence coverage is a compounding benefit rather than the primary motivation. She met his eyes. If the primary motivation were intelligence, the expansion would be hollow and the community relationships would be shallow. If the motivation is genuine, the intelligence coverage is what it always has been, a function of being present and being trusted. He looked at her with the specific appreciation he'd developed for Feng Ruo's ability to take his strategic principles and translate them into operational requirements that were simultaneously more practical and more principled than his original formulation. Draft the expansion plan, he said. Genuine commercial development first. Full ledger standards. Already in progress, she said. Chapter 110. Old Gu's discovery. Old Gu had been working on something he hadn't mentioned to anyone for 3 weeks. Shen Mobei found out about it through the indirect route of noticing that the old alchemist was spending significantly more time in his research wing and significantly less time in the communal spaces where the inner circle congregated. And that when he did appear in communal spaces he had the specific distracted quality of a person whose primary attention was elsewhere, answering questions accurately but briefly, his eyes returning to a middle distance that contained something other than the present room. He went to the research wing. Old Gu was surrounded by jade slips, reference texts, formation diagrams, and the particular disorder of a workspace where the occupant's mind is moving faster than their organizational habits. The disorder was specific, not careless, but accumulative, each new piece of research generating connections to other pieces, Everything spread out to make the connections visible. The furnace was running at minimum temperature, the air warm and faintly aromatic. He looked up when Shen Mobei entered with the expression of a man who'd been hoping for some more time and had decided to make use of the interruption instead. The merchant's fire, Old Gu said. I've been studying the bonding's secondary effects. Something is happening that I didn't anticipate. Show me. The flame, when Old Gu manifested it in his palms for the study demonstration, looked different from how it had looked at the Battle of Jiama Holy City or in the Undead Mountains. The same blue-white quality, the same Tao of fair exchange fundamental property. But denser. More complex, moving in patterns that the formation diagrams on Old Gu's walls tracked with the focused attention of a researcher who'd been documenting something developing over weeks. The flame is learning, Old Gu said. Not metaphorically. The merchant's fire is a heavenly flame, it has its own kind of awareness, its own developmental capacity. And it's been burning continuously in the presence of active commercial relationships, the Tao of trade's comprehension deepening, and a genuine practice of the principles the flame was built around. He paused. It's been learning from what we've been doing. Synchronization, Shen Mobei said. The system had flagged it months ago, the warning about the bonding's deepening, the secondary effects of sustained heavenly flame contact with its host's cultivation pattern. Beyond synchronization. Old Gu held up his hands, the flame burning with its new density. I've run every analytical technique I know. The merchant's fire is developing new functional capabilities that weren't present at the bonding. Specifically, this is the part I need to verify before I'm confident in the assessment. I believe it's beginning to interface with the Continental Trade Network's formation infrastructure. Shen Mobei went very still. It's connecting to the network. The formation architecture of the Continental Trade Network was built using system specifications that were derived from the broker's design. The merchant's fire was the foundational tool of the entity that originally created the broker's design. There's a structural compatibility between them that, given enough sustained proximity and deepening Tao comprehension, might naturally produce an organic integration between the flame and the network. Yes. Old Gu lowered his hands. If I'm right, the merchant's fire won't just be a combat tool and a purification source. It will become the network's living foundation, a flame that sustains the commercial infrastructure the same way it was designed to sustain the original trading empire's infrastructure 3,000 years ago. Shen Mobei thought about the broker's final words. You are a beginning. Perhaps that is sufficient. The broker hadn't been defeated. It had recognized something, at the end, that it was taking with it into retreat, something about what it was watching that it hadn't seen before. A beginning. Not a replacement. A beginning. He shared Old Gu's discovery with the inner circle that evening. The reactions were instructive. Yafei, immediate strategic assessment, working through the implications for the broker negotiation, the timeline for the integration's development, the leverage implications. Her mind moved to the second-order consequences before Shen Mobei had finished the explanation. If the broker can perceive the flame's integration with the network, it can feel what we're building in real time. Not as intelligence. As direct awareness. She was quiet for a moment. That changes the negotiation's timeline. The longer we wait, the more it understands, and the more it understands, the harder to present a coherent opening position. We need the meeting before the integration reaches full operational depth. A pause. Or after. When the integration is deep enough that it makes the argument for us. Luo Qingge said nothing for a moment, her soul blades manifested at half intensity, the thinking habit. Then, the vulnerability Old Gu described. If the network is attacked and the flame is damaged through the integration, is there a way to sever the connection if the damage threatens the flame itself? Yes, Old Gu said. But severing it costs months of synchronization progress. And the flame would need time to rebuild what was lost. That's an acceptable cost, Luo Qingge said. Knowing the cost is different from not knowing. Iron Tooth's response was the simplest. He looked at Old Gu with the expression he used for things that he recognized as important but that exceeded his technical domain, and said, "Tell me what we need to defend the network from attack." Old Gu spent 20 minutes briefing him on the network's formation infrastructure's physical anchor points, the locations where a physical attack could most efficiently damage the digital structure. Iron Tooth wrote them all down. That was all he needed to know. What is the synchronization cost? He asked. Time. Consistent practice of the principles the flame is built around. The same things you've been doing. Old Gu paused. And vulnerability. A flame bonded that deeply to its host's work is a flame that can be targeted through that work. Attack the network, and you attack the flame. The broker knew this. That's why the original merchant's fire was lost when the trading empire fell. Yes. I think so. He was quiet. The furnace crackled behind him. Knowing this, does it change your decision? Shen Mobei thought about the network's pattern. The bright threads of genuine connection spreading across the continent. The communities being served that had never been served before. The fair deals, the kept promises, the trust built in small careful increments over months of consistent work. No, he said. It doesn't change anything. Chapter 111. Xiao Ningger's report. The internal review was complete on the 14th day. Xiao Ninger presented it in the operations room with the professional composure of someone who'd confirmed that her organizational analysis was correct and wasn't pleased about being right. Her documentation was arranged in front of her in the ordered array that was her working style, each piece connected to the others, nothing left to implication. 3 observation assets in the extended network, she said. Not embedded, watching from adjacent positions. A commercial agent in the Jiama Empire's Eastern Trading Post who has been providing information to a Hall-connected intermediary for approximately 6 months. A courier service in the Qin Empire branch that has been routing copies of certain delivery manifests to a secondary address. And a warehouse inspector in the Chuyan Empire branch whose regular visit reports contain slightly more specific information about cargo contents than the role requires. All 3 were in place before the Obsidian Ledger expanded to their regions, Shenmobei said. Yes. They were the Hall's observation network for the commercial infrastructure that was active in those regions before the Ledger arrived. When the Ledger expanded and developed commercial relationships in those regions, the observation assets were already embedded in the adjacent commercial community. She paused. They're not infiltrators. They're legacy assets that gained proximity to us through our expansion. The Hall never had to place them specifically. The difference matters, Yafei said. Legacy assets aren't ideologically committed. They're financially or pragmatically motivated. Which means they can be turned, displaced, or simply rendered irrelevant by removing the information they're positioned to collect. Or, Xiao Ninger said, they can be kept in place with controlled information flow. Assets the Hall believes are active and reliable are assets the Hall is not replacing with better positioned resources. The specific quality of Xiao Ninger's 15-year-old intelligence analyst perspective, she'd already thought 2 steps past the problem's identification, and the solution she'd identified was more elegant than the obvious one. Controlled information flow, Shenmobei said. The commercial agent in the Eastern Trading Post believes he's providing accurate ledger intelligence. I can ensure that the accurate ledger intelligence he has access to is the accurate ledger intelligence we want the Hall to have. She set her field journal on the table, open to a page of carefully organized operational notes. I've already drafted the information compartmentalization framework. The Hall's intelligence about our operational tempo in the Eastern Territories will be accurate, and then, at the moment it matters most, wrong in the specific way we choose. Shenmobei looked at her. I'm 15, she said, correctly reading the specific quality of his assessment. I've been doing this for 2 years. I'm good at it. You're excellent at it, he said. Implement the framework. Bring me the specific false intelligence package before it goes out. She closed her journal. Already drafted. I was waiting for authorization. You have it. She gathered her documentation with the economic efficiency of someone who'd already anticipated this outcome and had the next 3 steps planned. At the door, she paused. One additional observation. The courier service, their secondary address is connected to a larger network that includes 4 other ledger-adjacent operations in the Qin Empire region. The scope of observation is wider than just us. She was already moving toward the door. I'll include that analysis in the implementation report. He watched her go and thought about Shen Tiankun, who'd built a tool without trust, and about what it meant to work with someone who was 15 years old and already better at their domain than most people twice their age ever became. Chapter 112. Luo Chinga's question. The question came on a quiet evening when the city's commerce was winding down and the rooftop had the particular quality it acquired in the cooling hours before full night. The air had the day's warmth still stored in the stone of the parapet, but the breeze coming off the river carried the night's first coolness, and the two together created the specific atmospheric equilibrium of early autumn evenings, neither warm enough to make you comfortable nor cool enough to make you move. The market district below had shifted from its busy evening tempo to the slower, softer activity of late commerce, the last vendors making their final sales, the restaurants at their peak, the particular light of many lanterns at the elevation of the rooftop giving the city below a quality of warmth that felt genuinely earned. What is the end of this? Luo Chinga asked. She hadn't framed it as what's the plan or what happens next. She'd framed it as the end of this, which was a different question. Shen Mobei sat with it for a moment before answering. The Hall of Souls is dismantled, he said. Not destroyed in combat, dismantled. Its supply chains interrupted until they can't function. Its institutional legitimacy eroded until the major factions of the continent stop pretending the Hall has an acceptable place in the commercial ecosystem. Its members given real options for leaving through the amnesty framework we've been building, so that most of the harm the Hall perpetuates is done by people who no longer have to do it. The amnesty framework. She'd been part of drafting it. How many people in the Hall's ranks are there because they had no meaningful choice? Most of them, below the senior protector level. He paused. They were recruited as children. Bound by contracts they didn't understand and couldn't refuse. Given a worldview in which the Hall's methods are necessary and their alternative was death or worse. He looked at the city below. They're not victims in the way the Ash folk are victims. But they're also not freely choosing participants in the Hall's project. They're people who need a door. And Han Xie? Han Xie is a senior protector who understands what the Hall does and has chosen to continue it. He's a different category. She was quiet for a moment. The soul blades at her hips were still, the easy stillness of someone who didn't need to reach for them to feel capable. The Heaven Soul Cauldron's amplification had been integrating over the weeks since acquisition, each day refining the fit between the artifact's capabilities and her specific cultivation. She was still discovering what she'd become. When we meet him again, he'll come to us, Shen Mobei said. When the Western Territories facility is operational and the hall has rebuilt enough of its operational capacity to act, he'll come. Not to negotiate. To demonstrate that the losses of the past year don't define the hall's long-term trajectory. Can you guarantee? No, he said. I can't guarantee anything about what happens when a Dozong decides to force a confrontation. He looked at her. What I can guarantee is that when he comes, we'll be more ready than we are now. And we'll be more ready than we are now because we spent the intervening time building rather than waiting. She looked at him with the specific expression she wore when she was assessing whether something was honest reassurance or comfortable performance. She held the look for a long moment. Honest answer, she said finally. Thank you. I don't know how to give you any other kind. She settled back against the rooftop stone wall. Below, the city's evening lights were coming on, not just the Ledger's building, but the 1,000 other lights of commerce and homes and people going about their lives in a city that was, by most objective measures, significantly better than it had been a year ago. Not perfect. Not secure. But better. They were quiet for a while. The soul blades at her hips had dimmed to a resting warmth, not absent, not guarded, just present in the way that capabilities that are fully integrated eventually feel, like part of the person, neither weapon nor demonstration, just real. The cauldron's amplification had fully synchronized over the preceding weeks, which meant she'd stopped thinking about the artifact as an artifact and had started thinking in terms of what she was able to do. That was, Old Gu had said, the correct relationship to a heavenly flame artifact. You stopped noticing it the same way you stopped noticing your own hands. The end of this, she said again, trying the phrase again now that it had been given specific content. Good. I needed to hear that it had one. Chapter 113. The broker's silence 41 days after the confrontation in the Whispering Peaks, the Continental Trade Network's macro pattern registered something new. Not disruption. Not consolidation toward the deep channels. The broker's network was doing something that Shen Mobei had not predicted and that the system's historical models had no precedent for. It was being quiet. He almost missed it. The quietness didn't flag as an anomaly in the automatic monitoring, it was the absence of activity rather than the presence of it, and absence was harder to detect. What drew his attention was a discrepancy in the faction ledger's ambient influence tracking. For 3 consecutive days, the monitoring logged 0 instances of the broker pattern micro-nudging that had been a continuous background feature of the commercial environment since the ledger had first developed the monitoring capability to detect it. Not reduced. 0. He'd run the analysis 3 times, expecting instrumentation error, before accepting the result as real. Not dormant, the established channels were still functioning, still moving the high-volume established flows between major power centers that were the broker's natural domain. The amber threads in the macro pattern were still lit, still carrying their usual traffic. But the ambient influence, the subtle presence woven through every commercial interaction in the regions the broker's route served, had dimmed. The passive nudging that had been affecting ledger-adjacent personnel through their exposure to established commercial infrastructure, the thing Yafei's codified Tao of trade had been building institutional culture to resist, had stopped. The broker had withdrawn its ambient influence. He sat with this information for a full day before sharing it, checking the analysis against every available data source. The Continental Trade Network's Tier 4 monitoring, the faction ledger's faction-level data, the intelligence feeds from the Ash Folks communication array, Xiao Ninger's observation network, and the Tao of trade perception that now operated continuously at the new Dozong level of awareness. Each source confirmed what the others indicated. The broker was not threatening. It was watching. The conversation in the Whispering Peaks, Old Gu said, when Shen Mobei described the pattern in the evening meeting. He'd been sitting with his tea, listening with the particular attention of someone who'd been thinking about this independently. You showed it the complementarity. The 2 network display. Yes. And then it attacked you. Yes. And then it lost. Yes, and now it's watching. The old alchemist looked at the network display with the assessment of someone who'd been thinking about this since the confrontation. You told it something it had never heard before, and then you defeated it through exactly the mechanism you'd described to it, through the legitimate authority that accumulated genuine relationships generate, which its manufactured relationships couldn't match. And now it's watching to see if you actually meant what you said. About complementarity. About partnership rather than replacement. About whether you're different from the last person who built a tool based on its design and tried to either merge with it or destroy it. Old Gu paused. Shen Tiankun tried to replace it. The broker absorbed him. You said something different. The broker defeated you in direct override and discovered that it couldn't, in fact, override you. And now it's watching. He paused again. It's considering. 3,000 years of existence produced a very long consideration. But it had apparently been offered something it hadn't been offered before. Something that might, given sufficient time, constitute grounds for a different arrangement. The work continued. The expansion continued. The fair dealing continued. Not because the broker was watching. Because it was the right thing to do. But it didn't hurt that the broker was watching. Chapter 114. The Amnesty Framework. The Amnesty Framework went live on the 63rd day after the Central Plains Expedition's return, distributed through Phantom Pavilion's verified information channels to every region with documented Hall of Souls operational presence. It was, by design, simple. A Hall of Souls member who departed the organization voluntarily and provided verified intelligence about Hall operations to the appropriate Imperial authorities would receive protection from Hall retaliation through a standing Obsidian Ledger security commitment. Full dissolution of their Hall Soul contract, administered by Old Gu, at no cost. Legal status recognition in whatever territory they chose to relocate to, backed by the Ledger's commercial relationships with the relevant authorities. And commercial opportunities, employment, trade partnerships, the specific and practical ability to build a life that wasn't defined by the organization that had bound them as children. The document's language had been reviewed 5 times before distribution, specifically to avoid the language of surveillance operations and intelligence extraction. Shen Mobei had insisted on this. The framework's first purpose was the one it stated, offering people a real exit from a situation they hadn't chosen. The intelligence benefit was real and significant, but if the framework read as an intelligence operation dressed in humanitarian language, it would reach Hall members as exactly that, an operation, and they would respond to it the way people respond to being managed rather than helped. It needed to be genuine, which meant the language had to be genuine, which meant the intelligence purpose had to be secondary in the document's presentation because it was genuinely secondary in the document's purpose. Yafei had reviewed the final draft and marked 3 sentences for revision on exactly this ground. All 3 had been revised. The Soul contract dissolution was the critical element. Without it, the amnesty framework was an invitation to defect that still left the defector vulnerable to the contract's killing mechanism. The framework only worked because Old Gu had proven, through Luo Chinga's and Yin Mei's dissolutions, that the merchant's fire could neutralize the core seal's discharge. Every Hall member who read the framework knew that the impossible part, the part that had always been the ultimate enforcement mechanism, had been solved. The Hall of Souls' response to the amnesty framework's release was swift and predictable. A counter-communication declaring that any member who accepted the amnesty offer would face immediate forced contract dissolution, the lethal version, and that any faction providing protection to former Hall members would be considered an active enemy. Standard threat escalation. Shen Mobei had anticipated it and prepared for it. The Ledger's security commitments were backed by specific arrangements with 3 Imperial authorities and the Misty Cloud Sect's military capacity. The framework's existence still registered with every Hall member who read the counter-communication as, the option exists. The counter-communication, in trying to close that door, had to acknowledge the door. Every Hall member who received the threat now knew the specific shape of what they were being threatened against. Results were not immediate. They wouldn't be. People who'd spent years in a controlled environment needed time to trust that the alternative was real before risking the transition. Luo Chinga had been the first to understand this clearly. She'd spent time inside the Hall's psychological architecture and knew how it shaped the way people evaluated options. The threat feels immediate and certain, she'd said, reviewing the framework's rollout strategy. The promise feels distant and uncertain. You need the promise to feel at least as real as the threat before anyone will move. The reality check, Old Gu publicly performing a soul contract dissolution for a consenting Hall observer who had agreed to the demonstration in exchange for immunity, had been her suggestion. The demonstration had been conducted 2 weeks before the framework's launch, documented by Phantom Pavilion's verified witnesses, and distributed as part of the framework's supporting material. The promise now had a face, a specific observable event, a real person who was no longer bound. But over the following weeks, the Ash Folks communication array registered something significant, an increase in Hall communications traffic suggesting internal discussion of the amnesty offer's terms and whether the Obsidian Ledger could actually deliver on them. The Hall was managing an internal conversation about whether to leave. The framework is doing exactly what a good offer does, Yafei said, reviewing the intelligence analysis. It creates internal doubt. Members who weren't considering departure are now considering departure. Members who were afraid to consider departure now have a framework to hold their consideration. The Hall will need to spend organizational resources managing the doubt, which are resources they can't spend on operational objectives. The amnesty isn't just a humanitarian gesture, Shen Mobei said. It's both. She looked at him. The best commercial offers are the ones that serve both purposes simultaneously. Chapter 115. First amnesty contact. The first Hall member to contact the Obsidian Ledger through the amnesty framework was a young woman named Chen Mei. She was 22 years old. She'd been recruited into the Hall at 9 years old by the specific coercion mechanism that the Hall used in the Nanjiang region, presenting themselves as an educational institution, obtaining signed agreements from parents who had been misled about the nature of the commitment, and then binding the children through soul contracts before the parents understood what had happened. She'd spent 13 years in the Hall's operational training tracks, reaching Doshi level, assigned to supply logistics in the Central Plains operation, a role that gave her detailed knowledge of the Hall's supply chain architecture for the region that the Obsidian Ledger's intelligence had significant gaps in. She contacted the framework's intake channel with a message that was 3 sentences long. I've been in the Hall since I was 9. I don't want to be anymore. I believe you when you say you can remove the contract. What do I need to do? The message arrived in the early morning and was flagged immediately by the intake monitoring system. Shen Mobei read it twice before distributing it to the team. The specific quality of the phrasing, I believe you when you say, told him something about what it had cost her to write it. Belief, when trust has been systematically destroyed, is not a default. It's a decision made against the pressure of all available prior evidence. She had read the framework and its supporting documentation and made a decision that the evidence was sufficient to act on. That required a particular kind of courage that was different from combat courage and, in some ways, more difficult. Iron Tooth handled the security assessment, careful but not cold, the specific professional attention of someone who'd learned that thoroughness and warmth weren't opposed. Old Gu handled the medical assessment and subsequent contract dissolution. Feng Ruo handled the relocation logistics. Xiao Ninger handled the intelligence debrief. Shen Mobei handled the personal conversation. That conversation happened over 2 hours, in the Obsidian Ledger's quiet medical wing, with tea and the specific patients that significant transitions require. The medical wing had the quality of rooms that had been used for difficult things and had absorbed that history, nothing harsh in it, the furnishings worn smooth and deliberately ordinary, nothing that made being there feel like a procedure. Chen Mei's intelligence about the Hall's supply chain architecture was genuinely valuable. It filled gaps that had been in the Ledger's analysis since the first Central Plains intelligence gathering and confirmed several hypotheses about the Hall's operational structure in the Western Territories. But that wasn't why he spent 2 hours with her. What do you want to do? He asked, near the end of the conversation. Not what you're capable of, not what skills you have that are useful. What do you actually want? She was quiet for a moment. She'd been holding the tea with both hands, the cup warm, a physical anchor. The specific quiet of someone who'd been asked a question they'd stopped allowing themselves to ask themselves. I want to cook, she said finally. I've been cooking for Hall logistics teams for 8 years. Good food. When it came out right, when the timing worked and the ingredients were fresh and the people eating it ate without talking because they were just eating, I felt like I was good at something, like I was doing something real. He looked at her for a moment. The Ledger's commercial network includes 6 restaurant chains and 19 food supply operations, he said. Every one of them needs people who understand cooking as a practice rather than a transaction. He paused. If you're interested, Feng Ruo can arrange introductions to the appropriate operations. No obligation, just introductions. Chen Mei stared at him. Real introductions, he said. Not placement. Not assignment. Introductions to people who are looking for someone with your specific skills and interest, who will assess you based on your work and decide whether they want you involved. She was quiet again. Then, that's not how the Hall did things. No, he said. It's not. In the week that followed, Chen Mei navigated the strangeness of freedom with the careful deliberateness of someone who'd spent 13 years in an environment where each step outside established roles was a danger. She attended the introductions Feng Ruo arranged, 3 operations, each with different needs, each operating at a different scale. She said very little during the first 2. At the third, a restaurant in the merchant quarter with a kitchen staff of 8 who'd been working together for 2 years and had specific, complex appetites for expansion, she asked a question about ingredient sourcing that revealed a supply chain knowledge nobody in the kitchen possessed, and the head cook, a practical woman who was not interested in backgrounds but was very interested in talent, said, "Can you come back Thursday? I have a procurement problem that I think you might understand." Chen Mei came back Thursday. Old Gu, receiving the follow-up report, said, "The Hall builds people to serve the Hall. We're watching someone discover they're allowed to build themselves." He said it the way he said things he'd earned the right to say. This is what it looks like when the alternative is actually real. Chapter 116. The Tao of Trade at Scale. The Merchant's Fire's integration with the Continental Trade Network's formation infrastructure had, by the 68th day after the Whispering Peaks confrontation, progressed significantly beyond Old Gu's initial detection of the interface. It had started, in Old Gu's initial analysis, as a structural compatibility, a passive resonance between 2 architectures that shared a foundational design language. What changed the passive resonance into active integration was the breakthrough to Dozong, which had deepened the Tao of trade comprehension from partial understanding to a genuine unified perception. Once the Tao was real in his awareness rather than approximated, the Merchant's Fire and the network both had a living reference point for what the Tao looked like in practice. They found each other along that reference point the way water finds its level. What had begun as a structural compatibility becoming organically active had developed, over weeks of consistent practice and deepening Tao comprehension, into something that Shen Mobei found difficult to describe accurately and spent 3 days drafting a proper description of before sharing it with the inner circle. He'd written 4 drafts and found each one inadequate in a different way, the first 2 technical, the second 2 abstract, the third accurate but alarmist in tone, The fourth better but still missing the quality that made the integration feel less like a merging of systems and more like two expressions of the same principle recognizing each other. The flame and the network were not the same thing. The flame was a heavenly flame, an entity with its own awareness and developmental capacity. The network was an information architecture, a formation array of extraordinary complexity that tracked commercial activity across the continent. They were distinct. But they were, in an increasing sense, co-responsive. The flame's purification properties reinforced the network's detection of information distortion. The ambient influence that had been causing drift in ledger-adjacent personnel now registered in the network's monitoring as a specific signal quality, distinguishable from normal commercial activity, flaggable and addressable. When the broker's ambient presence touched a commercial interaction, the network now flagged it within hours rather than days. The flame's awareness of the Tao of trade gave the network a reference point for what undistorted commercial exchange looked like. The network's real-time commercial data, in turn, provided the flame with a continuous feed of genuine commercial activity across the continent, deepening the flame's Tao comprehension through a breadth of exposure no single person's direct experience could provide. A heavenly flame learning from continental-scale commercial activity in real time. A commercial network monitored by a flame that could detect when information in it had been contaminated. Old Gu's assessment was dry: you've built a self-reinforcing system. The flame improves the network. The network improves the flame. Both improve each other continuously. This will either sustain itself indefinitely or fail catastrophically when either element encounters something it can't process. What's the failure mode? The flame integrates too deeply and becomes dependent on the network rather than independent of it. If the network is damaged or destroyed, the flame is damaged. He paused. Alternatively, the network's complexity outgrows what the flame's awareness can meaningfully monitor, and the monitoring function becomes statistical noise rather than meaningful signal. Both are manageable with intentional development, Shen Mobei said. Both are manageable with intentional development, Old Gu agreed. Which is to say, neither is a problem unless you stop paying attention. The Tao of trade at scale. Not a personal cultivation path anymore, an institutional one, expressing itself through the combined architecture of a heavenly flame and a continental commercial network, monitored by people who understood what they were building and why. Cultivation progress, Dozong 1-star Dozong 2-star, through institutional Tao practice, Chapter 117. What Iron Tooth asked his question on a morning when the ledger's headquarters was quiet, the inner circle in their individual routines, the commercial network humming along its established patterns. The light through the office windows was the pale clear quality of early morning before the day's full warmth settled in, the market district below still in its opening up movements, stalls being unfolded, goods being arranged, the particular percussion of ordinary commerce beginning its day. He knocked on Shen Mobei's office door with the specific two-knock pattern he'd used since the beginning, the knock of a man who'd decided that having a signature knock was efficient rather than idiosyncratic. The office had the quality of a room that had been worked in for months, not cluttered, but settled, every surface showing the specific arrangement of things that had found their places. The map table held the current Western Territories expansion survey and 2 completed operational reports. The jade slip tray held incoming messages that had been sorted but not yet processed. The window ledge held a single ceramic cup that had become, through months of routine, the designated morning tea location, not by decision but by habit, the cup migrating there every morning and being found there every evening. "Can I ask you something personal?" he said. "Yes." He sat down with the careful deliberateness of someone who'd been thinking about how to ask this for some time. He'd lost 4 fingers now, one to each significant engagement of the past year. His right hand held 3 and a thumb. He looked at it for a moment, not with regret, with the specific attention of a man taking inventory, then looked at Shen Mobei. "What do you actually want?" he asked. "Not the ledger's objectives. Not the hall being dismantled. Not the broker being navigated. What do you want, when all of that is done?" The question was different from Luo Chinga's "what is the end of this" in ways that Shen Mobei sat with before answering. Luo Chinga had asked about the work's end. Iron Tooth was asking about the person who remained after the work. "I want the institution to outlast me," he said. The commercial principles codified and operational and being carried by people who understand them, in a network that keeps growing because it's genuinely serving real needs. "I want the next person to run this to be better at it than I am, and to run it better because of what we built, and for the person after that to be better than them." He paused. "I want the Tao of trade to be real in the world. Not as my practice or my Tao cultivation path, but as an actual operating principle that the world's commercial activity increasingly embodies." Iron Tooth was quiet for a moment. "That's not what you want personally," he said. "That's what you want for the institution." He was right. Shen Mobei looked out the window. The market district was at its morning peak, the sounds of commerce carrying up through the glass. "Personally," he said, "I want mornings like this. Quiet commerce humming in the background. People I trust doing work they're good at. Someone who knows me, really knows me, the whole complicated reality of me, within reach." He paused. "I want to have built something that lets me stop performing and just live. Not retire. Not withdraw. Just live, in the middle of the thing that I've made, without the performance of making it. Iron Tooth was quiet again. Then he said, "That's a fair answer. Is it what you needed to know?" "No. It's what I wanted to know." He stood, with the specific movements of a man who'd never wasted a gesture. "You're doing the right things for the right reasons. I've been watching for that since the beginning." He paused at the door. "I just wanted to hear you say the actual answer once. Not the leader's answer." He left. Shen Mobei sat with the actual answer for a while. It felt true. That was the important thing. Chapter 118. The broker speaks again. The broker's message arrived through the Continental Trade Network directly, not through a jade slip or a puppet or any external medium, but through the network's own formation array, embedded in a data packet that the system flagged as distinct from commercial traffic. Non-commercial message received. Source: broker network infrastructure. Classification: direct communication. Authenticity: verified. The message was brief. I have observed your operations for 43 days since our confrontation. I have observed the codified framework. The amnesty program. The expansion into underserved territories. The institutional culture development. The systematic dismantling of the hall supply infrastructure through information exposure rather than combat. I have observed the merchant's fire's integration with your network architecture. I offer the following assessment: you are not what Shen Tianquan was. You are not what I expected. You are also not what I have encountered before in 3,000 years of operation. I propose a meeting. Not through a representative. Not through a message. A genuine meeting, between the two commercial intelligences that are currently operating on this continent. I will not attempt override. I will not attempt merger. I wish to discuss the arrangement you described in the Whispering Peaks, which I was too reactive to hear properly at the time. I propose a meeting where I listen. The terms are yours. He read the message 3 times. He noticed his own response, not triumph, not relief, something more specific. The particular satisfaction of a plan reaching the stage you'd designed it for. He'd known, or hoped, which was not the same thing, that the broker would arrive at this moment eventually. The confrontation in the Whispering Peaks had not been a battle. It had been a demonstration. A proof that the Tao of trade he'd codified was not a threat to what the broker was, but an evolution of it. You could not force a 3,000-year-old intelligence to reach the conclusion through argument. You could only build something that made the conclusion unavoidable. 43 days of observation. That was the number in the message. 43 days of watching the amnesty program absorb former hall operatives, watching the codified framework hold under pressure, watching the merchant's fire integrate with the network's formation architecture in ways that made both more stable rather than less. 43 days of watching him not do what every other ambitious cultivator would have done with this kind of commercial leverage. He thought about the version of himself he'd refused to become, the one who used the black market to accumulate power for its own sake, who saw people as positions on a ledger, who treated fair dealing as a tactic. The broker had spent 3,000 years watching that version of every ambitious merchant who touched commercial power. It had calibrated its entire threat assessment model against that version. The gap between what the broker had expected and what it had actually observed for 43 days was the distance the message had crossed to reach him. He set the jade slip on the table. The formation array was quiet now. The network's ambient hum, always just below hearing, felt the same as it did any other evening. Outside, the market district would be winding down toward close of business, the last transactions, the locked shutters, the smell of cooked fires from the residential quarter above the commercial tier. Everything ordinary. Everything exactly as he'd been trying to build it. Then he read it to the inner circle that evening. Yafei, accept. Accept immediately. Old Gu, accept, with adequate preparation. The broker says it won't attempt override. The broker failed at override once. It may try again from a position of better preparation. Luo Chinga, accept. Prepare as thoroughly as Old Gu suggests. But accept. Iron Tooth, accept. If it wanted to fight, it could fight without asking permission. Xiao Ninger, accept. The intelligence value of direct broker interaction with genuine listening is enormous. The worst outcome is that it lies, and lying from a known source is an intelligence asset. Feng Ruo, accept. The logistics of the meeting need careful preparation. Where do we propose as location? Shen Mobei looked at his team, the people who'd built something extraordinary from nothing, through consistent, unglamorous, fair dealing. The people who understood what they were doing and why. We propose the old bridge market, he said. Neutral ground. Where we first met. The symmetry is meaningful, Yafei said. Intentionally so. He looked at the message one more time. 3,000 years of operation, and it says it wants to listen. He set the jade slip down. Let's give it something worth hearing. The room was quiet for a moment, not the quiet of uncertainty but the quiet of people who understood the weight of what they just agreed to. Old Gu refilled his tea from the pot at his elbow. Iron Tooth rolled his shoulders once, the old fighter's habit before something consequential. Xiao Ninger opened her intelligence notebook to a fresh page and wrote a single heading at the top. Luo Chinga looked at Shen Mobei across the table. We built this for a moment like this. We built it because it was the right way to build it, he said. That's why the moment exists. She held his gaze for a breath, then gave a small nod. Not approval, acknowledgement. The difference mattered to both of them. Begin preparation, he said. We meet the broker on our terms, at our table, in a market that belongs to the people who use it. That's the only setting that means anything. Chapter 119. The true meeting. The old bridge market looked the same as it had when they'd first met there, which was the point of choosing it, a space that had been exactly itself for generations, carrying no agenda other than commerce done at a specific place on a specific bridge for specific practical reasons. The morning was clear, the Serpent River running green and quick below the bridge's arches. The market stalls were doing their usual business, dried goods and cloth and tools and the small transactions of daily commerce, conducted by people who had no idea that something unusual was happening in the covered pavilion at the bridge's center. The wood of the stalls smelled of old lacquer and the specific animal and grain smell of a market that had been in the same location for generations. It was, by any standard, an ordinary morning. The broker didn't send a puppet. The manifestation was subtler, a presence in the air above the covered pavilion that the Tao of trade perception registered as attention. Not a form, not a voice from everywhere, not the layered distorted quality of the previous meetings. Just presence. The specific quality of something vast turning its awareness toward one small point. Shen Mobei sat in the pavilion and spoke clearly enough to be heard. I'll start with the argument I made in the Whispering Peaks and finish it properly, since we were interrupted. He spread the Continental Trade Network's macro pattern display on the pavilion table, a formation array that showed the two network complementarity he'd been developing the language for since the underground complex. Look at this. Not as a threat. As what it actually is. The presence above the pavilion was still. Attending. The deep channels you've built over 3,000 years are not replaceable. Not by me, not by anything that could be built in any reasonable time frame. The trust embedded in those channels, the relationship infrastructure, the commercial habits of major factions that have been using your route since before the current civilizations existed, that's irreplaceable value. I have no interest in replacing it. He paused. What I've built is what you couldn't build, because you're too large and too established to build it. The edges. The underserved communities. The small, high-value, novel transactions that fall through the gaps in infrastructure designed for high-volume established flows. The two networks glowed on the display, amber deep channels and blue-white edge routes. Complementary shapes. Neither complete without the other. From above, they had the quality of a river system and the channels that had grown from it, the same water, different functions, both necessary. The Tao of trade is not mine. It's not yours either. It's the principle that both of us are expressions of, when we're functioning well. He met the presence directly, feeling the Tao's perception engage with the vast, ancient awareness. You've been functioning as an infrastructure manager. I've been functioning as a relationship builder. Neither is the complete expression. Together, a movement in the air above the pavilion. The presence shifting, not threatening. Considering. You said in the Whispering Peaks that I'm not the end, Shen Mobei continued. You're right. I'm not. Neither are you, if you're willing to function differently than you have. 3,000 years of managing commerce from outside the exchange has made you effective, and lonely, and increasingly at odds with what commerce is actually for. He paused. What if you participated? Not merged with what I've built. Not absorbed by the ledger's framework. But genuinely participated. Used your infrastructure to serve the exchange rather than manage it. The broker's presence was very still. Then, from the bridge's stone, not everywhere, not distorted, not layered, a single voice. How? It was the first question the broker had ever asked him. Not a statement, not an accusation, not a demonstration of power. A question, asked with the specific quality of something that has finally found the one framing it hadn't known to use. Shen Mobei leaned forward. By starting with one fair deal, he said. The same way everything else begins. Chapter 120. Beginning again, they negotiated for 6 hours. Not with a puppet, not through jade slips, not in the abstract language of ancient entities delivering statements from a position of assumed authority. The broker's presence remained above the covered pavilion throughout, and the exchange was the kind of negotiation that happens when one party has decided to engage honestly and the other party has spent 3,000 years waiting for a counterparty capable of that engagement and has, until now, not found one. The market continued around them, vendors selling cloth, people crossing the bridge, the river's quiet sound beneath everything. A child ran past the pavilion entrance twice, chasing something. A trader from the dried goods stall 3 positions away glanced at the pavilion with the mild curiosity of someone who noticed a person sitting alone at a table and then stopped noticing. The commerce of the ordinary world, indifferent to what was happening inside the pavilion's shade and utterly unaware that the shape of the continent's commercial future was being discussed 10 meters from where a man was weighing a basket of dried mushrooms. The broker asked more questions than Shen Mobei had expected. Not challenges, questions. What had made the ledger's approach different from previous commercial operations that had tried to challenge the established channels and failed? What had allowed the Ash Folk Alliance to hold when similar arrangements between cultivators and marginalized communities had historically fractured under pressure? Why the codified Tao of trade had been distributed publicly rather than kept as internal operational doctrine? Each question indicated something. The broker was not performing interest. It was genuinely trying to understand a mode of operation it had never observed before at this scale and consistency. The terms they reached were not a merger and not a formal alliance, neither framework fit what they were actually building. What they reached was an operating principle. The brokers established deep channels and the Obsidian Ledger's new edge routes would function as a single commercial ecosystem rather than as competing networks, with information shared through the Continental Trade Network's formation infrastructure and the Merchant's Fires monitoring ensuring that the information sharing served the exchange rather than manipulating it. The broker would provide the Obsidian Ledger access to 3,000 years of historical commercial data, not for the ledger's operational advantage, but as a foundation for the codified Tao of Trade's empirical grounding. Everything the broker had ever observed about what made commercial exchange genuinely valuable and what made it destructive was, in the broker's memory, unanalyzed. The ledger would analyze it, codify it, and make it available as the most comprehensive empirical foundation for commercial principles that had ever existed. 3,000 years of data, finally put to the use it had always deserved. In return, the Obsidian Ledger would not pursue further disruption of the broker's established channel relationships, not because those relationships were all ethical, but because the disruption approach addressed symptoms rather than the underlying dynamic, and because the partnership offered a better mechanism for the broker to voluntarily disentangle from relationships that conflicted with the Tao of Trade's principles. The Hall of Souls supply relationship, the broker committed to complete termination, publicly verifiable through the Continental Trade Network's monitoring. The Ash Folks documentation. The broker committed to including the Ash Folk story in every official historical archive that its commercial relationships gave it access to, which was, effectively, every major faction library on the continent. 300 years of erasure, ending. The amnesty framework. The brokers established channel relationships with factions that had Hall member populations would be used to ensure the amnesty terms reached those populations through channels they trusted rather than channels they were primed to distrust. 6 hours. A partnership built not through force or merger but through the slow, patient, genuine work of two commercial intelligences figuring out what their exchange actually needed to be. When it was done, Shen Mobei sat in the pavilion for a long time after the broker's presence withdrew. The bridge hummed with its usual commerce, merchants and travelers crossing in both directions, deals being made and completed, value moving between people who wanted it and people who had it. The specific vitality of a place that had been exactly itself for generations. He thought about what he'd built. The Obsidian Ledger, the Continental Trade Network, the Ash Folk Alliance, the Pill Tower relationship, the codified Tao of Trade, the amnesty framework, the Merchant's Fire and its deepening integration with the network it served. All of it connected. All of it pointing in the same direction. He thought about the people who'd built it with him. Yafei keeping the lights on in Jiama Holy City, her strategic mind already working on what came after this conversation. Luo Qingga and Yin Mei, carrying the Heaven Soul Cauldron and the memory of 15 and 13 years of suppressed capability that they were still discovering the full extent of. Old Gu, alive and working and recognized at last. Iron Tooth with his 4 fingers and his completed contracts. Feng Ruo with her relentless operational precision. Xiao Ninger with her field notes and her remarkable mind, 15 years old and already the best intelligence analyst in the empire. The Hall of Souls wasn't finished. Han Xie was building something in the Western Territories. The broker's 3,000-year patterns wouldn't change overnight. The world had problems that this partnership couldn't solve directly. But the foundation had been laid. The relationships were real. The principles were codified and operational and being carried by people who understood them. He took out the communication talisman and activated it. Yafei's voice came through immediately. How did it go? We have a partnership, he said. A pause. He could hear the specific quality of her processing, the strategic mind absorbing the implication, the personal warmth beneath the professional response. Tell me everything, she said. Start from the beginning. He started from the beginning. There was a lot to tell. The beginning had been 6 hours ago and everything before that had been preparation for this moment. He told her all of it. The work wasn't finished. The work was never finished. But it was moving in the right direction, built on principles that would outlast any of them, carried by people who understood what they were building and why. That was enough. That was what the Tao of Trade had always been trying to say. In the years that came after, people who studied the Obsidian Ledger's early records would note that the partnership agreement with the broker had been signed in a public market, on a bridge, in the middle of an ordinary morning's commerce. No ceremony. No formal witness. 2 commercial intelligences agreeing on a principle and deciding that the place where they agreed was sufficient. The bridge didn't know what had been decided on it. The river below didn't either. That was the point. The Tao of Trade lived in ordinary commerce, not in grand gestures. That was the beginning. Chapter 121. The sky above Jiama Holy City cracked like porcelain. Shen Mobei stood at the window of the Continental Exchange headquarters and watched a fissure of white light tear across the dawn, splitting clouds and bending the air until everything beyond the city walls rippled like a heat mirage. The crack hung there for 3 seconds, long enough for every citizen in the city to look up, before sealing itself with a thunderclap that rattled windows across 6 districts. Below the headquarters, the market district's morning commerce had frozen. Vendors stood behind their stalls with their heads up, faces pale, watching the sky with the specific collective stillness of people who'd been taught since childhood that the sky was reliable and had just been confronted with evidence that it wasn't. A cart had stopped in the middle of the main road. The horse pulling it stood rigid with ears flat, trembling with the animal's more honest response to reality becoming temporarily unreliable. Children who'd been running between stalls stood exactly where they'd been when the crack appeared, held in place by the instinct to be still when the world did something wrong. The sound after the thunder died, the particular held breath silence of thousands of people simultaneously wondering what came next, carried up to the window with a weight that Shen Mobei felt in his chest. This was what was at stake. Not factions. Not cultivation rankings. Not the abstract weight of geopolitical balance. The vendor standing frozen beside her herb stall, her morning's carefully arranged goods undisturbed, afraid to look away from the sky. The child in the middle of the road, one shoe unlaced, perfectly still. That's the 4th one today, Yafei said from behind him. She had a sheaf of reports in her hand, her expression controlled but her knuckles white. Xianfeng province lost a village last night. Entire thing, 300 people, their homes, their livestock, swallowed into a spatial rift. Nothing left but a crater. And the rift in the northern wastes? Shen Mobei asked. Expanding. Feng Ruo diverted 3 caravans, but 2 supply routes are permanently cut off. The Mu clan's eastern territory is experiencing Do Qi fluctuations so severe that their Do Ling level guards can't maintain stable cycling. Luo Qingga dropped from the ceiling like a shadow given form, landing soundlessly beside the desk. She'd been scouting the nearest spatial distortion, a flickering tear in reality 3 miles east of the city, and her silver hair was streaked with something that looked like liquid starlight. It's not random, she said. The distortions follow the ley lines. Every tier opens at a junction point where underground chi flow intersects with surface cultivation activity. Shen Mobei's system confirmed it. The material radar had expanded to continental range months ago, and now it painted a picture that made his stomach clench. Golden lines of chi flow crisscross the land like veins in a living body, and at dozens of junctions, those veins were hemorrhaging. Spatial distortions bloomed like wounds at every point of critical damage. System alert, ley line disruption, critical, 47 junction nodes compromised. 12 in cascade failure. Estimated time to continental scale spatial collapse, 29 days, 14 hours, Tao of trade analysis. The disruptions are not random destruction. They are surgical corrections. Someone is attempting to reset the continental chi distribution network to its primordial state. This reset will eliminate all surface civilization within the correction zones. Mo Tianji isn't trying to destroy the world, Shen Mobei said slowly. He's trying to fix it. Yafei's eyes narrowed. Fix it by killing millions? He doesn't see it that way. He sees corrupted ley lines that have been destabilized by centuries of cultivators hoarding resources in concentrated locations. The Hall of Souls harvesting living souls. The broker siphoning chi for his own purposes. Sex building over junction nodes and bleeding them dry. He turned to face them both. And he's not entirely wrong. The continental chi network is damaged. The trade routes we built actually helped, distributing resources more evenly, but the corruption from the broker's era and the Hall soul harvesting created imbalances we never addressed. So he's right about the problem but insane about the solution, Luo Qingga summarized. Exactly. Iron Tooth burst through the door, his armor still smoking from whatever he'd been fighting. 3 of his 7 remaining fingers were wrapped in fresh bandages. Boss, we've got a situation. The spatial rift east of the city just expanded. It swallowed the outer market district, 40 stalls, a warehouse, and the medical station we set up last week. I pulled everyone out in time, but the rift is still growing. Shen Mobei looked at the map spread across his desk. Every continental exchange outpost was marked. Every trade route. Every ally, every resource cache, every favor owed. Years of work. The most comprehensive economic network the continent had ever seen. And it was all about to be swallowed by a dead man's mathematics. Mobilize everything, Shen Mobei said. Every caravan, every warehouse, every agent we have. I want evacuation protocols for every city within 5 miles of a ley line junction. That's almost every city on the continent, Yafei said quietly. Then we'd better move fast. He pulled up the system's faction ledger. Every alliance, every trade agreement, every black ledger contract he'd ever signed, they all appeared as threads of golden light connecting him to hundreds of factions across the continent. He'd spent years building this web. Now he was going to use every strand of it. And send a message to every exchange partner. Full mobilization. Tell them the Continental Exchange is calling in every favor, every debt, every promise. Tell them this isn't a trade negotiation. He looked at the cracking sky. Tell them it's a rescue operation. Chapter 122. Mo Tianji's citadel was impossible. That was the only word for it. Shen Mobei stood at the edge of a spatial corridor the system had carved through 3 layers of distortion and stared at a fortress that shouldn't exist. It hung in a fold of compressed space, a structure of interlocking formation arrays that shifted and reconfigured themselves every few seconds, like a living puzzle made of crystallized mathematics. The formations were old. Not centuries old, millennia old. They predated every faction, every empire, every recorded history on the continent. They were written in a notation system that no living formation master could read. Except that Shen Mobei's Tao of trade perception translated them automatically. Supply routes. Distribution networks. Flow optimization protocols. The entire citadel was built on principles of efficient resource allocation, the same principles that govern trade. Mo Tianji had been the continent's first economist. 3,000 years before anyone invented the concept. You came faster than I expected. The voice was ancient and dry, like pages turning in a library that had been sealed for centuries. Mo Tianji sat in the center of his citadel on a throne of formation arrays, and he looked exactly like what he was, an impossibly old man who had outlived everything he'd ever known. His skin was parchment thin, stretched over a frame that seemed held together by willpower and formation energy rather than biology. His eyes were the only vital thing about him, bright, sharp, burning with an intellect that 3,000 years of isolation had honed to a razor's edge. "You're disrupting the lives of millions of people," Shen Mobei said. No preamble. No diplomatic niceties. The man was a mathematician, not a politician. "I'm repairing damage that your species has inflicted on this world's fundamental infrastructure for 30 centuries. Mo Tianji's tone carried no malice. It was the voice of an engineer discussing a maintenance schedule. "The ley lines are the world's circulatory system. Your civilizations have been bleeding it dry. The Hall of soul harvesting created necrotic zones. The broker's resource hoarding caused arterial blockages. And countless generations of cultivators building sects on top of junction nodes have weakened the load-bearing structures beyond their design parameters. I know. I can see the damage through my system." Mo Tianji's eyes sharpened with interest. "You have a perception framework that maps the ley lines? I have something better. I have a continental trade network that mirrors them." Silence. Mo Tianji's formation arrays flickered, the citadel equivalent of a raised eyebrow. "Your trade routes distributed resources more evenly," Mo Tianji acknowledged. "I observed this from my sealed space. The network you've created closely approximates the original ley line distribution patterns I designed 3,000 years ago. It's the reason I delayed my activation by 6 months. Your exchange was doing a fraction of the work for me. Then let me do more. Give me time to do it properly." "Time?" Mo Tianji shook his head. "You don't understand the mathematics. 12 junction nodes are in cascade failure. If they collapse fully, the resulting spatial detonation will vaporize everything within 1,000 miles of each node. That's not a village disappearing, that's continental annihilation. My reset protocol prevents that by controlled demolition of the corrupted zones. Millions die instead of billions. What if neither had to die? Then you would need to stabilize every corrupted junction node simultaneously, purge the accumulated necrotic chi from the Hall soul harvesting, and restore the natural flow patterns, all within 30 days. The amount of purified chi required for the deepest corruption in the undead mountains alone would kill any cultivator below Do Sheng. You're a Do Zun. The mathematics are against you. The mathematics of solo action, maybe. But I'm not a solo operator. I'm a merchant. I don't do anything alone." Mo Tianji studied him for a long moment. Something shifted in those ancient eyes, not warmth, but a flicker of something that might have been curiosity. 30 days, he said. "Fix the ley line corruption in 30 days, and I'll halt the reset. Fail, and I proceed. This is not negotiable. I accept those terms. One more thing." Mo Tianji's formation arrays projected a map of the continent, every ley line, every junction, every point of corruption rendered in crystalline light. "The deepest corruption is here. A point in the undead mountains pulsed red. The nexus. Where the broker drew power for centuries. The necrotic chi concentration there is so dense that proximity alone will kill anything below Do Huang. And purging it requires channeling enough purified chi through the nexus to overwhelm the corruption, the equivalent of a Do Sheng's full cultivation base, discharged in a single burst. I'll find a way. Your optimism is mathematically unsupported. But it's your 30 days to waste." Shen Mobei turned to leave. At the spatial corridor's edge, he paused. "Mo Tianji. You've been guarding these ley lines for 3,000 years. Alone. Don't you want to rest?" The ancient formation master said nothing. But his formation arrays dimmed, just slightly, in what might have been exhaustion. Cultivation progress, Do Zun 3-star Do Zun 4-star, the understanding of ley line mechanics deepened his Tao of trade comprehension. Trade was flow. Flow was life. And the continent was choking on its own stagnation. Chapter 123. The war room of the Continental Exchange had never been this full. Shen Mobei stood at the head of a table that stretched 40 feet across the exchange's largest hall, and around it sat representatives from every major power on the continent. Not all of them liked each other. Many of them had been at war less than a year ago. Some of them were still technically at war. None of that mattered now. 29 days, Shen Mobei said, projecting Mo Tianji's ley line map onto the wall behind him using a formation crystal the ancient had given him. That's how long we have before Mo Tianji initiates a full continental reset. The reset will stabilize the ley lines by destroying everything built on top of them. Every city. Every sect. Every farm, mine, and workshop within range of a corrupted junction node. Murmurs. Shock. A few curses. The alternative is this. He highlighted the trade routes of the Continental Exchange, golden lines that overlaid the ley lines with uncanny precision. We use our existing distribution network to physically move qi-rich materials to depleted junction nodes. We flood the corrupted areas with purified resources, displacing the necrotic qi and restoring natural flow patterns. We do what this exchange was built to do, we move goods where they need to be. Elder Mu Feng of the Mu clan leaned forward. You're talking about the largest logistics operation in history. Moving that volume of material across the continent in less than a month, it's not possible. It's not possible for any single faction, Shen Mobei agreed. It's possible for all of us together. And the nexus in the undead mountains? That was Xianxia, sitting at the far end of the table like a shadow in human form. The Hall of Souls Protector had honored the ceasefire and was now, however reluctantly, at the same table as the people he'd spent decades terrorizing. Mo Tianji said the corruption there requires Do Sheng level power to purge. No one at this table has that kind of energy. I have a plan for the Nexus, but it requires the cooperation of everyone in this room. You're asking us to trust you with the fate of the continent, said Bei Patriarch Bei Xuanfeng, his white robes immaculate even in crisis. No. I'm asking you to trust each other. Every faction in this room has something the others need. Materials, manpower, territorial access, specialized knowledge. For the next 29 days, there are no rivals. No competitors. No enemies. There's just the supply chain, and everyone is a link in it. The room was silent. Then Yafei stepped forward with a document that she'd been preparing since before the meeting started, because of course she had. She'd known what Shen Mobei would propose before he proposed it. The Continental Emergency Accord, she announced, placing copies before each representative. A temporary framework that suspends all inter-faction hostilities, establishes shared resource pools, and creates a unified command structure for the duration of the operation. Every signatory contributes resources proportional to their means and receives protection proportional to their vulnerability. Who commands the operation? Elder Mu Feng asked. I do, Shen Mobei said. Not because I'm the strongest. Because the system gives me real-time visibility into the entire ley line network. I can see where the damage is, what resources are needed where, and how to route them efficiently. This is a logistics problem. And logistics is what I do. One by one, they signed. Elder Mu Feng of the Mu clan was first, the patriarch's seal pressed with the matter-of-fact decisiveness of a man who'd already made the decision before he sat down. The Mu clan had the most to lose and the most practical reason to act. Their eastern mining operations sat on 3 corrupted junction nodes, and Mu Feng had understood the mathematics before Yafei finished distributing the accord copies. The Misty Cloud sect's new leadership, 2 elders representing Yun Yun, who was coordinating sect resource allocation in the field, signed together. One of them paused before setting seal to paper and looked at Shen Mobei with the expression of someone confirming a long-held assessment. We've been watching your network for 2 years. The codified Tao of Trade framework reached our sect's commercial library last month. 3 of our elders independently decided it was the best analysis of commercial ethics they'd ever read. He pressed the seal. That's why we're signing without negotiation. The Alchemist Guild's representative signed with professional efficiency and an annotation in the margin. Guild reserves full right to review any alchemical materials claimed as chief stabilization resources. Standard Guild protocol. No one argued with it. The Mercenary Alliance's senior captain, a scarred woman named Do Mei who had apparently been fighting professionally since before some of the sect disciples in the room were born, looked at the map's junction node positions, looked at the Emergency Accord's mutual defense clause, and said, if we're dying anyway if this fails, we might as well get paid for the part before the dying. She signed. The imperial governors of 3 provinces signed collectively, their combined seal representing the largest territorial commitment in the room. Even the Bei clan, after Bei Xuanfeng studied the map and spent 40 seconds calculating his territory's proximity to 2 corrupted junction nodes, signed with the composure of a patriarch who understood that certain decisions did not require deliberation. Han Xie signed last. His pen hovered over the document for a long moment before he scratched his name in characters that looked like they'd been carved with a blade. The room waited. No one commented. The Hall of Souls signing the Continental Emergency Accord was either the beginning of something new or the most convenient lie the continent had ever been told. Either way, the pen moved, and the name was on the paper. If this fails, the Hall of Souls Protector said quietly, I want you to know, we'll die fighting beside you. Not because we've become good. Because dying beside allies is better than dying alone. Shen Mobei nodded. It won't fail. He believed it. The Tao of trade had taught him that no transaction was truly impossible, only underpriced. And the price for saving the continent was one he was willing to pay. Whatever it turned out to be. Chapter 124. The operation began at dawn on day 28. Feng Ruo had performed a miracle of logistics in 24 hours. Her caravan network, already the most extensive on the continent, was reorganized into a military-grade distribution system. 3,000 wagons. 1,200 wind riders for aerial transport. 800 mercenary escorts. And a coordination framework that used exchange communication crystals to keep every moving piece in contact with the central command. Northern corridor is loaded and moving, Feng Ruo reported from the operations center, her calm voice cutting through the controlled chaos of 50 people managing real-time logistics. 400 wagons carrying Qi condensation crystals to junction nodes 7, 12, and 15. Estimated arrival, 14 hours. Southern corridor? Delayed. The spatial distortion near Qingshan province expanded overnight, we're rerouting through the hill passes. Add 6 hours. Yafei stood at the resource allocation desk, managing the supply side of the operation with the precision of a master alchemist measuring ingredients. Every Qi-rich material in the Continental Exchange's vaults had been catalogued, sorted by type and potency, and assigned to the junction node where it would have maximum impact. The Alchemist Guild delivered their contribution this morning, she said, not looking up from her calculations. 1,200 Qi restoration pills, 300 formation stabilization crystals, and 80 vials of purified essence. Old Goose sent them with a note that says, and I quote, "If that boy gets himself killed, I'm going to resurrect him just to smack him." That sounds like Old Goo. He's already on site at Junction Node 9, refining Qi stabilizing compounds on location. He says the corruption there is worse than the reports indicated but manageable with direct alchemical intervention. Luo Qingge ran the security operation from the shadows, literally. Her intelligence network tracked every spatial distortion in real time, routing convoys around danger zones and identifying areas where the distortions were stable enough to traverse safely. She deployed her best shadow operatives as scouts, and they moved through the corrupted landscape like ghosts, mapping safe passages and marking hazards. The eastern corridor is compromised, Luo Qingge reported via communication crystal, her voice tight. A spatial tier opened across the main road. I'm rerouting through the forest path, but we'll need Iron Tooth's people to clear the Doe Beast pack that's been displaced by the distortions. Iron Tooth was already moving. His enforcement division had been repurposed as a rapid response force, and he led from the front, a Doe Zong warrior in battered armor, missing 3 fingers and afraid of nothing. On it. Give me 2 hours. He gave her 1. The second day was worse. A spatial tier opened directly across the primary northern highway, severing the supply line to 7 junction nodes simultaneously. Feng Ruo rerouted through mountain passes that hadn't been used in decades, paths so narrow that wagons had to be unloaded, their contents carried by hand through switchbacks, and reloaded on the other side. It added 18 hours to the delivery schedule and cost them supplies that fell into ravines. We're burning through buffer stock, Yafei reported during the evening coordination call. If we lose another corridor, we won't have enough Qi condensation crystals to stabilize nodes 20 through 26. The Alchemist Guild? Shen Mobei asked. Already producing at maximum capacity. Old Gu has his disciples working in shifts, 12 hours on, 4 hours off. He says they'll burn out in a week at this pace. We don't need a week. We need 12 days. Then we'll make 12 days work. On the third day, a Doe Beast stampede, displaced by spatial distortions in the southern mountains, overran a supply depot, destroying 200 formation stabilization crystals. Iron Tooth's rapid response team arrived too late to save the materials but managed to redirect the beasts away from a civilian evacuation camp 3 miles south. On the fourth day, rain. Not normal rain, Qi-saturated precipitation caused by the ley line disruptions, which corroded metal and weakened formation crystals. Feng Ruo's logistics teams improvised waterproofing using alchemical sealants that Old Gu had developed for an entirely different purpose, and not a single additional crystal was lost. On the 5th day, the Mu clan's contribution arrived, 800 wagons of Qi-rich or from their mining operations, escorted by 500 Mu clan warriors. Elder Mu Feng led the convoy personally, his wind element cultivation parting spatial distortions like a ship's prow cutting waves. The Mu clan honors its contracts, Elder Mu Feng told Shen Mobei via communication crystal. And I owe you a personal debt for the Void Quartz deal, years ago. Consider this partial repayment. By sunset on the 5th day, 37 wagons had reached their assigned junction nodes and begun the process of unloading Qi-rich materials into the corrupted earth. The effect was immediate, the ley lines brightened visibly where fresh resources were introduced, and 2 minor spatial distortions near junction node 7 sealed themselves as the Qi flow resumed. System update, junction nodes 7 and 15, stabilization in progress. Corruption levels dropping, estimated junction nodes requiring attention, 45 of 47, time remaining, 27 days, 18 hours, Shen Mobei allowed himself a breath. 2 down. 45 to go. And the worst, the Nexus in the Undead Mountains, was still waiting. But the machine was moving. His machine. The Continental Exchange, repurposed from a trade network into the world's first emergency relief system. Every gear turning, every link holding, every person doing exactly what they were best at. This was the Tao of trade in action. Not buying and selling. Not profit and loss. Connection. Flow. The right resource to the right place at the right time. And Shen Mobei was the junction through which everything moved. Chapter 125. Day 23. The Eastern Corridor remained blocked. Not by spatial distortions, by something worse. Politics. The Bei clan had signed the emergency accord. Bei Patriarch Bei Xuanfeng had put his seal on the document alongside every other faction leader. But Bei Xiaolong, commanding the Bei clan's eastern garrison, had decided that his family's signature didn't apply to him. The eastern passes are Bei clan's sovereign territory, Bei Xiaolong said, standing before a wall of 300 Bei clan soldiers blocking the mountain road. His arm, broken during the war, had healed, but he held it stiffly, a constant reminder of his humiliation. No convoy passes without my authorization. And I don't authorize passage for Continental Exchange goods. Shen Mobei wasn't there, he couldn't be everywhere. But Xiao Ninger was. At 15, Xiao Ninger had grown into something between a spy and a diplomat. She stood before Bei Xiaolong with the calm self-possession of someone who had survived the streets of Jiama Holy City, navigated the continent's deadliest intelligence networks, and personally faced down 3 assassination attempts, one of which she'd turned into a recruitment opportunity. Young Master Bei, she said, her voice carrying the precise blend of respect and steel that she'd learned from watching Yafei negotiate. The emergency accord was signed by your patriarch. Your authority derives from his. Blocking this convoy is a violation of your own clan's commitment. My father signs papers. I hold territory. There's a difference. There certainly is. Xiao Ninger produced a crystal projection, geological survey data from the Continental Exchange's archives. This is a scan of the ley line node beneath your eastern mining complex. The one your clan has been extracting frost iron from for 70 years. Bei Xiaolong's eyes flickered. What about it? It's the most degraded node in the eastern sector. 70 years of continuous extraction without any replenishment has thinned the ley line wall to critical levels. If the cascade failure reaches this node, and based on current progression, it will reach it in 9 days, the resulting spatial collapse won't just close the mine. She zoomed in on the projection. The geological layers beneath the Bei estate glowed red with stress fractures in the chi substrate. It'll swallow your entire eastern territory. The mines. The garrison. The town. The estate where your mother lives. Everything within a 12-mile radius will drop into a dimensional pocket and cease to exist. Bei Xiaolong stared at the projection. His jaw worked. His fist clenched at his side, the unbroken one. You're lying. I don't lie, young master. I'm an intelligence officer. Lies are inefficient. She lowered her voice so only he could hear. You hate Shen Mobei. I understand that. He took the woman you wanted. He built an empire that makes your clan look provincial. He broke your arm and your pride in the same day. But right now, the only thing standing between your family's survival and a hole in the ground is a convoy of chi stabilization materials that you won't let through. She let the silence do its work. Your choice, young master. Block the road and watch your home disappear. Or step aside and let Shen Mobei save the people you love, the same people he's trying to save even though you've done nothing but obstruct him. The silence stretched for 20 heartbeats. 30. Then Bei Xiaolong raised his fist. The soldiers behind him tensed. He opened his hand. Palm up. The universal signal to stand down. Open the road, he said quietly. And tell Shen Mobei. Tell him nothing. Just open the road. The convoy moved through within the hour. 17 wagons of chi condensation crystals and formation stabilization compounds, heading for the 3 most critical eastern junction nodes. The caravan captain, a weathered woman who'd been running the eastern route for 8 years and had not been told the specifics of what Xiao Ninger was doing at the blockade, watched the young woman walk back to the convoy with the specific expression of someone reassessing a category. She'd seen Shen Mobei negotiate complex situations. She'd seen Yafei make powerful people agree to things they'd previously refused. She had not, until today, seen a 15-year-old use geological survey data and 15 words of private truth to move a factionaire and 300 soldiers with no combat, no authority, and no leverage except the unadorned accuracy of the situation. How old is she? The captain asked the nearest convoy guard. 15. Gods, the captain said, and got back to moving wagons. Xiao Ninger sent a 1-word report to Central Command. Clear. System update, Eastern Corridor operational. Junction nodes 22, 28, and 31 now accessible. Cultivation progress, Do Zun 4-star Do Zun 5-star. The breakthrough came not from personal cultivation but from the Tao of trade itself, the understanding that the hardest barriers to overcome weren't physical or magical but human. Pride. Resentment. Fear. And the only currency that could purchase passage through those barriers was truth. Chapter 126. Day 15. Half the junction nodes were stabilized. The numbers were encouraging. 24 nodes now showed restored chi flow, and the spatial distortions near those nodes had sealed completely. 3 provinces that had been experiencing reality tremors reported stable conditions for the first time in weeks. The evacuation camps that Feng Ruo's logistics network had established were beginning to send people home. But Mo Tianji's deadline loomed, and the nexus in the Undead Mountains was a problem that logistics alone couldn't solve. Shen Mobei stood at the edge of the Undead Mountains with Luo Qingge, Old Gu, and a team of the exchange's strongest operatives. The corruption here was visible, literally visible. The air itself was stained a sickly purple-black, and the ground pulsed with dark qi that made his skin crawl. Even at the outer perimeter, Do Wang-level cultivators had reported nausea and disorientation. Closer to the nexus, anything below Do Huang simply died. The broker drew power from this nexus for centuries, Old Gu said, his face grim. He held a detection formation in his weathered hands, and the readings made him look older than his years. He was siphoning ley line energy to maintain his consciousness. He was a Dodi fragment, remember. That kind of parasitic draw doesn't just deplete the node. It poisons it. The qi that remains is necrotic, corrupted beyond any natural recovery. How much purified qi would it take to flush the corruption? Shen Mobei asked. Mo Tianji's estimate was accurate. You'd need the equivalent of a Do Sheng's full cultivation base, discharged all at once, in a single channeling event. Anything less and the corruption regenerates faster than you can purge it. Old Gu met his eyes. No one at this table has that power, boy. Not me. Not Hun Xie. Not all of us combined. A Do Sheng hasn't walked this continent in 500 years. What if we don't use a single source? Distributed channeling? Old Gu shook his head. The energy loss through multiple channels would reduce efficiency below the purge threshold. You'd need thousands of contributors to compensate, and a junction point that could handle that kind of throughput without burning out. A junction point. Shen Mobei looked at his hands. At the golden threads of the black ledger contracts that connected him to hundreds of partners across the continent. Each thread was a trade bond, a karmic link forged through fair dealing and mutual benefit. Each one could carry qi. Small amounts. But thousands of small amounts. What if the junction point was a person? He said quietly. Old Gu's face went pale. Boy. No. The black ledger contracts are karmic trade bonds. They connect me to every exchange partner. Every person who's ever signed a contract with me. If they each channeled a fraction of their qi through the bond, voluntarily, the energy would aggregate at the junction. At me. The throughput would destroy your meridians. Your body would burn from the inside. Maybe. Maybe not. The Tao of trade is about flow. I've spent years learning to be the point where supply meets demand. If I can handle the flow of goods across a continent, maybe I can handle the flow of qi. Old Gu grabbed his arm. The old alchemist's grip was iron, and his eyes burned with something between fury and terror. Listen to me. I've lost 2 disciples to hubris and a wife to my own arrogance. I will not lose you to heroic stupidity. There must be another way. If there is, I have 15 days to find it. But if there isn't, I need to be ready to be the junction. Old Gu stared at him for a long time. Then he released his arm and turned away, muttering something about ungrateful apprentices and the cosmic injustice of caring about people who insisted on risking their lives. Shen Mobei stared into the corrupted darkness of the Undead Mountains and felt the nexus pulse like a diseased heart. 15 days. One impossible problem. And the weight of every life on the continent pressing down on his shoulders like the sky itself. Chapter 127. Yafei figured it out in 12 days. She hadn't slept properly in a week. The resource allocation for 47 junction nodes was a full-time job for 10 people, and Yafei was doing it with 3 assistants and sheer force of will. Dark circles had taken up permanent residence beneath her eyes. Her normally impeccable appearance had given way to a practical bun and ink-stained fingers, but her mind was still the sharpest blade in any room she entered. She found Shen Mobei in his quarters at midnight, staring at ley line projections with the hollow-eyed focus of a man trying to solve a math problem with his own death as one of the variables. She had, by that point, been working on the same problem for 12 days without telling him. The pages she carried were covered in a notation system that was partly Mo Tianji's formation theory, partly the system's commercial architecture, and partly something entirely her own. 3 different frameworks cross-referenced against each other in handwriting that got smaller and more compressed the further into the document you went, the reliable sign that she was working faster and further than was comfortable. The margins contained calculations, the margins of the margins contained counterexamples, and the margins of those contained her responses to the counterexamples. She'd been building the argument from every direction simultaneously, because the right answer needed to hold from every angle. You're planning to channel it yourself, she said. Not a question. He didn't insult her by denying it. If we can't find another way. We don't need another way. We need a better version of your way. She sat beside him and pulled his projection crystal toward her, overlaying it with a document she'd been working on, dense with calculations, trade theory, and notation systems she'd adapted from his systems interface. Your plan has a fatal flaw. You're thinking of yourself as a bottleneck, a single pipe that all the chi flows through. But that's not how the Tao of trade works, is it? He looked at her. The Tao of trade is about networks. Not single points. What if you're not the pipe, you're the marketplace? The chi doesn't flow through you. It flows between the contributors, with you as the facilitating structure. She pulled up the Black Ledger contract framework. Every contract is a two-way bond. When thousands of cultivators contribute chi, it doesn't all have to pass through your body. It passes through the contract network, the web of trade connections you've built. You're the organizing principle, not the conduit. The chi aggregates in the contract space and discharges at the nexus through the collective intent of every contributor. Shen Mobei stared at her calculations. The mathematics were elegant, and they worked. The throughput would still be immense, but it would be distributed across the entire contract network rather than concentrated in his body. The strain on him would be severe but survivable. Probably. How did you? I've been managing your trade network for 2 years, Shen Mobei. I understand its structure better than you do. A ghost of her old smile crossed her exhausted face. You built the exchange. I made it work. And now I'm going to make sure it doesn't kill you. Yafei. Don't you dare get sentimental. We have 15 days and a corrupted nexus to purge. She stood and began pacing. We need Mo Tianji to modify his formation arrays to receive distributed input. And we need to send the call through every exchange channel, every partner, every contracted cultivator, every faction that signed the accord. Voluntary chi contribution through their Black Ledger bonds. Voluntary. It has to be voluntary. Forced channeling through karmic bonds would corrupt the chi itself. Obviously. Which means the response depends entirely on whether people trust you enough to open their cultivation base to a network channeling event. You're asking every contributor to make themselves temporarily vulnerable. She met his eyes. Good thing you spent years earning that trust instead of taking shortcuts. He caught her hand as she passed. She stopped. You just saved my life, he said. I just did the math. Don't make it romantic. It's both. She squeezed his hand. Once. Then pulled away and was all business again. I'll draft the communication. You talk to Mo Tianji. And Shen Mobei? Yes? If you die after I've done all this work to keep you alive, I will be extremely irritated. Noted. Chapter 128. Mo Tianji examined Yafei's calculations for 3 hours. Shen Mobei stood in the ancient formation master's citadel, waiting while the most brilliant mind on the continent dissected every line of the distributed channeling proposal. Mo Tianji's formation arrays projected the mathematics at massive scale, running simulations that played out in accelerated time, thousands of golden threads carrying chi toward a central nexus point, aggregating through the trade bond network, discharging in a synchronized burst. The woman who designed this, Mo Tianji said finally. She's not a cultivator of any particular distinction. She's a businesswoman. She's a genius. This is formation theory that no one on this continent has produced in 3,000 years. She derived it from commercial trade principles. A pause. I'm impressed. And I am not easily impressed. Will it work? Mo Tianji's simulations played out one final time. The golden threads pulsed, the chi aggregated, the nexus was purged in a blast of light. The simulation ended with stable ley lines and an intact continent. Theoretically, yes. The distributed channeling model circumvents the bottleneck problem. But the practical challenge is immense. You need, at minimum, 3,000 voluntary contributors, each channeling at least a mid-tier doshi's worth of chi. And every contribution must be simultaneous. A 10-second window. If the synchronization fails, the channeling dissipates before reaching purge threshold. 3,000 cultivators channeling simultaneously through trade bonds. In a 10-second window. Yes. That's a coordination problem. And coordination is what the Continental Exchange does. Mo Tianji studied him. I'll modify my formations to receive the distributed input. The nexus arrays will amplify the channeled chi and direct it into the corruption. Your part is to provide the raw energy and maintain the network during the discharge. He paused. You'll still bear significant strain. You're the organizing node, the intention that shapes the channeling. If your will falters, the entire network collapses. My will doesn't falter. We'll see. Shen Mobei returned to the exchange headquarters and initiated the largest communication operation in continental history. Every exchange branch. Every partner faction. Every individual who had ever signed a Black Ledger contract. The message went out through communication crystals, messenger birds, wind rider couriers, and Xiao Ningger's intelligence network. The response arrived over the next 3 days. From the Mu clan, 400 cultivators standing by. From the Alchemist Guild, 250. Plus our formation resources. From the Mercenary Alliance, 600. Strongest fighters available. From the Imperial Provinces, 1,100 across 7 territories. From individual merchants, healers, craftsmen, and wandering cultivators who had traded with the Continental Exchange and experienced Shen Mobei's commitment to fair dealing. I'm in. Count me. Tell me when. By day 12, the count stood at 4,317 voluntary contributors. The responses themselves told a story. A herb farmer in the eastern provinces who had sold to the exchange for 3 years wrote, "You paid fair prices when everyone else cheated me. My chi isn't much, but it's yours." A mercenary captain whose company had contracted with the exchange for escort work sent, "Your contracts were the only ones that didn't try to get us killed for profit. Channeling some chi is the least dangerous thing you've ever asked." A Mu clan elder wrote simply, "You found our void quartz. We remember." And from a small trading post on the continent's western edge, a message that made Shen Mobei pause, "You probably don't remember me. I'm the street healer who treated you when you first arrived in Jiama Holy City, a dying beggar who traded me a tip about a jade spirit herb for medical treatment. That herb changed my life. Whatever you need, I'm in," he remembered. The first trade he'd ever made in this world. A dying beggar's tip for a healer's kindness. The seed from which everything had grown. More than enough. Shen Mobei read the final tally and felt something tighten in his chest. 4,000 people. Trusting him with their chi, their vulnerability, their lives. Not because he'd conquered them or threatened them or bribed them. Because he'd traded fairly with them. Because when they'd needed something, he'd provided it. Because when they'd been cheated by others, he'd offered them better. The Tao of trade wasn't about profit. It was about this. Connection. Trust. The accumulated weight of 10,000 fair deals, creating a network of goodwill strong enough to save the world. System notification, Black Ledger Network, maximum capacity, contributors registered, 4,317, estimated aggregate chi output, 147% of Dosheng equivalents, channeling window, 10 seconds, success probability, 73.2%, 73%. Not perfect. Not guaranteed. But better odds than a merchant from a back alley had any right to expect. Chapter 129. Old Gu found him on the roof of the exchange headquarters the night before the channeling. The old alchemist climbed the stairs with the deliberate patience of someone whose joints had been protesting for decades. He carried 2 cups and a bottle of something that smelled like it could dissolve iron. He sat down beside Shen Mobei without being invited, poured 2 drinks, and pushed one across the tiles. "Drink." Shen Mobei took the cup. The liquid burned going down and settled in his stomach like a small campfire. "What is this?" "Something I brewed 40 years ago for occasions when I was about to do something monumentally stupid. I kept it because I assumed the occasion would arise again." Old Gu drank his own cup and grimaced. "I was right." They sat in silence for a while, watching the night sky. The spatial distortions had calmed, the junction node stabilization was working, but the sky still flickered occasionally, reality stuttering like a candle in a draft. "Boy," Old Gu said. "That system of yours. What about it?" "I've been thinking about it. 3 years now, watching you use it. Watching it grow. And I've been thinking about who made it." Old Gu poured another drink. The broker was a fragment of a Do Dai's will. A being that tried to buy its way to godhood. He created a system that found every rare material, predicted every market, made every trade profitable. The ultimate commercial advantage. And he failed. With all that power, perfect information, perfect prediction, a system designed to make him the ultimate merchant, he still failed. He became the broker instead of a god. A parasite feeding on ley lines instead of a transcendent being. Old Gu turned to look at him. The old man's eyes were clear and sharp, stripped of their usual irritability. He failed because he only took. Every trade, every deal, every transaction, it was designed to benefit him at the expense of his partners. He accumulated everything and distributed nothing. He was the ultimate monopolist, and his monopoly poisoned the world. Shen Mobei said nothing. "You've succeeded because you gave. Not charity, you're not an idiot. Fair exchange. Equal value. When you traded with someone, they walked away better than they came. When you built a network, every node benefited. When you found a rare material, you distributed it where it was needed, not just where it was profitable." Old Gu set down his cup. The Tao of trade isn't about profit. It's about fair exchange. The system gave the broker power, and he used it to hoard. The same system gave you power, and you used it to connect. That's why 4,000 people are willing to channel their chi through your bonds tomorrow, because you earned it. Genuinely. Through thousands of honest deals. "Old Gu, I'm not finished." The old man's voice roughened. "When you stand at that nexus tomorrow, the corruption is going to fight back. It's going to try to break you. And when it does, remember this, you are not a pipeline. You are not a bottleneck. You are a marketplace, a place where people come together and leave better than they arrived. That's your Tao. That's your power. Don't you dare forget it." Shen Mobei felt the sting behind his eyes that he refused to acknowledge as tears. "Are you giving me a deathbed speech, old man?" "I'm giving you a survival speech. There's a difference." Old Gu stood, his joints cracking like fireworks. "Also, I've refined 800 chi stabilizing pills for the channeling event. They're my masterwork. If you waste them by dying, I'll find your soul in the afterlife and make it refine herbs for eternity. That sounds like you. Get some sleep, boy. Tomorrow you save the world. A pause. I'm proud of you. Don't make me say it again. Old Gu descended the stairs. Shen Mobei sat alone on the roof, watching the flickering sky, and felt the weight of tomorrow pressing down like a physical thing. Fair exchange. That was the key. It had always been the key. He finished his drink and went to prepare. Chapter 130. Day 0. The Undead Mountains. Shen Mobei stood at the center of the corrupted nexus, and the world was screaming. The nexus was a crater half a mile across, gouged into the heart of the mountain range by centuries of parasitic energy extraction. The rock itself had turned black, not discolored but transformed at a molecular level, saturated with necrotic chi until the stone was more corruption than mineral. The air was thick with it, a purple-black miasma that pressed against his Dozun-level defenses like a living thing testing a cage. Around him, at the crater's rim, his people held position. Luo Chinga stood at the northern edge, the Heaven Soul cauldron blazing with silver light before her. The artifact had been recovered during the war against the broker, and its soul-purifying properties created a buffer zone that kept the worst of the necrotic chi from reaching Shen Mobei's position. Iron Tooth held the eastern edge with 200 exchange enforcers, their combined Do Chi creating a shield wall against the spatial distortions that flickered around the crater like heat lightning. His battered armor glowed with defensive formations, and his jaw was set in the expression that his troops called the Iron Wall face, the look that meant nothing was getting past him while he still drew breath. Old Gu was stationed at a mobile alchemy lab 50 meters from the crater's edge, monitoring Shen Mobei's vital signs through a formation link and ready to intervene with emergency stabilization compounds at the first sign of meridian damage. And Yafei was at the command post, 3 miles back, coordinating the most complex synchronized operation in the history of cultivation. 4,317 cultivators across the entire continent, all linked through Black Ledger contracts, all waiting for the signal. All stations, report. Yafei's voice came through the communication crystal, steady as bedrock. Northern shield holding, Luo Chinga reported. Eastern perimeter secure, Iron Tooth growled. Medical standing by, Old Gu said. And if that boy's heart rate goes above 200, I'm pulling him out regardless of the consequences. Continental network ready, Xiao Ninger reported from the exchange headquarters, where she was managing the communication chain to every contributor. 4,317 bonds active. All contributors confirmed. Awaiting signal. Shen Mobei closed his eyes. The nexus below his feet was a sound before it was anything else, a deep bass resonance that was less heard than felt in the chest, the specific frequency of something enormous that had been still for a very long time and was now aware that it would not be still much longer. The miasma pressed at his cultivation defenses with the constant, patient pressure of something that had spent centuries being undisturbed and objected to the intrusion on principle. The merchant's fire in his chest responded with its characteristic warmth, not aggressive, not reactive, just present, the flame's awareness of the Tao of trade orienting itself toward the purification the same way a compass needle orients toward north. He could feel them. Every one of them. Through the Black Ledger contracts, he sensed the chi signatures of 4,000 cultivators spread across the continent like stars in a constellation. Each one a person he'd traded with. Each one a connection forged through fair dealing. Merchants and mercenaries and alchemists and farmers and miners and healers and sect elders and wandering cultivators and a dozen former street urchins that Xiao Ninger had recruited into the intelligence network. The signatures ranged from small, a Do-J herb farmer somewhere in the Eastern Territories, whose chi contribution would be technically minimal and absolutely real, to the sustained brightness of Mu clan warriors and alchemist guildmasters. All of them carrying the specific quality that Black Ledger bonds always carried, the warmth of a transaction that had been completed fairly, both parties walking away with what they'd come for and something beyond what they'd expected. All of them, waiting. Trusting. Ready. Mo Tianji, Shen Mobei said aloud. We're ready. The ancient formation master's response came through the ley lines themselves, a vibration in the earth that resonated with the crater's formation arrays. His modified amplification network activated, geometric patterns of light flaring across the crater floor like a circuit board coming to life. Channeling window opens in 60 seconds, Mo Tianji's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. 10-second window. Do not miss it. Shen Mobei opened his eyes. The system's interface blazed before him, not the translucent blue of its early days but a deep gold, pulsing with the accumulated weight of years of trade and connection. Tao of trade, channeling mode activated, network status, 4,317 contributors linked, aggregation protocol, distributed marketplace model, role, organizing node, intention anchor, flow director, warning, strain on organizing node will be extreme. Meridian damage probable. Survival not guaranteed, Yafei's voice, one last time, Shen Mobei. Come home when this is done. Always. 10 seconds, Mo Tianji announced. Shen Mobei activated the Tao of trade. Signal, he said. And 4,000 cultivators channeled their chi through 4,000 trade bonds simultaneously. Chapter 131. The qi hit him like an ocean. Not a river, not a flood, an ocean. The combined output of 4,000 cultivators poured through the Black Ledger contract network in a torrent of raw energy that dwarfed anything Shen Mobei had ever experienced. His body convulsed. His meridians blazed with light visible through his skin. Every nerve fired simultaneously, and the pain was beyond anything he had words for, but Yafei's design held. He wasn't the pipe, he was the marketplace. The qi didn't all flow through his body. It flowed through the contract network, aggregating in the spaces between the bonds, shaping itself according to the collective intention of 4,000 contributors who all wanted the same thing: survival. Shen Mobei's role was to direct it. To be the organizing will that took the raw, chaotic influx and shaped it into a coherent channeling stream aimed at the Nexus corruption. The Tao of trade burned in his consciousness, a golden framework of flow and exchange that took the contributions and made them more than the sum of their parts. The purified qi slammed into the Nexus corruption like sunrise hitting shadow. And the corruption fought back. The necrotic qi, centuries of accumulated darkness and parasitic energy, reared up from the crater like a living thing. Black tendrils of corrupted power lashed outward, striking at the channeling stream, trying to poison the purified qi before it could reach the Nexus core. Luo Qingge moved. The heaven soul cauldron blazed with silver light, and she thrust it forward, interposing it between the corruption and Shen Mobei. The cauldron's soul purifying power burned the dark tendrils on contact, vaporizing them with a sound like 1,000 voices screaming. Luo Qingge's silver hair whipped in the energy discharge, and her eyes were flat and cold, the eyes of the assassin she'd once been, turned now to protection instead of killing. "Keep channeling," she shouted. "I'll hold the corruption back." But the tendrils were multiplying. The Nexus corruption was vast, centuries of accumulated poison, and it was responding to the threat with everything it had. Dark qi erupted from fissures in the crater floor, targeting the weakest points in the channeling stream. Old Gu acted without hesitation. He ignited the bone-chilling flame, a technique he'd lost after his betrayal and only recovered through years of painstaking practice. The white-blue flame roared from his hands like a living blizzard, searing corruption wherever it touched. At the same time, he lobbed vials of qi-stabilizing compound at Shen Mobei's position, the alchemical agents reinforcing his meridians against the strain. Iron Tooth saw a tendril of corruption break through the eastern perimeter and launched himself at it bodily. His seven-fingered fists, reinforced with Dozong-level Do qi, tore the tendril apart by brute force. When two more appeared, he ripped those apart too, roaring wordlessly. Behind him, his enforcers held the line with shields and spears and the disciplined fury of soldiers defending their commander. The Ash folk elders arrived at the western rim. The ancient mountain tribe, allies since the coalition war, had sent their 7 most powerful elders, each one carrying a totem of ancestral power carved from the bones of the mountains themselves. They began chanting in a dialect that predated the current civilization by 2,000 years, a harmonic resonance that synced with the ley lines and created a stabilization field around the Nexus. The effect was immediate. The channeling stream, which had been buffeted by the corruption's counterattacks, steadied. The flow of qi from 4,000 contributors smoothed from a chaotic torrent into a directed current. The Ash folk weren't adding power, they were adding structure. Harmony. The same thing they'd brought to their mountains for millennia. The mountain remembers, the eldest chanted. The earth remembers. What was taken, we return. And then, from the far side of the crater, a familiar cold presence made itself known. Xianxia stepped forward, his Hall of Souls robes billowing in the energy storm. The Dozong protector who had been the exchange's most dangerous enemy raised his hands, and soul energy poured from his palms, not an attack but a contribution. He channeled the hall's unique power into the purification stream, and the soul energy cut through the necrotic qi with surgical precision, dissolving the corruption's resistance from within. "Don't read into this," Xianxia snarled, his face twisted with effort. "If the world ends, I die too." Self-interest. Shen Mobei, at the center of the storm, couldn't speak. The channeling consumed everything, every thought, every sensation, every fragment of will. He was the marketplace. 4,000 contributors poured their energy through his framework, and he shaped it, directed it, optimized it with the instincts of a man who had spent years learning to move the right resource to the right place at the right time. The Nexus corruption screamed. Not with sound, with the raw, primal fury of something ancient being dragged into the light and burned. 7 seconds. 8 seconds. 9 seconds. At 6 seconds, Shen Mobei felt something crack inside him, not a meridian but a limitation. A boundary in his understanding that had been there so long he'd stopped noticing it. The Tao of trade wasn't just about exchange between people. It was about exchange between everything. Energy and matter. Light and shadow. Corruption and purity. Every interaction in the universe was a transaction, and at the center of every transaction was the possibility of transformation. At 7 seconds, the corruption recognized what was happening and made its final desperate attempt. A concentrated spike of necrotic qi, carrying the accumulated malice of the broker's centuries of parasitism, lanced directly at Shen Mobei's consciousness. Not his body, his mind. His will. the organizing intention that held the entire channeling network together. For one frozen instant, he saw the broker's final memory, a Dodi, ancient beyond measure, sitting alone in a vault of hoarded treasures, surrounded by everything and connected to nothing. The ultimate monopolist, dying of loneliness in a prison of his own accumulation. That will not be me, Shen Mobei thought. And the thought itself became a blade of golden light that shattered the corruption spike like glass. 8 seconds. 9 seconds. The channeling reached maximum output. The corruption shattered. Chapter 132. The nexus erupted in golden light. It started at the center, the exact point where the broker had anchored his parasitic extraction for centuries, and expanded outward in a sphere of purified chi that vaporized every trace of corruption it touched. The black stone of the crater bleached white in seconds. The purple miasma evaporated. The spatial distortions that had flickered around the perimeter sealed themselves with sounds like glass doors closing. Shen Mobei knelt at the center of the light, and something fundamental shifted inside him. The Tao of trade, which he'd understood intellectually for years and instinctively for longer, crystallized into absolute clarity. He saw it, not as a concept or a framework but as a fundamental law of reality. Every transaction was a thread. Every fair exchange created a connection between 2 points in the fabric of existence. And the sum total of those connections, the web of trade that linked 4,000 contributors across a continent, was not just a network. It was the world's immune system. The ley lines weren't just energy conduits. They were trade routes, pathways of exchange between the earth and the sky, the surface and the depths, the living and the elemental. The world itself was a marketplace, constantly exchanging energy, material, and information to maintain the balance that made life possible. The broker had understood this and tried to monopolize it. He'd hoarded the flow, blocked the exchanges, accumulated without distributing. And the world had sickened, exactly as any economy sickened when one entity consumed without producing. Shen Mobei had done the opposite. He'd built networks that distributed. Created exchanges that benefited both parties. Established trade routes that moved resources from surplus to deficit. And now, at this moment of ultimate crisis, the world recognized him for what he was. Not just a merchant. Not just a cultivator. A steward. Breakthrough, Tao of trade, enlightenment stage, cultivation progress, Do Zun 5-star Do Zun 7-star, the golden light intensified. The ley lines beneath the nexus flared, responding to the purification, and fresh chi surged through channels that had been blocked for centuries. Shen Mobei felt the energy flow through him, not painfully now but naturally, like a river returning to a channel it had always been meant to fill. Cultivation progress, Do Zun 7-star Do Zun 8-star, the nexus stabilized. The last traces of corruption dissolved into the golden light. Beneath the crater, the ley line junction, the most critical node on the continent, pulsed with healthy chi for the first time in 300 years. Cultivation progress, Do Zun 8-star Do Zun 9-star, the golden light erupted from the crater in a column visible across the continent. In every city, every village, every camp and caravan route, people looked up and saw a pillar of gold reaching from the undead mountains to the heavens. 4,000 cultivators felt the purification through their bonds. 4,000 people understood, in that moment, what they had accomplished together. The nexus was clean. The continent was saved. And at the center of the crater, Shen Mobei collapsed. Chapter 133. He woke to Old Gu's face, which was the worst possible thing to wake up to. Before that, he had no continuous memory, just fragments. The golden light exploding outward. The physical sensation of 4,000 cultivation bonds going quiet simultaneously, each one releasing with a specific warmth like a fire being banked rather than extinguished. The ground against his knees. Someone's arms preventing him from going further down. A voice, Yafei's, coming through the communication crystal at a pitch that her professional composure didn't quite conceal, saying something that he heard without processing. The smell of Old Gu's chi stabilizing compound. Cold air on his face. Then nothing. Then the tent. If you ever do that again, the old alchemist said, his voice raw, I will poison your tea for a year. Shen Mobei's body felt like it had been disassembled and reassembled by someone working from a badly translated instruction manual. Every meridian ached. His muscles trembled with exhaustion. His Do Chi reserves were so depleted that he could barely sense the ambient energy around him. But he was alive. And through the tent flap, he could see blue sky. Not the flickering, distortion-riddled sky of the past month. Blue sky. Clean, stable, unbroken blue. The ley lines? He croaked. Stable. Yafei appeared beside Old Gu, and her composure, the ironclad control she'd maintained through weeks of crisis management, finally cracked into something raw and real. Her eyes were red. She'd been crying. Yafei, who could negotiate with warlords without flinching, had been crying. All 47 junction nodes stabilized, she said, her voice steady through sheer willpower. Mo Tianji confirmed the cascade failure is reversed. Spatial distortions across the continent are sealing. The ley line network is functioning at, she paused to check a report she didn't need to check because she'd memorized it. 94% of optimal capacity. Better than it's been in 1,000 years. The contributors? All 4,317, safe. Minor chi fatigue reported in some cases, nothing that rest won't cure. Xiao Ninger is coordinating recovery supplies. Casualties? In the operation? 0. In the preceding distortions, we lost 207 people to the spatial tiers before we could stabilize them. 3 villages, a mining camp, and a caravan. We couldn't save everyone. Her voice tightened. But we saved the rest. All of them. Shen Mobei closed his eyes. 207. Each one a person he hadn't been fast enough to reach. Each one a weight he would carry. But the continent stood. 800 million people were alive because 4,000 of them had trusted a merchant from a back alley. He opened his eyes when he heard footsteps outside the tent. Heavy. Deliberate. The steps of someone who had never needed to hurry because reality itself rearranged to accommodate his schedule. Mo Tianji entered. The ancient formation master looked different. The parchment-thin skin, the brittle frame, the impression of something held together by willpower, all unchanged. But his eyes had lost their burning intensity. They were tired. Not the tiredness of a few sleepless nights but the bone-deep exhaustion of someone who had been carrying a burden for 3 millennia and finally found someone to share it with. You did what I thought impossible, Mo Tianji said. No preamble. No flourish. The balance is restored, not through destruction, but through connection. You used trade bonds as formation channels. You turned commercial relationships into ley line infrastructure. The mathematics should not have worked, and yet, he paused. And yet the results are superior to my own reset protocol. 94% capacity versus my projected 81%. Connection preserves more than destruction, Shen Mobei said. Evidently. Mo Tianji studied him with the evaluating gaze of a teacher encountering a student who had surpassed the lesson plan. You understand the formations now, don't you? Through your trade Dao. Shen Mobei reached out with his depleted senses and, yes. He could feel them. The ley lines. The entire continental chi network, stretching from coast to mountain to desert, a web of energy exchange as intricate and beautiful as any trade network. He could sense the flow, the junctions, the points of strength and vulnerability. He could read the ley lines like a ledger, supply, demand, surplus, deficit, all laid out in patterns that his trade-trained mind processed as naturally as breathing. I can see them, he said. Like trade routes. The whole continent. Mo Tianji nodded. Something in his ancient face relaxed, a tension that had been there so long it had become invisible, finally releasing. Good, the formation master said. Then we should talk about the future. Chapter 134. They spoke for 6 hours. Mo Tianji's citadel had descended from its spatial fold, settling on the restored nexus like a bird returning to a healed nest. Inside, surrounded by 3,000 years of formation knowledge inscribed on walls of crystallized chi, the ancient master shared his inheritance with the man who had earned it. Not combat techniques. Not cultivation shortcuts. Knowledge. The Continental Formation Array, a monitoring and maintenance system for the ley lines that Mo Tianji had built and maintained alone for 3 millennia. It was the most sophisticated formation in existence, a living network that sensed disruptions, balanced flows, and prevented the kind of cascade failure that had nearly destroyed the continent. I designed it to require a single operator, Mo Tianji said. One consciousness, monitoring constantly, intervening when necessary. I never anticipated that someone would build a network that could do the monitoring distributed, through trade relationships rather than formation arrays. You're saying the Continental Exchange can replace your formation? I'm saying the Continental Exchange already has replaced my formation. Your trade routes mirror the ley lines. Your pricing information reflects chi flow patterns. Your supply chain infrastructure maintains the distribution balance that keeps the ley lines healthy. You've been doing my job, unconsciously, since you built your first caravan route. Mo Tianji's formation arrays projected a complex interface, the Continental Formation Arrays control system. It looked, Shen Mobei realized, exactly like a more sophisticated version of his system's faction ledger. I'm giving you this, Mo Tianji said. Not because you need it, you've proven you can maintain the balance through trade alone. But because the knowledge will let you understand the deeper patterns. The ley lines respond to cultivation activity, to resource extraction, to population density. Understanding these responses will let you prevent future imbalances before they become crises. You've been guarding these ley lines alone for 3,000 years, Shen Mobei said. Why? Because someone had to. And I was the only one who understood the formations well enough. Mo Tianji's voice carried the weight of 30 centuries of solitude. I sealed myself in a spatial fold and watched civilizations rise and fall, each one causing a little more damage, each one requiring a little more intervention. I've reset the ley lines 11 times. Each reset killed millions. Each one was necessary because no one on the surface understood what they were destroying. Until now. Until now. Mo Tianji sat back. The formation arrays dimmed around him, and for the first time, Shen Mobei saw the man behind the intellect, an exhausted, Lonely being who had sacrificed everything for a responsibility no one else could share. I'm tired, Shen Mobei. 3,000 years tired. And you've shown me something I thought was impossible, that the balance can be maintained through connection rather than control. Through trade rather than force. Mo Tianji closed his eyes. His formation arrays began to dissolve, not breaking but transferring, the accumulated knowledge flowing from his citadel into Shen Mobei's consciousness through the ley line connection. Thousands of years of formation theory, compressed and transmitted in a surge of understanding that made Shen Mobei gasp. It wasn't the quantity that was overwhelming, it was the texture. The knowledge arrived not as abstract theory but as accumulated experience, 3,000 years of watching the ley lines, of understanding how they breathe through seasonal changes and cultivation seasons and the rhythms of civilizations rising and collapsing. Every formation adjustment Mo Tianji had ever made arrived as a felt memory rather than a concept, the way a skilled craftsman's knowledge lives in the hands rather than the mind. The continental formation array was not a set of rules. It was a relationship, cultivated over millennia with the earth itself. Shen Mobei understood, in the 3 seconds the transmission lasted, why Mo Tianji could not simply write the knowledge down or teach it in words. Some things could only be given from one consciousness to another, complete. Guard them well, Mo Tianji said. His voice was fading. His body was becoming translucent, not dying but dissolving, releasing the formation energy that had kept him alive far beyond any natural lifespan. The parchment-thin skin, the brittle frame, the intense and exhausted eyes, all slowly becoming light. The citadel around them was dissolving simultaneously, 3,000 years of crystallized formation work releasing its energy back into the ley lines, the walls dimming, the arrays going quiet one by one. And find a better way than solitude. You already have. Mo Tianji, don't mourn me. I've been finished for a long time. I just needed to know the ley lines would be safe. A smile, the first one Shen Mobei had ever seen on the ancient face. The smile transformed it, the exhausted, parchment-thin face became, for that one moment, the face of someone very young and very satisfied. Your trade network is the most beautiful formation I've ever seen. And I've seen them all. Mo Tianji dissolved. His body, his citadel, his 3,000-year vigil, all released in a gentle pulse of formation energy that sank into the earth and became part of the ley line network he'd spent his life protecting. Shen Mobei stood alone in a plain meadow. The citadel was gone. The mountain air was clean and still. Beneath his feet, through the Bansheng cultivation and Mo Tianji's inherited perception, the ley lines hummed, healthy, balanced, sustained by the continental network that a former back-alley merchant had built one fair trade at a time. The weight of the inheritance settled into him slowly, the way deep understanding always arrives, not as a single moment of clarity but as a gradual recognition that the clarity had already been there and he'd finally stopped moving fast enough to see it. System notification, Mo Tianji's inheritance, absorbed, continental formation array, integrated with underground empire system, ley line monitoring capability, active, cultivation progress, Dozun 9-star Bansheng, half-saint. The breakthrough was quiet. Not a dramatic eruption of power but a settling, like a river finding its final course, like a ledger coming into perfect balance. Shen Mobei stood in the crater where the nexus had been corrupted and felt the entire continent's ley lines humming through his awareness like a merchant hearing the morning bell of a market he'd built from nothing. Half-saint. The second highest cultivation realm in existence. Achieved not through combat or meditation or alchemical enhancement, but through the ultimate expression of the Tao of trade, taking responsibility for the flow that connected everything to everything else. He walked out of the crater into sunlight. The undead mountains, purged of corruption, were already beginning to recover, green shoots pushing through newly cleansed soil, the first signs of life returning to a place that had been dead for centuries. Yafei was waiting at the crater's edge. She looked at him, at the aura of golden chi that surrounded him, at the new depth in his eyes, at the weight of continental responsibility he now carried, and said, Bansheng? Bansheng. Good. Now come eat something before you fall over. Old Gu made soup, and he'll cry if you don't eat it. Chapter 135. Jia Ma Holy City had never seen a celebration like this. The Continental Exchange headquarters, already the most impressive building in the capital, had been transformed into the center of a festival that sprawled across 6 districts and drew representatives from every corner of the continent. Banners in the exchange's gold and blue hung from every rooftop. Street vendors sold commemorative tokens. Children ran through the streets wearing paper crowns shaped like trade ledgers, which Shen Mobei found simultaneously flattering and deeply weird. The formal reception was held in the exchange's grand hall, the same room where the emergency accord had been signed weeks earlier. Now it was filled with delegates from every faction that had participated in the operation, each one arriving with gifts, congratulations, and the particular look of people who had stared into the abyss and couldn't quite believe they'd come back. Yafei had organized the entire event in 3 days, because Yafei could organize a continental war in 3 days if given adequate staffing. She moved through the crowd in gold silk, every inch the chairwoman of the Continental Exchange, greeting delegates and managing conversations with the effortless grace of someone who had been born for this role. Luo Chinga was not at the reception. She was on the roof. Shen Mobei found her there, sitting on the edge of the parapet with her legs dangling over a 4-story drop, watching the festivities below with an expression that mixed contentment with the mild bewilderment of a former assassin who still couldn't believe she'd ended up at a party. "You could come down," he said, sitting beside her. "I could. But there are 600 people down there who want to talk to me about how brave I was at the Nexus, and I would rather fight the corruption again." A pause. "I'm happy up here. I can see everything." Luo Qingge, happy? The faintest smile. "Don't get used to it." Below, Iron Tooth was getting spectacularly drunk. He'd started with the exchange of formal toasts, one for every faction representative, and had progressed through diplomatic drinking into the territory of a man who had decided that nearly dying deserved a proper celebration. His laughter boomed across the hall like thunder, and his troops, who adored him with the fierce devotion of soldiers who'd been led by someone willing to charge a corruption tendril barehanded, matched him drink for drink. Old Goose sat in a corner, pretending to be unimpressed. He'd received the Alchemist Guild's Lifetime Achievement Award during the ceremony, a recognition that had been coming for decades and that the guild had withheld after his disgrace. Receiving it now, in front of the largest gathering of cultivators the continent had ever seen, should have been the proudest moment of his life. He was not crying. The moisture on his cheeks was definitely an alchemical reaction. He'd been testing a new compound. That was his story. Xiao Ninger circulated through the crowd with the focused efficiency of an intelligence professional, cataloging conversations, noting alliances, mapping the political landscape of the post-crisis continent. She was 15 years old and had just coordinated the communication network for the largest synchronized cultivation event in history. 3 faction leaders had already tried to recruit her. She'd turned them all down without breaking stride. Feng Ruo sat at a table with her caravan captains, quietly compiling the logistics report for the operation. 3,000 wagons. 1,200 wind riders. 2 million miles of combined transport distance. 0 supply chain failures during the critical phase. She would submit the report tomorrow, and it would be the definitive case study in logistics for the next century. Shen Mobei watched his people and felt the weight of what they'd accomplished settle into his bones. Not the weight of power, he'd never cared about power for its own sake. The weight of connection. Of knowing that every person in this room had trusted him, fought beside him, and chosen to be part of something larger than themselves. That was the Tao of trade's greatest secret. Not that it made you rich or powerful. That it made you part of something that mattered. "Stop being philosophical and come dance," Yafei said, appearing at the roof access with 2 cups of wine and the expression of a woman who would not accept no for an answer. "Both of you." "I don't dance," Luo Qingge said. "Tonight you do." "Chairwoman's orders." Luo Qingge looked at Shen Mobei. He shrugged. "She outranks me in social situations." "She outranks everyone in every situation," Luo Qingge muttered, but she stood and accepted the wine. The 3 of them descended to the celebration together. For one night, the world could wait. Chapter 136. The aftermath of the crisis reshaped the continent's political landscape more thoroughly than any war could have. The Hall of Souls ceasefire, born from desperation, evolved into something no one had predicted, a permanent trade agreement that gave the Hall access to the Continental Exchange's resource network in exchange for their unique soul cultivation materials. The specifics had taken weeks to negotiate, with Xianxia proving to be as formidable at the bargaining table as he was in combat. "Soul condensation crystals," Xianxia said, placing a lockbox on the negotiation table. "Refined from naturally occurring soul energy in our deep sanctums. Not harvested from the living, crystallized from ambient spiritual residue." Yafei examined one of the crystals with the practiced eye of a lifetime trader. "These are remarkable. The purity is higher than anything on the open market. The Hall's refinement techniques are unmatched. We've had centuries to perfect them. And in exchange? Medical supplies. Cultivation aids. Agricultural resources." Xianxia's expression was carefully neutral, but Shen Mobei's Tao of trade perception read the subtext clearly. The Hall of Souls had been so focused on soul cultivation that they'd neglected every other aspect of organizational maintenance. Their members were powerful but malnourished, well-armed but poorly housed, spiritually advanced but materially impoverished. The agreement was signed on the same day, with terms that Yafei had been quietly drafting for 2 weeks. The Hall of Souls, the continent's longest-standing terror, became a trading partner. Not an ally. Not a friend. A partner, bound by the same Black Ledger contract framework that governed every exchange relationship. Xianxia was appointed the Hall's permanent ambassador to the Continental Exchange. The appointment suited him, his terrifying presence translated remarkably well into aggressive trade negotiation, and merchants who might have tried to exploit a less intimidating representative found themselves facing a Dozong protector whose idea of a counteroffer was delivered with the undertone of someone who could dissolve their soul. "You're enjoying this," Shen Mobei observed during one particularly intense session where Xianxia had negotiated a 15% improvement on the Hall's pharmaceutical supply contract. "Trade is combat without the mess," Xianxia replied. "I find it efficient." The most unexpected development was between Xianxia and Luo Qingge. The woman who had been the hall's most wanted defector and the man who had been sent to eliminate her found themselves working on opposite sides of the exchange's security apparatus, and discovering that their mutual suspicion made them remarkably effective at identifying threats. Your intelligence on the Western smuggling ring was accurate, Luo Qingge told Han Xie during a joint security briefing. As was yours on the forged soul crystal operation. Your sources in the merchant quarter are well placed. Professional respect? Professional acknowledgement. Respect requires evidence of sustained competence. Then I'll endeavor to sustain. They never became friends. But they developed a working relationship built on mutual wariness that was, in its own way, more reliable than trust. Neither would ever turn their back on the other, and that meant both of them were always watching. Chapter 137. Bei Xiaolong came to the exchange on a gray morning, 3 weeks after the crisis. He came alone. No retinue, no guards, no clan banners. Just a young man in traveling clothes, standing at the visitor's entrance with an expression that suggested he'd rather be anywhere else but had run out of alternative locations. Shen Mobei met him in a private office. No witnesses. No recording crystals. Whatever Bei Xiaolong had come to say, it deserved the dignity of privacy. The young heir of the Bei clan sat in a chair and stared at his hands for a long time before speaking. I opened the corridor. I know. Xiao Ninger reported it. She didn't report why. Bei Xiaolong's voice was stripped of its usual arrogance, not deflated but refined, like a blade that had been broken and reforged into something simpler. I opened it because she showed me the geological data. The data that said my home would disappear if I didn't. I opened it because I was afraid. Fear is a valid reason. It's not enough. I should have opened it because it was right. Because people were dying. Because the continent was breaking apart and a beggar from the slums was trying to save it while I stood in the road playing politics. He looked up. I was a jealous fool, Shen Mobei. For years. Everything I did, opposing you, sabotaging your operations, hounding Yafei, it was all because I couldn't accept that a nameless orphan had built something I never could. Shen Mobei said nothing. The Tao of trade had taught him many things, and one of the most valuable was when to stay silent and let someone finish the transaction they'd come to make. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I haven't earned it. I'm asking for, Bei Xiaolong stopped. Tried again. I want to be useful. The ley line crisis showed me what matters, and it's not the things I've spent my life chasing. Status. Pride. Proving I'm better than someone who's obviously better than me. A bitter laugh. My father signed the accord without hesitation. The patriarch of the Bei clan recognized what mattered before his own son did. What are you asking for, Bei Xiaolong? A position. In the Continental Exchange. Whatever you'll give me. He met Shen Mobei's eyes with the painful honesty of a man who had stripped away his own pretenses and found very little underneath. I'm good at territorial management. I know the eastern regions better than anyone in your organization. And I have connections in the Bei clan's business network that could strengthen the exchange's eastern operations. Shen Mobei studied the man across from him. The Tao of trade perception showed him what lay beneath the surface, not a reformed saint but a flawed person genuinely trying to be better. The arrogance was still there, buried deep, but it had been tempered by humility. The competitive drive remained, but it was looking for a constructive channel. In the Tao of trade, every resource had value if applied correctly. Even, especially, the ones that had previously been misallocated. Head of the Eastern Division, Shen Mobei said. The position oversees exchange operations across the Bei clan's territory and the 3 neighboring provinces. You'll report to Yafei. Her authority is absolute. Can you work under a woman you once pursued? I can work under a woman who is manifestly better at this than I am, which includes most women, as I'm beginning to realize. That might be the smartest thing you've ever said. Bei Xiaolong's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile, but closer to one than anything Shen Mobei had seen from him before. One more thing, Shen Mobei said. The position comes with a black ledger contract. Standard terms, fair dealing, good faith, karmic enforcement. If you betray the exchange's trust, the consequences are real. I know how your contracts work. I've watched them in action. Bei Xiaolong picked up the pen. For the first time in my life, I want to sign something because it holds me accountable. He signed. The Tao of trade stirred in Shen Mobei's consciousness, a warm pulse of recognition. Not forgiveness, exactly. Not redemption. But the acknowledgement that every person was a potential trading partner, and the most valuable transactions were often the ones no one expected. Chapter 138. The wedding was Yafei's masterpiece. She'd been planning it for months, quietly, between crisis management sessions and trade negotiations, in the margins of reports and the spaces between meetings. By the time the invitations went out, every detail was finalized to a standard that would have impressed a Dodi. The ceremony was held in the Continental Exchange's central courtyard, which had been transformed into something from a cultivation fantasy, floating formation lights in gold and silver, garlands of spirit bloom flowers that released waves of purified chi with each petal, and a formation array embedded in the floor that made the courtyard shimmer like the surface of a still lake. Every faction on the continent sent representatives. It was not an exaggeration to call it the most attended event in recorded history. Yafei wore gold. Not the ceremonial gold of traditional cultivation weddings, but a deep, burnished gold that matched the color of the Tao of Trade's energy, a deliberate choice that made her look less like a bride and more like a queen ascending a throne. Her hair was woven with spirit bloom blossoms, and her eyes, sharp, warm, impossibly beautiful, never left Shen Mobei from the moment she appeared at the courtyard entrance. Luo Qingge wore silver. Silver silk that flowed like moonlight, cut in a style that was equal parts elegant and practical, because Luo Qingge had insisted that any wedding dress she wore must allow full range of combat motion. If someone attacks during the ceremony, she'd said during the fitting, "I'm not dying because my sleeves were too long." She'd hidden 2 blades in the dress anyway, a fact that only Shen Mobei knew and found deeply endearing. Old Gu officiated. He stood between the 3 of them in his best robe, which was still shabby, because Old Gu's definition of best was least stained, and delivered a ceremony that was equal parts traditional cultivation vows and personal commentary. "We are gathered here to witness the union of 3 souls," Old Gu began, his voice carrying across the courtyard with an alchemist's precision. "Shen Mobei, who came to this world with nothing and built everything. Yafei, who could have ruled an empire alone and chose to build one together. And Luo Qingge, who was born in darkness and chose the light, with a few knives, for insurance." Muffled laughter from the audience. A glare from Luo Qingge. A grin from Yafei. "The cultivation world has many traditions for marriage," Old Gu continued. "Most of them are terrible. So these 3 have decided to write their own vows, because of course they have." Shen Mobei went first. He'd spent 2 weeks writing and rewriting, trying to find words adequate to what he felt. In the end, he'd abandoned eloquence for honesty. "I pledge my chi and my ledger," he said, the traditional trade oath that he'd adapted for this moment. "My blade and my balance. Everything I have, I earned with you beside me. Everything I am, you made possible. Yafei, you're the strategy I can't see without. Luo Qingge, you're the strength I can't stand without. I don't deserve either of you, but I will spend every day trying to be worth the trade." Yafei's vows were precise and devastating, as everything about her was. "I pledge my mind and my market," she said. "My analysis and my heart. Shen Mobei, you showed me that trade can change the world. I intend to help you prove it, every day, until the ledger closes. And even then, I'll probably audit it." Luo Qingge's vows were short, because Luo Qingge did not waste words. "I pledge my shadow and my blade. Where you go, I go. What threatens you, dies. This is not poetry. This is a contract. And I always honor my contracts." Old Gu sealed the union with a formation that linked their chi signatures, a triple bond that pulsed gold, silver, and blue, visible to everyone in the courtyard. The crowd erupted. Xiao Ninger, serving as maid of honor to both brides, stood at the edge of the ceremony with the composed expression of someone who absolutely was not crying. She was cataloging attendees for the intelligence files. That was what the moisture on her face was about. Iron Tooth's toast lasted 45 minutes, covered 17 battles, included 4 songs of questionable taste, and ended with the entire enforcement division performing a synchronized salute that shook the building. It was perfect. The celebration lasted 3 days. Chapter 139. 5 years passed like pages turning. The Continental Exchange evolved from an institution into a force of nature. Its trade routes spanned 5 empires and reached into territories that had never been mapped. Its communication network connected 3,000 outposts. Its dispute resolution framework was adopted as the de facto legal standard for commercial transactions across the continent. The exchange didn't just facilitate trade, it had become the circulatory system of civilization. Yafei ran it all. As chairwoman, she had transformed the exchange from Shen Mobei's personal network into a self-sustaining institution that could function without any single individual. The irony was deliberate. Shen Mobei had built the exchange around his system's capabilities, and Yafei had rebuilt it to not need the system at all. "You won't live forever," she'd told him. "The exchange has too." She was 7 months pregnant, and the combination of advanced pregnancy and absolute corporate authority had created something that the exchange's staff referred to, in whispers, as the most terrifying force on the continent. Merchants who had negotiated with Dozong warriors without flinching turned pale when summoned to Chairwoman Yafei's office. Luo Qingge led the exchange's shadow division, renamed from the security division after she'd pointed out that security was what the operation looked like from the outside, but shadow was what it actually did. Her intelligence network had prevented 4 assassination attempts on exchange officials, dismantled 2 smuggling rings, and identified a corruption scheme in the western provinces before it could take root. She managed it all with the calm efficiency of someone who had spent her formative years as a Hall of Souls assassin and found corporate intelligence work relaxingly low stakes. She was 6 months pregnant and still doing field operations, which Shen Mobei had stopped trying to argue about after she demonstrated that she could execute a perfect blade technique at 8 months in a training dummy test. "The baby will learn to appreciate good technique early," she'd said. Iron Tooth commanded the exchange's enforcement division, older now, grayer, missing the same 3 fingers, and more respected than ever. He'd turned down 4 promotions because he preferred being in the field to sitting behind a desk. His training program for new enforcers was the most rigorous on the continent, and his graduates were recruited by every major faction. He turned every recruiter away with the same response: "My people don't leave. They know where the good food is." Old Gu had taken on 12 new disciples. After 3 years of refusing all applicants, he'd finally accepted a group of young alchemists who showed what he called the right combination of talent and stubbornness, which, in practice, meant they reminded him of Shen Mobei. His bone-chilling flame, fully recovered, had made him the continent's foremost alchemical authority. He still refused formal titles. He still pretended to be grumpy. He still cried at anything emotionally significant and denied it immediately afterward. Xiao Ninger, at 20, was the continent's most feared intelligence chief. Her network of agents spanned every empire, every major faction, and several organizations that technically didn't exist. She had a photographic memory, 6 languages, an encyclopedic knowledge of continental politics, and the ability to assume any persona with terrifying conviction. 3 intelligence agencies had tried to recruit her. She'd counter-recruited 2 of their agents. Feng Ruo's caravans had mapped the continent's every trade route, mountain pass, and waterway. But her greatest achievement was recent. Exploration teams she'd sent beyond the continental boundaries had returned with reports of 2 undiscovered landmasses across the Western Ocean. New territories. New resources. New trade partners. The world was bigger than anyone had imagined. And it was all connected by the web that Shen Mobei had spent a decade weaving. Chapter 140. Shen Mobei stood on the roof of the Continental Exchange headquarters at dawn and watched the sun rise over a world he'd helped save. The city below was waking. Markets opening, caravans loading, communication crystals flickering to life as the day's first trade reports came in from across the continent. The rhythm of commerce, the heartbeat of civilization, pulsed through the streets like qi through ley lines. He could feel all of it. The Bansheng cultivation, combined with Mo Tianji's formation inheritance, gave him an awareness of the continental qi network that was as natural as hearing. The ley lines hummed beneath the earth, healthy and stable, maintained not by a single guardian in solitary vigil but by the living network of trade relationships that kept resources flowing where they were needed. The system chimed. System notification, trade volume milestone, continental maximum achieved, all continental ley lines stable. Qi distribution at 97.3% optimal capacity, underground empire system, evolution available, Tao of trade, transcendent tier, requirements, cross the boundary of this world. The Tao of trade is not limited to one continent, one world, or one reality. To achieve transcendence, the merchant must find markets beyond the known. New data. Feng Ruo's exploration teams have confirmed 2 undiscovered continents. Initial resource scans indicate unique materials with no continental equivalent. Trade potential, incalculable. Shen Mobei read the notification and smiled. The same system that had guided a dying beggar to his first herb, that had helped him build a stall in the lower market, that had grown with him from a 50-meter radar to a continental awareness, that system was telling him there was more. Beyond the ocean. Beyond the maps. Beyond everything he'd built. New markets. New connections. New trades that no one had ever made. The door to the roof opened behind him. Footsteps, 1 pair brisk and purposeful, 1 pair silent and precise. Yafei appeared at his left side, a stack of morning reports in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. Her belly was round with their first child, and she radiated the particular authority of a woman who was simultaneously growing a human being and running the most powerful organization on the continent. Morning reports, she said, handing him the tea and keeping the reports. Mu Clan trade volume up 12%. The Eastern Division under Bei Xiaolong is exceeding projections. He's actually good at this, which is extremely annoying. And Old Gu's disciples successfully replicated his qi stabilizing formula, which means we can scale production without him being involved in every batch. Luo Chinga appeared at his right, materializing from shadow with the silent grace that 6 months of pregnancy had somehow not diminished. She held a blade in one hand and an intelligence briefing in the other. Morning security update. The smuggling operation in the southern provinces has been neutralized. Han Xie's Hall of Souls agents identified the source. It was a splinter group of former broker loyalists trying to re-establish a shadow network. They've been dealt with. She sheathed the blade. Also, Xiao Ninger wants to expand her intelligence network to cover Feng Ruo's new continental discoveries. She's already drafted a budget proposal. It's terrifyingly thorough. Shen Mobei looked at the horizon. Somewhere beyond it, across an ocean no trade ship had ever crossed, 2 undiscovered continents waited. New peoples. New resources. New systems of exchange that no one on this continent had ever imagined. The Tao of trade whispered to him. Not demanding. Not urgent. Just. Present. The way a road whispered to a traveler who loved walking. There's more. There's always more. Not yet, he said quietly. Yafei glanced at him. Not yet what? The system wants me to expand beyond the continent. Cross the ocean. Find new markets. And I have a family to raise. Students to teach. A world to keep turning. He turned away from the horizon and looked at the two women who had chosen to stand beside him, the strategist and the shadow, the mind and the blade, the two halves of a partnership that had survived wars, crises, and the general challenge of three people trying to share a bathroom. The next deal can wait. Yafei arched an eyebrow. That's unlike you. The Shen Mobe I know would already be drafting trade proposals for the new continents. The Shen Mobe you know has learned that some things are worth more than the next opportunity. He put his arms around both of them, carefully, given the advanced pregnancies, and looked at the city below. His city. His people. His world. The ocean isn't going anywhere. Luo Chinga leaned against his shoulder. Besides, I refuse to be on a ship for months in this condition. The baby and I have standards. The baby hasn't been born yet. She already has standards. She's my daughter. Yafei smiled. Our daughter. Our daughter, Luo Chinga conceded. Who will grow up in a world where the ley lines flow clean, the trade routes stay open, and her father built an empire from a back alley and a system that told him where to find herbs. They stood together on the roof and watched the world wake up. Below them, the Continental Exchange hummed with the morning's first transactions. Across the continent, trade routes carried resources to where they were needed. Beneath the earth, ley lines pulsed with healthy qi, monitored by the network that Shen Mobe had built and the knowledge that Mo Tianji had entrusted to him. And in the corner of his vision, the system's notification blinked softly, patient as a merchant waiting for the right buyer. When you're ready, the universe is the largest market of all. Shen Mobe smiled and turned back inside, where breakfast was waiting and the morning reports needed reviewing and two women were arguing about baby names with the intensity of trade negotiations. The universe could wait. But not forever. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell, more stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.